This is the dark origin of the Totally Spies, and it started in real life. In 1957, in a quiet suburb of Red Bank, New Jersey, three girls, Sam, Clover, and Alex, were top of their class. Smart, athletic, invisible to the system. One day their families received a letter. Congratulations, your daughter has been selected for a federal youth program. No contact information, no return address. Three black sedans showed up the next morning. The girls were driven across state lines to a concrete facility hidden beneath a fake ski resort. There, they met a man named Jerry Donovan, polite, bald. He told them they'd been chosen for their potential. They'd trained to become something called behavioral operatives. Not spies, not soldiers, something in between. The girls were tested day and night. Endurance, interrogation, resistance, deception. They were rewarded for manipulation, punished for empathy. Then Sam found something in a vent, a manila folder. Inside, x-rays, blood reports, baby photos. All three had been placed in foster care by the same agency. WHOOP wasn't a training program. It was a breeding ground. When they confronted Jerry, he smiled. "You're not agents," he said. "You're prototypes." 1 week later, the facility burned to the ground. Bodies were found, but not theirs. To this day, no one knows what happened to the girls, or what became of Jerry, or if WHOOP ever truly shut down. These twin brothers terrified an Appalachian town for years. In 1947, deep in the hills near Pine Hollow, West Virginia, lived two identical twin brothers named Elmer and Roy Ketchum. They shared a decaying farmhouse on a large, isolated property with their aunt, Maud Ketchum, a woman locals described as silent and controlling. The twins were known troublemakers, petty theft, assaults, short jail stays that never lasted. People avoided the property, and anyone who wandered too close usually didn't come back. In October 1947, the county sent a land surveyor named Caleb Henson to inspect the Ketchum property after reports of boundary disputes and missing livestock. Caleb arrived just before sunset. The twins watched him work in silence. When he explained he was marking county lines, Elmer calmly said, "You're taking what's ours." Caleb laughed it off and kept measuring. That was the mistake. That night, he was dragged into the cellar beneath the farmhouse. Down there, he found others, men from nearby towns, all reported missing over the previous year. Days later, the twins returned with an offer. They needed help fixing the fence out back, a chance to earn freedom. Caleb agreed. At the top of the cellar stairs, he ran. The front door wouldn't open. As hands closed in on him, the twins spoke in perfect unison. "You crossed the line." This little girl was America's real-life Wednesday, and what she could do was truly terrifying. In the winter of 1972, in the small town of Millfield, Ohio, Harold and Ruth Cole had their first child. The delivery was not easy. Doctors noticed the baby had briefly lost oxygen during the process, but assured the parents everything was fine. They were wrong. Not about her health, about everything else. For the first 2 years, she seemed like any other child. Curious, quiet, completely ordinary. It wasn't until she turned 3 that things changed. Ruth began noticing her daughter standing in the corners of rooms, facing the wall, whispering to someone nobody else could see. Ruth consequently assumed it was an imaginary friend and thought nothing of it. Until one evening at dinner, the girl looked at Harold and said the woman in the corner wanted him to know the money was still in the left wall of the barn, behind the red toolbox. Harold left the table without saying a word. Ruth found him in the barn 20 minutes later, sitting on the floor holding a tin box that had belonged to his mother. She had died before their daughter was born. He had never told anyone the box existed. Her name had never once been spoken in front of the child. 2 years later, during a family dinner, the girl suddenly stopped eating and looked at her aunt across the table. She told her not to drive home that night. Everyone laughed. She was just a child. Her aunt left after dinner and was involved in a serious accident on the road home. The family consequently consulted priests, doctors, and eventually a bishop who drove 4 hours to meet her. He left the same day without explanation. In the fall of 1981, a fire broke out in the Cole family home in the middle of the night. By morning, the house had burned completely to the ground. Officers found 2 bodies inside. The girl was never found. This was the most dangerous man to ever walk free, and he was surprisingly well dressed. In 1941, a man named Cole D. Blooded was arrested in rural Alabama for taking the lives of 34 people using nothing but a single playing card. Investigators who reviewed the case refused to elaborate on the details in their official report. They simply noted that it was the same card every time. Cole was consequently sent to Hardin Rock Penitentiary, the most isolated prison on the American mainland, surrounded by nothing but open ocean. It was considered escape-proof by every authority that had ever inspected it. He escaped within 3 months. Authorities found him 4 weeks later calmly checking into a hotel under his real name, 2 blocks from the prison he had just escaped. When asked why he hadn't run further, he told the officer he didn't see the point. He was therefore sent back, this time to the basement, isolated from every other prisoner for their own safety. For 6 years, nothing happened. Then, in 1948, a tornado of historic size made direct contact with the island. When recovery teams arrived, the entire prison had been leveled to the ground. Every wall, every cell block, every watchtower completely destroyed. Every structure except the basement where Cole was kept. When investigators descended into it, they recovered the remains of every guard assigned to his level. But Cole DeBlooded's cell was empty. The door was locked from the inside, and on the wall were 4 words: "I'll be out shortly." What this the sky at sunset anymore. This is the real story behind Wolverine, and it began as a classified American experiment. In 1961, during the height of the Cold War, a classified U.S. military experiment was launched near Hanford, Washington, adjacent to an active nuclear production site. On paper, the program was a radiation-resilient study. In reality, its goal was to create a human organism capable of surviving nuclear exposure. Scientists believed that, with controlled radiation pulses, human cells could be forced to mutate and adapt instead of dying. So one subject was approved for full testing, male, late 20s, former industrial laborer with no immediate family listed. At first, the results looked promising. Bone density increased, cell regeneration accelerated. However, by day 17, complications appeared. Skin began tearing at the forearms, and X-rays revealed internal structures forcing their way outward. Soon after, sedatives stopped working. Radiation levels around the subject began to spike. Personnel in nearby rooms reported nausea and dizziness. The facility was evacuated. As a result, the subject was presumed dead due to radiation overload. But 2 days later, a surviving security camera was reviewed. The footage showed the subject alive, not human anymore. Then the medical note attached to the tape stated, "Regeneration continues. Human morphology does not." Ultimately, the report classified the project as a failure and ordered all records destroyed. Even so, the footage was locked away. This wasn't a wrong turn. It was an isolated population. In 1976, in a remote region of West Virginia, state authorities began reviewing a cluster of disappearances linked to a single forest road that did not appear on updated maps. The missing were travelers, campers, drivers who reported taking a shortcut through the Appalachian backroads. At first, the cases were treated as routine wilderness disappearances. The terrain was harsh, the weather unpredictable. However, medical reports from 2 recovered survivors raised concern. Both displayed signs of prolonged captivity, severe malnutrition, and injuries consistent with blunt force restraint. More troubling were their statements. They described people living deep in the forest, physically deformed, with impaired speech and abnormal gait. State investigators followed the road and located several unregistered dwellings, constructed from scavenged materials. Inside, they found evidence of long-term habitation and intermarriage. A forensic review later concluded the population suffered from advanced genetic degradation, caused by generations of consanguinity in total isolation. Locals acknowledged the road existed but denied knowing who lived beyond it. No arrests were made. The road was sealed off in 1978 under a land safety order, and the population was never relocated.
Have you checked on the children? Those were the chilling words that changed everything in 1979. In 1979, a teenage girl accepts a babysitting job at an isolated home in the Minnesota woods. After putting the children to bed, she settles on the couch to watch TV, only to be startled by a phone call. She picks it up and hears heavy breathing when suddenly a man's unsettling voice asks, "Have you checked on the children?" Nervous, she dismisses it as a prank and hangs up. 15 minutes later, the phone rings again. This time the voice asks, "Why haven't you checked on the children?" Panic sets in and she calls 911. The operator advises her to keep the caller on the line if they call back, allowing the call to be traced. Moments later, the phone rings again and the voice snarls, "Check on the children." Now trembling, she keeps the call connected as instructed. The operator calls back, urgent and frantic. "Get out of the house. The calls are coming from upstairs." Terrified but worried about the children, she hesitates before fleeing outside. She bolted out of the house, her heart pounding in her chest. There, a tall man stepped out of the shadows, his presence looming as he stared her down with a chilling intensity. And he asked in a cold, menacing voice, "Why didn't you check on the children?" What this man did to his victims will make you double-check your locks. During the late 1800s, citizens in the Rhode Island area started to report horrifying photos they found of a man in their bedroom, with themselves sleeping in the background. The photos were typically found when the victim woke up and saw it on their bedside table. And there was always writing on the back of the photo that said, "I'll be back." Eventually, the people who received a photo previously were found deceased just a few days later. The authorities had no leads on who it could be until his mother came forward after seeing his face on a newspaper, and she told them his name was Al Beback for months. The crimes continued until one night when a lady named Sue Perman was awoken by a camera flash and quickly jumped out of bed and tackled the intruder. The noise of the scuffle woke up neighbors, and when they got outside, they witnessed Sue throw Al through her second-story bedroom out onto the street before yelling, "And stay out!" The authorities would arrive shortly after and take Al away, but he would eventually pass away from his injuries.
He wasn't a priest, he wasn't a doctor, but they let him cast out demons.
In 1998, in rural Kentucky, a 17-year-old girl named Jonah Briggs began acting strangely. She claimed something had latched onto her after sneaking into an abandoned church with friends. Jonah spoke in a low voice that didn't sound like her own. She stopped eating, said the thing inside her, woke up at 3:17. Every night. Her parents, unsure what to do, didn't trust doctors. They believed it was spiritual. Instead of calling a priest, they called a man named Daniel Cray, a self-taught deliverance minister. Cray claimed he could remove demons without the church's permission. The first few sessions were filmed. In one, Jonah is seen screaming, clawing at the floorboards. Cray shouts prayers, speaks in tongues. At one point, Jonah laughs, but it's not her laugh. Her voice changes mid-sentence. By day 6, Jonah stops responding. She's limp, dehydrated. Her parents call an ambulance. Jonah dies 2 days later. The footage circulates online. Cray is never convicted. He argues Jonah was already too far gone. Some say Jonah was mentally ill. Others believe it was a real possession, mishandled by amateurs. The church issues a statement. Exorcism is not for the untrained. It's not a performance. It's protection. Still, Cray has followers. People send him letters, photos, even locks of hair, begging for help. Was Jonah a victim of belief or unbelief? Would you have trusted Cray or the hospital?
Do not ask this old lady for help. In 1955, a clueless girl named Crystal Climax was driving through the tiny Indiana town of Tulipville when her tire exploded. Stranded in the middle of nowhere, she spotted a lonely farmhouse in the distance and figured she'd ask for help. As she walked up, something felt off. The farmhouse was surrounded by scarecrows, dozens of them, their stitched-up faces frozen in creepy, unnatural expressions. She knocked. No answer. But upstairs, she heard a sewing machine clattering away. The door creaked open when she pushed it. An old woman sat at a sewing machine, hunched and frail. Old lady, she turned slowly, smiling. "You must be lost, dear," she cooed. Crystal forced a nervous chuckle. "Yeah, my car broke down. I was wondering if you had a phone or—" "Oh, don't worry about that," the old woman interrupted, stepping forward with unnatural grace. She took a step back too late. Bony fingers clamped onto her wrist. Everything went black. This ice cream shop owner's secret ingredient was truly disturbing. Slappy Jerkovman owned the most popular ice cream shop in Miami, Licky Sticky. People were obsessed. They came back again and again, licking their cones like their life depended on it. His catchphrase? "My milkshakes bring all the weirdos to the yard." But the real question was, why was his ice cream so addictive? Whenever people asked, Slappy just laughed and said, "It's my secret ingredient." One day, a food inspector named Barry McSnifferton wanted to investigate. He walked in wearing sunglasses and a fake mustache and ordered a single scoop. Price? $69. Barry took a bite. It was good. That night, Barry's eyes shot open. He needed more ice cream. He was speeding down the highway, barefoot, in a bathrobe, desperate for another scoop. But when he arrived, something was off. Slappy was in the alley, whispering to a suspicious man by the dumpster. Barry hid behind a trash can, holding his breath. He was completely unnoticed, until his stomach let out a demonic growl. Both men snapped their heads toward him. Slappy grinned. Well, looks like we got another one. This is the only proof we have of time travel, and it is very scary. In 1923, archaeologists found a tomb in Egypt that had been sealed for a long time. But inside, there was something that did not make sense. They found a photograph from the year 1987. It showed a man in modern clothes standing in front of the tomb, holding a camera. His name was Eldon Husk, a scientist who went missing in 1987 while working on a secret government project called Kronos. The project was trying to make time travel real, but it was shut down after Husk disappeared. There was a message on the back of the photo. It said, "I tried to stop it, but the loop is inevitable." Years later, in 1980, another photograph was found, but this one showed Eldon Husk as an older man, still standing in front of the same tomb. The date on the photo was 2025. Experts were shocked. How could one man be in 3 different times? And what did he mean by the loop is inevitable? The last clue was in Husk's lab notes from 1987. He wrote, "Time is not a straight line. It is a loop, and I am trapped in it." But here's the biggest surprise. In 2023, some researchers opened the tomb again. There, they found a camera the same one from the photos. When they developed the film, it showed a picture of them standing inside the tomb, but the date on the photo was 2045. What this woman was doing to her customer was truly horrible. In the early 1970s, in Blackwater, Louisiana, there was a woman named Anita Spank. She owned a small bed and breakfast from the nearest highway. Everyone loved her, and she was famous for her beef stew, which she served every morning. In September 1972, a traveler named Peter Pounder stopped for the night. When he checked in, Barbara asked, asked, "Does anyone know you're here?" He said no. That night, Ray woke up and saw Barbara standing at the end of his bed, softly singing a lullaby. When he turned on the lamp, she lunged at him. He barely escaped, woke the other guests, and called the police. When officers arrived, Barbara simply said, "Normally, they don't fight back." Suspicious, they searched the property and found something horrifying. Barbara's famous beef stew wasn't beef at all. What do you think was in the stew? What if a real exorcism was more terrifying than any movie? In 1976, Anneliese Michel, a young German woman, underwent 67 exorcisms. But was it demonstrate something worse? Anneliese suffered from seizures and hallucinations. Doctors diagnosed epilepsy, but her family believed she was possessed. Desperate, they turned to the church. Priests performed exorcisms, recording her growls, screams, and claims of demonic voices. Anneliese spoke in tongues and refused to eat. The exorcisms continued for months, but instead of improving, Anneliese grew weaker, refusing medical help. Anneliese was a devout Catholic, kind, and deeply faithful. Her tragic story shocked the world, raising questions about faith, medicine, and the unknown. In the end, Anneliese died of starvation. Her family and the priests were charged with negligent homicide, but some say her cries still echo in the room where she was exorcised. Was Anneliese truly possessed, or was it a tragic misunderstanding? Share this story if you think the unknown is more terrifying than we dare to admit. This is the most evil book in the world. In the heart of the Vatican, beneath St. Peter's Basilica, lies the Vatican Apostolic Archive. Among its countless ancient texts, one stands out, the Codex Gigas, often called the Devil's Bible. This massive book, created in the early 13th century, is famous for its large illustration of the devil. Legend says a monk made a pact with Satan to complete it in a single night. Over time, many believed the book was cursed. In the 16th century, the Codex Gigas was taken to Prague. During the 30 Years' War, Swedish forces seized it, and it remains in Stockholm today. However, some claim the Vatican holds a secret copy. A shocking story of reincarnation. About 70 years ago, a 3-year-old boy shocked the whole country with his words. He claimed that he was reincarnated and that in his past life, he was a man named Richard. Richard had lived in a village in Pennsylvania, about 100 miles away. At first, his parents thought he was just making things up. However, when he turned 5, he became even more serious. He begged them to take him to his family and even threatened to die if they refused. In the end, his parents gave in and decided to take him. But as soon as they started their journey, something strange happened. The little boy led them confidently first to a car, then a boat, and even a train. It was as if he had done it all before. When they finally reached the village, his parents began asking around. To their shock, they discovered that there really had been a man named Richard. However, he had died 10 years earlier. Then, things became even stranger. The boy led them through the village, taking narrow paths, as if he knew exactly where to go. Soon, they arrived at a house. Without hesitation, he walked inside, took a photo off the wall, and revealed that it was a picture of Richard. Then he said, "I'm back now, so you don't need to keep this photo up anymore." At that moment, an old man stepped out of the house. He looked at the boy carefully and suddenly spoke. "Don't you remember me? I'm your son." The room fell silent, and what the little boy said next left everyone completely stunned. "I can't believe they actually let this happen." During the 1960s, an archaeologist named Tynot traveled to Egypt to explore the pyramids in his private plane. On his very first night there, he snuck past security and got inside a pyramid. But he wasn't there just to explore. He wanted to steal some artifacts and sell them for a lot of money. After a few minutes inside, he found a tomb of an ancient pharaoh. He decided to steal the entire casket. For hours, he avoided security, dragged the heavy casket through the desert, and finally made it back to his private plane. He was able to escape and return to the United States. When he got home the next night, he left the casket in his garage, planning to sell it later. But while he was sleeping, he suddenly woke up to a loud bang coming from the garage. He got up to check it out, but when he opened the door, he came face to face with an ancient mummy charging straight at him. That night, his neighbor called the police after hearing a loud, blood-curdling scream from Ty's house. When the police arrived and looked inside the garage, they were horrified by what they saw. This was the most evil thing that ever happened. In the 1940s, there was a man named Paul Square who lived in a land under Maryland. He spent most of his life moving from one foster home to another, but after his 18th birthday, he finally got his own place. There, he felt very lonely over the next few months. But one day, while shopping for groceries, he saw an advertisement for something called Grow a Friend. He thought it sounded interesting, so he ordered one. When he got home the next week, his package arrived. Inside was a small toy-sized figure of a man. The directions said that to grow his new friend, he needed to fill his bathtub with water, place the figure inside, and leave it overnight. So before Paul went to bed, he did exactly that. But at around 4 o'clock in the morning, he woke up to loud yelling coming from the bathroom. Paul rushed to check, and when he opened the door, there stood his new friend. Paul looked at him and said, "I'm going to call you my pet." Over the next few weeks, Paul and my pet became very close. They did everything together. But one morning, while they were eating breakfast, Paul heard something on the radio. There was news about a terrible crime. A whole family of 5 had been killed. overnight, on the other side of town. And then, the radio announcer said something that made Paul's heart drop. The only clue left at the crime scene was a message written on the wall. It said, "My pet was here." Before Paul could even turn around, he felt two hands on his shoulders.
This is the true story of reincarnation, and it unbelievable. In 2000, a 4-year-old child named Ryan Hammonds began telling his mother about his old life as Marty Martin. Between playing with toys, he'd casually mentioned driving a red Cadillac, dancing in Hollywood shows, and working with Agent Len. When his mother searched the name, she discovered Marty Martin was real, a 1930s dancer-turned-agent who died in 1964. Ryan knew impossible details: the exact red color of Marty's Cadillac, verified as a 1956 model, the Coconut Grove nightclub's layout, which he drew accurately, and that Marty died from stomach problems. Most startlingly, he knew the names of Marty's sisters. The University of Virginia researchers documented 55 specific facts Ryan couldn't have known normally. The family had no Hollywood connections or access to old movies about that era. By age 10, Ryan's memories completely faded. Today, he remembers nothing about Marty, but the documented facts remain. An ordinary preschooler who somehow knew extraordinary, verifiable details about a dead man's life. The case remains unexplained in official university records. This cursed family took the lives of over 1,000 people. In the 1950s, in the small town of Ravens Hollow, Ohio, there was a family called the Crow family. The Crows lived in an old house on the edge of Ravenwood Forest. People in town hated them because of their looks, saying they were strange and didn't belong. One night, the townspeople set fire to their house, thinking they were getting rid of a curse. But the Crow family survived. They disappeared into the forest, angry and broken. From that day on, they swore revenge. Years later, people began to vanish near Ravenwood Forest. Hikers, travelers, even townsfolk. Survivors say the Crows hunt and eat people as payback for what the town did to them. They hunt anyone who enters the forest, setting deadly traps, pits lined with spikes, hidden bear traps, and hanging wire nooses. They laugh when they hunt, and they drag their victims underground to eat them. The only thing they leave behind is a bloody crow feather. In the 1980s, a girl named Emily escaped after her friends disappeared while camping. She said the crows whispered as they chased her, "You burned us. Now we burn you." Today, no one goes near Ravenwood Forest. Locals say you can still hear laughter and snapping twigs in the dark.
This was the most tragic event ever. In the year 1905, a crab fishing crew based off the coast of Florida were set out on a voyage, but unfortunately, they were unknowingly in the path of one of the worst hurricanes ever, called Hurricane Ligma. The crew members were able to successfully keep the ship afloat during the roughest parts, but at the tail end of the storm, a crew member spotted a strange creature that washed up onto the back of the ship. When he got a better look, he realized it was some kind of mermaid that was unconscious. He would then tell the others, and they took the creature inside of the ship and into a spare crab tank on board. They decided they would keep it and try to sell it for millions. When they returned home, after a few hours, the creature awoke, and all the crew members gathered around the tank, and one of them, named Leroy Jenkins, asked, "Are you a mermaid?" The creature became very angry with the question and yelled back through the tank, saying, "It's merman." All the men bursted out into laughter and said, "It's merman."
She thought it was just a cheap rental, but something was already waiting inside. In 2006, single mother Anjanette Stevens moved into a modest home in Columbus, Ohio, with her 2 young children. The rent was low. The neighborhood was quiet. It felt like a fresh start. Then, the house turned cold. No matter the season, the hallways were freezing. Footsteps echoed on the stairs at night. Whispers came through the vents. One night, her 7-year-old son woke up screaming. He said he saw a man in black with red eyes standing at the foot of his bed. A week later, Anjanette found her daughter standing in the corner, unblinking, chanting something in Latin. Terrified, Anjanette began digging. That's when she found the truth. In 1993, a man had murdered his wife and daughter in that same house, strangled them both, before hanging himself in the basement. The neighbors knew. They just never said anything. A local priest agreed to bless the house, but during the ritual, the lights burst, and the family's dog began growling at the ceiling. Anjanette and her kids left within 2 weeks. Since then, 1728 Millwood Drive has stood mostly empty. They call it the house that hates, and even now, it waits for whoever's next. The Moore family went to bed as usual. By morning, someone had butchered them all. On On June 10, 1912, someone entered the home of Josiah and Sarah Moore after dark and slaughtered everyone inside with an axe. Their 4 children, Herman, Catherine, Boyd, and Paul, and 2 young guests, Lena and Ina Stillinger, were all found bludgeoned to death in their beds. The killer stayed long enough to cover mirrors, drape sheets over the bodies, and even cook a meal in the kitchen, then vanished without a trace. No one was ever charged. The town was never the same, and neither was the house. Over the decades, rumors of hauntings grew. Some visitors say they've heard footsteps on the stairs, whispers from empty rooms, or seen shadows moving across walls. Children's voices echo late at night. Paranormal investigators have called it one of the most active sites in America. The Moore house is now open for tours and overnight stays, but many who enter don't stay long. They leave pale, shaken. More than a century later, no one knows who committed the crime, but everyone agrees on one thing. Something is still inside that house, and it's not resting. What if I told you there's a book written by a king that helped fuel some of the darkest witch hunts in history, and that reading it might still be dangerous today? Demonology was penned in 1597 by King James VI of Scotland, who later became James I of England. This wasn't just any book. It was a guide, a justification for identifying, hunting, and punishing witches, written as a dialogue between 2 men debating the existence of witches, demons, and magic. Demonology dives deep into the supernatural fears of the time. The text claims witches make pacts with the devil, summon demons, and use dark magic to harm others. It offers detailed instructions on how to recognize witches and describes the supposed methods they use to curse people. More chillingly, it legitimizes brutal interrogations and executions. King James himself was involved in real witch trials, and this book fueled the paranoia that led to countless innocent people suffering. Why should you think twice before reading it? Because demonology isn't just a historical curiosity. It's a document born from fear, superstition, and cruelty. Its words have consequences beyond paper. For many, it's a reminder of how dangerous ideology can become when fear takes hold. In March of 2025, something strange happened in a quiet neighborhood in Pennsylvania. A man named Ryan had just gotten home from his night shift when he got a motion alert from his doorbell cam. At first, he thought it was a raccoon or a late Amazon delivery, but when he checked the footage, he froze. There, standing on his porch, was a person wearing a long black robe and a paper plate mask cut to look like a flower. They didn't move, they didn't say anything, they just held a cardboard box. Then the figure slowly bent down, placed the box in front of the door, and whispered something.
I am the box demon.
But when Ryan turned the volume all the way up, he heard it clear as day. The box demon has chosen this house. Chills ran down his spine. When Ryan opened the door, the figure was gone, just vanished. No footsteps, no car sounds, nothing. He opened the box with a knife, expecting a prank, but it was empty, except for one thing, a drawing. It looked like a child's sketch, a stick figure in a robe, with huge flower petals for a head. Ryan turned in the footage, but police never found the person. No one ever came forward.
This was the real-life Fortnite. During the 1950s, a man named Dan Druff was a famous billionaire who owned a private island. Every few months, he would secretly gather 100 people from across the world to compete in a game. But the contestants did not know exactly what the game was about. All the contestants were put into one giant airplane and were told to jump out of it and land on the island, and the last man standing would win $10 million. Most would jump, but the ones that didn't were eliminated. On the 1st of June, 1958, the 35th Battle Royal would take place on the island. During every event, Dandruff would stay in an underground bunker on the island and watch the contestants on his monitors. But during this Battle Royal, a group of contestants who were upset that they were set up gathered together. One of the guys in the group heard a rumor that the one behind all of this was Dandruff, the famous billionaire, and that he was watching them in a secret bunker underneath the large greenhouse on the island. So the group would find the house a few hours later and enter it. After a few minutes, they found the secret passageway to the bunker underneath a rug. They would then rush down to the bunker and find Dandruff hiding underneath a desk and detain him and call for help with a telephone that was down there. All the survivors on the island would be rescued, and Dandruff was arrested and sentenced to life in prison.
He found a hidden room, but the real horror started when he closed it. In the fall of 1985, a man named Dale Mercer bought an old two-story farmhouse in rural Tennessee. The place had been abandoned since 1962, and the townsfolk whispered about its last owners vanishing mid-supper. While renovating the back hallway, Dale noticed the measurements didn't add up. There was extra space behind a wall that shouldn't have been there, so one night he grabbed a hammer and smashed through the plaster. Behind the wall was a sealed wooden door, no handle, no lock. He forced it open. Inside was a windowless room, but the worst part? The walls were covered in child-sized handprints, pressed in soot, all pointing toward the mirror. He pulled the sheet off, and there was no reflection. Instead, he saw a grainy image of a boy standing alone in a dark field. The boy raised his hand and pointed behind Dale. He turned, but the room was empty. That night, the rocking chair started creaking by itself, and every mirror in the house showed that same boy, slowly getting closer, day by day. 3 weeks later, Dale disappeared. Only the mirror remained. And the boy? Now he's inside your phone.
What did this man was truly disgusting. London, 1888. In the heart of Whitechapel, Master Bernard, a towering man with a deformed face and hollow sunken eyes, ran a small butcher shop. His meat was legendary, so tender, so rich that the city's wealthiest customers kept coming back. But no one knew the horrifying truth behind it. What they didn't know was that it didn't come from cattle or lamb. It came from his own victims. Every night, under the thick London fog, Bernard roamed the dark alleys, searching for lonely souls. Beggars, prostitutes, travelers, they vanished without a trace. But every morning, his shop was mysteriously stocked with fresh cuts. Then, on the 12th of October, 1888, an undercover inspector named Edgar Wilkes stepped inside. He chewed slowly, savoring the meat, until a deep unease settled in his gut. Something was wrong. His face paled. The texture, the taste, it wasn't beef. He looked up at Bernard, who grinned, stepping closer. Then, a click. Bernard had just locked the door.
People thought this child had an imaginary friend until he started drawing something terrifying. It began in rural Pennsylvania, fall 1989, just after Billy's 4th birthday. He'd wake up giggling in the night, whispering, "Tubby came to play." His parents thought it was just imagination until they saw the footprints, large, adult-sized, leading from the woods to Billy's window. At the end of Cornfield Road stood a rotting house. It belonged to Old Man Ritter. Neighborhood kids called him Grandpa Tubby because he'd wave from his porch in a faded purple sweater. When he stopped appearing that winter, people assumed he'd moved away. On October 31st, Billy vanished while trick-or-treating. His candy bucket was found near Ritter's property line, filled with homemade cookies shaped like children's show characters. Inside Ritter's basement, police found 4 disturbing handmade costumes, one with a sagging purple headpiece, dozens of Tubby letters addressed to neighborhood children, VHS tapes of children's shows, paused on unsettling close-ups, and in the freezer, a life-size doll with Billy's exact hair color and a stitched permanent smile. Ritter himself was never found. 6 months later, the Johnsons moved across the country. One night, while unpacking boxes, Billy's mother screamed. Sitting in the middle of Billy's new bedroom was a purple plush toy. Its fur was sticky, its smile wasn't stitched, and from its belly came a tiny broken voice. Tubby found a new place to play. This man made 113 people disappear in just 1 week. In 1987, on the marshy edge of Black Hollow, Louisiana, a quiet janitor named Milton Greaves worked at the local DMV. He mopped floors, took out the trash, and barely spoke a word. Locals called him Mildew Milton because he always smelled damp. On July 3rd, the DMV security camera suddenly stopped recording. 7 days passed. When they came back online, the entire building was empty. 113 people gone. No bodies, no blood, just silence. Cars were still in the lot. Even half-eaten lunches sat untouched inside. When police checked the tapes, every reel was blank, except one. At 3:33 a.m. on July 6th, Milton was seen staring into the camera, smiling. Behind him, the wall began to open. Not a door, just concrete. He stepped inside, and the wall closed behind him. Investigators drilled through the floor, expecting hidden rooms. They found nothing until 1993, when a sinkhole swallowed the old DMV site. Inside, 113 pairs of shoes. No bones, no DNA, only a faint humming sound. So low it made the team sick, they filled the hole with concrete. But locals say they still hear it, the sweeping and the humming. Milton Greaves was never seen again.
This is the Holloway family, and what happened to them remains one of the most unsettling unsolved cases in history. The coffee was still hot when police entered the Holloway farmhouse on October 12, 1992. 4 pairs of shoes sat neatly by the door. The TV blared static, but the family was gone. Behind the house, investigators found a circle of blackened grass. At its center stood 4 dining chairs around a 5th empty seat. Radiation detectors clicked wildly near the 5th chair, where the soil felt unnaturally cold. In the basement, the door had been barricaded from inside. Deep grooves marked the stairs. Something heavy had been dragged up. On the kitchen table lay young Emily's journal, her final entry showing stick figures walking into a tree. The caption read, "Daddy says we're going to play with the quiet people. They promised to bring us back when the counting stops." Now, every October, a new chair appears in the circle. Thermal cameras capture 4 cold shapes moving between the house and circle. At 3:17 a.m., radios pick up whispering counting backward from 47. The worst discovery came in 2018. Urban explorers found 1,147 tally marks on the basement wall, and Emily's favorite doll sitting in the corner. Its stitched mouth had started unraveling. What happened to the sailors aboard those ships would become the most terrifying secret of the Middle Ages. In 1347, a fleet arrived from the Black Sea. The ships drifted into European ports, filled with dying men and the stench of death. Their crews spoke of horrors they had fled. At the Crimean port of Kaffa, Mongol armies had besieged the city, and when disease broke out among their ranks, they had turned it into a weapon. Survivors claimed the Mongols hurled plague-infected corpses over the walls, sending the sickness among the trapped defenders. As the plague spread inland, darker whispers grew. Chroniclers like Gabriele de Mussis wrote that what swept across Europe was not nature's wrath alone, but the result of a deliberate act of war. Fear deepened as strange patterns emerged. In France and Switzerland, tortured confessions spoke of men poisoning wells. King Philip VI ordered investigations, treating the threat as real. Even isolated villages fell ill after visits from unknown pilgrims. In Avignon, the Pope's physicians reported monasteries dying without any outside contact. Some began to believe the sickness traveled not with rats, but with human hands. Councils in Barcelona and Marseille expelled outsiders before deaths even began, sensing an invisible enemy. Pope Clement VI, hidden behind walls of fire, received secret warnings of organized agents of corruption moving in the shadows. Was the Black Death truly a natural plague, or the first secret war ever waged on Europe?
He went out to explore an abandoned building, but what he found inside was something he'll never forget. In October 2022, urban explorer Chris Hill from the Herbex Hill channel uploaded a chilling video. He entered the Cedar Avenue substation in Cleveland, Ohio, and abandoned since 1948. A forgotten tomb rumored to be haunted. In the basement, he sets up infrared cameras. Later, while reviewing footage, he spots it.
Did you hear that? That was loud. What the hell? What the fuck? What the fuck was that?
A pale figure moving silently behind him, one he never saw in person. Then, it escalates. A loud bang. A shadow, overwhelmed by a pressure he can't explain. He hasn't gone back since.
This was the real-life Hunger Games, but it happened in the early 1900s. A super rich man named Crangus McBasketball, he created a secret competition. He would trick people by offering them fake timeshares, and when they signed the papers, they were actually signing up for the deadly games. No one in the public knew about it. Only Crangus and his rich friends. They would watch the games for fun and bet on who they thought would win. There were 40 players total, split into teams of 2. The last team or person left alive would win. The prize, $30 million. But if the winners ever told anyone how they got the money, they would disappear. In 1915, during the 5th year of the games, something unexpected happened. At first, things went as usual. More than half the players were gone in just a few minutes. But then, the remaining teams did something no one expected. They stopped fighting. They all came together and started protesting. This made Crangus very angry. He stepped out on the platform above the arena and shouted, "Y'all are embarrassing me in front of my friends." But before he could finish his angry speech, an arrow hit him. He fell down into the arena. The players were finally able to escape. They contacted the police, and most of Crangus's rich friends were arrested.
They say mermaids are beautiful, but the truth would make your blood run cold. The first time I saw one, I nearly mistook it for a statue perched on the coastal rocks. Then it turned its head. That's when I saw her face. My grandfather's warning echoed in my ears. When you see perfect beauty on the shore, count the teeth. Human smiles don't have that many. Last month, 3 fishermen disappeared during the new moon. We found their boat adrift, the deck scrubbed clean. Only one thing remained, a patch of skin stretched between the railings, the tattoo of a mermaid clearly visible. Now I understand why the village elders burn all driftwood that washes ashore. The mermaids don't drown their victims, they collect them. Each flawless curve of their bodies hides a deeper hunger. They feast on the drowned, gnawing their bones clean beneath the waves. Their haunting songs aren't voices at all. Last night, something scratched at my door. I pressed my ear to the salt-crusted wood. The breathing wasn't outside. It was coming from inside the walls.
Why is this side of history never talked about? During the 1800s, a man named Hugh Mongoose was born in Armadillo, Texas. He would grow up there, but by the age of 10, he was already bigger than every adult male in the town. Over the next few years, he got so big that people would travel from across the state to just get a look at him. The mayor of the town saw an opportunity to make money with this and asked Hugh to make a show out of it. He agreed, and over the next few years, the town's economy flourished, with visitors coming from across the country and buying tickets to the show. But Hugh grew tired of the act and told the mayor he was retiring. The mayor was furious about this and told Hugh he is making a huge mistake. So one night, the mayor gathered up all the officers so they can arrest and prevent Hugh from leaving. After this, Hugh spent his days tied up in the front of the town and was like a zoo exhibit for everyone to see. He would spend months in that spot until one night, an officer named Jake Farms secretly released him. Hugh thanked the officer, but warned him he should probably leave town because it's about to get ugly up in here. Hugh then proceeded to start destroying the town building by building and save the mayor's house for last. When he approached, he could see the mayor looking out the window, staring at him, and without hesitation, he stomped on his house with him in it. This lady is not as innocent as she looks. During the late 1800s, a lady named Summer Camp owned a giant plant store in Tampa, Florida. She was well known in her community as the Plant Lady and would give tours inside her store. Most people in particular came to see her famous Venus flytrap that stood over 30 feet tall. Whenever visitors asked how the plant got so big, she would always say, lots of protein. In the year 1895, a man named Wally Mart booked a solo night tour with Summer. At some point during the tour, he became unconscious, and when he awoke, he realized he was inside the mouth of the giant flytrap. Miraculously, he was able to escape its grasp and survive the fall from 30 feet, and left the building to get help. That same night, the authorities raided Summer's plant store, and she surprisingly admitted that she has done this to 25 other people, but they weren't as lucky. When news of this came out to the public, the community became very upset, and they even ended up burning down the store just a few days later, with the giant fly trap still inside. Summer was later sentenced to life in prison at Alcatraz, and was the only female prisoner.
Whatever you do, don't go wandering into the Hellfire Caves at night, because what started as a party spot for the rich ended as a shrine to something much darker. Hidden beneath the hills of Buckinghamshire, England, the Hellfire Caves were dug in the 1700s by Sir Francis Dashwood, founder of the infamous Hellfire Club. To outsiders, the club was just a group of wealthy elites indulging in wine and women, but locals whispered about black masses, occult rituals, and mock sacrifices carried out deep underground. The layout of the caves alone is disturbing. A long, winding tunnel that descends into chambers named the Inner Temple and the Banqueting Hall, ending at a chalk altar located directly beneath a church. Coincidence? Hardly. According to legend, Dashwood and his secret society performed rituals invoking demons, reenacted pagan blood rites, and may have even offered real sacrifices. Paintings and graffiti, still found in the caves, hint at satanic symbolism, and visitors often report a crushing darkness that grows heavier the deeper you go. Strange sightings persist to this day. Hooded figures, screams from nowhere. Some believe the rituals never truly stopped. So if you think the Hellfire Caves are just a tourist trap, you're already underestimating them and what's waiting inside. She died alone, and no one even noticed. Not for days, not for weeks, for over 2 years. Joyce Carol Vincent was 38, beautiful, well-spoken, known to have once met Nelson Mandela and dined with Stevie Wonder. She wasn't homeless. She wasn't forgotten. She simply disappeared, and no one realized. In 2003, Joyce moved into a small subsidized apartment in North London, reserved for victims of domestic violence. She cut ties with old friends, left her job, and then, sometime around December, she died, possibly from a sudden asthma attack or a peptic ulcer, alone, on her couch, TV still on. Surrounded by Christmas presents she never got to deliver. Her rent was paid by government assistance, her bills automated. Neighbors assumed the smell was from the nearby garbage bins. It wasn't until January 2006 that officials forced their way in. They found her remains, skeletal, still in the same position she had died in. No missing persons report, no family calls, no one checked in. When the police entered her flat, they were stunned. How can someone die in the heart of London and no one notice? The story made headlines. People were shocked because if it could happen to her, someone loved, vibrant, beautiful, could it happen to anyone? Her story inspired a film, Dreams of a Life. But the real question lingers. How many more Joyce Vincents are out there right now, quietly fading from view? He fired 3 times, but the thing didn't bleed. It was October 1986, deep in the Bitterroot Range, Montana. Carl Brenner had been hunting elk since sunrise. Just before dusk, he spotted movement near the tree line. Tall, pale, antlers like branches, but the body wasn't right. Too long, too thin. He aimed and fired once. It twitched. Twice, it stepped forward. Third shot, nothing. The thing just stared. Carl turned and ran. The forest behind him stayed silent, but every time he stopped, he heard something breathing, slow, wet, close. He reached his campsite, but everything was wrong. His gear was shredded, his rifle gone, and in the center of the clearing, his hunting knife was standing upright in the dirt, covered in fur that twitched. He didn't sleep, just waited, listening. At 3:12 a.m., the fire went out by itself. Then came the sound of hooves circling him, not running, walking, deliberate. A voice followed, deep, crackling. "You called it with blood," Carl screamed, ran into the dark, but the woods were different. The trees moved. He was found 2 days later, barefoot, shivering, face covered in ash. He wouldn't speak, only muttered the same thing over and over. "It wears the skin of things we love." They say that every fall, a hunter goes missing in those woods, and somewhere beneath the pines, something waits to be seen.
This is the most chilling case of reincarnation ever recorded. In 1957, in Hexham, England, 2 sisters, Joanna, 11, and Jacqueline Pollock, 6, were tragically killed in a car accident. Their parents were devastated. But a year later, something unbelievable happened. Joanna and Jacqueline seemed to return. Their mother gave birth to twin girls, Jennifer and Jillian. At first, they seemed normal, but then strange things started happening. Jennifer was born with the exact same birthmarks as Jacqueline, even one on her forehead that matched a scar from her fatal accident. The twins started recognizing places they had never been. One day, they asked for toys that had belonged to their deceased sister, calling them by name, despite never being told about them. Then, things got even creepier. When they visited their old house, the twins immediately pointed out their late sister's favorite spots. Jennifer refused to cross the street, screaming that a car was coming. They spoke of their deaths as if they remembered every detail. As they grew older, the memories faded. But to this day, experts call it the most compelling case of reincarnation ever documented. You'll never believe what they found living in their walls. In 1965, Ohio, a family moved into a small house. At first, it seemed like the perfect new home, but soon, strange things started happening. Food went missing from the kitchen, doors opened by themselves, and the youngest child said they saw a shadow man in their room at night. The parents thought it was just their imagination, or the old house making noises. One night, they woke up to the sound of footsteps in the attic. Scared, they called the police, but the police found nothing. A few days later, while cleaning a closet, they noticed a loose panel. Curious, they opened it and found a hidden space leading to the attic. Inside, they saw a blanket, empty food wrappers, and a water bottle proof someone had been living there. Terrified, and ran to a neighbor's house. They called the police again, and this time, the police searched the attic. There, they found a man hiding in the shadows. He had been living there for months, stealing food and watching the family while they slept. After the man was arrested, the family never went back to the house.
When the monks opened his grave, they didn't expect to hear a voice whispering from inside. Father Seraphim of Valam was no ordinary man. He was a schema monk, the highest level of Eastern Orthodox monasticism. Isolated on an icy island in Lake Ladoga, Russia, he lived in complete silence for over 40 years. He wore a hand-sewn robe covered in crosses and skulls, ate only dry bread, and slept on a wooden board. Some said he hadn't spoken a word since 1893. He died in the winter of 1933 during a blizzard so violent it knocked the chapel doors off their hinges ashes. The monks buried him quickly. No embalming, no coffin, just earth and prayer. But 7 days later, one of the novices reported something chilling. While praying near the cemetery, he heard chanting coming from Seraphim's grave. Psalm 50, the penitential prayer, "Have mercy on me, O God. According to thy great mercy." 2 elders investigated. They dug through the frozen ground. Inside, Father Seraphim's body was untouched by decay. His skin looked pale but warm, and his lips were moving. They sealed the grave and told the novice he must have imagined it, but they never let anyone near that corner of the cemetery again. To this day, some visitors to Valam Monastery report hearing whispers in Church Slavonic, even when no one else is around. If you ever see a woman standing barefoot in the snow, don't follow her. It was January 1984, in the woods outside Valea Stramba, Romania. I was hunting alone, just me, my rifle, and a frozen trail of hoofprints. Everything was quiet, too quiet. No birds, no wind, just a thick dead silence pressing against my ears. Then I saw her. She stood between 2 trees, barefoot, wearing a soaked white dress, skin pale as bone, head tilted like her neck had snapped. She stared at me, blank, frozen. Then, she raised her hand and pointed into the woods behind her. My heart screamed run, but my body didn't move. I followed, like I was sleepwalking. The fog swallowed everything. Trees twisted. The snow grew deeper, and then nothing. I woke up in a frozen ditch with blood in my mouth. My rifle was gone. My compass shattered. I couldn't feel my fingers. And above me, carved deep into the bark of an old tree, "You were already mine." Locals say she was a bride who died out here waiting for her husband, lost in a storm. Some think she never left. Some think she never forgave. And sometimes, in my sleep, I see her again. Same dress, same eyes, standing at the edge of my bed, pointing. They thought they locked the evil out, but it was already staring back from the mirror. In 1843, in the village of Belmore, a girl named Clémence was left on the steps of the Saint Lune convent. She didn't cry, she just stared, unblinking at her reflection in the brass holy water bowl. By 13, Clémence had memorized scripture, but she refused to pray. "He already hears me," she whispered, always facing the cracked chapel mirror. One night, Sister Margot found her talking to her reflection, but it didn't move like her. It smiled when she didn't, and when Margot called her name, the reflection turned its head. Clémence didn't. That same week, 4 sisters fell ill, boils, fever, bleeding gums. Each claimed they saw Clémence in their rooms, even though her door was locked. On her walls, they found one phrase, scratched over and over in Latin, "Diabolus venit, natus est." The devil is coming, he is born. They summoned a priest, Father Alberic, scarred, blind in one eye. He asked for one thing, bring me to the mirror. They chained Clémence to the floor. He began to pray. She laughed. The mirror rippled, and something looked back. Astaroth, horned, smiling. Clémence's mouth opened and screamed in 1,000 voices. When it was over, Father Alberic was gone. Only a scorch mark remained. They sealed the chapel, burned her records. Last month, a baby was left at the convent, wrapped in blood-stained linen. One word stitched into the cloth, Elior, but written backwards, Royle, one of the 100 names Clémence whispered before the end. The sisters no longer pray, they wait, because the whispers are back, and this time, they're louder. This man had the cleanest record in town, and that was the problem. In 1974, a plumber named Johnny Kane ran a small repair service in Cleveland, Ohio. Everyone loved him, polite, punctual, always smiling. If your sink was leaking or your toilet was broken, Johnny was there before sunrise. He even offered discounts for single mothers and veterans, the perfect citizen. But over the years, people noticed something strange. Every neighborhood Johnny worked in had one thing in common. Somebody always went missing. It started with a teenage boy, then a mailman, then a whole family. Police couldn't connect the dots until a maintenance worker found a wallet inside a sewer pipe, 10 miles from where the victim disappeared. When detectives checked the records, they discovered Johnny had been the last to service that area, so they followed him. For 3 weeks, he worked as usual, fixing sinks, unclogging drains, shaking hands. Then one night, they watched him enter an abandoned treatment plant. Inside, they found something no one could explain. Beyond the rusted doors was a concrete room, low ceiling, dim light, and along the far wall, a row of narrow enclosures, like tiny cells. Each had a heavy metal door and a small brass plate nailed to it. Names, dates. Just a glimpse was enough to make the detectives look away. When they confronted Harry, he smiled and said, "People always ask me how I keep my customers satisfied." He ran his hand slowly over the cold bar of one small door and whispered, "I just make sure they never complain again."
Do not step foot on this man's property. In the late 1940s, in Updog, Texas, a farmer named Walter Trump, nicknamed Forkman, had one rule: stay off his land. If anyone trespassed, he'd hurl a pitchfork at them, and it was usually fatal. One day, the military had to cross his property. Big mistake. Pitchforks rained down, killing 7 soldiers and forcing the rest to flee. Shocked, the officers learned it was just one man attacking them. In 1942, over 100 men surrounded his farm to take him down. But as they closed in, pitchforks flew at lightning speed, cutting down 25 men. Then, silence. When they stormed the barn, he was gone. As they regrouped, a soldier muttered, "Maybe we should leave him alone." They turned and froze. The soldier was Forkman, wearing a dead man's uniform. He escaped through a window, stole a horse, and led police on a 5-day chase across 3 states.
Everyone knows the Teletubbies, colorful, giggling creatures from a children's show, but there's a darker story no one talks about. On October 12, 1988, in Ashland, Ohio, 6-year-old Liam Carter vanished from his bedroom. The only clue? His parents found the TV playing a corrupted Teletubbies episode on loop, just static. Then Tinky Winky's face, staring directly into the camera. Days earlier, Liam had warned them, "The purple one watches me at night." They dismissed it as a nightmare, but neighbors had reported strange sightings, a tall, slumped figure lurking in their yards. It was too large to be human. The night Liam disappeared, his mother heard giggling coming from his room. When she opened the door, the window was wide open. On the floor, tiny, muddy hoofprints leading to the TV. Police never found Liam, only his favorite toy discovered near the woods. It was stuffed inside Tinky Winky's red bag. The bag was wet. It smelled like rotten candy and copper. The case was eventually closed as a standard abduction, but locals know better. Some say they've seen Liam, pale, hollow-eyed. Others claim to hear a distorted voice whispering through baby monitors, "Tubby, come home." Parents in Ashland unplug their TVs now, just in case, because if you leave the screen on too long, Tinky Winky might answer. They say the church was shut down, not because of what happened inside, but because of what they let out. November 3, 1982, Black Hollow, West Virginia. A man named Daniel Mercer disappeared after entering the remains of St. Icarus Church, a site long sealed by the state due to ritualistic activity. What happened inside remains unexplained. St. Icarus was built in 1899. By 1927, 6 priests had vanished. By 1934, locals reported chanting, animal remains, and inverted crosses nailed to trees. The Vatican disavowed the site in 1941. They called it spiritually contaminated. Daniel was a photographer chasing urban legends. Locals warned him to stay away, said the church wasn't abandoned, it was quarantined. He ignored them, entered at sunset. Inside, the altar was scorched black. The pews were arranged in a spiral. Symbols carved deep into the wood, not Latin, not known. Goat skulls hung from the ceiling, suspended by hair. Wax figures knelt in prayer. Daniel took one photo, just one. The flash lit the room, and that's when he saw them. Figures in red robes, eyes glowing like coals, not standing, floating, each whispering prayers in reverse. A low growl rose from beneath the altar. He turned to run, but the doors were gone, only stone. He screamed. The last sound his recorder picked up. "Take him. Open the gate." His camera was found 3 days later, melted into the floor. No images survived. But every year, on November 3rd, a fresh spiral of blood appears at the church entrance. And the wax figures? They keep increasing. They thought she was in shock, until she recited a full prayer, backwards. In 1982, the village of Cerro dell'Ombra, nestled in the Apennine Mountains of Italy, reported a strange drought, not of water, but of sound. Birds stopped singing, bells refused to ring, and every child born that year was born silent. One child, Lucia Rinaldi, vanished from her home during the Feast of St. Peter. She was found 3 days later in the sanctuary of the abandoned Monastery of the Wound, eyes rolled back, humming in reverse. The priests took her in. Within days, things changed. Crucifixes turned upside down. The holy water boiled. Pages tore from every Bible in the rectory and rearranged themselves into a name no one dared say aloud. Lucia sat in the chapel, smiling. She claimed to speak to something beneath the floor. She said the monks never left. They were hollowed out and filled with flame. One night, she walked straight into the cloister wall and vanished. When they broke open the stone the next day, there were stairs. The Vatican sent Father Calvetti, an expert in rites no longer sanctioned. He went down with 3 others. Only the recorder came back. It played for 7 hours. It ended with one word, whispered, "Open." The monastery has since been sealed in steel, buried in concrete. The Vatican denies its existence, but some nights, travelers hear knocking from beneath the earth. 3 slow knocks, then a 4th, faster. The highway diner served the best chili in Arizona, until the day a trucker found something in his bowl that didn't belong.
In 1978, short-order cook Lyle Grant would be arrested after health inspectors made a grisly discovery in his kitchen. The secret ingredient in Lyle's famous chili wasn't spices at all. Lyle would receive life in prison when investigators found human remains in his freezer and a ledger tracking special customers. 3 years later, in 1981, guards would find Lyle dead in a cell. The official report would call it suicide. The case would be closed. Then in 1991, a road crew repaving Highway 80 would uncover 7 skeletons buried near the diner's dumpster. All were missing their teeth. When detectives would check Lyle's grave, they would find it empty, just a pile of rocks and a single bloody apron. Now the abandoned diner stands with its open 24-hour sign, still swinging in the desert wind. Truckers who stop to look claim the grill sometimes fires up around closing time, and if you listen close, you can still hear the sound of a knife being sharpened in the empty kitchen. They buried her in 3 coffins, bound in chains, but the knocking never stopped. In 1791, Sister Adeline of Marseille began waking up with dirt under her fingernails. At first, the other nuns thought she was sleepwalking, but when they followed her one night, they found her standing in the cemetery, digging, with her bare hands. When asked why, she said, "They're calling me from below. I must answer." Her behavior grew stranger. She stopped eating, spoke to shadows, and during prayer she whispered names that hadn't been spoken in centuries. One night she collapsed mid-hymn. Her mouth opened, but it wasn't her voice that came out. It was dozens, crying, begging, screaming. The abbess ordered an exorcism, but every priest who entered her chamber came out, changed. One gouged out his own eyes. Another refused to speak ever again. They said something was inside her, not a demon, but a congregation. When Sister Adeline died, the church refused to bury her in hallowed ground. Instead, they placed her body in 3 nested coffins, bound in iron chains, and buried her beneath the abbey's stone floor. But the knocking started 2 days later, rhythmic, like nails on wood. It never stopped. Eventually, they sealed the room entirely, but the nuns still hear it. You can hear a voice beneath the floorboards whispering, "Let me out. They're still waiting."
This was the real-life Scooby-Doo, and it was seriously creepy. Back in 1961, a traveling group called the Dober Scoobers made headlines for solving strange cold cases across Indiana. The team, 4 teenagers and a giant Great Dane named Jasper, who they claimed could actually understand human language. They drove around in an old green van, showing up wherever weird stuff happened. Ghost sightings, missing people, creepy minds. And somehow they always got to the bottom of it. But in October of 1964, something went terribly wrong. They were in a town called Amber Falls, looking into a wave of disappearances connected to an old shut-down amusement park. Only 2 members made it out. The other 2 were found days later deep inside a tunnel under the park. No injuries, just faces frozen in pure terror. But here's the disturbing part. In 1972, a hiker took a picture deep in the Amber Falls woods. It showed a tall figure walking upright with the head of a dog and around its neck a ripped-up blue collar. The tag on it said SD.
500 passengers bought a ticket on this train and were never seen again. Back in 1952, there was a privately owned train station known as the Bipolar Express. It ran from New York City to San Diego, and tickets were shockingly cheap. For less than $1, many working-class people could travel from one side of the country to the other. But there was one major problem. Many of the passengers were later reported missing by family members, never arriving at their destinations. The owner and conductor of the train, Caleb Mercer, was eventually questioned by the FBI. It was discovered that over 500 people had gone missing over the course of just 7 years while riding his train. After 18 hours of interrogation, Caleb finally broke. He confessed and agreed to lead investigators to where the missing passengers were. He took them to a remote area in northern Colorado, to a lonely mountain with old train tracks running through it. From the outside, it looked like an ordinary mountain, but once investigators followed Caleb inside, they realized it was anything but ordinary. What they witnessed that day caused both FBI agents to retire soon after, shaken, silent, and broken. As for Caleb Mercer, he was sentenced to life in a maximum security prison, but 3 years later, he escaped, and to this day, he has never been seen again.
This man was the real-life Shrek. In the 1890s, in the quiet town of Sunny City, Florida, there lived a man named Brug Grumbletooth. He was known for his intimidating appearance, but he earned a humble living selling onions at a small stand. However, his earnings were barely enough to sustain him. One night, in 1894, 3 men broke into his home and stole everything he had. This left him penniless and led to his eviction. Desperate for a fresh start, Brugg saw a poster for a traveling circus that promised adventure and pay. Therefore, he decided to join. As the circus strongman, Brugg amazed audiences by lifting heavy objects on stage. He traveled the world and gained fame, but after almost 2 decades, he grew tired of the circus life and felt he was underpaid. Therefore, in 1912, he left the circus. He found a new job as a boiler room worker on the luxurious Titanic. He cherished this job and expressed a desire to continue indefinitely. But on the 14th of April, 1912, the Titanic struck an iceberg and began to sink. Brugg was among the victims. It's rumored that he saved many lives by breaking a jam door in the boiler room before the ship went down.
These twin sisters had a secret nobody wanted to uncover. In the summer of 1953, deep in the woods of East Texas, there lived 2 sisters, Maybelle and Marnie Jo. Identical twins, they lived alone in a decaying farmhouse with their grandfather, Old Man Buck, who never left the porch. The townsfolk of nearby Bleak Hollow avoided them. Rumors swirled about strange noises in the night, dead animals hung from trees, and missing pets that never came back. People said the sisters were touched by the devil himself. Then one day, Reverend Halbert was called to the house. Buck had taken ill, violent shaking, but when the Reverend arrived, Buck was already gone. Maybelle just stood there. Marnie Jo rocked in a chair, humming a lullaby. The Reverend bowed his head and prayed, but when he looked up, both girls were staring at him, smiling. "You said prayers didn't help our daddy, and now they didn't help Pawpaw either." He tried to reason with them, but their eyes never blinked. Suddenly, he felt a thump behind his knees. He collapsed. When he awoke, he was in a crawl space beneath the house. It stank of rot. Around him were teeth, strung up like charms, and then he heard footsteps above, 2 sets, followed by one whisper from both mouths. "Don't worry, Reverend."
Lock your doors if you see this man. In the spring of 1883 in Blueberry, Massachusetts, the town was dealing with a bunch of robberies in homes and stores occurring in the middle of the night. It got so bad that the town itself almost went bankrupt because everybody lost almost all their money due to theft. The only clue the police had was that the perpetrator was a very small man, but nobody was able to get a very good look at his face or clothes because he was so quick. After a few months, Brady Thomas, a local baker, knew that any day the thief could strike his bakery, so he set up traps all around. A few days after initially setting up the traps around his bakery, he would walk in one early morning and hear a cage rattle, and he would approach it. When he got close, he noticed it was a small man with a red beard, wearing a green outfit inside of it. The small man in the cage would yell, "Let me go," but Brady would go and get the local authorities. The man was later identified as Declan McShamrock, a man from Ireland, and they charged him with over 300 robberies. He was sentenced to 80 years behind bars, but after only 4 months, he escaped and was never seen again. What this man did can't be forgiven. In the 1920s, a man named Pete Saw ran an escape house business alongside a traveling carnival. But the strange part about it all was that Pete didn't work for the carnival at all. He just followed them across the country and would set up his escape room nearby, and it looked like he was a part of it. The inside of Pete's escape house was custom made by him and was meant to be virtually impossible to escape, with trapdoors and secret rooms. Over the years, hundreds of people went missing across the country, and Pete was not being suspected at all until an anonymous tip came in about there being a strange pattern in disappearances wherever the traveling carnival was being held. Over the following weeks, authorities followed the carnival and did surveillance. Everything seemed normal until they noticed Pete's suspicious setup off to the side. They would then confront Pete, asking if they could look inside, and he denied them access. He was then asked to show his permit, and he said, "It's in my car," and went to go get it. But as soon as he got in, he took off from the police and successfully escaped. Months would go by without him being seen, and it was also discovered he was responsible for over 1,000 disappearances and was labeled as a very dangerous person to the public. But in late 1928, he was caught living off the grid in South Dakota in a cabin. He was sentenced and then later succumbed to the chair while in prison in 1932.
Celebrities don't change, they get replaced. And if you've noticed it happening, you might be next. June 12, 2023, Los Angeles. Mia first noticed something wrong with Tom Cruise during his latest red carpet appearance. The actor who once had that famous, effortless grin now smiled like someone had programmed him to. She told her friend Ryan at their usual cafe. "His laugh was all wrong," she whispered, like his face was learning how to do it. Ryan's coffee cup rattled in its saucer. "We shouldn't talk about this here." That night, Mia's apartment went wrong. Her Alexa played Mission Impossible music at 3:17 a.m. Her bathroom mirror fogged up. except she hadn't showered. 3 days later, Ryan stopped answering calls. When Mia went to his place, someone else opened the door. Someone with Ryan's face, Ryan's voice, but none of his scars. "You must be confused," not Ryan said. "I live alone." Now Mia sees them everywhere. Elon Musk's 2 perfect Twitter replies. Beyoncé's flawless but soulless performances. The way Mark Zuckerberg still hasn't mastered blinking. She's posting this from a burner phone. They're coming. She can hear their synchronized footsteps outside. Remember, if Elon stops tweeting memes, run before they replace you too.
This is the Vatican's darkest secret, and it's already in motion. Deep beneath the Apostolic Palace, in a chamber sealed since the 15th century, there is a book bound in human skin. Its pages contain the true deaths of every pope in history, not as the world knows them, but as fate has decreed. The book is called Liber Mortis Pontificum, the Book of Pontifical Death. Each page darkens as a pope's reign begins, slowly filling with ink that forms an image of their demise. John Paul II's page showed a bed, wreathed in light. Others are grotesque. Pope John the 21st page depicted a collapsing ceiling long before it crushed him in 1277. Pope Francis' page has been shifting for years. At first it showed an old man in a white robe, kneeling in prayer. But in 2025, something changed. The image began to move. Now it shows Francis clutching his chest. Behind him, the Vatican collapses into the earth. At the bottom of the page, a line of text has appeared. Ultimus finis venit, the final end comes. But the true horror lies on the next page. It belongs to the 267th Pope, the last one. The page isn't blank, it's already complete. The image is a screaming figure in papal robes, half submerged in black water, as a burning city sinks beneath the waves. The date beneath it is clear: October 11th, 2026. A Vatican archivist who leaked the images claims the book is writing itself faster now, as if rushing toward an inevitable conclusion.
The story of this woman is purely horrifying. On the 12th of November, 1950, in Manchester, England, a taxi driver named Thomas Bell was finishing his late shift. As he drove, he saw a woman standing by the road. She wore a long coat with a hood covering her face. She raised her hand for a ride. Thomas stopped. She got into the back seat without saying a word. The ride was silent. A few miles later, Thomas reached for his water bottle, but it fell to the floor. When he bent down to pick it up, he saw something that made his blood run cold. Her feet weren't human. They were hooves. His hands shook. He looked in the mirror. She was staring right at him. His heart raced. He hit the brakes and turned around. The back seat was empty. There was no sign of her, no footprints.
This was the most evil man to ever live. During the 1960s, there was a real estate agent named Phil E. Geese, a local celebrity in the Rhode Island area. He was everywhere. Billboards, commercials, flyers, all showing his perfect smile and cheap suits. But Phil had one big secret. He wasn't actually a real estate agent. It was all a cover, a way to lure victims into his home. He got away with it for years, until he met a newlywed couple named Mick and Crystal Beth. On October 18th, 1966, they scheduled a house tour with Phil. They had no idea they were walking into something terrifying. From the moment they stepped inside, something felt off. The air was heavy. The walls smelled like mold and regret. They quickly realized they weren't interested, but stayed polite until the end. That's when Phil smiled and said, "There's just one last thing I want to show y'all." He led them down to the basement. When they reached the bottom, he locked the door behind them and whispered, "It's too bad I have to do this. I really liked y'all." But as Phil took his first step down, he slipped, tumbling down the stairs like a sack of bricks, landing twisted like a pretzel. Mick grabbed the keys, unlocked the door, and the couple ran for their lives. When police arrived later that night, they searched the basement. What they found down there made several officers quit on the spot.
This is the secret still waving. This kid was his parents' worst nightmare. In the 1860s, the Bread family lived in Goonville, Mississippi, on a cow farm. The parents were named Wyatt and Betty, and their teenage son was named Cornelius, but everyone called him Corn. By the time Corn turned 14, he had already been kicked out of school for bad behavior. He worked full-time on the family farm. Around this time, his parents made him live in the barn with the cows, away from the main house. Over the next few years, Corn never left the farm and grew to be 6 feet 12 inches tall. Eventually, his parents got tired of him and signed him up for the military. He was sent away to fight in a war. A few months later, Betty woke up one night and saw her son's face staring at her through the second-floor window. She quickly woke Wyatt. They searched the farm but never found Corn. Years later, they would sometimes see their son walking around the farm at night, would even wave at them, but whenever they tried to approach him, he would disappear. Then, one morning in 1871, 2 military officers knocked on their door. They told Wyatt and Betty that their son had died in battle years earlier back in 1865. The officers apologized for the late notice. This lady is not as innocent as she looks. In the 1920s, New York City was busy building new sewers. Over 15,000 workers were digging tunnels underground. But soon, strange things began to happen. Workers reported seeing a creepy woman walking the tunnels at night. She looked strange, almost like paper, so they called her the Paper Lady. At first, they weren't scared, just curious. But then, things got worse. One night, a group of workers heard splashing in the dark. They saw something white moving toward them. As it got closer, they realized it was the Paper Lady, running straight at them. The men ran away, except for one, Troy Story. As a joke, he stayed with his arms open, saying, maybe she just wants a hug. The Paper Lady slammed into him at full speed. They both disappeared into the darkness. When the workers came back, they found Troy dead. The Paper Lady was gone. Over the next few months, more workers vanished or were found dead. The police finally decided to stop her. The commissioner sent every officer down into the tunnels. But that day became the most tragic the city had ever seen. When this woman escaped from prison, chaos erupted. In 1995, former beauty queen Beyonce Hogg was incarcerated for a terrible crime she committed. Beyonce was sent to a maximum security prison in Arkansas, serving a life sentence. Fast forward to 1996. One day, during the inmates' hour of outdoor time, alarms went off, and all prisoners were ordered back to their cells. But one prisoner didn't return, none other than Beyonce Hogg. A statewide alert was issued, labeling her as a serious threat. A massive manhunt took place for 3 weeks, but Beyonce vanished without a trace. Later that year, a newlywed couple bought a home in northern Iowa. The house needed some work, but they were excited about their new start, until they noticed a horrible smell that wouldn't go away. Desperate to find the source, they decided to check the chimney. What they found made them immediately call the police, and soon the mystery of Beyonce Hogg's disappearance would be revealed. What did this man was truly horrible. In the 1960s, in Rhode Island, there was a real estate agent named Earwig Eddie. He was a local celebrity, with billboards and commercials everywhere. But Earwig had a dark secret. He wasn't really a real estate agent. His job was just a trick to lure victims into his home. Until the 18th of October, 1966, when a newlywed couple, Dick Steele and Bunny Bounce, scheduled a house visit with him. As soon as they stepped inside, something felt off. The house was old and filthy. They quickly realized they weren't interested. At the end of the tour, Earwig said, "There's one last thing I want to show you." He led them to the basement. As soon as they reached the bottom, he locked the door. But as Earwig took his first step down, he tripped and tumbled all the way to the bottom. Earwig unconscious. Dick and Bunny grabbed the key, escaped, and called the police. When authorities searched the basement, they were horrified. Some officer threw up their stomach. As for Earwig, he was rushed to the hospital but died before he arrived. What do you think Earwig was doing?
What happened to this family remains one of the most terrifying documented cases of supernatural activity. On August 30th, 1977, in a modest council house in Enfield, London, single mother Peggy Hodgson made a frantic call to police. There were no signs of forced entry, no evidence of trespassing, just her children's insistence that something invisible was moving their belongings. The officers left, unconvinced. Then the real disturbances began. 3 nights later, neighbors reported hearing heavy furniture being dragged across the Hodgson's floor. The first witness was Margaret Harper, who lived next door. She saw a chair rise 6 inches into the air. When investigators arrived, they uncovered something that would haunt them for decades. In 11-year-old Janet Hodgson's bedroom, a researcher's tape recorder captured it, a voice that didn't belong to any living person, speaking through the child. "Before you were born, I was here." But the most disturbing discovery came when they peeled back the wallpaper in the hallway. Scratched into the plaster beneath were markings that matched no known language, and a date, 1947, 30 years before the Hodgsons moved in. The phenomena lasted 18 months, then vanished as suddenly as they appeared. To this day, no one can explain what truly happened in that house. house. This doctor did terrible experiments on his own children. In the state of Mississippi, 1948, there was a man named Dr. Elias Grant, a very respected surgeon. His wife had died in a car accident years ago, leaving him with two children, Velma and Scooby. But Elias wasn't just their father. He was their captor. He did not want to lose his children. Like his wife, he wanted them immortal. The surgeries began. He told them they were special, that their bodies could be improved. Scooby woke up one morning unable to move his body. His father had fused them together with a strange machine. Velma screamed when she saw the stitches running down her legs. He had made her legs longer. He would try all and every kind of experiments just to make his children live forever. Each procedure left them more broken, but no one ever suspected. Their father was a doctor after all. One night, Velma found a hidden notebook. It contained a final experiment. That night, she tried to escape, but could not take her brother, as he had lost all bodily functions. When the police came to the house, it was too late. The father had already finished his experiment, his monster. Everyone in town thought she was just a little strange, but they had no idea what she was hiding. Her name was Crystal Methans, and in the late 1800s, she was known in her small town for being different. People thought she was just mentally ill. She'd sit in the yard for hours, grinning at nothing. But then children started disappearing. At first, it was just one or two. They blamed it on wild animals or bad luck. Until a hunter stumbled across a clearing deep in the woods. He found dolls made of real hair and bone nailed to the trees. When they searched her home, they found what was left of the missing kids hidden in the walls, under the floorboards, and in her basement. She had kept them close, like pets. When they dragged her away, she started to scream and cry, saying, "Don't take them away. They are my children." And before they could lock the cell door, she whispered, "I just wanted them to stay little forever." The police later found out that she once had two kids that were grown enough to be taken away to war, never to be seen again. She was sentenced to 3 years in prison.
They should have listened when their daughter said it wasn't an animal. In 1987, a family moved into a farmhouse in Vermont. That first night, slow, deliberate scratching came from the ceiling. Their 6-year-old daughter, Emily, sat up in bed and whispered, "I hear him. It's muffled, but he's getting closer." By the third night, the knocking began. 3 heavy thuds, every night, at exactly 3:17 a.m. The attic camera captured one image, a tall, faceless man, just smooth, pale skin where a face should. But when they went up, they found nothing inside the attic. A week later, Emily began spending hours sitting in front of the attic door, staring, silent. One night, her parents woke to find her bed empty. The attic door was slightly open. A trail of muddy, child-sized footprints led up the stairs. They found her at dawn, standing by the door, not moving. When she turned around, they froze. Her mouth was gone. Her lips had fused into a stretch of smooth skin. They fled. In the car, from the back seat, came a muffled voice. "Don't be scared. It's almost time." They turned. Every light in the house had turned on. And in the attic window, 2 figures stood, both with the same faceless, lipless skin.
This was the most dangerous not as safe as they once thought. These may be the most diabolical parents ever documented. In Florida, a woman named Jaren lived with her boyfriend Charles and her 2-year-old daughter Cheyenne. However, they were not alone. Sharing the living room with them was an 8.5-foot Burmese python. The snake lived in a glass aquarium, but the lid was not locked. Instead, it was covered by a quilt held down with safety pins. Burmese pythons are powerful animals. In the wild, they can overpower alligators. And yet, in this home, a blanket was considered enough. It wasn't. The python escaped repeatedly, reportedly more than 10 times in a single month. Because of this, family members grew alarmed. One relative even offered to buy a proper enclosure. but Jaron and Charles refused. Therefore, reports were made to Florida's Department of Children and Families. Investigators were told there was heavy illegal drug use in the home. Jaron and Charles admitted it, and they stated clearly that they had no intention of stopping. There was a toddler in the house, and a dangerous animal that kept escaping, but the investigation was closed anyway. Less than 2 weeks later, Cheyenne was dead. On June 31st, 2009, Jaron and Charles were unconscious after using substances. The python escaped again. This time, however, it went into the nursery. The snake entered the crib, and therefore Cheyenne never had a chance. When authorities arrived, there was no mystery, no confusion, only warnings that were ignored, and a child who should still be alive. This man was the Justin Bieber of the 1930s, and he was pure evil. In 1933, a singer named Harry Footman released his first album. It became an instant hit, turning him into one of the biggest stars in America. But as his fame grew, something about him began to change. On October 22nd, 1937, a date that doesn't even exist, Harry released a strange new album called Guilty as Charged. Every song on it was named after a person. When fans listened for the first time, they noticed something disturbing. The lyrics were dark, violent, personal. Some even contacted the police. After investigating, authorities discovered that in Harry's hometown, dozens of people had gone missing that same year, and every missing person's name matched a song title from the album. Police decided to arrest him during one of his concerts, but somehow, Harry noticed them from the stage. He ran off, jumped into his car, and sped away. A massive chase followed. Over 100 police cars across the countryside. After 3 hours, his car finally ran out of gas. It rolled to a stop by the side of the road. But when officers opened the door, Harry wasn't inside. Only a single brick sat on the gas pedal. Harry Footman was never seen again, but somehow, his music is still on Spotify. This was called survival, but the evidence said otherwise. In 1874, in the mountains of Colorado, a man named Alfred Packer volunteered to guide a group of prospectors through a winter route most locals refused to take. Months later, however, Packer walked alone into a settlement near Los Pinos, thin, shaken, and carrying items that didn't belong to him. He claimed the group had been trapped by snow and therefore began to starve. According to him, he was the only one who survived. At first, the story was accepted, but then search parties located the campsite. The bodies were scattered, not buried together. Some showed signs of blunt force trauma. Others had flesh removed in ways inconsistent with survival. Packer insisted the men had turned on each other. He said he acted in self-defense and therefore did what was necessary. However, the evidence raised problems. Food supplies were found nearby, untouched. Weapons were recovered close to the bodies, and Packer, despite his claims, had gained weight during the period he said he was starving. Witnesses later reported hearing him joke about the journey. Therefore, authorities reopened the case. He was arrested, released, and arrested again, until a conviction was finally secured. Officially, the case was labeled extreme survival under duress. But the judge's final remark made the doubt clear. Even hunger does not explain this. This was America's most ambitious classified program. In 1993, at a restricted defense facility in Maryland, the Pentagon launched Project Iron Haven. Officially, it was a medical program to restore critically injured soldiers with advanced prosthetics. Unofficially, it aimed to create something stronger. Volunteers received reinforced titanium limbs, synthetic muscle fibers, and spinal stabilization frames. The most experimental part, however, was a microchip implanted deep in the prefrontal cortex, designed to suppress fear and increase reaction speed. Most subjects failed. Then came Subject 07. Former Marine Elias Ward had lost 3 limbs in an explosion. Surgeons rebuilt him almost entirely below the chest. Weeks later, the chip was activated. At first, the results were impressive. Ward moved faster than baseline human response. However, something had gone wrong. His emotions flattened. His speech shortened. He began referring to staff as units. During a routine evaluation, he suddenly turned violent. He crushed a doctor's arm and attempted to force his way through the surgical exit. 3 security officers were injured before he was restrained. The facility entered lockdown. Military command ordered immediate containment. His robotic legs and synthetic arm were surgically removed. Project Iron Haven was shut down in 1997. Subject 07 was transferred to an undisclosed medical wing.
What happened to this group remains one of the most chilling unsolved mysteries of the 20th century. On January 28, 1959, a group of students from the Ural Polytechnical Institute set out on a skiing expedition through Russia's Ural Mountains. Their leader, Igor Dyatlov, was a seasoned outdoorsman. They were prepared for the cold. They were not prepared for what found them. On February 26th, search teams discovered their tent, abandoned in the middle of the night, ripped open from the inside. The hikers' belongings were still inside. Their boots were left behind. The first 2 hikers were found near a cedar tree, their hands showing signs of frostbite. 3 more were located farther away, their deaths attributed to exposure to the extreme cold, though one had suffered a severe head injury. The last 4 were recovered months later, buried under deep snow in a ravine. Medical examiners noted that some had sustained internal injuries, inconsistent with any known accident, yet their outer clothing showed no damage. The official investigation was closed in 1959, citing an unknown compelling force, but the evidence left more questions than answers. Radiation was found on some of their clothes. A strange orange light had been seen in the sky that night. Their last photo, recovered from a camera, showed them digging a snow trench in panic. To this day, no one knows what forced them to flee their tent or what killed them.
This woman was the most admired local beauty queen in all of Alabama, but what she did to the women around her was pure evil. In 1967, a woman named Vera Vane was crowned local beauty queen in the small town of Fairhope, Alabama. She was stunning, charming, and according to everyone who knew her, completely impossible not to admire. She held the title for 9 consecutive years. During that time, 14 women in her immediate circle disappeared. The disappearances were quiet and spread out enough that nobody publicly connected them because nobody wanted to suspect someone that beautiful. It wasn't until 1976 that Detective May Day began cross-referencing the missing persons reports and noticed the pattern. Every single disappearance had occurred within 30 days of the woman getting too close to Vera's inner circle. May requested a warrant and began surveillance on Vera's property. One evening while Vera was out, May entered the property alone. What he found in the basement made him leave the house immediately without touching anything. He called for backup from the street. Officers arrived within the hour. Vera was found returning home and was consequently arrested at her own front door. When they searched the basement, they understood why May had left so quickly. It took 6 officers to restrain Vera. She told them at her trial that she simply did not like competition. This is the true story behind Captain America, and it was truly terrifying. In 1943, before the war ended, the U.S. military launched a classified experiment known only as Project Sentinel. Its goal was simple: create a soldier who never tired, never disobeyed, and never died. The first volunteer was Elias Turner, a young recruit chosen for his perfect health. At first, the serum looked like a miracle. Elias grew stronger, faster, unnaturally resilient. Bullet wounds sealed, burns vanished, broken bones snapped back into place. Scientists celebrated. They believed they had created the perfect soldier, but they were wrong. After 2 weeks, Elias stopped sleeping entirely. He stood for hours, staring at blank walls, muttering names no one recognized. He checked behind doors every few minutes, certain someone was hiding there. He wasn't just enhanced, he was becoming dangerously paranoid. Then the real horror began. Guards disappeared from their posts. Security footage showed Elias wandering the halls at night, dragging behind him a metal shield he had made himself. One morning, the scientists found him kneeling in the corner of his cell, smiling at the wall. Next to him lay a guard's neatly folded uniform and 2 rifles placed on the floor like trophies. "The voices won't stop," Elias said. "They keep giving me orders, and every order ends with someone dying." That was the day Project Sentinel collapsed. Elias was sedated, restrained, and transported to a classified underground facility built to contain failed super soldier prototypes, cases the public would never learn existed. Women in this town couldn't resist falling in love with him. One by one, they paid the price. In 1987, a man named Chip Toothaker lived in a small town in rural Georgia. He was well liked around town, and therefore the women were always charmed by the way he spoke. However, Chip had a strange habit. After every woman he charmed, he kept a lock of her hair. He called it a keepsake, and as a result, most people found it romantic rather than disturbing. Meanwhile, over the years, something frightening was happening in the town. Women kept disappearing, one after another, and the police never found a single witness. It was as if they simply vanished overnight. However, one man who had been seen with several of the victims was quickly arrested and sent to prison. Therefore, everyone believed the case was closed. Nevertheless, the disappearances continued. Then, in 1994, a woman named Sue Rummage grew suspicious. Her sister had vanished months after she began seeing Chip. Consequently, Sue began following him, night after night, until one evening, Chip caught her. When Sue woke up, she was tied up in Chip's cellar. However, she managed to free herself and escape through a small window before Chip returned. As a result, she ran barefoot to the police and told them everything. Consequently, officers searched Chip's home that same night. In a locked cabinet, they found jars filled with human teeth, hundreds of them. However, the worst was buried in his garden. There, they uncovered the bones of the women who had vanished years earlier, along with fresher bodies, each one missing every single tooth. Among them, they finally found Sue's sister. However, Chip himself was never seen again.
No one knows who dug her up, but whatever happened inside that church wasn't human. March 1963. The villagers of Clophill, Bedfordshire, began whispering about strange happenings near the ruined St. Mary's Church. Locals had seen figures moving through the overgrown cemetery at night, cloaked shapes carrying candles, vanishing into the dark. Then came the discovery. Coffin had been dragged from the ground. Inside was the desecrated body of Jenny Humberstone, a woman buried over 170 years earlier. Her bones were scattered inside the abandoned church. Her skull carefully placed on a crude stone altar. Around it, black candles, symbols daubed in red, and animal remains arranged in eerie patterns. Authorities called it vandalism. The press called it a black magic ritual. And then it happened again in 1969 to 1975. Each time, more graves were disturbed, more signs of occult gatherings. Stories spread of teenage thrill seekers who spent nights there, only to leave pale, shaken, or silent. Some said they heard chanting beneath the floor. To this day, St. Mary's remains abandoned, its ruins fenced off, but locals still say don't go near it after dark, because the church isn't empty.
This is the disturbing story that may have inspired Courage the Cowardly Dog. In 1976, a quiet farming road outside Wichita, Kansas, led to a small property owned by an elderly couple, Harold and Martha Keene. They had lived there for decades. Locals described them as polite but distant. For years, nothing unusual was reported. Then, one autumn morning, a patrol officer responded to a call about a strange dog wandering along County Road 12, but something about it felt wrong. When the officer tried to guide it toward town, the dog refused to leave. Instead, it slowly walked down the dirt road toward the Keene farm. Every few steps, it stopped and looked back, as if it wanted the officer to follow. The farmhouse looked normal, but the dog didn't stop at the porch. Instead, it ran behind the barn and started digging. More deputies arrived. When they cleared the loose soil, they uncovered burned bone fragments, wallets, watches, pieces of clothing. Several of them matched people reported missing across 3 counties. The farmhouse itself was empty. Harold and Martha Keene were gone. Later, when investigators searched old records, they discovered something even worse. The couple were already wanted in 2 states for fraud, identity theft, and suspected involvement in multiple disappearances. Then forensic tests finally explained the strange pink color. The dog belonged to one of the missing travelers, and its fur had been stained with chemicals used to burn and dissolve human remains. Somehow, that dog had escaped. This may have been the most dangerous woman ever recorded. In 1934, in Duluth, a woman named Margaret Olin worked as a private caretaker for elderly men living alone near the harbor. She was recommended by the church, polite, organized, reliable. Margaret handled meals, medication, and paperwork. She also offered companionship. Within a year, she married her first client, Edwin Shore. He died 3 months later. The death was ruled natural. Over the next decade, Margaret married 5 more men. All were widowers. All had no immediate family. All passed away quietly after revising their wills. Doctors cited heart failure, stroke, complications of age. The pattern went unnoticed until a bank clerk flagged repeated asset transfers to the same woman under different married names. An investigation followed. Exhumations revealed elevated levels of digitalis, a heart medication harmless in small doses, fatal when adjusted slowly. Margaret was arrested in 1946. She did not resist. She provided detailed care logs signed by each husband. When asked why none had complained, a nurse testified they trusted her more than their own bodies. Margaret was convicted of multiple counts of murder and sentenced to life imprisonment. Several deaths were never reclassified due to missing remains. The caretaker position was abolished statewide the following year, and Margaret's files were used as training material for decades. This is the real story that inspired Danny Phantom, and it's far more disturbing. During the early 1990s in Amity, Minnesota, there was a quiet teenager named Daniel Phantom, the son of 2 amateur inventors who worked out of their basement. Locals said the couple spent their nights building machines to detect what the eye can't see. In 1994, neighbors reported strange humming noises, flashes of blue light under the house, and a smell like burning metal drifting into the street. Daniel often helped his parents test their machines, usually wearing protective gear that didn't look homemade. On October 12th, everything changed. A loud explosion shook the entire block. First responders arrived to find the basement door bent outward. The equipment melted into the concrete. Both parents survived with severe burns. Daniel did not. His body was never recovered. The official report stated he was disintegrated by electrical discharge. 3 weeks later, students at Daniel's high school began reporting something strange. A pale figure appearing in hallways, cold air pockets in empty rooms, security cameras flickering at the same timestamp every night, until the school janitor turned in a VHS tape he found stuck inside an old storage TV. It showed the final basement test, the moment before the accident. Do not step foot on this handsome man's property. During the late 1800s in Updog, Texas, there was a farmer named Walter Bottle, better known as Forkman, because if anyone stepped onto his land, he didn't yell, he didn't warn, he simply threw a pitchfork straight at them. And most of the time, it was fatal. In one documented incident, a group of soldiers tried to cross his property. The moment their boots touched his soil, they were ambushed by flying pitchforks coming from every direction. 7 soldiers were killed instantly, the rest fled in terror. When the military demanded to know what kind of outlaw militia lived there, the local sheriff told them the unthinkable. It's just one man, and we don't dare arrest him. For years, they left him alone. Until one rainy evening in 1889, when both the military and local police decided enough was enough. Over 100 armed men surrounded his farm. As they closed in, pitchforks started slicing through the air. Fast, precise, impossibly accurate. The attack lasted nearly 3 hours. 25 men were killed. When it finally went silent, they pushed into the barn. Forkman was gone. As the survivors gathered outside to regroup, one soldier calmly said, "Maybe we should just leave him alone." They turned toward him and realized it was Forkman, wearing a dead soldier's uniform. When they tried to grab him, he stole an officer's horse and vanished into the night. This triggered one of the largest manhunts in American history, a 5-day chase across 3 states, ending in Kentucky, where Forkman calmly knocked on the McWaffles family's door and politely asked for help, and they let him in. This was the most polite serial killer America never connected. In 1963, in Dayton, Ohio, a grief counselor named Dr. Grant Heft Otto was known for helping widows move forward after sudden loss. He volunteered at churches, he hosted support groups in his own home, and people trusted him. Most of his clients were recently bereaved women, car accidents, industrial injuries, workplace tragedies, the kind of deaths no one questions. However, something in Dayton felt off. Between 1963 and 1966, 16 husbands died within months of their wives attending Dr. Otto's private sessions. No violence, no signs of struggle, just accidents. Because there were no bodies with obvious trauma, police saw no connection. Therefore, the sessions continued. In 1966, a machinist named Harold Briggs survived. He was scheduled to meet Grant after expressing marital anxiety. Instead, he found himself in the doctor's basement office, seated across from a tape recorder already running. Grant leaned forward. "You don't look grateful," he said calmly. Harold noticed the door had no handle on the inside, but Harold fought back. He escaped with a broken wrist and a story. Police searched the house. In a locked filing cabinet, they found insurance policies, handwritten notes on emotional leverage, diagrams of ventilation systems, schedules marked with dates, always just before a husband's death. Grant Heft Otto never confessed. He simply said, "I only removed obstacles." He was sentenced in 1968. And in Dayton, widows stopped needing counseling. This was the real-life Dora the Explorer. And what happened was far darker than a children's story. In 1985, near El Paso, Texas, 8-year-old Dora Martinez found a small capuchin monkey tied behind an abandoned trailer in the desert. However, the monkey didn't look wild. Around its neck was a thick leather collar. There were numbers pressed into the leather, so her parents assumed someone had kept it illegally and abandoned it. Dora begged to bring it home. They named him Boots. At first, he was quiet, too quiet. Within days, Dora's father noticed something wasn't normal. In the mornings, he stared at the newspaper spread across the table. He opened simple door latches without trial and error. Then Dora began to change. She became tense, not playful. She avoided eye contact with her parents. She flinched when Boots touched her. However, she never pushed him away. At dinner one night, her father noticed something disturbing. Dora would begin answering a question, then stop. Boots would make a soft clicking sound. Then she would continue. 2 weeks later, her father decided the monkey had to go. They drove back to the canyon. Dora ran ahead. Moments later, she screamed. When he reached her, Boots was gripping her shoulders, holding her still. When her father stepped closer, the monkey lunged directly at him. He fell backward, down the rocky slope. The report ruled it an accidental fall involving an animal. Months later, a university confirmed that a primate involved in advanced cognitive human behavioral experiments had escaped earlier that year. Boots had disappeared from that lab weeks before Dora found him. Investigators later suggested something unsettling. The monkey had not attacked out of fear. It had attacked the only adult male in the household, as if removing him. The most diabolical father on record, and what he did to his daughter was unspeakable. In 1984, in a quiet town in Austria, Elisabeth Fritzl turned 18 and thought her life was finally about to begin. She had a job lined up, plans to leave, a future beyond her father's shadow. Joseph Fritzl had other plans. One afternoon, he asked Elisabeth to help carry a heavy door into the basement. He said he was renovating, building a workshop, a harmless project beneath the family home. The door became a lock. Behind it was a hidden cell he had spent years constructing. No windows, no sunlight, no air from the outside world. Elisabeth vanished that day. Her family was told she had run away. A letter appeared, written under pressure, asking them not to search. For 24 years, she lived underground. Joseph was the only one who came down the stairs. He brought food, water, and fear. Over time, Elisabeth gave birth to 7 children in that space. 1 infant died. 3 were taken upstairs and left on the doorstep with notes claiming they came from the missing daughter. Rose Marie, Joseph's wife, raised them as grandchildren, never knowing the truth. The others never saw the sky. In 2008, one of the basement children became critically ill. A hospital visit triggered questions. No records, no past, no explanation. Police followed Joseph home. They found the door. Inside, a room so disturbing that seasoned investigators later admitted they needed therapy after stepping out. Joseph was arrested, sentenced to life. Elisabeth and her children were finally free, but they had spent more years beneath a house than most people spend living in the world above it. This set of twin brothers was pure evil, and for years, no one dared to stop them. In 1947, in Gristle Creek, Missouri, 2 identical brothers named Willard and Wallace Teller ran the town's only funeral home. They were quiet, polite, churchgoers, but something about them felt wrong. Locals whispered that the twins never blinked, always stood too close, and never seemed to age, but no one questioned them, because every time someone died in town, the Tellers were already there, before the body was cold. In 1951, a city inspector named Franklin Day arrived to audit the funeral home. He never left. The Tellers claimed he had fallen into the embalming tank, but something didn't add up. That same year, the local cemetery ran out of space. Odd, considering Gristle Creek had only 400 residents. A few brave neighbors decided to dig up some of the recent graves. What they found was worse than empty coffins. Some were filled with rocks, others with dolls made from stitched-up deer hide. The sheriff issued a warrant, but when he arrived, the funeral home was abandoned. Only one thing was left behind, a guest book, open on the desk. Its pages were filled with names, dates, and notes that looked like coded experiments, and on the very last line, coordinates, written in red ink. Officers followed them. What they discovered at that location left them in total silence. No one has spoken of it since. This is the true story behind Five Nights at Freddy's. In the 1980s, across the United States, family restaurants featuring animatronic mascots became extremely popular. Inspired by industrial robotics, the machines were heavy, complex, and never designed to be around children unsupervised. One such restaurant operated in Utah during the late 1980s. Former employees later described the animatronics as outdated factory units repurposed for entertainment. Maintenance was restricted. Only the owner was allowed to access the internal mechanisms. Staff were told not to ask questions. Over time, several children went missing in the area. Some were last seen attending birthday parties at the restaurant. There was no direct evidence, and the cases were treated as unrelated disappearances. Employees working late hours began documenting odd patterns. Power consumption increased after closing. Security cameras failed intermittently. Animatronics were found in positions they hadn't been left in. One night guard died during his shift. There were no visible injuries. The cause of death was officially listed as heart failure. The restaurant was eventually shut down following safety violations. Inspectors examined the animatronic units. Their findings were never released publicly. The equipment was removed by private contractors. The owner was never questioned. To this day, the incident is rarely discussed. This is the real story behind the game Granny, and it was never meant to be found. During the early 1980s in rural Black Hollow, South Carolina, There was an abandoned farmhouse at the end of a dirt road that locals refused to go near. The house once belonged to an elderly woman named Margaret Crane, known in town for never speaking and never letting anyone inside her home. Children used to say that anyone who knocked on her door was never seen walking back down the road. In 1982, 3 teenagers broke into the house on a dare. Only one of them came back before sunrise. He was barefoot, bleeding, and kept repeating the same sentence. She hears everything. Police searched the property that same day. The house was empty. No signs of struggle. No sign of Margaret Crane. But beneath the floorboards, they found narrow crawl tunnels connecting every room in the house. The walls were lined with scratch marks. Some were fresh. Over the next 2 years, 6 more people vanished near the property. Each disappearance happened after loud noises were reported. In 1985, the house burned down overnight. No cause was ever determined. Decades later, people in the region began whispering about a legend. A story of an old woman who hunted anyone trapped inside her house by sound alone. Most dismissed it as folklore, just another cautionary tale to keep kids away from abandoned properties. This handsome man was the most bloodthirsty killer the swamps of Louisiana had ever produced. In the swamps of southern Louisiana, in 1879, a man named Boudreaux Trask lived alone on a remote stretch of land that locals referred to as the No Man's Land. He was nicknamed the Axe by anyone who knew of him, because if you stepped onto his property, he would hurl one at you, and he never missed. His accuracy was so absurd that locals refused to believe it until they witnessed it themselves. He could throw a hatchet 80 yards through dense fog and hit a moving target. Nobody knew where he had learned it. Local authorities had attempted to arrest him 11 times between 1875 and 1881. Each attempt ended the same way. Officers retreated. Boudreaux had a personal collection of badges hanging on his porch. In the spring of 1881, the state finally sent a unit of 40 men to arrest him. They surrounded his property at sunrise. The standoff lasted 4 hours. When it ended, only 18 men were still standing. The officers eventually breached the cabin to find Boudreaux gone. They were debating what to do next when a young soldier in the back said maybe they should just head home. The unit turned around to look at him. It was Boudreaux wearing the uniform of one of the fallen officers. He escaped on horseback that same afternoon. The chase ended 4 days later when officers found his horse at the bottom of a ravine. Boudreaux was never found. This handyman was far more dangerous than he looked. During the late 1980s in Cornbread County, Mississippi, there lived a strange handyman named Tim Burr. He was known for fixing anything: doors, fences, windows, you name it. But after his wife left him in 1984, Tim became reclusive and only worked during the night. People in town began noticing something disturbing. Whenever someone heard knocking at their door past midnight, whoever opened it would vanish without a trace. At first it seemed unrelated. A trucker here, a neighbor there, a woman who lived alone. But every disappearance had the same detail. The doorframe of the house was always freshly repaired the next morning. By 1989, after 10 people had gone missing, the sheriff assigned a young officer named Will Power to stake out one of the affected homes. He hid inside, waiting for midnight to strike. At exactly 12:04 a.m., a soft knocking echoed through the hallway. 3 knocks, perfectly even, perfectly calm. Will approached the door slowly. The knocking stopped. Silence. Then he heard tools scraping, as if someone was dismantling the hinges from the outside. With a jolt of fear, Will whipped the door open. Standing on the porch was Tim Burr, holding a toolbox and smiling politely. "Evening," he said. "I noticed your door was loose." The officer demanded to know what he had done with the missing people. Tim sighed, leaned forward and whispered, "If you really want to find them, open the wall. You'll understand." This doctor declared him dead. He was guessing. In 1965, in Bakersfield, California, a man calling himself Dr. Stanley R. Moore ran a small medical office on Main Street. No hospital ties, no partners, just a white coat and a very confident tone. Moore was known for speed. Appointments were short. One afternoon, a patient named Frank Delaney, 58, collapsed during a routine visit. Moore checked for a pulse, counted to 3, then announced Frank was dead. No ambulance was called, no second opinion requested. The paperwork was signed immediately. The family trusted the doctor. The burial was scheduled for the next morning. The service went as expected. Prayers, silence, the slow lowering of the coffin. Then someone heard a noise. At first, it sounded like shifting dirt. Then it happened again. Knocking. Moore laughed and said it was wood settling. The knocking came back, louder. People screamed to stop. The coffin was pulled back up. Inside, Frank Delaney was alive, sweating, panicking, very aware of what almost happened. He survived. Dr. Moore didn't. An investigation revealed Moore had no medical license, no degree, and had purchased endorsed his credentials through mail order programs. Prosecutors charged him with gross negligence, fraud, and attempted manslaughter. He was convicted on all counts and sentenced to life in prison. Frank Delaney testified at the trial. He said the last thing he remembered was waking up in the dark and realizing everyone believed he was already gone. This man was turned.
This man didn't just murder people, he turned them into sandwiches. In the mid-1990s, Baltimore was haunted by disappearances, drug users, homeless people, sex workers, people the world barely noticed. But Joe Metheny noticed them, a 500-pound truck driver with a drug addiction and a terrifying rage. He claimed his spree began after his girlfriend left him, taking their son. That obsession spiraled into blood. He lured vulnerable people into his trailer, then murdered them with axes, strangulation, or his bare hands. But the most horrifying part wasn't just the killings. According to his own confession, Metheny butchered his victims and mixed their flesh with pork. He ground the meat, spiced it up, and sold it from a roadside stand as barbecue sandwiches. No one ever complained, he said. They couldn't tell the difference. Authorities could never confirm this claim, but his words were chilling. Even seasoned detectives were shaken. In total, he admitted to killing 10 people, but investigators believe the number could be higher. He showed no remorse. In fact, he laughed during interviews, describing the murders in grotesque detail like it was just a story. Metheny was arrested in 1996 after 2 women escaped his grasp and led police to him. He was sentenced to life in prison and died in 2017. To this day, no one knows how many people ate at his food stand or what they really swallowed.
What this couple fed their neighbors was not just illegal, it was unforgivable. In 2014, in Michigan, there was a girl named Kelly who had always been a difficult kid, and as a teenager, she spiraled into alcohol and hard drugs. But she was also smart, and therefore she still made it through college, earning degrees in psychology and forensic science. That's where she met Jason Cochran, 4 years older. They fell hard, but the relationship was toxic. They fought constantly, and sometimes it got violent. So yes, they could have broken up, but instead, they got married. And on their wedding day, they made a blood pact. If either of them ever cheated, the cheater would have to kill the person they cheated with. For a while, everything looked fine. But then Jason suffered a serious back injury. He couldn't work, he sank into depression, and Kelly mocked him. She worked more, but she also partied more. And therefore she began an affair with the divorced father of 2 named Chris Reagan. Jason found out, and he fell apart. Kelly didn't care. Later, Chris got a job offer in another state and ended the affair. Kelly was devastated, but then she got angry. So she went back to Jason and claimed she wanted to fix the marriage. Her idea was simple: the pact. On October 14th, 2014, she invited Chris over for one last goodbye. She seduced him, and then Jason burst in and shot Chris in the back of the head. Kelly cleaned, Jason dismembered, and then they hosted a backyard barbecue for the neighbors. They were broke, but somehow had over $200 worth of meat. Multiple neighbors said the same thing. It tasted wrong. This is the real story that inspired Kim Possible, and it's horrifying. During the late 1990s in Middleton, Colorado, there was a real teenager named Kimberly Possible, known by everyone in town for her strange habit of solving problems that didn't belong to her. At first, it seemed harmless. Kimberly would show up at lost and found offices, police stations, even school meetings, claiming she felt danger coming. Most people laughed it off, until students actually began disappearing. The first was a boy named Wade Lodeman, a computer prodigy who worked in the school newsroom. His last recorded message was a voicemail to his mother saying, "Kim said she needed help. I'm going now." He was never seen again. Over the next year, 3 more classmates vanished, each one last spotted with Kimberly. But every time police questioned her, she gave the same answer: no big, and she smiled. The most disturbing evidence came from security footage outside the abandoned Middleton Science Lab. At 3:14 a.m., Kimberly can be seen walking inside, followed by one of the missing students. Minutes later, the cameras glitch. When the image returns, Kimberly is alone, standing perfectly still, staring up at the lens with a grin too wide to be natural. Police raided the lab that morning, but Kimberly had vanished. The only thing they found was a cracked pager on the floor repeating the same message again and again. What's the sitch? This is the real life Little Mermaid. In 1891, a group of children playing near the docks in La Crique Sec, France, saw a girl crawl out of the Atlantic. She was barefoot, wearing a soaked white cotton shift, and looked no older than 9. Her hair was tangled with seaweed, but her skin was completely dry. She didn't speak, didn't smile, didn't even blink. The children brought her to the convent school. The nuns assumed she was a castaway. They gave her a bed, a name, and let her rest. No record of that name survives. Only a handwritten note in the school log: refuses food. Eyes do not adjust to candlelight at night. The other girls said she would sit up in bed and hum strange, slow melodies, songs no one recognized. The water in the wash basin turned cloudy whenever she touched it. By the second week, one girl vanished. Her shoes were found on the beach, packed with wet sand. Then another disappeared. The nuns grew wary of her. Several students swore they'd seen her moving through the dormitory at night, humming softly, touching the girl's hair. So when the disappearances began, everyone already knew who they suspected. On the 15th morning, her bed was empty, but the nuns found something far worse. Giant, iridescent fish scales scattered across the sheets, and a small pile of human finger bones arranged neatly on the pillow. To this day, that room remains sealed. This is the true story behind Lilo and Stitch, and it's disturbing. In 1961, a joint team of scientists and police officers was sent to a remote island off Hawaii. Officially, they were sent to investigate a series of unexplained disappearances reported on the island. There were no bodies, no traces, and no clear explanation. At the same time, one detail stood out. Strangely, there were no animals, not even birds. At first, they didn't think much of it. The team arrived with equipment, and one of the researchers had brought his young daughter. During the first hours, everything seemed normal as they explored the coastline, took samples. However, as they moved further inland, they began finding animal remains. The bones were scattered, with no tracks or signs of struggle nearby. Eventually, they discovered a narrow cave hidden behind a collapsed section of rock. As they entered, they continued moving deeper, and the further they went, the more remains they found. Therefore, it became clear that anything entering the cave did not come back out. While documenting the area, one member of the team disappeared without warning. As a result, the group became disorganized and attempted to leave, but several others went missing in the same way. Within a short time, only the young girl remained. She had fallen earlier and stayed completely still. For some reason, whatever was inside the cave did not approach her. 5 years later, in 1966, a second team returned. However, what they found was even more disturbing. The bodies were still there, in the same positions. And deeper inside the cave, they found something else. Footprints, one set large, one set smaller, moving together. They followed them deeper into the cave. Then, in a wider section of the tunnel, they saw her, the same girl, standing still, and next to her, something else. This was the real-life Michael Myers, and what he did was far worse than fiction. In 1974, in rural East Texas, deputies began investigating a series of abandoned vehicles found along a remote county road. The owners were never seen again. At first, authorities blamed hitchhiking. The area was isolated, dense woods, long stretches without houses. Therefore, disappearances were written off as runaway cases. However, one survivor changed everything. A 19-year-old college student was found barefoot on a highway at dawn, covered in dried blood that wasn't hers. She described a farmhouse hidden behind a slaughter barn. She said a large man attacked her with a chainsaw. Police traced the description to a property owned by the Granger family. Neighbors knew them as reclusive cattle workers. The father had lost his job at a meat processing plant after automation replaced half the staff. Shortly after, several local slaughterhouses shut down. The family withdrew completely. When deputies arrived with a warrant, they were met with silence. Inside the barn, they found industrial hooks, bone fragments mixed with animal remains, and human teeth in a bucket near the drain. Inside the house, they found their son Daniel covered in blood, sitting silently at the kitchen table. There was no sign of the parents downstairs. However, when deputies moved upstairs, they discovered them in the master bedroom, the scene indicating they had been dead for hours. The eldest son, Daniel Granger, had developmental delays and severe isolation. According to psychiatric reports, prolonged abuse and extreme control from his father shaped his behavior. The chainsaw, investigators concluded, was not random. It was the only tool he had ever been allowed to master. The Granger property was demolished in 1976, but the county road still has no streetlights, and locals still don't stop for stranded drivers. When this Miss America in America. In 1981, in Rhode Island, two twin brothers named Darren and Miles Cade had built a strong reputation and were trusted by everyone in the area. They operated a thriving real estate agency, specializing in vacant and isolated properties. However, over time, more than 50 people disappeared across multiple states. At first, it didn't raise concern. The victims came from different backgrounds, and there was no clear connection between the cases. Everything changed when a municipal building inspector named Thomas Reed was assigned to evaluate one of the brothers' properties before it could be listed for sale. Upon arrival, Reed noticed several irregularities: false walls, sealed rooms, and electrical wiring that did not match the building plans. When he attempted to leave, he discovered that his vehicle had been tampered with. Sensing danger, he managed to contact the police before losing the signal. Authorities arrived shortly after and searched the property. What they uncovered in the basement linked the Cade brothers to dozens of disappearances, including personal belongings and detailed records of their victims. One of the brothers was arrested at the scene, while the other had already vanished. Days later, during transport, the arrested brother suffered a sudden medical emergency. When officers stopped to assist him, he disappeared without a trace. To this day, despite ongoing investigations, both brothers remain missing and have never been found. This man was the most feared in all of America, and what he did shocked everyone. In 1961, in Jackson, Mississippi, a man named Miles Away ran one of the most popular travel agencies in the region. Couples came from multiple states just to book their honeymoon through him. He was known, respected, and highly recommended. Therefore, no one ever questioned his methods. However, he had one habit. Before every trip, he invited each couple to a private dinner at his home. He called it a tradition, a final evening before departure. The dinners were always well prepared, and they always ended the same way, with an envelope. Inside were the travel documents. Several couples later reported feeling unusually tired by the end of the night. Most assumed it was the wine. At the time, it didn't raise concern. However, between 1961 and 1965, 11 newlywed couples disappeared across 3 states. All of them had booked through Miles. All of them had attended the dinner, and none of them had ever boarded a flight. In 1965, a detective named Sam Puller reviewed the cases. This time, the pattern was clear. Instead of reporting it, he went himself, with a colleague. They attended the dinner, avoided the wine, and waited. When Miles presented the envelope and suggested one final toast, Sam placed his badge on the table. Miles ran. He made it to the garden before collapsing. That same night, investigators searched the property. What they found beneath the house accounted for every missing couple. Several officers requested leave. 2 never returned. Miles Away was convicted in 1966. During the trial, he gave only one explanation. It wasn't personal. I just liked honeymoons. This man operated the most popular BBQ truck in Ohio, and what police discovered shocked everyone. In 1981, in a small town outside Cleveland, a man named Benny Skewer operated a BBQ truck that had become famous throughout the area. Everyone knew Benny, and everyone liked him. Although he wasn't a celebrity, he was well known around town because of his BBQ truck. Parents trusted him, and children often gathered around his truck after school. However, as the years passed, unusual events began to worry the community. One by one, children started to vanish without explanation. At first, nobody realized the disappearances might be connected. Most of the missing children were last seen playing in their neighborhoods or walking home alone. As a result, police struggled to identify a pattern. Nevertheless, by 1986, more than 20 children had vanished, and not a single one had ever been found. The investigation remained cold for years. Then, one morning, a garbage collector noticed something unusual behind Benny's property. Several pieces of children's clothing had been thrown into a dumpster, and some matched descriptions from old missing persons reports. The worker immediately called the police. Authorities searched the property that same day. Inside, they discovered a hidden room behind the kitchen. There were blood-stained tables, boxes filled with children's belongings, shoes, jackets, and backpacks. Some of the items were linked to disappearances dating back years. However, there were no bodies and no sign of the missing children. Benny was arrested that evening. According to his testimony, Benny had spent years using his popularity to gain the trust of local families. Once he identified a vulnerable child, he would arrange a meeting away from witnesses. Investigators believe many of the victims were transported out of state shortly afterward. How many children were actually taken remains unknown. Everyone in Chicago was obsessed with his donuts, but nobody knew why. Back in the late 1970s, there was a man known only as Mr. Sprinkles. He owned a tiny donut shop on the corner of Ashland Avenue. Somehow, this little shop outsold every bakery in the city. His donuts weren't just good, they were irresistible. People lined up before sunrise, some even skipping work just to get a box. Everyone wanted to know his secret. When asked, Mr. Sprinkles would just laugh and say, "It's all about the dough and a little something that grows." But soon, rumors began to spread. Customers weren't just enjoying his donuts, they were addicted to them. Some people bought boxes 5 or 6 times a day. Others were caught sneaking into the alley behind the shop, digging through trash for leftovers. One night, a journalist named Cliff Bannon decided to investigate. He hid across the street with a camera and waited. Around 2:45 a.m., long after closing time, he saw Mr. Sprinkles wheeling a cart into the basement of the shop. Curious, Cliff followed him around back. What he found was horrifying. Beneath the shop was a massive underground kitchen, lined with huge metal drums. A thick, sweet smell filled the air, like sugar mixed with something strange, something burning and leafy, that made Cliff's head feel light. Cliff lifted one of the lids. Inside was a thick, glowing syrup, pink and green, bubbling slowly, giving off the same strange, sweet smell. Before he could move, Mr. Sprinkles appeared in the doorway, smiling. "You wanted to know my secret." This man was the kindest person in town, but what he did left everyone in shock. In 1948, in a quiet town in Missouri, people trusted one officer more than anyone else. His name was Wade Smiles, and he was the most loved man in town, always helping those in need. However, over time, people started disappearing. At first, it didn't raise concern. Travelers, men passing through, people with no strong ties. Therefore, their absence felt explainable, but the reports kept increasing, so authorities reviewed the last known contacts. That's when one detail kept appearing. Every victim had crossed paths with Wade Smiles. At first, it meant nothing. He was always on duty. However, the pattern didn't stop, so they began watching him. Night patrols, unreported stops, until one night, they followed him. He drove far outside town, then stopped near an abandoned property, and immediately knew something was wrong. Inside, they found a metal table, clean surgical tools, drawers, carefully labeled. Inside, human organs, preserved, tagged. Each one matched a missing person. Next to it, a notebook, names, dates, and under every entry, the recipient was listed as X. Wade Smiles was arrested that same night. During interrogation, he stayed calm. "I didn't take anything," he said. "I just gave it to the right people." The trial lasted 3 weeks. He was found guilty and sentenced to death. However, before the execution, he disappeared from a locked cell. No sign of escape, no broken bars, nothing. The case was closed shortly after. In the weeks that followed, authorities searched for X, but what they found was worse. X wasn't one person. It appeared in multiple files, different cases, different states, always the same mark. He begged the system to keep him locked up. They let him out anyway. Nico Jenkins grew up in Omaha, Nebraska, surrounded by violence. One of his earliest memories, at 4 years old, was cleaning blood off the floor. Crime wasn't an exception in his family. It was normal. By 7, he brought a weapon to school. By 11, he joined a gang. Juvenile detention became routine. At 17, Nico was sentenced to 14 to 15 years in prison for carjackings. Inside, things only got worse. He attacked other inmates, adding more time. He spent most of his sentence in solitary confinement because he was considered too dangerous. Nico told anyone who would listen that he heard voices. He claimed an ancient god named Apophis spoke to him. He begged for help, and he begged for one thing above all else. "Please don't let me out. If you do, I will kill someone." They released him 10 years early. Within 10 days, 2 men were dead. He lured them out of a bar with help from family members and shot them without warning. 8 days later, he killed a 3rd man at a party. 2 days after that, he murdered a mother of 3 during a carjacking. 4 people, 20 days. When arrested, Nico said it was Apophis, then revenge, then the system's fault. In 2017, he was sentenced to 4 death penalties and hundreds of years in prison. He warned them, they just didn't listen. What inspired Outlast was real, and the truth is far worse than the game. In 1937, a private medical corporation took ownership of a psychiatric facility buried so deep in the mountains of Colorado that it did not appear on any state map. The purchase was never publicly announced. Neither was the man they put in charge. His name was Edmund Scarr, a former military physician dishonorably discharged in 1931 after 8 of his own colleagues described his work on soldiers as something that should not be done to a living person. For 11 years, nothing came out of that mountain. The only things locals ever reported were screams echoing through the trees in the middle of the night, and unmarked trucks descending the mountain road before dawn, occasionally carrying what several witnesses independently described as body bags. In 1947, a young man named Cole Lapse wandered too close to the facility and found an unlocked entrance. He went inside. He emerged 4 days later from an underground drainage pipe at the base of the mountain, barefoot, missing 3 fingers. He could not speak. The only thing he communicated was by grabbing a pen and writing the same word repeatedly on every surface he could reach. The word was Edmund. That same week, Detective Ray Cross led a team into the facility. What they found took 6 months to fully document. Patients subjected to sleep deprivation lasting up to 80 consecutive days, surgical procedures performed without anesthesia, and an entire underground level that appeared on no blueprint, filled with chambers that the lead investigator described only as designed to permanently destroy the human mind. Every patient found inside was alive. Not one of them was still themselves. Edmund's scar was never found. What was found, however, was a room at the end of the lower level that the lead investigator ordered sealed immediately after entering and never spoke about again.
This may be the clearest evidence that something is deeply wrong with our world, and no one can explain it. In April 1992, the Miles family moved into a quiet house on the outskirts of Asheville, North Carolina. They lived there peacefully for nearly a year, but one morning, April 3rd, they were simply gone. No signs of struggle, no forced entry, just gone. When police arrived, they were baffled. The furniture, food, even the family dog remained, but there was no sign anyone had ever lived there. No birth certificates, no school records, no utility bills. Then came the strangest part. According to the county, that address didn't exist. Satellite photos from previous years showed nothing but empty land, but the house was clearly there, standing. An investigator walked the perimeter and noticed something off. In the backyard, they found a spiral staircase. That seemed to go down forever. And in the youngest child's room, a page torn from a notebook sat on the floor. Mom says not to go down there again, but the man with no skin says it's safe. Engineers tried to analyze the structure, but laser scans glitched, blueprints distorted. One officer, reviewing photos, began to shake. In every image, walls folded at unnatural angles, and in some shots, a figure stood just barely out of frame, watching and waiting.
This is the true story behind Pennywise. In the summer of 1968, a traveling carnival moved through small towns across Iowa and Missouri. It stayed 3 nights in each location before continuing west. At first, nothing seemed unusual. However, something strange kept happening. A 9-year-old boy vanished without explanation. In the following town, 2 more children went missing within 48 hours of the carnival's departure. By early September, 11 children across 4 counties had been reported missing. There were no ransom notes, no confirmed sightings after dark. As the cases increased, state police began tracking the carnival's route. The timeline was consistent. Each disappearance occurred in a town the carnival had just left. Because of the growing pattern, authorities organized a coordinated inspection during one of the stops in rural Missouri. They questioned every performer. Among them was a clown known only as Mr. Red. When investigators attempted to verify his identity, they found nothing. Yet he appeared in every town where children later vanished. Inside his trailer, officers discovered photographs of children taken near the fairgrounds, burned candles, wooden crates marked with repeating symbols, handwritten notes referencing form, vessel, and return. Before warrants could be issued, a fire broke out overnight. 4 trailers burned, including Mr. Red's. No remains were recovered. The case was transferred to federal authorities and sealed. Officially, the carnival was never registered in 1968, and Mr. Red never existed. Why did evil people like this exist? During the 1920s, there was a man named Philip D. Cupp who owned a hot air balloon business in Miami, Florida. For years, his business was wildly successful, taking customers high above the ocean to sightsee the coast. But by 1925, disappearances in the area had risen nearly 500%, and authorities were baffled. During the investigation, a local boater reported seeing something strange, a man falling from a hot air balloon. By the time the boat reached the spot, it was too late. The balloon was already drifting back toward shore. When questioned, Philip claimed he hadn't given any rides that day. He even suggested it must have been one of the other balloon companies. But there was one problem. Philip was the only person in Miami who even owned a hot air balloon, so investigators came up with a plan. They booked a solo ride for an undercover officer named Joffrey, hoping to catch him in the act. At first, everything seemed normal. The balloon lifted high above the ocean. The view was perfect, peaceful. Then Philip leaned closer and said softly, "What goes up must go down." A violent struggle broke out midair. From the ground, authorities watched in horror as the balloon swayed wildly, then suddenly plummeted straight into the sea below. Neither man survived. But when investigators searched Philip's workshop later, they uncovered the truth. Hidden ledgers, names, and flight records linking him to over over 400 disappearances across the Miami coast. What this woman did to her so-called husband was something no human should ever endure. In 1968, a woman named Patty Locke moved into a quiet house on the edge of a small town in rural Georgia. She told her new neighbors she had recently married a man named Walter who traveled often for work. She brought casseroles to every neighborhood gathering. She organized barbecues every summer. She talked about Walter constantly. Nobody ever saw Walter for 14 years. The community accepted it without question. She always had an excuse ready for why he wasn't there. Different one each time, but always convincing enough that nobody pushed further. In the summer of 1982, Patty collapsed in her front yard while watering her flowers. A neighbor called an ambulance. When paramedics arrived, they decided to bring her stretcher through the front door rather than around the house. That decision changed everything. The lead paramedic noticed a heavy chain hanging from the basement door handle. He radioed the police before touching anything. When officers descended into the basement, they found a man alive, severely malnourished, unable to walk. He looked 30 years older than he actually was. His name was not Walter. He had been a traveling salesman in 1968 who had stopped at the wrong door asking for directions. At trial, he spoke for the first time in 14 years. He told the judge Patty had never been his wife. She had simply decided he would be one day. What she had done to him during those 14 years went far beyond captivity. The court ordered his full testimony sealed before he had finished speaking. Patty was sentenced to life. She still calls herself Mrs. Locke. This is the true story behind Popeye the Sailor Man, and it was terrifying. In 1931, at the Norfolk Naval Station in Virginia, the U.S. Navy authorized a classified endurance experiment focused on sailors assigned to extended sea labor. The program tested fortified rations designed to override fatigue and pain during long deployments. One subject, Seaman Frank Callahan, showed abnormal results. After consuming the rations, his strength increased dramatically. He worked for hours without rest. He ignored injuries that should have stopped him. However, medical officers also documented violent mood swings, loss of emotional control. When the rations were withheld, Callahan collapsed. His muscles failed. He became disoriented and desperate. By early 1932, Callahan began stealing supplies. Witnesses reported him crushing metal containers by hand. During a night drill, Callahan attacked another sailor after being denied access to the ration stock. He did not stop until restrained by multiple men. Testing revealed the rations contained concentrated iron compounds combined with unregulated stimulants that overstressed muscle tissue and the nervous system. The program was shut down immediately. Callahan was discharged under sealed medical orders and reassigned to a civilian cargo ship. 6 months later, the ship returned without him. An internal report ended with one sentence: the subject became dependent, and dependency made him dangerous. Don't let her beauty fool you. What this woman did to her husbands was beyond evil. In 1909, a woman named Missy Marsh lived alone in a large estate in rural Alabama. Men came from 3 states away just to court her. She got bored of them very quickly. Her first husband was a banker named Rich Ard. Neighbors recalled seeing him arrive the evening of the wedding. His horse and carriage remained outside for 3 days. Rich Ard was never seen again. Over the next 8 years, Missy remarried 10 more times. Each time, neighbors noticed the same pattern. A new husband would arrive. His belongings would remain outside for days, and Missy would eventually reappear alone, tending her garden as if nothing had happened. 11 missing persons cases were filed across the county. Somehow none of them ever connected. The only thing locals consistently reported were strange sounds coming from somewhere beneath the estate at night. Nobody could identify what was making them. But in 1918, a man named Sal Mantis ran barefoot out of the estate at 3 a.m. and reached the police station before sunrise. That same night, officers entered the property and found every room filled with animals: birds, snakes, exotic cats, reptiles. The estate was essentially a private zoo. When they found the trapdoor beneath the estate, they descended into an enclosure the size of a football field. It was filled with pigs, hundreds of them, and based on what investigators found among them, those pigs had never gone hungry. It took 9 officers to restrain Missy that evening. She told them at her trial that she simply loved animals, all of them. These identical twin brothers were pure evil. In 1951, in rural Indiana, twin brothers Samuel and Walter Grady took over the management of Briarwood County Orphanage after the previous director passed away. They presented themselves as disciplined, organized, and deeply committed to structure. The orphanage quickly became known for its strict routines: meals on time, silence after dusk, no visitors without written approval. However, within 2 years, adoption numbers increased dramatically. On paper, Briarwood was a success. Children were listed as placed with families out of state. Records showed signatures, addresses, case numbers, but something felt wrong. A county clerk noticed noticed that several adoption files lacked court stamps. The paperwork looked complete, yet none of the receiving counties had corresponding documentation. When questioned, the brothers blamed clerical error. Then a former employee spoke anonymously. She claimed some children were never escorted out the front gate. She said the basement storage wing was always locked. In 1954, a traveling auditor arrived without notice. The twins cooperated calmly. Upstairs, everything was clean, too clean. In the lower records room, the auditor discovered ledgers that did not match the official registry. Several children marked adopted were still listed internally as retained. Police obtained a warrant. The basement contained 8 children hidden in makeshift sleeping quarters, malnourished, silent. The twins had been collecting state adoption subsidies for placements that never occurred. When officers searched for the missing funds, they found something else. A separate ledger, names crossed out, marked transferred. Those children were never located. The Grady brothers were arrested, but the list was never fully recovered. This girl trusted her babysitter. The babysitter wanted her life. In March 1999, in Melbourne, Australia, 15-year-old Rachel Barber left her dance school like she did every day. She was known for her beauty, her talent, and her dream of becoming a professional dancer. That morning, she told friends she had a job later, something that would make her a lot of money. She wouldn't say who it involved, only that it was with an old female friend. After class, Rachel walked in the opposite direction of her usual tram stop. She never came home. Police first suggested she had run away. Her parents didn't believe it. They covered the town with posters and built a list of every girl Rachel had ever known. A week later, a witness came forward. Rachel had been seen getting off a tram with another young woman. The sketch matched someone the family trusted, Caroline Robertson, Rachel's former babysitter. Investigators searched Caroline's apartment. Inside, they found hair dye matching Rachel's color, clothes in Rachel's size, legal papers to change her name, and diaries filled with one sentence repeated in different ways. "I want her life," Caroline confessed. She had lured Rachel to her apartment with the promise of paid research and strangled her. Rachel's body was hidden, moved, and buried. Caroline was sentenced to prison. Years later, she was released. Rachel never got to grow up, and the person who wanted to become her walked free. This child claimed he was a reincarnation, and the scar on his body matched the way he said he died. In the early 2000s, a 5-year-old boy named Cameron lived with his parents on the west side of Chicago. He was quiet, normal. Then Cameron began waking up screaming that he was burning. He described an old apartment building, narrow stairwells, smoke rolling down the ceiling, and flames cutting off the only exit. Every night, the same ending. "I died in the fire," he kept saying. One morning, Cameron pointed to a thin scar on his leg and told his mother it didn't come from this life. He said the flames touched him there when he fell on the stairs. His parents had no memory of him ever being burned. They thought it was imagination, therefore they limited TV, checked his books, and asked his school. No one could explain where the images came from. But Cameron didn't stop there. He began using another name for himself. He pointed to a part of the city he had never visited. He talked about a building that, according to his parents, didn't exist anymore. And yet, he knew how many floors it had. He knew where the stairs turned. He knew where the fire started. So they searched. Old newspaper archives showed a major apartment fire decades earlier. Same neighborhood. Several people died. One man was trapped on the stairs and burned to death. The name Cameron had been repeating matched the victim. When shown a faded photo of the building, Cameron broke down. "That's where I couldn't get out," he whispered. Then, just as suddenly as it began, it stopped. By age 7, the memories were gone, but the records stayed, and so did the scar, and the question Chicago never answered. This woman was one of the most feared in America, but what she did shocked everyone. In 1951, outside Nashville, Tennessee, a woman named Sue Ture lived alone on a farm. However, her place wasn't just a farm. Instead, it functioned like a small roadside stop, not officially a motel, but she regularly invited travelers to stay the night for $1. No records, no questions. As a result, many strangers passed through her property. Most people noticed one thing first: the scarecrows, dozens of them placed along the road, across the fields, and against the barn, all handmade. Meanwhile, local farmers loved them. They kept coming back to buy more. However, over time, 67 disappearances were reported, all linked to men who had passed by her house. At first, it didn't raise concern. However, as the number grew, it became harder to ignore. That's when a detective named Lou Fole decided to go there himself, alone. He arrived late in the evening. At first, everything seemed normal. She welcomed him in, offered him a room, no questions asked. However, that night he woke up suddenly. Someone was standing over him, Sue, holding a needle. She moved fast and tried to force it into his mouth. He fought back, then managed to push her away, and immediately ran, out of the house, across the field, past the scarecrows. He didn't stop until he reached the road. Hours later, he arrived at the station, shaking, unable to speak. As a result, that same night, a full team returned to the farm. What they found inside never appeared in any public report. However, one internal note remained. The scarecrows were not made of straw, and they were not empty. This woman was pure evil, and what she did left her entire town in shock. In 1943, in rural Georgia, a woman named Donna Might ran one of the most well-known orphanages in the area. She was loved by everyone. She helped families, and naturally, the community trusted her without question. However, certain things never added up. Couples would travel from across the state to adopt children, but every single time, something strange happened. At the door, the child would refuse. As a result, the couples always left without a child, and according to witnesses, it wasn't what the children said that disturbed them. It was the way they looked when they said it. Nevertheless, there was no proof, so nothing changed. Until 1947, an inspector named Ward Warden was sent to investigate. He spent the entire day inside. Everything appeared normal. The children were clean, well-fed, and extremely well-behaved, almost too well-behaved. However, he found nothing he could report, so that evening, instead of leaving, he stayed. That night, he heard it, crying, coming from beneath the house. He went back inside and followed the sound down to the basement, and what he found stopped him cold. Torture instruments lined the walls, metal cages further inside, teenagers locked in chains. He didn't need to see more. Donna Might was arrested that same night. The investigation later revealed the truth. She had been selling children for years. The orphanage was sealed the following morning, and the children she kept were never spoken about again. What this woman did at her cafe shocked the entire town. In 1924, in Charleston, South Carolina, a woman named Martha Spooner opened a small breakfast cafe called Mornin' Martha's. Locals loved it. Fluffy pancakes, sweet tea, but soon people noticed something strange. Every few months, Martha would hang a closed sign on the door, saying she was mourning the death of her husband. It happened 7 times between 1924 and 1931. Each time, the story was different. Train accident, drowning, lightning strike, and each time, Martha returned richer. By 1932, a young war veteran named Billy Griggs married her after 2 weeks of dating. They hosted a private celebration behind the cafe. No guests, no photos. That night, Billy never came home, but this time, Martha slipped. She left a receipt on the counter for a 200-pound industrial meat grinder. Billy's sister broke in the next morning. She found his watch inside a mason jar labeled maple brisket. Police arrested Martha while she was flipping pancakes. During her trial, they drained the cafe's grease trap. They recovered 7 gold wedding bands. She never confessed, but her final words in court? "I always said my love was well-seasoned." This was the real-life Scooby-Doo, and it was seriously creepy. Back in 1961, a traveling group called the Dober Scoobers made headlines for solving strange cold cases all across Ohio. The team was made up of 4 teenagers and a giant Great Dane named Jasper, who they claimed could actually understand human language. They drove from town to town in an old green van, showing up wherever something weird happened. Ghost sightings, missing people, abandoned mines, and somehow, they always figured it out. But in October 1964, something went terribly wrong. They arrived in a small town called Amber Falls, investigating a series of disappearances connected to a shut-down amusement park. Only 2 members of the group made it out. The other 2 were found days later, deep in a tunnel under the park. No injuries, no signs of a struggle, just their faces, frozen in pure terror. But here's the part that still haunts people. In 1972, a hiker snapped a photo deep in the Amber Falls woods. It showed a tall creature, walking upright, with the head of a dog. On the ground in front of it was a torn blue collar. The tag was scratched, but one letter was still visible, SD. No one has ever confirmed what happened to Jasper, or what came out of that amusement park. This woman was considered the most beautiful woman in all of Montana, and her auberge was the kind of place you never wanted to leave. In 1978, a woman named Misty Ridge owned a remote mountain inn deep in the ranges of western Montana. She was stunning, warm, and according to every traveler who passed through, completely unforgettable. Word spread quickly, and men drove hours out of their way just to spend a night there. But guests who extended their stay beyond 3 days were never seen again. At first, nobody connected it. Travelers came and went. The mountains were dangerous. People got lost. Between 1978 and 1983, however, 23 men were reported missing in the surrounding county, all last seen heading toward the mountain road where Misty's Inn was located. It wasn't until 1983 that Detective Cole DeCase Cross referenced the missing persons reports and noticed the pattern. He drove up the mountain himself on a Friday evening, and checked in under a false name. Misty greeted him at the door looking flawless. Cole stayed 2 nights and noticed nothing unusual. On the 3rd morning, he told Misty he was leaving. Her expression didn't change. She simply smiled and said most men decide to stay longer. Cole found the basement door unlocked that same evening. He called for backup before going down. What officers found beneath that inn accounted for every missing man since 1978. This woman was pure evil, yet people kept saying she was beautiful. In 1973, in a quiet town outside Jackson, Mississippi, a wealthy woman named Bella Quinn owned one of the largest houses in the area. Bella was known for her money, her charm, and her enormous garden statue collection. Her property was filled with them. Stone angels, Roman soldiers, marble animals, dozens of statues lined the long paths around her house. Bella often welcomed wealthy men who passed through town. Some came hoping to marry her. Others were simply curious about the mysterious woman who lived alone in such a large estate. Many of them stayed for a few days, but strangely, some of those men were never seen again. At first, the disappearances didn't raise suspicion. Most of the men were travelers. However, in 1976, one visitor managed to escape after Bella tried to attack him during the night. He ran down the road and called the police from a gas station. When officers arrived, Bella calmly insisted the man was lying, but investigators searched the property anyway. While walking through the garden, one officer noticed something unusual. One of the statues looked recently poured. When they tried to move it, they realized something disturbing. It was far heavier than solid stone should be. Workers broke open the base. Inside was the body of a missing man. Police began opening other statues around the garden. By the end of the search, investigators had found 7 bodies hidden inside Bella Crown's statues. The garden had never been decoration. It had been her cemetery. What this woman did to with them. Nobody knows where she went either. This charming man was responsible for one of the most horrible chapters of Virginia's history. In 1972, a man named Walter Hold ran a popular massage parlor in Virginia. His services were so in demand that clients waited 6 months for an appointment. The majority of his clients were women, drawn to him for his charm as much as for his technique. However, over the next 14 years, women began disappearing across the area, one every year or so. No clear connection. The cases were never linked to Walter. It wasn't until 1986 that a man named Hank Drake noticed something strange. His wife had vanished 6 months earlier after an appointment with Walter. Hank started watching him. Several nights a week, Walter would walk alone into the woods behind his property and disappear for hours. Hank followed him one night. Deep in the trees, Walter lifted a hatch hidden under leaves, an old abandoned bunker. Hank waited until Walter went down before climbing in himself. What he saw inside that bunker was beyond anything a human mind should ever process. Multiple women, captive, drugged. One of them was his wife. Walter heard him and rushed up. They fought. Hank knocked him unconscious and ran for help. Police descended into the bunker that same night. At trial, Walter never spoke a word in his own defense. He simply smiled every time a victim's family walked into the courtroom. Eventually, he was sentenced to life. He kept smiling. What this puppeteer did is the most disturbing thing to ever happen on a Chicago stage. In 1962, a man named Roy Walker was the most famous puppeteer in Chicago. His act centered around a single puppet named Danny that he brought on stage every night. The two had been performing together for years. However, there was always something strange about Roy. The moment each show ended, he would immediately cover Danny and never let a single person touch him. Furthermore, Roy carried Danny in a large covered case wherever he went. Meanwhile, over those same years, more than a dozen people across Chicago died in their sleep, with no cause anyone could explain. As a result, the police chased every lead for 3 years and still found nothing. It wasn't until 1971 that a man named Walter Boyd survived an attack in his own home. He never saw who broke in. However, he swore the figure in the dark had been carrying a child in its arms. That detail stuck with the detective. After all, there was only one person in Chicago known for carrying a child-sized figure everywhere he went. Therefore, he decided to look into Roy. That was when he discovered something that made his blood run cold. Roy once had a younger brother named Danny who had died as a child decades earlier. His body had never been buried, and it had never been found. Consequently, officers attended the next performance. They understood everything the moment they got close to the stage. Danny was no puppet. He was the preserved body of Roy's little brother. Roy had never accepted his death. The grief had broken Roy completely. He believed his dead brother spoke to him in the dark, choosing the victims, and Roy carried out every order without question. This woman was the definition of evil. In 1958, 4 college friends were driving through the back roads of rural Maine when their car ran out of gas 30 miles from the nearest town. They walked for an hour before spotting a large wooden house at the edge of a forest. There were no other buildings in sight. A woman opened the door before they even knocked. She introduced herself as Edna and told them she was a taxidermist. She offered to let them stay the night while they waited for help. The friends accepted gratefully. The house was filled with her work. Hundreds of mounted animals lining every wall. Birds, deer, foxes. All so lifelike that one of the friends, a man named Daniel, said he wanted to see her workshop in the basement before going to sleep. The other 3 went to their rooms. Daniel did not come back upstairs. The next morning, Edna told them Daniel had left at sunrise to get a tow truck. None of them remembered him leaving. When they walked outside, they noticed a new display had been added to her porch overnight. It was Daniel, taxidermied, posed in mid-stride, as if he were still walking. They ran without taking their belongings. They reached the nearest town 12 hours later on foot. Police raided the property the same evening. Edna was gone. Her workshop was empty, but what investigators found in the cellar accounted for every hiker reported missing in those woods for the past 22 years. The taxidermy displays were too lifelike for a reason. This is the true story behind Spider-Man. In 1959, the U.S. Army opened a classified research facility in White Sands, New Mexico. The program focused on one objective: enhancing human perception on the battlefield. Military scientists studied insects, particularly arachnids, for their ability to sense vibrations, air pressure, and movement long before visual contact. The goal was not physical mutation, but genetic fusion at the cellular level, allowing humans to access what researchers called a distributed sensory response. Dozens of trials failed. Subjects experienced seizures, psychosis, or total sensory collapse. Only one test succeeded. The subject did not grow extra limbs. His body remained human, but his nervous system changed. He reacted to motion he could not see, avoided danger before it occurred, detected movement through walls, floors, and structures. Military logs described it as a sixth sense, comparable to arachnid threat awareness. Recognizing the potential, the Army escalated testing, sleep deprivation, stress exposure, live fire exercises. was, the subject became unstable. In late 1959, the subject escaped during a transfer operation. Search efforts expanded nationwide. Roadblocks, military coordination across multiple states. The man was never recovered. The program was shut down and erased. One final line remains in the file. The subject no longer needs to be observed. He already knows when we are near. This was the most dangerous man to ever be arrested, and he had a rather nice smile. In 1938, in Duluth, Minnesota, police arrested Sten Ch. Moore. He was linked to 132 deaths. Witnesses described one routine. Sten would lean in, smile, say a few words, and the person would drop. Officials blamed panic, bad luck, anything else. After his arrest, doctors tested him and wrote one note. His breath was toxic. The file labeled it, hazardous biological exposure. Steen escaped during building repairs. A guard told him to stand still in the hallway. Workers assumed he was part of the renovation, handed him a clipboard. Then Sten left with a cart of supplies, and he never came back with the cart. 67 days later, Sten was caught again. Not because they found him, because he returned. He walked into the same jail, smiled, and asked for a quick interview. Sten spoke. The guard dropped. Sten waited at the desk like nothing happened. This time, he was kept underground with the worst inmates. A few days later, the lower level went silent. Guards went down and found every cell occupied by a body. No wounds, no struggle, just toxic air. Then they reached Sten's cell. He was alive, sitting on the toilet, reading a newspaper. He looked up and smiled, and the closest guard leaned in to ask how. That was the last mistake he made.
What happened to this family remains one of America's most heartbreaking unsolved mysteries. On Christmas Eve, 1945, in the quiet town of Fayetteville, George and Jenny Sauter tucked their 9 children into bed. No one could imagine the horror about to unfold. Jenny and George jolted awake to the snap of flames in the thick sting of smoke. They barely escaped with 4 of their children as fire swallowed their home whole. When the smoke cleared, 5 siblings were nowhere to be found. When the firefighters sifted through the smoldering ruins, finding the children's beds strangely intact amidst the charred wreckage. No bones, no teeth, nothing that should have remained after such a ferocious blaze. Down the road, neighbors whispered about seeing the children that night, their small faces pressed against the windows of a dark car that sped away. Others swore they'd heard crying in the woods behind the property. The anomalies piled up like kindling. The ladder George always kept propped against the house had disappeared. Their phone lines had been neatly severed before the fire started. Most chilling of all, a local bus driver came forward, describing how he'd seen a man lob what looked like a ball of fire onto the Sauter roof just minutes before the screams began. For 30 years, the Sauters chased every lead, a shallow grave containing bone fragments that testing couldn't conclusively identify. A 1968 photograph of a handsome young man in New York who had Louis's unmistakable eyes. Each clue raised more questions than answers. No one could have known that this would mark the beginning of 60 years of suffering and something far darker that would never leave. When the first tuberculosis patients arrived at Waverly Hills in 1910, the gleaming white facility stood as a beacon of modern medicine in Louisville, Kentucky. Doctors promised cutting-edge treatments and fresh mountain air. Instead, they created a nightmare that would outlive the hospital itself. At the height of the epidemic, Waverly Hills saw 400 to 500 deaths annually. The staff developed grim routines. Bodies were wheeled through a 500-foot underground tunnel to avoid alarming living patients. Nurses whispered about doors slamming on their own and shadowy figures standing watch at dying patients' bedsides. The darkest legend began in 1928 when a young nurse hanged herself in room 502 after discovering her pregnancy. Today, visitors report sudden choking sensations in that room. When the hospital finally closed in 1961, the new owners expected silence. Instead, they found gowns swaying on hooks in empty rooms, the scent of antiseptic lingering after decades, phantom coughs echoing through sealed wards. Waverly Hills was supposed to be a place of healing. Instead, it became a haunted place.
This is the true story behind Stranger Things, and what happened was truly terrifying. In 1974, on the edge of rural Indiana, an orphanage opened under a harmless name, the Willow Home. Officially, it cared for children no one came back for. Unofficially, it hid behind a defense budget, masking what was really happening inside. The program was run by Dr. Harold Brenner, a neurologist who believed the human mind could be trained like a weapon. His tests were not games. Every child lost their identity on arrival. Birth records were destroyed, names erased, and replaced with numbered files. Therefore, no one could be traced. No one could be claimed back. The experiments grew harsher. Ice baths to measure fear, isolation chambers to fracture memory, sensory deprivation that lasted days. As a result, most children faded. Some stopped speaking. Others stopped reacting entirely. But one subject changed the pattern. Her Her file was rewritten in red. 11. Her scans shifted when she focused. Metal doors vibrated when she cried. Lights dimmed when her heart rate spiked. Therefore, Dr. Brenner ordered longer sessions, stronger machines, and full overnight observation. During a late-night test, the power failed across the entire facility. As a result, the locks released instead of sealing. Cameras later showed staff frozen in hallways, unable to move, while a small figure walked past them. 11 reached the main records room. Files burned, tapes shattered. By morning, the children were still there. The doctors were not. The Willow home was sealed, not closed. The land was marked unsafe. The project was buried under classified orders, and every remaining file was removed from public archives. This child was born normal until something went wrong. In 1975, in Denver, Colorado, a boy named Ethan Cole was born after a difficult delivery. There were complications, including low oxygen and delayed response. However, he survived. Weeks later, doctors found something unusual. His body was growing too fast, and they called it a rare condition. Therefore, the hospital offered a solution, a specialized program. Meanwhile, the family was struggling, and medical bills kept rising. Then one day, they just threw him to the doctors. No questions, no hesitation. As a result, Ethan was transferred before his first birthday. Officially, it was treatment. However, in reality, it was testing. Over the years, he kept growing. By age 10, he was already over 6 feet 6 inches tall. However, the tests became worse. He was placed in isolation. He received repeated injections. Gradually, he stopped speaking. By 18, he was over 9 feet tall. His posture was low, and his movements became sudden. Then one night, everything went wrong. A guard entered his room. Seconds later, alarms triggered. Cameras showed rapid, violent movement. Bodies were found on the ground. Then, nothing. Ethan was gone. Search teams followed deep tracks into the forest, which led to a cave. Inside, they found blood, broken equipment, and repeated markings on the walls. After 3 days, the search was officially stopped. However, he was found, deep inside the cave, barely moving. His body was still there, but what they found was no longer human. These were the smallest killers ever simply weren't built for the pressure. What inspired the Flintstones was real, and the discovery should have stayed buried. In 1961, a research team in Antarctica made a discovery that immediately raised concern. Buried beneath nearly 40 feet of ice, they found a family of 4, perfectly preserved, and based on the tools found with them, far older than any known human civilization. The lead researcher filed a report that same evening. By the next morning, it had already been classified. Within 72 hours, a federal convoy transported the bodies to a secure facility outside Albuquerque, New Mexico. At the same time, every scientist involved was separated, debriefed, and reassigned. At the facility, a team began the thawing process under federal supervision. At first, everything proceeded normally. However, that changed when one of the bodies opened its eyes. The facility was immediately placed under lockdown. Shortly after, several researchers began showing symptoms: high fever, disorientation, unexplained bleeding. Within 2 days, 2 of them were dead. As a result, the federal team did not request medical assistance. Instead, they initiated containment procedures. However, containment came too late. Whatever had been frozen with that family had not been alone, and once it spread through the air, it reached everyone. No one was unaffected. Shortly after, the internal logs changed. The objective was no longer containment. Within hours, all activity inside the facility stopped. No survivors were reported. The site was sealed soon after. All related documents were classified indefinitely. Nothing was ever released to the public. This man was considered one of the brightest minds in America. Nobody knew what he was feeding. In 1967, an entomologist named Grant Webb resigned from his university position in California and moved to an isolated property 30 miles outside of Reno, Nevada. He told colleagues he needed space to continue his research privately. For 6 years, Grant received weekly deliveries of livestock feed in quantities that made no sense for a single man living alone. The delivery driver who serviced the property later told investigators that he had never once been allowed past the front gate, and that on certain visits, he could hear something moving inside the barn that he could not identify. It wasn't until 1973 that authorities connected Grant Webb to a series of disappearances in the surrounding area. 11 hikers and 2 hunters had gone missing within a 20-mile radius of his property over the previous 3 years. All cases had been closed due to lack of evidence. Detective Sam Poole consequently obtained a warrant and led a team onto the property on a Thursday morning. Grant Webb answered the door calmly and cooperated fully with the search. He only asked that they avoid the barn. 2 officers entered the barn first. 10 minutes passed. Nobody came back out. The remaining team checked their weapons and went in. Grant Webb stood outside watching, still smiling. Sam Poole was the last one in. What he saw when his eyes adjusted to the dark was enough to make him understand why Grant Webb hadn't stopped smiling since they arrived. The barn was sealed, and Grant Webb said only one thing: she hasn't eaten since Tuesday.
She prayed for everyone, even the devil. In 2005, in the dusty outskirts of Tijuana, Mexico, a quiet 7-year-old girl named Sophia said her prayers every night without fail. Her mother, Maria, would listen from the hallway, comforted by her daughter's devotion. But one night, she overheard something that froze her in place. Sophia whispered, "God bless Mama, God bless Papa, God bless my brother, and please, bless Lucifer too, because no one ever prays for him." Maria confronted her gently. "Why would you pray for the devil, mi amor?" Sophia just smiled. "Because he's lonely." Days later, tragedy struck. Sophia was hit by a car outside their home. She died instantly. At the funeral, the family couldn't afford a proper burial. They were preparing for a simple, unmarked grave until a tall, pale man in a black suit arrived. He said nothing, just handed Maria a signed check covering every expense: casket, flowers, everything. Confused, she asked, "Why are you doing this?" The man looked at her with empty eyes and replied, "She was the only one who ever prayed for me." Then he turned and walked away, disappearing into the haze beyond the cemetery gate. When Maria looked at the check, the signature was a single letter, L. The priest refused to speak of what happened. The funeral director quit 2 days later. The grave? It said nothing grows near it, not even weeds. But late at night, locals claim they've seen a man in black, kneeling by Sophia's grave, mouthing silent prayers. And if you ask Maria, she'll still tell you, some angels fall, but maybe some just want to come home.
Who would ever suspect a man this handsome, In the summer of 1961, an ice cream man named Sal Gamano worked the back roads of rural Ohio, his white truck and cheerful chime known on every street. Mothers loved him. The children loved him even more, especially the way he took care of them. Nevertheless, ever since Sal had come to town, an unusual number of children had begun to disappear. It was strange. Everyone said so. Yet no one could ever bring themselves to suspect a man so gentle with the children. No one could ever explain it. The children left no trace, no struggle, no sign, nothing. They simply never came home. Over 4 summers, 11 were gone. The sheriff did everything he could, searched dogs, patrols combing the fields, questioning every family in the county, yet it led to nothing. No answers, no traces, not a single clue. However, one boy would not let it go. His name was Tommy Rourke, and his best friend had been the 9th to disappear. Therefore, one warm afternoon, he followed the truck on his bicycle, far past the last house, down a dirt track, into a field in the middle of nowhere. There he found a small cabin. He waited until the truck pulled away, then slipped inside. A trapdoor in the floor led down into the dark. Below, a row of freezers hummed against the wall, and when Tommy lifted the first lid, he found the children, all 11 of them, exactly as they had been. Then behind him, a familiar voice spoke softly. "You always were my favorite, Tommy. I saved you a spot." What this little boy found inside the walls of his new home became one of America's most chilling unsolved mysteries. In 1967, a woman named Diane Carter moved into an old house in rural Vermont with her 4-year-old son, Tommy. The house had been built in the 1890s by a wealthy family, the Hargroves, who had met a terrible end. The father had been found dead inside. However, his wife and young son were never seen again, and their bodies were never recovered. Ever since, every family that moved in left within a week, and each one moved far away to a different state. Nevertheless, Diane knew none of this. At first, Tommy was his usual cheerful self. However, within days he changed. He stayed in his room for hours, talking and laughing, as if playing with another child. Whenever Diane walked in, he was always alone. She worried, but she told herself it would pass with time. Then one night she woke to a loud banging coming from the basement. Therefore she went downstairs. There she found Tommy striking the wall with a hammer. Shocked, she grabbed him and asked what he was doing. He answered calmly. He was only helping his friend behind the wall. However, Tommy had already made a hole, and what Diane saw inside was horrifying. 2 skeletons, 1 adult and 1 child. As a result, she called the police immediately. The forensic investigation later confirmed the truth. The remains belonged to the missing wife and son of the original owner. However, how they had died and why they had been sealed behind that wall was never explained. Diane and Tommy left the house that same week, and Tommy never spoke to his friend again. This was the most disturbing discovery in Texas history. In 2012, in a quiet neighborhood outside Houston, neighbors began complaining about a foul smell coming from the house of a 56-year-old man named Harold Nunez. Harold lived alone, blinds always shut, never spoke to anyone. People just assumed he was the weird guy on the street. Every town has one. But when Harold stopped picking up his mail for 3 weeks, the sheriff's department did a welfare check. The moment officers stepped inside, they knew something was wrong. The air was humid, rotten, and the house was filled, wall to wall, with life-size dolls. Not plastic, not porcelain. Dolls wearing real dresses, posed at tables, sitting on couches. One deputy whispered, "Why do they look so real?" Then they opened the first one. Inside the fabric torso were human bones. Every doll was built the same way, stuffed with stolen remains Harold had been digging up from cemeteries at night. He cleaned the bones, wired them together, patted them with towels, then carefully sewed fabric skin over the frame. 27 dolls, 27 bodies. Harold wasn't even in the house. They found him later, collapsed in a shed behind the property. Heart failure. The case was closed. The dolls were destroyed. This was the real-life Hunger Games. During the early 1900s, a multi-trillionaire named Cranjis McBasketball held a very dark secret competition. What he did was gather people through timeshares and trick them into signing a contract to be in the games. No one in the public knew about the games except Cranjis's fellow rich friends, who would watch and bet on the competitors to win. The games would have 40 total competitors, all set up into pairs. The last team or person standing would win. The prize was $30 million. However, if the winners told anybody how they had won the money when they returned home, they would be taken out. In 1915, during the 5th annual games, things did not go as planned for Cranjis. It started out as normal, with over half the competitors being taken out in the first few minutes. However, the remaining couples eventually refused to fight each other. Instead, they all gathered together to protest. This made Cranjis furious. Therefore, he stepped out onto the platform that overlooked the arena and yelled, "Y'all are embarrassing me in front of my friends." However, before he could finish his rant, he was struck by an arrow and fell down into the arena below. follow. As a result, the competitors were able to escape and eventually contact the authorities. This led to the arrest of most of Crangis's friends. What police found inside this cave in 1963 was so disturbing that 3 officers requested immediate retirement the same day. In the spring of 1942, a man named Cliff Hanger decided to camp alone in an isolated stretch of forest in rural Montana. He had not told anyone where he was going. When he failed to return after 2 weeks, his landlord reported it to local authorities. His car was found at the edge of the forest. His tent was still standing, his food untouched. He had simply vanished. Over the following years, hikers and campers in the surrounding area began disappearing at an unusual rate, all within a 2-mile radius of the same stretch of forest. Every case closed within weeks due to lack of evidence. It wasn't until 1962 that a forestry team discovered an opening in the ground entirely by accident. A team of officers descended into the shaft shortly after. They had flashlights and radio communication. Within minutes, the radios went silent. The 2 officers who made it back to the surface did so without their equipment and without being able to clearly explain what had happened in the dark below them. Their reports described only movement, fast, deliberate movement coming from something that seemed to know those tunnels far better than they did. A larger team descended the following morning with floodlights. What they found took 3 weeks to fully document. Remains dating back 20 years. The final police report confirmed the man was Cliff Hanger. 20 years underground had left him blind, mentally destroyed, and according to the forensic team responsible for every disappearance in that forest, he had not starved down there. This was the most dangerous man ever sentenced to death. And he had charming eyes. In 1956, a greeting card salesman named Arnold Grips was arrested in Pennsylvania after authorities connected him to a strange series of deaths across several states. The victims had no visible injuries, no stab wounds, no gunshots. However, autopsies revealed severe internal damage, crushed ribs, collapsed lungs. Arnold was known for his warm personality. He greeted strangers with firm hugs and wide smiles. People trusted him. That was the problem. Investigators later confirmed he had hugged over 290 people to their graves. Doctors who examined him discovered his muscle density was unusually high, likely from years of heavy labor. Therefore, what seemed like a friendly embrace became something deadly. When questioned, Arnold calmly said, "I only wanted them to feel welcome." He was sent to Milford Correctional Facility, where guards were strictly ordered to avoid physical contact. However, during a routine transfer, one officer casually patted him on the back. Arnold responded with a hug. The officer died 18 minutes later. Arnold was quickly transferred to Coldbrook Island Penitentiary, a maximum security prison with a strict no-contact policy. In 1962, a structural fire broke out inside the facility. Smoke spread rapidly through the lower wings, and dozens of inmates were found dead from inhalation. When investigators checked Arnold's block, they found something different. 3 guards were lying outside his cell, only crushed rib cages. Arnold's body was never officially recovered. However, weeks later, a small-town church in Ohio hired a new greeter. Witnesses said he gave the warmest hugs. This hypnotist was the most dangerous man to ever hold a microphone, and nobody realized it until it was too late. In 1973, a man named Nicotine Jr. was one of the most sought-after hypnotists in America. He performed in sold-out theaters across Tennessee, sharing stages with some of the biggest names in entertainment. Audiences left euphoric every single night. But those who had volunteered on stage came back to their seats with wide open eyes and a smile that never moved. Friends and family said it was like looking at someone whose personality had been rearranged, and every single one of them vanished within 5 days. It wasn't until 1978 that Detective Lou Natick connected the disappearances. 178 people across 6 states, all volunteers from Nicotine Jr.'s shows. Every family left with nothing but a handwritten note containing 3 words: "Come find us." Lou consequently sent an undercover officer into one of Nicotine Jr.'s performances as a volunteer. At 3 a.m., Ray walked out of his front door wearing a red robe and followed a route 12 miles outside of Memphis to a property that appeared on no official map. The entire team entered. What they found inside was something Lou Natick later described to his colleagues as straight out of a horror movie. The team was immediately overwhelmed. Only Lou made it out. He returned to the station and told his colleagues everything. Nobody believed him. When officers went to investigate, they found the property completely empty. Lou Natick was admitted to a psychiatric facility the following morning. Nicotine Jr. was never seen again. Neither were the 178 people who had volunteered on his stage. This butcher shop was hiding something truly sickening. In 1994, in a quiet town near Baton Rouge, Louisiana, a man named Walter Griggs ran a small roadside butcher shop called Griggs & Cuts. People loved it. His smoked ribs and pulled pork sandwiches were legendary. Folks drove in, from 3 towns over, just to get a taste. Walter was always behind the counter, smiling, laughing, chatting with customers like they were family. But then, people started disappearing. First a hitchhiker, then a local drifter, then a girl who worked part-time at the gas station nearby. Police thought it was just bad luck, maybe runaways, until one day, a health inspector stopped by unannounced and never came out. That's when they raided the shop. In the back room, they found a freezer filled with unlabeled meat, a bucket of teeth, and a grinder full of something that definitely wasn't beef. Then they checked the smoker out back, and what they found inside made even the coroner throw up. When they arrested Walter, he didn't fight. He just smiled and said, "People always said my meat had a human touch." He confessed to 9 murders, but no one really knows the real number. And now, in that small Louisiana town, no one can eat barbecue without thinking twice, because you never really know what's in the meat. This is the real story behind Peter Pan, and it's terrifying. In the late 1800s, in a quiet castle town in Cornwall, England, a disturbing rumor began to spread. Children were disappearing, slipping from their beds in the night without a trace. Whispers pointed to a strange boy named Peter. Peter wasn't ordinary. He was a homeless orphan, about 10 years old, yet no one had ever seen him grow. He wandered the streets barefoot in the winter but never shivered. He never begged for food, never seemed hungry, and carried a strange charm that made other children follow him without question. One afternoon he met a girl named Gretchen and her 2 brothers, Randy and Skip. Peter told them about a secret party where everyone wore white clothes, a party only special children could attend. That night, the 3 siblings vanished, just like the others. The townspeople whispered, "The boy who never grew up is taking them." But one man wasn't willing to accept rumors. Detective Alonzo Jenkins arrived, determined to find the truth. After weeks of searching, he spotted Peter wandering toward the woods and followed him. The trail led to an abandoned stone church at the edge of town, a place long avoided. Inside, under the moonlight, Peter's young face began to twist, stretch, age. Within seconds, he transformed into a tall, skeletal man with hollow eyes and a grin that didn't move right. Jenkins froze as the creature leaned close and whispered, "Don't worry, I only take the young. The old are useless to me." Jenkins ran for help. Officers flooded the forest, but when they returned, the creature was gone. And what they found in the church was far more horrifying than the rumors. These were the real-life Powerpuff Girls, and their story is truly terrifying. In 1958, deep in the Nevada desert, the US government launched a secret project called Operation Blossom. It was led by a strange scientist named Dr. Clyde People. The goal? To create living weapons by rewriting human DNA. After years of failed trials, Dr. People succeeded, creating 3 genetically modified girls: Emily, who had super strength; Rose, who could control machines with her mind; and June, whose mind control was so powerful that even the other scientists were afraid of her. To keep the girls from using their powers, they were fitted with metal collars that could shut their abilities down instantly. But things soon got darker. They were tested endlessly, kept in isolation, and treated like weapons, not children. One night during an experiment, June secretly used her mind control on Dr. People. Without realizing it, he placed the remote for the collars under the table and walked away. That night, the girls found it. They freed themselves. Then all hell broke loose. Emily shattered the walls. Rose shut down the alarms and sealed the exits. And June froze every guard in her path. Without saying a word, they escaped into the desert, leaving the lab in ruins. The government searched for years, but they were never found. Later, in declassified reports, officials mentioned sightings of 3 pregnant women near abandoned military bases. Their story was erased from history, but one question remains: where are they now? This man's sausage stand made people act different. In 1986, in Swineland, Arkansas, a man named Chuck Porker opened a roadside grill called the Glizzy Shack. It was small, no menus, just a hand-painted sign that read, "You'll be back for more." And people were. Every day more cars lined up. Some drove in from other states. They weren't just hungry, they were obsessed. Chuck worked alone, never spoke much, but he had a signature move. He'd hand you the sausage, wink, and say, "Let it do its thing." Locals joked it was the only food that fixed your marriage. Others said it made them feel euphoric. The county tried to shut him down 3 times. Each time, the complaints mysteriously vanished. Then one night, a couple filed a police report. Their teenage son had eaten 3 sausages in one sitting and tried to marry the lawnmower. That got the sheriff's attention. They raided the shack at dawn. Inside, everything looked clean, normal, just grills, coolers, and meat, until one deputy felt a draft behind a storage rack. A hidden panel opened into a narrow trap space. Inside were glass bottles filled with a clear, thick substance. No labels, no warnings. The bottles were sent to a lab. Tests revealed traces of a compound used in vintage aphrodisiac formulas, but no manufacturer could be identified. The next morning, the shop was shut down by court order. In the hearing, Chuck smiled and said, "I wasn't hurting anyone. I was just helping couples feel closer." The Glizzy Shack never reopened, and Swineland never got its appetite back. This milkshake shop had a secret ingredient, and it was truly disturbing. In 1991, a man named Larry Creamer opened a small milkshake shop in Santa Cruz, California called Shake Lab. At first it looked like a normal beachside shop. Bright sign, retro stools, loud music, but within months, the place became famous. Teenagers lined up around the block. College students came every night. Some customers returned 3 or 4 times a day. People kept saying the same thing. There was something about the milkshakes. Whenever someone asked Larry what made them so special, he always smiled and said, "Only the highest quality milk." Employees noticed something strange about the milk deliveries. No trucks ever arrived. Yet every morning, Larry walked into the kitchen carrying fresh glass bottles filled with milk. When workers asked where it came from, he always said, "Private supply." Then one night, a health inspector decided to check the building more carefully. Behind the kitchen floor, he found a narrow staircase leading to the basement. At first, the room looked empty. Then the smell hit them. Rows of metal cages filled the entire basement. Inside were hundreds of rats. Pipes ran from the cages into a small processing machine in the corner. Next to the cages were dozens of syringes and chemical bottles. Investigators later concluded Larry had been injecting the rats with experimental compounds designed to alter their milk. The goal was simple: make it impossible to stop drinking. One of the officers reportedly vomited on the spot. According to department records, he retired the following week. Larry Creamer was gone by the time the police finished the search, and Shake Lab never opened again. Do not accept this woman's hospitality, no matter how cold it gets outside. In 1945, 2 recently discharged soldiers named Doug Hole and Phil Grave were driving through the plains of rural Kansas when their truck broke down 16 miles from the nearest town. With no other option, they set off on foot. After several hours in the dark, they spotted a farmhouse with a single light on. A young woman named Flo Ware opened the door before they even knocked. She was standing completely still in the doorway, smiling as if she had been watching them approach from a long way off. Neither man said anything about it. She offered food and a place to sleep. The meal was already on the table when they walked in. Flo sat across from them the entire time without eating, watching them with the same expression she had at the door. They told themselves it was nothing, but 3 days in, both men woke up unable to move, lying on a cold stone floor in complete darkness. They were not alone. The sounds around them made that immediately clear. It took them 2 days to find a way out through a broken wall at the far end. What they left behind in that basement they never described to anyone, not in their police statement, not to their families. The only thing Doug wrote in his report was a single sentence. He said they were lucky to still have their family jewels. Officers arrived that same morning. Flo was found upstairs in her chair, completely calm, waiting. And when they descended into the basement, not one of them came back up the same way they went down. People think Pokemon is just a game, but in 1967, it came from something far darker. During the summer of 1967, in Saffron City, New Jersey, a quiet boy named Eli Oakson invented a small game with the neighborhood kids. They would trap stray animals behind an abandoned toy factory, train them, and make them battle inside chalk circles. It was childish fun at first. Nicknames, scoreboards, made-up types. But as the boys got older, the game hardened. They built cages, they bet money, they pushed the animals harder, longer, meaner. By 1975, it was no longer a game. It had evolved into a full underground animal fighting ring, run not by teenagers anymore, but by men in their 20s, and Eli was the one in charge. Locals called him Coach Oakson. The abandoned toy factory had become a real arena, reinforced cages made from welded scrap metal. Dozens of adults attended Friday night fights. Some traveled from other towns just to place bets. Eli kept notebooks filled with training plans, strength tests, and detailed records of every animal used. He treated the fights like a professional sport, but the operation grew violent. Farmers reported missing livestock. Gunshots were heard behind the factory after midnight. On December 3rd, 1975, a high-stakes match spiraled out of control. 2 animals broke free, injuring several spectators and causing a stampede. When police raided the factory minutes later, the place was deserted. Everyone had run, except Eli. He sat alone in the chalk ring, writing in his notebook. The page was labeled New Division, Human versus Human. What happened in Chicago in 1983 is still one of the strangest cases the city ever covered up. In the summer of 1983, residents of a small apartment building in Chicago began reporting the same thing. At night, they heard a woman crying beneath the floor. Not in the hallway, not from a neighbor, from inside the pipes. At first, maintenance brushed it off as old plumbing. Old pipes make noise, everyone knows that. But tenants insisted the cries sounded human, pleading, sobbing, whispering things like, "Help me," in a voice that echoed through the metal. After 2 weeks of non-stop complaints, the landlord finally called a city inspector, a guy named Daniel Ruiz. Daniel opened the main drainage hatch in the basement and immediately froze. The smell was wrong, not sewage, but something metallic and warm. When he shined his flashlight down the pipe, he swore he saw fingers, pale fingers, slide back into the darkness. He slammed the hatch shut and called police. Chicago PD assumed it was a prank, but for protocol, they cut open a section of the main line. Inside, there was no woman, no body, no clothing, but the inner walls were covered in deep, fresh scratches, as if someone had clawed their way through the metal with their bare hands. The police quietly sealed the basement. No report, no statement. Residents were told the plumbing was under renovation, but to this day, people who lived there swear one thing: the crying didn't stop. It just moved deeper into the building. These two brothers This American cop was pure evil. In 1965, an officer named Harry Kane was a cop everyone trusted in the small town of Blandford, Arkansas. People called him the nicest guy in town, and on the surface, he lived up to it. But behind closed doors, Harry had a secret. None of the criminals he arrested ever made it to jail. One night, a young rookie officer named Justin Time noticed something odd. Harry never wrote reports. He always joked that paperwork was for losers. But Justin couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. Curious, Justin followed Harry one night after he arrested a drunk driver. Instead of heading to the station, Harry drove deep into the woods. Justin watched from the shadows as Harry dragged the handcuffed man from the car and LED him into an abandoned cabin. Inside were rows of jars. Harry opened one. The man screamed as Harry stuffed him inside. Then he sealed the jar and calmly placed it back on the shelf. Horrified, Justin stepped back and snapped a twig. Harry froze, then slowly turned toward the noise with a calm smile. "Sometimes I keep them close so they don't get out of hand," he said. "A jar a day keeps the crime away." Justin managed to escape and report everything, but by the time police reached the cabin, Harry was gone. The officers opened the jars, and what they saw inside was pure horror. These brothers were not normal children. What they ended up doing was something no human being should ever have created. In 1972, two brothers named Phineas Fletcher and Ferb Fletcher were already considered the smartest children in America. By the age of 10, they had built machines that university professors struggled to understand. However, there was something deeply wrong with them. Animals frequently disappeared near their workshop. Classmates claimed the brothers experimented on living things simply to observe the outcome. Nevertheless, their intelligence overshadowed every concern. By the age of 18, both brothers were recruited into a classified government program. Its goal was to create soldiers without fear, hesitation, or remorse. As a result, they were given complete freedom to work however they wanted. Over the next decade, they developed a surgical procedure capable of suppressing fear directly within the human brain. Subjects followed orders without hesitation, without remorse, without fear of death. The brothers considered the project a complete success. Then something went wrong. Former subjects began suffering violent personality changes. Several escaped containment. Researchers were attacked. By the time reinforcements arrived, dozens were dead. Consequently, The brothers were captured by their own subjects. When security forces finally regained control 3 days later, both men were found alive. However, neither recognized their own names. The subjects had repeatedly performed the procedure on them. This was the most evil woman to ever live. Her name was Linda May. She was born in 1923 in a quiet town in Iowa. To everyone, she seemed like a gentle widow, soft-spoken, polite, and always baking pies for her neighbors. She lived alone on a small farm just outside of town. But between 1950 and 1971, at least 17 people went missing near her land. Hitchhikers, traveling salesmen, even a police officer, all vanished without a trace. No one suspected Linda. The police blamed wild animals or accidents near the river. But everything changed in 1972 when her old barn caught fire. As firefighters broke through a sealed wall inside, they found something horrifying. 5 metal chairs bolted to the floor, each with straps for arms and legs, a rusted sink streaked with dried blood, and shelves lined with glass jars filled with fingers, eyes, and other body parts. When police arrested her, Linda didn't fight or cry. She just smiled and said, "I gave them a home, and they gave me company." She died 5 years later in her jail cell. But the worst part, only 7 victims were ever identified. In her notebook, police found 17 names, each one carefully written and crossed out. No one ever found the rest. This ice cream shop owner's secret ingredient was truly disturbing. In the 1980s, a man named Humongous owned a wildly popular ice cream shop in Miami called the Sugar Rush. He was a local celebrity, even appearing in a few music videos. Everyone loved him, especially his catchphrase, "My milkshakes bring all the boys to the yard." But there was something strange about his ice cream. No one could explain why it was so addictive. People came back again and again, sometimes 3 or 4 times a day. When customers asked what made it so good, Humongous just smiled and said, "It's my secret ingredient." One day, a local food inspector decided to investigate. He went undercover, wearing sunglasses and a fake mustache, and ordered a single scoop for a very reasonable price of $69. The ice cream was good, really good, but not that good. That night, around 3 a.m., the inspector woke up with an overwhelming craving for more. It was so bad that he drove barefoot, half asleep, straight to the shop, even though it was closed. When he got there, he saw Humongous standing in the back alley beside a dumpster, talking quietly with a suspicious-looking man. The inspector hid behind a trash can, holding his breath. He might have gone unnoticed, if not for the loud gurgle from his stomach. Both men froze and slowly turned their heads toward him. This man was the most dangerous in the world. In 1963, in New York City, a man named Jerry Dunk ran a small hot dog stand on Main Street. But his hot dogs weren't just snacks. They were a sensation. People said they were the best they'd ever tasted. No one knew what made them so good. Jerry's secret recipe was a closely guarded mystery. Families lined up every day around his stand. Jerry always greeted them with a warm smile and a friendly word. He'd chat with the dads, talk about baseball or fishing. Many of the men would say, "I'm just going back to Jerry's for another hot dog," and walk off smiling. But they never came home. When men kept disappearing, the police started an investigation. At first, Jerry was all charm, playful, polite, helpful. He said, "I'm just a guy with a grill." But when more people went missing, the police searched his house. What they found was horrifying. In Jerry's basement, behind a locked steel door, there was a full-size basketball court, but that wasn't the scary part. At the far end of the room stood a huge industrial incinerator, its walls blackened with soot. Beside it, piles of men's clothes. When the police found Jerry in his secret hideout, he smiled and said, "First rule of the game, you gotta win." When they asked where the missing men were, he pointed at the incinerator and whispered, "I'm the king of Dunk." Then he ran straight toward the flames. Now you can probably guess how he kept his hot dogs hot. This was the most dangerous man who ever lived. During the late 1940s, a plane transporting over 100 prisoners crash-landed on a remote island. Only about 30 survived, including a man named Grant Heft Otto, who was originally in custody for stealing and selling cars. For the first few days, the survivors were fine, but weeks went by with no rescue, and panic started to spread. When the emergency rations finally ran out, things got even worse. People began disappearing, one prisoner every single night, including Grant himself. Rumors spread fast. Some believed the center of the island was haunted. Others thought someone was hunting them. By the end of the first month, only a handful of prisoners were left. Desperate, they decided to explore the island's interior. After a long walk, they spotted a small wooden cabin, but when they approached, they froze in horror at what was inside. Before they could react, a man burst through the doorway and sprinted toward them. The survivors ran back to the beach, only to realize one of them hadn't made it back. After talking it through, they finally understood the truth. The man in the cabin wasn't a monster. He was Grant Heft Otto, changed, feral and hunting the others to survive. At sunrise, the remaining prisoners built a makeshift raft, escaped the island, and were picked up by a passing Navy ship days later. But the strangest part? The island and the crash site were never found again. This man's burgers were famous until people learned what was really in them. For 3 years, Billy "Bull" Henderson ran the busiest diner off Interstate 80. His signature dish, the Barnyard Special, cost $49.99 for a single burger, but people swore it had a weird, addictive taste no one could describe. Truckers loved it. Tourists loved it. Cars lined the highway shoulder every weekend. Locals brought visiting relatives just to say, "This is a real American meal." Eventually, rumors reached the county health department. Not of food poisoning, something stranger. Anonymous notes that simply said, "Look closer at the meat." The diner always passed inspections with perfect scores. But a new inspector, Karen Miles, wasn't convinced. Her surprise visit looked normal. The kitchen gleamed. The staff was polite. The smell of onions filled the air. But a faint, musky odor drifting from a floor grate made her pause. It didn't smell like beef. That night, she returned. Through a back window, she saw Billy lifting a hidden trapdoor beneath neatly folded aprons and climbing into a basement no blueprint ever mentioned. Karen called the police. When officers opened the trapdoor, the stench hit them instantly. The basement was a nightmare, filthy pens packed with rats and possums, all writhing in the dark, and in the center, a giant, blood-caked industrial grinder. As Billy was led outside in cuffs, regular customers gathered, horrified. One man, mid-bite into a burger from the drive-thru, stared at his food and gagged. The diner shut down that night, and the local news quietly buried the story, terrified that tourists might stop coming to the area. This man was the devil himself. In March 1989, in Matamoros, Mexico, right near the Texas border, people started noticing a strange, rotten smell coming from a ranch called Santa Elena. At first, locals thought it was dead animals, but what police found buried in the dirt would shock the entire country. 17 bodies, mutilated, tortured, buried in a grid like ritual offerings. One of them was Mark Kilroy, a 21-year-old college student from Texas, who vanished during spring break. The man behind it all? Adolfo Constanzo, drug trafficker, cult leader, self-proclaimed high priest. He told his followers the secret to protection was sacrifice, real sacrifice. Inside a shack, investigators found a black cauldron called the Nganga. It was filled with sticks, blood, bones, and something else, a human brain. His rituals combined Palo Mayombe with brutal violence. Some victims were enemies, others were just unlucky. One officer said, "It wasn't Satanism, it was worse. When police surrounded him, Constanzo didn't run. He handed a gun to his follower and told him to shoot." They found his body in a closet, surrounded by candles, blood, and a final offering. The case was closed. The Nganga was locked away. But to this day, no one knows where the rest of the bodies went. For years, this puppet became the most searched object in the United States. In 1956, a craftsman named Dixon Cummings began traveling across small towns in the Midwest. He carried a small case, and inside, there was a green puppet. He made it himself. However, something about it wasn't right. There was no mechanism, and nothing inside. Yet, it didn't behave like an object. He performed in quiet places, and the shows were short. However, people began to notice something. They were afraid of it. It didn't feel like an object. Instead, it felt alive. Then, one night, Dixon disappeared. Police entered his home days later and found him dead inside. There were no signs of struggle. However, the most disturbing part was this: the puppet had disappeared. From 1956 to 1970, the puppet kept reappearing across the United States. Each time, it was found by someone new. They would take it home and keep it for a few days. Then, they would be found dead. Every time, it was the same: a sudden collapse, with no injuries and no clear cause. That's when police started paying attention. As a result, investigations were opened across multiple states. At first, the cases seemed unrelated. However, one detail kept repeating: each victim had recently taken possession of the same object. Witnesses confirmed it, but when police arrived, the puppet was never there. It had already disappeared. Days later, it would appear again somewhere else. The cases were never officially connected. However, one final note remained: this object is not normal, and whoever takes it does not survive. These twin sisters looked like angels, but they were pure evil in human form. In 1969, two twin sisters named Ada and Iris Vance lived with their grandparents on an old farm in rural North Carolina. From a very young age, something about the girls was wrong. When other children came to play, the children always got hurt. The sisters seemed to enjoy it, especially when it involved the other children's. The grandparents knew the truth. When the girls were babies, the grandmother had accidentally dropped them both, and the fall had changed them forever. The old couple had spent their lives hiding what the girls had become. However, one winter, the grandparents were found dead dead inside the farm. The scene was so disturbing that the whole town was shaken. Everyone had loved the old couple, and no one could imagine who could have done something so horrible. Nevertheless, some people noticed one strange detail. Throughout it all, the twins never cried, never grieved, never reacted at all. As a result, quiet suspicions began to spread. People started to whisper that the sisters were not normal. Still, no one had any proof, and the case was eventually closed. Over the following years, people in the small town began to vanish. In a place that small, everyone should have noticed. However, no one ever dared to accuse the two quiet sisters. Then one day, an old childhood friend of the twins came by the farm to sell them milk. They invited him in, and he accepted a cup of tea. However, when he woke up, he was tied up in the basement. Then the two sisters came down the stairs, each carrying an axe, and one of them smiled at the row of people on the floor and said, "Look, Iris, dinner is here." This man was the most dangerous person America had ever produced. In 1968, a ventriloquist named Marv Lett performed every weekend at the local theater in Cotton Plains, Texas. His act centered around a small wooden doll named Roger. Children adored him, but adults were quietly uneasy. Marv was often seen around town talking to Roger when nobody was watching. Then, strange things began happening. People started disappearing after his shows. Nothing pointed directly at Marv. The disappearances seemed random. The cases were spread out enough that nobody publicly connected them. 67 missing persons over 10 years and no official lead. Only one person saw the pattern. A man named Mark Bend had quietly tracked every disappearance for 2 years. Each victim had attended at least one of Marv's performances. Mark took it upon himself to enter Marv's home one Saturday evening while Marv was on stage. The house was clean, quiet, untouched, until he noticed the rug in the living room was slightly raised at one corner. He lifted it. Beneath was a heavy padlocked trapdoor. He broke the lock and went down. What he saw in that basement was something he would describe for the rest of his life as straight out of a horror movie. Every single missing person from the last 10 years was down there. Marv came home before Mark could leave. A struggle broke out. Mark knocked him unconscious and called the police. When officers asked Marv at trial why he had done it, he looked at the judge calmly. He said Roger told him to add more friends to his collection. This woman's charm ended more marriages than any divorce lawyer in history. In 1976, a woman named Velvet Crumb owned one of the most famous bakeries in Pennsylvania. Her wedding cakes were legendary. Couples booked years in advance. Some traveled from across the country just for one of her creations. She became something of a local celebrity. However, the grooms who ordered from Velvet were disappearing on their wedding day. Always the groom. He would simply vanish between the ceremony and the reception. No witnesses, no explanation. The brides were left alone. By 1984, more than 30 missing grooms had one thing in common. Their wedding cake had come from Velvet Crumb. A detective named Grant Heft started looking into her personally. He watched her house from a distance one night. That was when he saw her descend into a hidden trapdoor in her garden carrying trays of food. Grant waited until she left for work the next morning before going down himself. Beneath the property was a large room. 30 men were inside, chained along the walls, all of them recognizable from the missing persons reports. He called for backup before he could process what he was seeing. At trial, Velvet showed no remorse. She told the judge she had simply taken what should have been hers. She believed she was more beautiful than every bride who had ordered from her bakery. She fed each groom. She spoke to them as if she had married them herself. Despite her testimony, she was sentenced to life. This woman did the unthinkable, just to have a baby. In 1893, in Vicksburg, Mississippi, a quiet woman named Mississippi Belle married a man named Hugh Denton. From the very beginning, she was clear. She wanted a child, desperately. At first, she tried everything. Herbal remedies, whispered prayers, old rituals. But month after month, nothing. Her obsession grew, and so did the unease in town. Neighbors saw her watching children from her porch. They said she smiled when kids cried. Then, in April 1894, her husband vanished. She claimed he went to find work in Louisiana, but when the sheriff knocked on her door, she simply said, "Some men aren't meant to be fathers." Soon after, children started disappearing, one every few months. The town whispered, but no one could prove anything, until July 5th, 1895. A 6-year-old boy was found wandering the road, barefoot, trembling, covered in blood. He kept saying, "She wanted to make me hers." The name he gave? Mississippi. That same night, the Vicksburg sheriff and 3 deputies broke down her door. Upstairs, everything was spotless. Downstairs, in the cellar, they found bones, tiny clothes, and jars filled with strange black liquid. And in the corner, a book opened to a page marked, "Offering for Baal." Mississippi Belle was nowhere to be found, and just a few hours later, her house caught fire under mysterious circumstances. By sunrise, nothing was left but ash, brick, and smoke. Some say she died in the fire. Others believe she escaped and founded something far worse. Police
deaths. I tell them when my grandfather, father, and mother will die. It all comes true due to various accidents. My 3 brothers hate me to the core because they think I cursed my parents and grandfather. My mother actually dies after giving birth to my younger sister, but my brothers dote on her to no end. They say she's their lucky star because everything goes well for the family after she's born. But didn't mom die while giving birth to her? On my 18th birthday, I see my death countdown when I look at myself in the mirror. I'd been able to see a countdown to death above people's heads since I was a child. The first time I saw it was when it appeared above my grandfather's head. I told my parents about it, but they didn't mind me. They thought it was just part of a child's imagination. When I saw my grandfather again the next day, he lay on the bed with a white cloth over his face. People were crying, but I didn't understand what was going on. Later, I saw the same countdown timer above my father's head. When I told him about it, his smile froze for a second before he regained his composure. That night, I didn't see him return from work. All I heard was the urgent ringing of a phone. My mother turned ashen when she answered the call. She was already heavily pregnant at the time. She was in such a rush to head out that she slipped and fell on the steps, going into labor. That was when I saw the familiar 24-hour countdown appear above her head. That day, she passed away due to major blood loss after giving birth to my sister Phoebe. I stood outside the operating theater, feeling lost. My 3rd brother Carl shoved me to the floor and called me a monster. He said I'd cursed them, that I was the reason for my parents' deaths. I scraped my palm on the floor, and blood oozed out. I wanted to cry from the pain but forced myself to hold it in when I looked around. The people standing around me didn't dare come near. I could see the fear and hatred in their eyes. I didn't dare make a sound. All I did was bite my lip and get to my feet. Then I dusted my dress off and comforted myself. After that, I curled up in a corner and listened to the sobs around me. I hugged my knees and wept. Daddy, Mommy. I slowly drifted off. When I woke up, I found that I was alone. Everyone had left, but no one had bothered waking me up. Was it because they didn't want me anymore? I got to my feet, feeling panicked. However, my legs were numb after being curled up for too long, so I fell to the floor. The corridor was silent. Only the blinding lights were with me. Pain consumed my body, and I couldn't hold back the flood of tears. That was the day everything in my life changed. My 3 elder brothers treated Phoebe like a princess but avoided me like the plague. Even the maids brushed me off. It was a regular occurrence for me to go to bed while starving. That didn't stop me from reaching the age of 18 though. Carl always said I was a monster who would forever plague the rest of the family, and I somewhat agreed. I wondered whether I was still alive because I was too evil for hell to take me in. On this day, I got out of bed and headed to the bathroom to wash up. My hair was dry and frizzy, and my cheeks were sunken. No one would ever think I was the oldest daughter of the affluent Jensen family. That was beside the point though. What caught my attention was the countdown timer above my head. I saw the bright red numbers above my mirror reflection. The day had finally come. I wanted to smile, but only managed to lift the corners of my lips slightly. I slowly put down my glass of water and stared dazedly at my reflection. I didn't have friends and rarely came into contact with anyone. How was I going to spend my final day in this world? After a long moment of consideration, I washed up and descended from the attic where I lived. The main door swung open, and Eugene and Phoebe were about to leave. I decided to try to make them stay. Eugene, Phoebe. The looks on their faces were very different when they turned to look at me. Phoebe's eyes lit up when she saw me, and she happily called my name. Beside her, Eugene's expression darkened. He seemed to want to say something, but stopped himself after glancing at Phoebe. Can we have dinner together? Just this once is enough, I said, nervously awaiting their answer. Of course. Number. The answers were simultaneous, but completely different. Phoebe turned to Eugene, looking confused. Why not? Yeah, why not? Didn't you promise Gary that you would accompany him to an auction? That's tonight, he said. Really? Something occurred to Phoebe when she met Eugene's confident gaze. The realization dawned on her, and she turned to look at me apologetically. I'm sorry, Holly. It looks like we won't have time to have dinner together tonight. She smiled after some thought. How about we do this tomorrow? We can have dinner as a family tomorrow. A family? I forced out an ugly smile, almost drowning in my bitterness. There was no tomorrow for me, but I still agreed to her suggestion and watched her leave the house. Before turning away, Eugene gave me a warning look. It was sharp, and I felt like he wanted to stab me with it. Don't let me catch you trying to pull something funny, Holly. Touch a hair on Phoebe's head, and we'll come after you with everything we've got. Stay away from her. I watched Phoebe and Eugene left. The earlier joy I'd felt when Eugene had stopped to speak to me immediately disappeared. I felt like a bucket of ice-cold water had been poured over me. Was that what he thought of me? That I was an evil murderer? I changed my clothes and put on some light makeup, wanting to look a bit more spirited. My first stop was a funeral supply store. Since I only had one day left, I couldn't get a custom-made urn, so I picked my favorite pattern from the ones available. This urn would be my home in the future. I left the store with the urn in my arms. I could sense the odd or surprised looks that landed on me, but I ignored them. I headed to my next destination. I passed by Carl's school on my way. Class happened to let out then, and I heard the students laughter. I watched them a little enviously. They were so youthful and spirited. Unlike them, I hadn't stepped foot in a school since I was 10. I was about to leave when I saw Carl get out of the car to head inside. Since it was my last day in this world, I mustered the courage to jog to him. But as I approached, I saw him frowning while speaking to someone on the phone. When he saw me, a hint of wariness flickered in his eyes. He said, "Got it." Then, he hung up and stalked toward me. I wanted to ask him to have dinner with me that night, but the look in his eyes made me hold myself back. He snarled, "Keep your dirty thoughts to yourself if you want to remain a member of the Jensen family, Holly. I'll show you what hell on earth is like if you dare do anything to Phoebes." I stiffened. This was about Phoebe again. I now knew who Carl had been on the phone with. Eugene. Well, it made sense. I'd always been known as a symbol of misfortune. Why else would I have cursed my family members? I couldn't help shuddering at the thought of what Carl was capable of. After my mother's death, a kind doctor had taken me home. For 3 days after that, Carl had locked me up in the tool shed without food or drinks. Nobody had cared about me. To this day, the incident haunted me. I thought I was about to die on my 3rd day without sustenance when my eldest brother Gary had descended from the heavens and set me free. Though he hadn't expressed any concern toward me, he was still the kindest among my brothers. I supposed he'd already heard about what I'd said earlier that morning. When I didn't respond, Carl probably thought his threat had scared me. He leaned close and said, "You know what I'm capable of. It's easy enough for me to make a person disappear without a trace." I widened my eyes and stiffened. Then I watched as he turned and left. After a while, I turned to head to my next destination, my footsteps heavy. My brain seemed to have stopped working. I entered a photography studio. When I told the receptionist that I was there to take a photo for my funeral, her gaze softened with pity. She comforted me, and the words made my grievances burst forth. Strangers' kindness had a way of unraveling emotions, and that was exactly what happened to me. My tears dampened her shoulders, but she didn't say anything. She merely patted my back silently. She was nothing but a stranger, yet she'd given me so much warmth. After leaving the studio, I crouched by the roadside with my urn and photo. I stared into the distance, my gaze unfocused. I decided to head to the company to look for Gary. It took me a while to find it, because I'd never been there before. The staff at the front desk stopped me. They told me I couldn't enter the building without an appointment, and that Gary couldn't answer his phone because he was in a meeting. I didn't want to give up so easily. I dialed the phone number I'd committed to memory several times, but no one answered. Then I searched for Gary's social media accounts. It was my last day in this world, and I wanted him to spend it with me, even if it was just for a brief moment. I messaged him on Instagram and waited anxiously for his reply. I also requested to follow him. 2 hours passed without an answer. I didn't want to die while I was outside, so I returned home. The maids had left the house to do some grocery shopping, leaving the house empty and quiet. I started preparing a feast for dinner. At the same time, I prayed my brothers would return. I didn't receive any messages or notifications that my follow request had been approved. I sat down and looked at myself in a handheld mirror. I watched as the numbers above my head slowly counted down. I had 3 hours to go. I wanted them to be with me on my last day in this life. I wanted to know how they would react when I died. Maybe they would be pleasantly surprised. No one cared about my life or death after all. They were my family, but they despised me with every fiber of their being. I brought the food to the table and waited. Some oil had splashed onto my hand while cooking, and it hurt. It didn't take away from my excitement though. I realized something was wrong with me. I was so excited that I couldn't help trembling. There were 2 hours to go. I remained in my seat and stared fixedly at the door. Then I picked up my phone and called Gary with trembling hands. Gary. He'd answered my call but didn't say anything. I asked, "Can you guys come home to have a meal with me? I'm going to die." I could hear my heart racing after saying the words I'd kept to myself since learning that I was about to die. I thought I could be unaffected by my imminent death, yet I suddenly wanted to see more of the world. Gary didn't say anything. It was so quiet that I could hear my own breathing. Just as I thought he wasn't going to say anything, he finally spoke. His words made my heart descend into an abyss though. "Do you think a lie like that is going to make us pity you, Holly? You're stooping really low to make us go home, aren't you? Do you think we're still as easily fooled as we were when you were younger? Don't forget how Mom, Dad, and Grandpa died," he said icily. "No, that wasn't it. That wasn't my fault." I screamed the words in my heart but couldn't make a sound. Tears streamed down my face and landed on the floor. I felt like a puppet under a puppeteer's control as I cried, "I'm not lying. Please do this for me. Please, just one last time." Gary ultimately hung up on me. Before doing so, I vaguely heard Phoebe happily call his name on the other end of the line. My earlier excitement was now replaced by emptiness. I sat at the table again and muttered to myself. I recalled how my brothers treated Phoebe and pretended to be her. I laughed to myself as I roleplayed, feeling like I'd lost my mind. My laughter grew louder and ultimately ended in strangled sobs. The seconds ticked, but no one came home. I waited until it was close to midnight. I had 3 minutes to go. I started thinking back on my life, but it was too simple and plain. There didn't seem to be much to remember. My life had been a tragedy from the moment I was born. The minutes turned to seconds, and I slumped onto the table. I had my urn and photo beside me. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The countdown ended, and a dead silence descended upon me. The room went silent. Even the sound of my breathing disappeared. At the same time, I heard the sound of the doorknob turning. Someone was back. My father's adopted daughter was only locked in the cramped storage closet for around 15 minutes, yet he punished me by tying me up and throwing me inside. He even sealed off the ventilation with towels. A week passed before my father finally remembered my existence and decided it was time to end my punishment. He would never know that I had already taken my last breath in that suffocating room. My body had begun to rot in the darkness. It was dinner time. Dad glanced at his daughter, who was eating quietly, then frowned as his gaze fell on the empty seat at the end of the table. "Where's that worthless girl gone? Does she expect us all to wait for her?" His tone sharpened as he continued. "Looks like she needs to be punished harder." The butler, pausing mid-motion as he set down the dishes, answered cautiously. "Mr. Stiles, Miss Jennifer is still in the storage closet. Would you like me to release her?" Dad's hand froze mid-air. His eyes flickered briefly toward the storage closet, a flash of shock crossing his face. He recovered quickly, lifting his wine glass for a sip. He waved dismissively before adding, "After dinner, you can ask her if she's willing to apologize. If she apologizes to her sister, she can come out, and the punishment's over." As if I had already been erased from his mind, Dad turned his attention to his son Ian and adopted daughter Wendy. He reached out, placing a peeled prawn into Wendy's bowl. "What's wrong, Wendy? Why aren't you eating? You love prawns, right? Eat more." He ruffled her hair affectionately. Are you scared? Don't worry, I've already punished Jennifer. She'll never dare bully you again. Wendy looked up, her innocent smile shining. I know you love me the most, Dad. Honestly, as long as she apologizes, I'll forgive her. But now that she's being punished, I'm worried she'll hate me even more. She wouldn't dare. Dad growled, his anger unmistakable. Then his expression softened as he smiled at her gently. You're my favorite daughter. She wouldn't dare hate you. Ian grinned and chimed in reassuringly. Don't worry, Wendy. I'll protect you. I'll chop her hands off if she ever dares to bully you again. I couldn't suppress a laugh at the irony of Dad's words, but Ian's declaration sent a chill through me. I hadn't expected my brother to make such a horrifying promise, and the cruelty in his eyes told me he wasn't joking. It was bone-chilling. I laughed aloud, but it was a shame no one heard me. I was dead. My spirit had only been able to leave the storage room after I died. Since then, I'd been drifting, watching everything unfold from above. From my bird's eye view, I could see how the storage room door had been sealed. The only ventilation, a small hole, had been blocked with a towel. The storage room had become my coffin. I hadn't been buried alive, but I might as well have been. Even now, as a spirit, just the sight of the sealed-off storage room door made me feel suffocated. It was as if the darkness would engulf me again at any moment. I staggered backward and quickly made my way to the dining room. There, Dad and Ian surrounded Wendy, their voices soft and comforting. By blood, they were my only family. Yet, to them, it felt like I didn't exist. Being tied up and thrown into that dark storage room had been torture. Yet to Dad, it seemed a fair punishment for the few minutes Wendy had spent in there. The silence and pitch-black darkness terrified me, but there was no escape. I'd gone mad, struggling against the ropes. I had to break a finger just to free myself from their binds. I banged on the door with every ounce of strength I had. I screamed, begged to be released, promised to apologize, and prayed desperately to survive. It was all in vain. All I received in response was my father's mocking voice. Scared already? Didn't it occur to you that Wendy was scared too when you locked her in here? She's younger than you. Stay here and shut up. You should feel how terrified Wendy was. Let's see if you'll dare bully your sister again after this. And you call yourself her older sister? In desperation, I clawed at the door, trying to tear even the smallest slit, a tiny hole to let in air or light. My fingers bled, my nails broke, but it was all for nothing. Hopeless, I let the darkness swallow me. In my daze, I thought I heard Wendy's voice. It must be freezing in there, Jennifer. Don't worry, I'll make it warm soon. Then I realized with horror that the air conditioning had been switched to heating mode. It was summer, and the storage room was already unbearably stuffy. As the temperature rose, the room became a sauna, a private hell. I crawled through the oppressive heat, desperately searching for water to cool myself, only to discover that the food and water in the room had been replaced with trash. I collapsed onto the floor, helpless. Pain blurred my senses. Slowly, my consciousness began to fade. After ensuring Wendy had eaten enough and was smiling happily again, Dad finally addressed the butler. Go let Jennifer out. Make sure she's cleaned up and presentable, or she'll ruin everyone's appetite. His expression carried an air of self-satisfaction, as though letting me out of the storage closet after a week was some grand act of generosity. The butler quickly called for others to handle the task. Dad's tone was laced with anger and disappointment, as though I were some irredeemable sinner. I couldn't help but laugh ironically. Wendy had staged the entire incident, and yet, here they were, two fools playing into her hands. A week ago, she had barged into my room, her voice dripping with malice. I heard you applied to stay in a dorm? You're an idiot if you think that'll make Dad pay attention to you. All I need to do is say one word, and I can make them hate you forever. Without you, I'll be Dad's only daughter, Ian's only sister. Everything you own will belong to me. I refused to waste my energy on her antics and simply shut the door in her face. 15 minutes later, she went to the storage room and started banging on the door, shouting as though someone had locked her inside. When Ian returned from his extracurricular class, he immediately rescued her from the storage room. Then Wendy made her move. She called Dad, her voice trembling with feigned fear. Dad, I was so scared. I know Jennifer doesn't like me, but I didn't think she'd lock me in the storage room. It was so terrifying. I know I'm not related to you by blood, and it's only fair that Jennifer doesn't like me, but it was so dark in there. Maybe you should send me back to the orphanage, Dad. Then Jennifer wouldn't feel so angry about my existence anymore. Dad was in the middle of a meeting when he received the call. Without a second thought, he rushed home. As soon as he arrived, he carried a pale Wendy and roared, "You are my daughter, Wendy. No one can send you away. Don't say a word about leaving again." At first I thought something serious had happened, but when I stepped out of my room and saw the scene before me, the bitter irony wasn't lost on me. I was speechless. Wendy was no delicate porcelain doll, nor was she afraid of the dark. A short time in the storage room hardly warranted such theatrics. That was until Ian shouted, "It's all Jennifer's fault. She's the one who locked Wendy in the storage room. Who knows how long she would have been trapped if I hadn't come back." Dad stormed upstairs, dragged me out of my room by my hair, and shoved me into the storage closet. Tying me up, he raged, and in that moment, I finally understood. This family had no place for me. "How could you be so evil, Jennifer?" Ian yelled, his eyes blazing with anger. "How could you lock Wendy up? She's just a girl. Do you even know how scared she must have been? You're not my sister anymore. I refuse to have someone so evil as my sister." "Ian is right," Dad growled, his glare cutting through me like a knife. "How could you be so heartless at such a young age? You're hopeless. This is my house, and you have no right to order anyone around here. You like locking Wendy in the storage closet, huh? Fine. Then you can stay in there until you understand how it feels. You won't be allowed out until you're truly sorry for what you've done." Even now Dad believed it was all my fault. He would accept nothing less than my complete submission. Me on my knees, sobbing and begging for forgiveness. Too bad. They'd never hear that from me. The butler's trembling voice cut through the tension. Mr. Stiles, Miss Jennifer, is dead." Dad's hand froze midair, hovering above Wendy's head. I stared at him, refusing to miss even the faintest flicker of emotion. Was it regret I was hoping for, or fear? There was none. Instead, he smiled faintly and sighed in annoyance. How dare she? Dead, as if. Shaking his head, he added coldly, I know my daughter, she'd do anything to survive. Tell her to stop playing games before I call the crematorium, then she'll really be dead. The butler stood frozen, clearly shocked. What are you waiting for? Dad snapped. You have 30 minutes to get her cleaned up and ready to apologize to Wendy, or else, you can leave with her. Mr. Styles. The butler hesitated, his voice faltering. Get on with it, Dad snarled. The butler had no choice but to retreat. Dad turned back to Wendy with a smile, wiping her mouth tenderly. Ian wrapped an arm around Wendy's body, smiling contentedly. What a picture-perfect loving family. This was my so-called blood-related family. I smirked at the cruel irony and tried to move away, only to realize that I couldn't. My body was still there, binding me to this place. I had no choice but to watch as they acted all lovely-dovey in front of me, a grotesque display of affection that only deepened the bitterness in my heart. Things weren't always like this, not before Wendy came into our lives. Back then, I still had a mother and father who loved me, and Ian was just a little boy. Ian and I would play together, Mom would tell me bedtime stories, and Dad would take me on walks in the park. Everything changed 3 summers ago. Mom and Dad left for the ancestral home while Ian and I stayed behind for school. A few days later, Dad returned with 2 pieces of devastating news. Mom had been in a car accident at the ancestral home. She didn't survive. And before her death, she and Dad had adopted the daughter of an old friend. I lost my mother, but gained a sister. At first I welcomed Wendy. I thought of her as the last connection I had to Mom since Mom had adopted her before the accident. I wanted a sister too, so I did my best to care for her. I made sure no one at school bullied her, keeping an eye out for trouble in her class. I helped her with homework and took care of her whenever she was sick. I gave her everything I could as a sister, treating her like she was my own blood. However, one day, everything changed. I had gone to her class to bring her burn ointment, only to overhear her talking to her classmates. My sister burned me by accident, she said, her voice soft and pitiful. It's my fault. I shouldn't have brought her such a hot drink. Please don't say bad things about her. She's really nice to me. She asks me to do chores and serve her tea, but she's never bullied me. I stood frozen, stunned by the lies. The burn on her hand wasn't my doing. She'd wanted to make coffee for Dad, but claimed I had forced her to serve me hot tea. Dad had already punished me for her injury, yet I hadn't blamed her. I felt guilty for letting her into the kitchen in the first place. After hearing her lies, I confronted her at school. That day marked a turning point in my life, or maybe the change had started long before. Dad stopped doting on me. Ian no longer followed me around like my little shadow. I became an outsider in my own home, the person everyone vented their frustrations on. As I recalled the past 3 years, my body shuddered. Perhaps it was because the spirit itself was numb, but it felt like I had returned to the storage closet again. My father's expression darkened as the half-hour mark passed, and I still hadn't appeared. He stormed toward the storage room, his steps heavy with frustration. Just as he neared the door, a rat darted out, causing him to jolt in surprise. What's going on? Where did that rat come from? The butler stood pale-faced by the door, his expression twisted in a grimace as he turned away. Mr. Styles, perhaps you should take a look for yourself. I watched as my father stiffened, his movements robotic as he approached the storage closet. His gaze fell inside, landing on my corpse. My husband doesn't touch me on our wedding night. He claims he's too tired and asks me to wait. Then, he sneaks into the basement in the wee hours of each night. Whenever he returns, he needs to shower to wash away an indescribable smell. I ask him what he does down there, and he tells me he works out. Why would anyone work out in the middle of the night? I can't take it anymore. One night, I decide to sneak into the basement to see what's going on down there. He chases after me and grabs my pajamas, roaring, "Come back up here, I'll divorce you if you step foot down there." Clutching the railing, I began to tremble with anger. My parents had spent a huge chunk of their life savings to purchase this small villa for me as my marital home. This was my home, so why wasn't I allowed to enter the basement? Zane walked to the bottom of the stairs, standing in my way. Why not? Because it's not the right time yet. When the time is right, I'll definitely show you. My stomach sank. I took another deep breath, trying to calm my emotions. If that was the case, why did you have to say those harsh things when you came running after me just now? I just got a little worked up. Besides, you know what kind of person I am. I have a sharp tongue, but I'm a softie inside. Chuckling coldly, I turned to walk upstairs, as if a man was capable of having a sharp tongue and a soft heart. Fine, I'd wait until he went to work tomorrow to go downstairs and find out what was going on. After returning to bed, I tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. Something fishy was going on in the basement, and it must be something big. Could Zane be hiding a shameful secret? I turned to look at him. It seemed like he wasn't able to fall asleep either. He stared at the ceiling with his eyes wide open, looking like there was something on his mind. The sun was up. As usual, I made Zane's favorite breakfast, yet he still remained indifferent. He ate quietly without saying a word to me. It felt like I wasn't his wife, but his maid. After breakfast, I drove him to work. We both worked in sales at the same perfume company. After parking the car, I strode into the office. Once he was gone, I left a colleague with some instructions before quickly leaving the office. I didn't take the car, but instead called a cab to drive me home. Flinging open the main door, I crossed the living room as quickly as I could, and rushed toward the basement. However, when I arrived, I was dumbstruck. The door to the basement had been changed. Without my knowing, it had been changed to a door with a password lock, and without the password, it was impossible to enter. I took out my phone and took a photo of the door. I wanted to find out if there was a universal key for this type of door. "What are you doing?" Zane exclaimed, suddenly appearing at the stairway. It turned out that he had felt uneasy, so he'd followed me. He stalked up to me and slapped me across the face. "What did I tell you? Did you just hit me?" I put my phone away. "What did I tell you?" He roared again. This is my house. Do I not have the right to enter? Besides, shouldn't you have let me know that you were going to change the door? I screamed back. You were supposed to wait until I had free time to tell you. He raised his arm to hit me again. I leaned back, dodging his strike. I'm calling the police, I said, taking out my phone. My face was stinging from the pain, and I was so furious that I felt like I was about to combust. We hadn't even been married that long, and he was already abusing me. Things would only go downhill from here. Panicking, Zane grabbed my hand. Why are you calling the police? This is my house, so why won't you allow me to go downstairs? And why did you hit me? Can't I call the police over this? I insisted on calling the cops. Honey, calm down, he said, lowering his voice. I had acted impulsively. Is impulsiveness a reason to hit your wife? I shook his hand off. Let go, I have to call the police. He grabbed my hand once again. Honey, is this so big of a deal that you have to call the police? If you feel like things won't work out between us, you can file for divorce. Divorce? When I heard that word, I took a step back, falling silent. Even though we weren't getting along as husband and wife, we weren't at the point where we should get divorced. Moreover, my parents had placed high hopes on our marriage. They were even looking forward to grandchildren. More importantly, if we got divorced, he would get half of this villa. That would be a huge loss for my parents. It wasn't like I agreed to it either. If you file for divorce, you have to give me the villa, Zane continued. If you don't want to get divorced, then we can continue to live life the same way we used to, and you go back to work now. After pondering it carefully, I shot him an angry look before storming upstairs. I had no choice. I couldn't give up the villa that my parents had bought with their hard-earned money. Get back here. I stopped in my tracks, turning to look at him. For disrespecting me, don't you owe me an apology and a guarantee? Zane asked. I burst into tears from anger and slammed my fist against the handrails. Blood spilled from my hand, giving him one last glower. I quickly left. When I returned to the office, my colleague Jane Dorca asked, Chloe, what's wrong? You look upset. I told her I was fine and sat down to start work. My right hand was bandaged, so I had to use my left hand to turn my computer on. I didn't want Jane to see it, so I kept my right hand under the desk. Hey. Jane sat next to me and patted my shoulder. Winking at me, she continued. Even though you're on your honeymoon with your husband, you need to slow down, or else, you'll drain him dry. I smiled wryly. If it was my honeymoon doing this to me, I'd admit it. Suddenly, something popped into my head. I took out my phone and sent her a photo. Jane, you know a lot of things. Could you help me find out if a password-locked door like this has a universal key? Jane looked at the photo on her phone for a while before nodding. Sure, I have a friend who sells doors like this. I'll ask her for you. Nighttime rolled around. While making dinner, I unlocked my phone to check the surveillance camera again. Just like what I saw this morning, it was broken. Could Zane have done this on purpose? I finished preparing dinner and brought the plates to the dining hall. Zane had just returned, holding a cake in his hands. However, he was acting suspiciously. He hid the cake in the storage room so that I wouldn't see it. I glanced over and still managed to catch a glimpse of the exquisite mousse cake. I was taken aback. It wasn't his birthday today, nor was it mine. What was he up to? Since he didn't say a word to me, I naturally didn't ask either. During dinner, we still barely spoke to each other. He was like a customer who'd walked into a restaurant, and I was the waitress. Around bedtime, it was about time that I changed the bandages on my right hand. I carefully unwrapped it. After applying some anti-inflammatory ointment, I rewrapped it in gauze. Meanwhile, Zane lay next to me, turning a blind eye. Even though we were a couple, we clearly had different goals. It was unbearably torturous to live life like this, but at this point in time, I had no choice but to endure it. Before I knew it, I fell asleep. Perhaps I'd been conditioned, or maybe it was my subconscious at work, but I woke up in the middle of the night. Beneath the moonlight, the room wasn't as illuminated as it was during the day, but I could still see clearly. When I turned my head, I saw that Zane wasn't here. He must have gone to the basement to work out. This time, I wanted to see with my own eyes what kind of workout he was doing. When I sat up, I heard a rattling noise as my left hand was pulled down. I tugged harder, only to find a silver handcuff around my wrist. The handcuff was connected to a chain that was firmly tied to the leg of the bed frame. I pulled even harder until my wrist began to burn with pain, but I couldn't budge. This is going too far. At that moment, I wanted to kill him. Just so he could go to the basement to do some shameful thing, he'd actually chained me up like I was a victim of human trafficking. He wasn't even treating me like a proper human being. At that moment, I heard footsteps outside. Zane had returned. I swiftly lay back down and pretended to be sound asleep. I was a woman. If I fought him head-on right now, I would lose. Therefore, I'd rather fight fire with fire using my wits. Not long after, Zane snuck over and carefully sat down. He gently picked up my left hand and unlocked the handcuff. Then, he unlocked the other end of the chain and put it away. Throughout the entire process, the chain didn't make any loud noises. After that was done, he carefully lay back down. Then, as if testing me, he used his phone to tap my shoulder. I remained unmoving, like I was still asleep. He let out a sigh before finally laying down, relieved. Once again, I caught a whiff of shampoo and the smell of cake. Not just that, but there was another indescribable smell mixed with the 2 scents. Had Zane brought the cake down to the basement? Was he eating cake while exercising? Or was there something hiding in the basement? I couldn't figure it out. After breakfast, I purposely peeked into the garbage can in the living room. There was a cake box inside, and it was clearly the same cake that Zane had brought home last night. In that case, who had eaten the cake? Could there be a person hiding in the basement? My heart sank. Was Zane hiding a woman in the house? Could he be keeping a trafficked female college student down there? My husband and his first love were passing a playing card with their lips. When the card fell, their lips met in a kiss. They didn't stop. Lost in the moment, they kissed passionately for an entire minute. It was then that I realized 7 years of love meant nothing. It was time for me to leave. I rubbed my stomach, still sore from the miscarriage, and thought, I'm sorry, little one, you came at the wrong time. My chest tightened, as if a rock was pressing down on it. Thus, this was why Steven dropped a multi-million-dollar deal today to be a groomsman at an ex-classmate's wedding. I had assumed it was brotherhood that pulled him there, but it turned out his first love, Melanie, was the bridesmaid. How foolish I had been. I knew it was time to end this relationship. It was late when Steven stumbled home, reeking of alcohol. Bright red lipstick smudged his pristine white shirt. He called my name a few times, but I stayed in bed, unmoving. Drunkenly, he buried his head into my chest, coaxing, "Honey, I'm sorry. It was just a game with Lainey. I was the groomsman. She was the bridesmaid. I didn't have a choice." Really? No choice? Because the look in his eyes during that kiss, the delight, the pride, was impossible to miss. When I didn't respond, he rubbed his head against my chest, trying to charm me. "Honey, forgive me, okay?" In the past, his puppy dog act would have melted my anger instantly. Now the image of him and Melanie's kiss made me feel sick. I pushed him away and rolled to the far side of the bed. Upon sensing my rejection, Steven's playful demeanor turned to anger. "Anya, I apologized already. What more do you want?" he snapped. "Everyone was just messing around at the wedding. You're the only one taking it seriously. I've been running around all day. Can't you stop with the tantrums?" His voice grew harsher. "Why can't you learn from Lainey? She's so understanding. What's your problem? And we're married. What more do you want from me?" Right, Steven and I dated for 7 years, and were married for 5. Back in school, my pursuit of him had been practically the talk of the campus. After getting married, we moved into my parents' unused villa. I had handed over my savings to help him start a business, and my father had pulled every string he could to make it a success. Within 5 years, Steven became the sought-after Mr. Cobham. At our wedding, he had vowed in front of everyone, "Anya, I swear to love and cherish you forever." I believed him so much that I quietly stepped out of the spotlight, giving him full control of the company. However, his newfound wealth had brought along his high school crush, Melanie, whom he hired as his personal assistant. In the past, I might have thrown a tantrum, screamed, or cried. Every time I did, Steven would look down on me, scolding me for being unreasonable and insecure. What he didn't know was that while he had been busy kissing Melanie today, I had bled while drinking with a company client. It was only when I was sent to the hospital that I found out I had been pregnant and miscarrying. I had called him several times, but he had declined every call. I later realized he had been too busy with Melanie to even notice me. Suddenly I felt like none of this mattered anymore. I sighed with a wry smile, looking at Steven's self-righteousness. The thunder outside roared louder, mirroring my feelings. "Steven, let's divorce," I said finally. "The house and car are mine. They were premarital assets. We'll split the company 50-50. His eyes widened in disbelief. "Anya, are you insane? I just kissed her. You're divorcing me over this. I didn't know you were such a petty, narrow-minded woman." Before I could respond, his phone rang. The voice on the other end was light and sweet. "Steve, it's storming, and I'm scared. I'm all alone. Can you come over and keep me company?" Melanie asked. Steven gently reassured her. "Don't worry, Lainey. I'll be there soon." His voice was softer than I had ever heard him speak to me. After hanging up, he turned to me, his face cold and emotionless. "Anya, I know you're just upset. I'll give you some time to cool off." I watched as the man I once loved deeply turned into someone I didn't know. I grabbed his sleeve, desperation leaking into my voice. "Steven, don't go. Stay with me, please." His expression darkened further. "Can you stop being so unreasonable? Lainey's terrified of storms. How can I leave her alone?" Without another word, he walked out the door. I curled up in the corner as thunder shook the house. I was also scared of the storm. When I was a kid, my parents had always been busy working. During storms, I would cling to my stuffed toys, trembling. Steven had once promised me he would always be there to hold me through the storms. He had said, "Anya, from now on, I'll be by your side during every storm." But tonight, he chose someone else. He was worried about Melanie being scared at home alone, but I was alone too. Half an hour later, Melanie posted a photo, 2 hands intertwined. A green Rolex adorned one wrist, the cuff of a crisp white shirt framing the hand. Unmistakably Steven's, yet his wedding ring was gone, leaving only a faint mark behind. Her caption read, "OMG, my clingy little puppy braved the storm to come keep me company." The string in my mind suddenly snapped. At that moment, everything became clear. 7 years of love couldn't compete with a single sweet sentence from Melanie. My soul felt drained from my body. Exhausted, I collapsed into bed and fell into a deep sleep. When I woke up the next morning, as expected, Steven still wasn't home. My stomach growled, so I opened my phone and searched for a restaurant I'd always wanted to try. If my heart couldn't be full, at least my stomach could be. After driving to the restaurant, I walked in and froze. There they were, Steven and Melanie, leaning close to each other, like a pair of love-struck teenagers. Steven noticed me first, his expression souring with irritation. "Anya, are you stalking me now?" His voice was sharp, cutting. "How pathetic can you get?" I sighed, weary beyond words. It felt like a cruel joke that I had to witness this scene. "No, I'm just here to eat," I replied. This restaurant was a famous romantic hotspot I had mentioned to Steven countless times, hoping he would take me there. Each time, he'd brush me off, saying, "I don't like that kind of food. If you want to go, go by yourself." Now here he was, sitting across from Melanie and treating her to a lavish couple's set menu. Every detail screamed romance, from the paired utensils to the heart-shaped steaks. Melanie giggled and leaned toward him. "Steve, this place is amazing. I love it." Steven's face lit up as he replied, "If you like it, I'll bring you here again." His words pierced my heart like a knife. The server approached them with a bright smile. "Excuse me, couples dining here can take a photo together to win a free ride on our Ferris wheel." Melanie's eyes sparkled as she exclaimed, "Steve, let's do it. Hugging at the top of the Ferris wheel would be so romantic." Steven affectionately patted her head. "Sure, anything you want, Lainey." They snapped a photo together, with the Ferris wheel as the backdrop. Steven displayed it prominently on the most visible part of the restaurant's wall. Melanie noticed me sitting there and approached with a smug smile. "Roly-poly. Oh wait, I mean Anya. Please don't take this the wrong way. Steve's just trying to fulfill my little dream, that's all. There's nothing between us. From across the room, Steven shot me a disdainful look. His earlier warmth evaporated in an instant. He slung an arm around Melanie possessively. Lainey, why waste time explaining to her? Someone like Anya doesn't even enjoy romantic things. He added, let's go. I heard making a wish at the top of the Ferris wheel makes it come true. Melanie beamed with excitement. Really? Then I'll wish for a husband just like you, Steve. He laughed indulgently. Silly girl, I'm right here. Watching them walk away arm in arm, I finally understood. It was time to let go. The food in front of me went untouched as I fled the restaurant. When I got home, I packed my belongings into a suitcase. My eyes landed on the wedding photo hanging on the wall. In the picture, Steven and I were kissing, brimming with happiness. It mocked me now. Without a second thought, I ripped it off the wall and tossed it into the trash. 7 years of dating Steven had brought moments of joy. I remembered the mornings when he'd kiss me awake, the pots of soothing tea he'd brew for me during my periods, and the way he'd comfort me through tough times. I thought he'd always be that man. But since Melanie came back into his life, everything had changed. Now I didn't want to spend another second in this house. The property was mine after all. I'd deal with it after the divorce. Before leaving, I placed the divorce papers on the dining table. Love earned through self-sacrifice would never be equal. This time, Steven, it would really be goodbye. My mother-in-law gets into an accident and is taken to the emergency room. My mind went blank when I got the call from the hospital. Feeling panicked, I rushed to the hospital. Along the way, I kept trying to get in touch with my husband Zachary. Busy with his work as a lawyer, he often neglected to take my calls, but he had to this time. His own mother was lying in the hospital, her fate still unknown. When yet another one of my calls to him went unanswered, I pocketed my phone with a frown and hurried over to the operating room. In between pants, I asked the nurse, "How is my mother-in-law?" Sighing, the nurse told me, "We're doing our best to save the patient, but she is in critical condition. I'm afraid you might have to be prepared for the worst." Beside myself with anxiety, I hurriedly called Zachary again. At last, he took my call, but he snapped at me impatiently. "What the hell do you want, Annette? Why have you called me over 20 times now? Don't you know I'm busy?" I was just about to tell him the news when I heard the soft, pitiful voice of a woman saying, "Please don't leave, Zach. I'm so scared right now." "It's fine. I'm here for you. The bad guys won't get their way," Zachary quickly assured her. It had been ages since he last spoke to me in such a gentle manner. I felt as if someone had poured a bucket of ice water over my head. My throat constricted as I asked, "What are you busy with right now?" Zachary scoffed. Despite not being able to see his face right now, I could still sense how irritated he was. "Something came up with Gigi. Someone's trying to file a fraudulent claim against her. She's a young woman with no one to depend on. I'm the only person she knows around here, so she had no choice but to ask me for help." "Can you stop making a fuss for no reason?" Zachary snapped. It was Gigi Norris again. She was Zachary's first love. Despite only having been a month since she returned to the country, I had already lost count of the number of times I heard him mention her name. The stories were plentiful enough. A pipe at her place burst, so he had to go over and fix it for her. Someone was tailing her, and he couldn't let her come to harm without doing anything, so he had to go over and protect her. In Zachary's eyes, Gigi was a demure, mild-mannered woman who didn't like troubling other people. However, she felt more like an overgrown baby to me, one who couldn't survive on her own at all. She became a constant presence in my life. Every bit of Zachary's free time was spent on her. This led to many arguments between us. At first, Zachary promised me he wouldn't maintain contact with Gigi, but over time, he started losing his patience with me. During our last argument, he even said, "My relationship with Gigi is all in the past. Stop overthinking things. Why would I have married you if I had something going on with Gigi?" As I recalled these things, my heart filled with bitterness. However, just when I wanted to inform him about Marie's situation, the call cut off. He dropped my call. I started calling him again, but with each unanswered call, my heart sank. After countless attempts, the call finally connected. Afraid that he would drop the call on me again, I hurriedly explained what happened to Marie. "Mom was in a car accident. The doctors are still trying to save her. You need to come quickly. I don't have enough money in my account either. Can you transfer $100,000 to me?" Never would I have thought that it wasn't Zachary who answered his phone. Instead, I heard Gigi's delicate voice again, but the words that came out of her mouth made my blood boil. "Annette, I know you're just coming up with this excuse because you desperately want Zach to go back to you, but I really need him right now. I'll return him to you once everything is settled, okay? As for the money, you shouldn't lie to Zach like that. Just a few days ago, I heard your mom asking you for $100,000 to buy a house for your younger brother." Apparently Zachary had been standing on the side the whole time, for I heard him roaring, "You're hopeless. Annette, when are you going to stop acting like your brother's personal ATM? What does your mother getting into an accident have to do with me? Even if she ends up dying, don't even think of getting money from me to provide for your family. Now leave me alone. I'm busy." Once again, the call ended on me. I didn't think a few words from Gigi would lead Zachary to misunderstand that it was my mother who got into an accident. He also thought I was asking for money to give to my brother. Staring at the stack of hospital invoices in my hand, and the nurse waiting for me at the door, I felt anxious and frustrated. I tried to call Zachary again, only to find that I had been blacklisted. Feeling more and more distressed, I tried all sorts of ways to get in touch with him, to no avail. He kept saying he was busy, yet he didn't seem to think it was a waste of time to blacklist me everywhere. Moreover, it was his own mother whose life was hanging by a thread right now. How could he believe Gigi's baseless claims? It took all my effort to stop myself from losing my composure in front of everyone at the hospital. Now was not the time to confront Zachary about this. Nothing mattered more than Marie's life. I reached out to a few friends and started asking if I could borrow money from them. Once I had $100,000, I hurriedly went down to make payment to the hospital. By the time I got back to the operating room, the back of my blouse had been soaked through with sweat. I clenched my hands as I stared at the red light outside the operation room. I kept praying for Marie to be all right. She had always been kind to me, knowing that my parents favored my brother over me. She loved me as if I were her own daughter. Marie divorced Zachary's father a long time ago and raised Zachary by herself. However, she wasn't the type to feel possessive over him. Instead, she respected us and gave us our privacy by choosing to stay alone elsewhere. She would drop by every week to visit us and bring us some of our favorite food. During her last call with Zachary, he had offhandedly mentioned missing her homemade pickles, but she took it to heart. As soon as she prepared a new batch, she brought it right over to us. She only needed to cross a road to get back to her place, and yet, she ended up getting into an accident while doing so. According to the kind person who brought Marie to the hospital, the driver who hit Marie seemed to have been a drunk driver who was speeding. Marie had been knocked several feet away and lost a lot of blood. Recalling what the nurse said earlier, I felt uneasy. When the doctor came out of the operating room, he shook his head and sighed, saying, "The surgery happened too late. We tried our best, and the patient has regained consciousness, but, well, you can go in and talk to her now." The last shreds of my hope shattered. Knees going weak, I crashed onto the floor as tears rolled down my cheeks. However, I couldn't waste any time. I climbed back up clumsily and entered the hospital room where Marie had been taken. She was hooked up to all sorts of machines. Just a few hours ago, she was smiling and telling me she would bring over some of her homemade pastries for me to try. But now, she was lying on a hospital bed, looking rather pale. When Marie saw me, she did her best to squeeze out a smile. "You're here, Annie. Where's Zachary?" I didn't know how to respond to Marie's question. My resentment over Zachary's lack of trust in me intensified. Mustering a forced smile, I replied, "Zachary's working, Mom. He can't get away." I wasn't sure if Marie believed me. Her smile seemed to have faded slightly. She gestured for me to come closer. Doing so, I noticed that her eyes were red. "I know Zachary has done you wrong, Annie. I know what's going on. He has never been home whenever I've gone over to your house recently. How can a person be that busy?" Marie said. She spoke with strength, and her cheeks looked flushed. My heart clenched at the sight of that. I knew patients often showed signs of improvement before taking their last breath. Seeing this now, I felt even more anguished. Marie noticed my sorrow. She used her hand, which felt extremely cold to the touch, to wipe my tears away. "Once I'm gone, there won't be anyone to help you teach him a lesson. You're a lovely person, Annie. You should be happy. Stop allowing yourself to be hurt like this. You should get a divorce," Marie said. "I'm to blame too. I never thought he would end up like his father." A tear rolled out of the corner of Marie's eye, and her hand slowly collapsed onto the bed. I tried not to cry, but it didn't work. I couldn't stop myself from sobbing. "Mom." The heart rate monitor flatlined. I was never going to get to eat her handmade pastries anymore. When I went over to Marie's house to go through her belongings, I saw a letter on her desk. I didn't know when she had written it, but it was addressed to me. It was only after reading the letter that I found out Zachary's father had cheated on her. She had suffered a lot in her early years. Life only improved once Zachary was older. Marie hated unfaithful people the most. Who would have thought that Zachary, the son she adored and raised on her own, would become one such person too? Marie's relatives and I organized her funeral. Perhaps I had cried my eyes dry already, for even when I saw the large grayscale portrait of her, I couldn't shed any more tears. During the funeral, some of the relatives asked me why Zachary wasn't in attendance. This time, I didn't cover up for him. I told everyone that he was busy helping Gigi, his beloved first love. John Palmer, Marie's younger brother and Zachary's uncle, was so outraged that he called up Zachary and questioned, "Where are you, Zachary? Why aren't you here after what happened to your mother?" After a long silence, Zachary finally asked, "Before my wedding, my vision which I lost after saving Bruce unexpectedly returned." Overjoyed, I hurried to share the wonderful news with him, but as I stepped into the living room, I froze. Bruce and my cousin Carrie were in a passionate embrace. "Bruce, the baby is perfectly healthy now. The doctor said we can sleep together again. Why don't we do it right here in the living room? Also, isn't it thrilling to do it here while Nancy is asleep in her room?" "Shut up. Don't joke about my wife like that." Bruce snapped at her, but his reprimand was accompanied by a kiss. I stood there, watching in shock as their movements grew more intense and their breathing became heavier. Only then did I piece it all together. Their sudden shared enthusiasm for indoor workouts 6 months ago wasn't about fitness at all. Covering my mouth to stifle a sob, I turned back to my room and shut the door. I decided then and there, Bruce didn't need to know I had recovered. Reaching for my phone, I dialed my mother. "Mom, I'm not marrying Bruce anymore. I'll marry the comatose heir of the Blakes instead. I don't need Bruce in my life." As the grunts and moans outside the room gradually stopped, Bruce said from outside, "Nancy, something came up at the office. I'll have to make a trip there." My cousin Carrie also told me she was heading out to get some bread to make me a sandwich. Hearing no response from me, they thought I was asleep. They left together, hand in hand. I secretly followed them and noticed that they were headed to Bruce's parents' place nearby. As the front door opened, Bruce's siblings stood by the door with gifts in their hands. "Happy pregnancy, Carrie. Congratulations, Bruce. You are going to be a father." I covered my mouth in shock. I tried not to make a sound while tears streamed down my face. Bruce's mother also went to the front door to welcome Carrie inside, holding her by the arm. "It's good that you're having Bruce's child. I was really worried that my grandchildren would inherit that blind woman's genes. The Wills will finally have healthy grandchildren." Yeah, if it weren't for Bruce's kindness, no one in Kent City would want to marry that blind Nancy. Just because her family is wealthy, she acts all high and mighty. Carrie is so much better than her. Bruce's gaze turned a little icy. "Don't ever say that. Nancy lost her sight because of me." Everyone ignored Bruce and continued to discuss what to name the child. I was so heartbroken that I could barely breathe. I ran back home. Tears streamed down my face without control. Bruce's siblings had always been kind and nice to me. I never knew they were such two-faced people. Not long after, my mother called. Nancy, the Blakes have agreed to the marriage. The engagement ceremony will be held 3 days later. Darling, no matter what, I will always support you. Bruce isn't treating you right. Let's swap him off, shall we? Okay, I replied with a catch in my throat. At midnight, Bruce woke me up and handed me a glass of milk to drink. This had been his routine every day. I reached out my hand when he suddenly grabbed it. Nancy, why is your hand injured? Did you go out today? It's all my fault for not protecting you. Don't worry, once we get married, I'll always be by your side. When he saw my body trembling, he held me by the shoulder in reassurance. He placed the glass of milk in my mouth. Good girl, drink up and head back to bed. Bruce had told me more than once about how me drinking milk obediently would give him a sense of a happy home. Even if I never liked to, I would do it for him. This time, the moment he left, I spat the milk out. A while later, Carrie, who was at the door, asked, "Is she asleep?" Bruce wordlessly lifted her in his arms, causing the abashed Carrie to hit his chest. What if she hasn't fallen asleep? Be patient. Don't worry. The drug is powerful. Even if she's not asleep, she'll think she's dreaming. I finally understood. His concerns and the so-called happy feelings he got from me drinking milk were just a cruel cover for such disgusting things. Carrie's breath started to get shorter. The Blake's vegetable son is going to get engaged. They invited me to attend the engagement ceremony. How comical. Who on earth would think of marrying a vegetable? Bruce picked up the pace. You're being short-sighted. Being Mrs. Blake is worth millions. I wonder who got lucky. Are you going to take me along to the engagement ceremony? Dream on. The guests are wealthy and influential. You wouldn't fit in. I can only bring your cousin with me. Carrie turned away, stopping Bruce from kissing her. She said, "Don't you find it embarrassing to bring a blind woman there? This is a good chance for you to get connected to the wealthy. She'll only drag you down. Besides, I heard that the woman marrying into the Blakes is from Mapletown. I'm from Mapletown too. Maybe I can help connect the two of you." Bruce gave it a thought. What Carrie said made sense to him. He eventually nodded. All right, I'll take you with me." When Bruce let out his last grunt of pleasure, he looked up and met with my gaze in the room. I immediately closed my eyes. Bruce jumped in fright. I closed the door before I came out. Why is it open? Why does it matter? She's dead asleep anyway. Ignore her. Come and be with me. Soon I heard their bodies smashing against each other. It was only in the early morning when they finally quieted down. I did not sleep the entire night. My pillow was soaked with tears. How dare you humiliate me like this all this while? Bruce, fine. I'll no longer show you mercy. When I heard the two of them woke up, I got out of bed. By the door, I tripped against something. While I pretended not to know what it was, trying to bend to touch it, Bruce immediately got up from the couch and ran to my side. "Nancy, are you okay? Why didn't you call me?" Carrie said with a hint of jealousy. "She just tripped. It's not like she—" "Shut up. You left this here." Bruce cast Carrie a sharp gaze, and Carrie reluctantly shut up. The thing that tripped me was none other than Carrie's bra that Bruce had taken off the night before. Bruce was worried that I would be able to recognize it by touching it, so he picked me up and placed me right in front of the dining table. Then, he carefully fed me breakfast. His behavior disgusted me, but I forced myself to play along. "Bruce, did the Blakes send the invitation for the engagement ceremony? You wanna go?" Bruce was a little surprised. He added, "Nancy, our wedding is in 5 days. Could you be a good girl and stay at home? I don't want you to get injured again. You'll have to be my most gorgeous bride." His eyes gleamed with detest and resentment when he said that. The juxtaposition of it all sent a chill running down my back. He was the one who started caring for me. I lowered my head and continued eating. "I wonder who'd be marrying into the Blakes," I asked, sounding curious. "No matter who it is, anyone who becomes Mrs. Blake would no longer need to work for the rest of their lives. How lucky. Say, if I were to marry into the Blake family, they'd be able to treat my blindness, right? Haha, Aaron Blake is a vegetable. I doubt he'd want to marry a blind woman." Bruce immediately realized that he had misspoken. He immediately apologized. "I'm sorry, Nancy. I'll continue finding you a doctor." It seemed that was what he truly thought of me all this time. After he left, Carrie approached me. Carrie wore my clothes and my jewelry. From a distance, she did look quite like me. After all, our mothers were sisters. She looked at me condescendingly, her eyes gleaming with jealousy and resentment. "Nancy, you've been so nice to me. You've given me money, gifts, and even a place to stay. Can I just ask for one more thing? What do you want?" "Bruce, do you know I'm pregnant with his child, and he's so very eager for the child to arrive. We'll be a happy family of 3. I'm sure you won't fit into the picture, right? Besides, did you know the humiliation he has suffered all these years because of your blindness? If you really love him, you'll give him to me. Let him have the right to properly tell others that he has a healthy wife, instead of a blind wife who he has to keep at home." I threw a plate on the dining table at her. She angrily grabbed me by the chin. "So, what if you're pretty? So, what if your family is wealthier than mine? Bruce still chose me to attend events with him. If you're more obedient, Bruce and I will treat you better. After all, if it weren't for you rescuing me from Mapletown, I would have died a long time ago. I'll always remember this kindness." Then, Carrie turned and strutted off. All she could think of was how she would soon assume my position, without realizing a burning glare on her back. 3 days later, when my mother came over to hand me the gown, she noticed I had my eyesight back. She was overjoyed. We were just by the entrance of the engagement ceremony venue, when she was called away. I entered on my own. I never expected that Bruce and Carrie were already there, holding hands like a couple. Carrie touched her abdomen from time to time. When people realized that she was pregnant, she smiled shyly. When I entered, someone hinted at Bruce. He turned around to see me with a frown. Bruce's friends surrounded us and sized me up patronizingly. I knew all of them. When I had my eyesight in the past, they would always come looking for me, persuading me to get my father to give them a business deal. When I got with Bruce, they started currying favors with Bruce. "Nancy, I thought you always knew better than this. I told you not to come." "Why are you here?" said Bruce impatiently. I looked at Carrie, who rolled her eyes at me. "Why are you here?" I snapped. Bruce and Carrie were mortified when they realized what happened. Bruce was first to come to his senses. Nancy, you have your eyesight back. That's amazing. You can finally be my gorgeous bride. Carrie's glare vanished, replaced by a pleasantly surprised look. Nancy, that's amazing. You're finally back to normal. I've been worried for you for the past few years. She wiped away her non-existent tears. She opened her arms, trying to hug me. I avoided her hug, and she fell to the floor. Ah, Bruce, help me. Bruce worriedly helped her up. He looked at me grimly. Nancy, apologize to Carrie. She's been caring for you all these years. Now that you've healed, how could you be so arrogant? I retorted. Has she been taking care of me, or taking care of you? They looked horrified at my response. Tears welled up in Carrie's eyes. Nancy, I know the blindness has made you paranoid, but Carrie tried to get up by tugging on my clothes. When I shrugged her off, she fell once more. She clutched her abdomen and cried. Bruce could no longer hide his concern. He grabbed my arm and started dragging me out. Nancy, we're at the Blakes' engagement ceremony. This is not a place for you to— Right at this moment, the light suddenly went off. A single spotlight shone on an elegant man standing at the entrance. It was the eldest heir of the Blakes, Aaron Blake. Everyone was stunned. No one expected a comatose person would suddenly wake up. Aaron walked through the crowd and met with my eyes. He smiled. Come here, my darling fiancé. I shrugged Bruce off me, but he held on to me tightly. Nancy, if you're going to go on this way, don't blame my family for calling off the marriage. Carrie added, Nancy, Aaron has a fiancé. Even if you want to curry favor with him, this isn't the time. Bruce and Carrie looked at each other. They stood on each side of me and tried to pull me away. Who dares to lay a finger on my fiancé? Aaron bellowed. Haley is the one who kept pretending to be rich. I'm the true heiress from an affluent family, yet she made me out to be a liar. She turned me into the target of everyone's insults. She invites everyone in our class to the wedding. I want to act like I don't see the message, but she deliberately tags me in the group chat. You kept pretending to be a rich girl like me in high school, but I don't hold it against you. In fact, I'll allow you to attend my wedding tomorrow to see what the rich life is like. I checked the digital wedding invitation to see that the venue is my villa. The groom looks familiar. Isn't he my husband's driver? I smile at the thought of what's going to happen. I reply, sure, I have to attend your wedding. Our class group chat erupted into chaos once my attendance at Haley's wedding was confirmed. They pointed fingers at me, just like they did in high school, accusing me of being a poor girl who faked my status. In their eyes, Haley was the real deal. In the past, I had kept a low profile and spent most of my time on my studies. I did not dress up or make friends, and I looked just like a nerd. In contrast, Haley was youthful and eye-catching. She was familiar with the high society lifestyle, which misled everyone into thinking she was the daughter of a tycoon. That was why they sneered at me, the way they did in the group chat. I snickered coldly, while wondering if their attitudes would change once they saw me at the wedding. Haley's wedding was hosted at a villa the next day. To flaunt her status, she spent a fortune to make the venue look extra grand. The empty villa had been adorned with exquisite decorations. With a hint of mockery, I taunted her. If your husband is that rich, why would he borrow someone else's villa for the wedding? My words cut through the air, drawing the attention of Haley and her clique. Their smiles vanished and were replaced by sour expressions. With their arms crossed, they sneered back at me. Emma Larkin, can't believe you actually had the audacity to show up. Have you no shame? Besides, the villa belongs to the family of Haley's husband. Why are you being snarky? Jealous much? Hey Ms. Vane, where did you get your hands on that counterfeit Hermes bag? That logo looks damn fake. When are you going to change that vain habit of yours? They jeered at me, just like they once did in school. I snickered quietly. Back when I was in school, Dad made donations for a few academic buildings. Those contributions, along with my stellar grades, had secured me a guaranteed spot at a top university before I even took the SATs. However, Haley suddenly struck and slandered me. She accused me of impersonating her. Crying, she pitifully showed photos of my villa, including the pool, the private theater, and my dad's collection of sports cars in the garage. She even produced a photo of herself standing next to my dad to make her lies more convincing. The school turned on me when the photos were released. I became the poor girl who pretended to be a tycoon's daughter, and my guaranteed university admission was revoked. At first I had wanted to call Dad to clear my name, but he had to undergo urgent surgery for a heart attack. To avoid further stressing him out, I kept the happenings at school a secret. Thankfully, Dad's surgery was a success. At the same time, I had received an offer from a prestigious school abroad, where I met my now husband, Thomas Siegel. After Thomas and I were married, we went back to the country, only for me to discover that Haley hadn't stopped her charade. In my absence, she had not only continued pretending to be me, but had also taken over my house, this very villa. I had wanted to reveal the real owner of the villa, the Siegel family, but Haley had already lunged at me and slapped me in the face. Emma Larkin, you owed me this from 10 years ago. I'm settling the score now. Never had I thought Haley would lay a hand on me. Caught off guard, I stumbled and fell. My cheek was burning red and swollen. I was utterly humiliated. How dare you hit me? I growled. What's to stop me? Back in school, you impersonated me, saying you were the rich daughter of a tycoon. Now you're spreading rumors that my husband doesn't own this villa. You're asking for trouble. Haley was seething with rage. Her face was twisted as she stormed up to me. Gritting her teeth, she threatened me. Do you have any idea who my husband is? He's Joel Baumer, the CEO of Novolux Group. What makes you think you have the right to question him? At her words, a few of her lackeys sneered at me with disdain. Did you hear that? Haley's husband is Joel Baumer, the CEO of Novolux Group. That company is worth billions. Only a rich girl like Haley could marry into such a powerful family, not some pathetic liar like you, Emma. Emma, you shameless fibber. You impersonated Haley in school, and you're now spreading lies about Haley at her wedding. Apologize to Haley right now for looking down on her, or don't blame us for getting rough with you. Don't waste time with this lowlife. Emma, you've crossed the future wife of the Novolux Group CEO. Girls, let's teach her a lesson for Haley. With that, they charged at me. They yanked my hair and slapped me across the face. The sting from the slap was immediate. I was stunned, but they weren't done. They shoved me to the ground. They cursed me, kicked me, and tore at my clothes and bag. Pain coursed through my body, and my rage boiled over. I shouted, "Stop! This villa is mine. Get out!" Taken aback, they paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. Their voices dripped with mockery. "Looks like Ms. Vane is acting up again. This time, she's not pretending to be a rich girl, but she's claiming to own the villa. Ha 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 ha. It's ridiculous. How can someone be so shameless? She's a compulsive liar. She's spitting out such ridiculous nonsense." Haley's face twisted with even more disdain. "You really don't know when to call it quits, do you? I was being kind to you in high school when I ignored your attempts to assume my identity. Now you're here to ruin my wedding. I won't play nice if you upset me today." She lunged at me, her sharp nails raked across my face and body, leaving cuts that soon began to bleed. The group yanked off my jewelry and smashed it on the ground before ripping my clothes apart. In no time, my clothes were in tatters. I was almost fully exposed. Trembling with fury, I pulled out my phone to call the police, but Haley kicked it out of my hand. I said through clenched teeth, "Enough. This villa is mine. If you don't believe me, get the butler to bring the property deed." They all froze for a moment. Just then, a car could be heard outside and someone shouted, "Haley, the butler is here." Haley's face changed, and I let out a sigh of relief. Finally, someone could prove my identity. Just as I was about to call for the butler, John Kaminsky, I saw him approach Haley. A broad smile appeared on his face as he eagerly handed over a set of keys. "Mrs. Balmer, you look so beautiful today. These keys are from Mr. Balmer. He asked me to give them to you." Haley's face beamed with pride as she took the keys. Then, she pointed at me. "John, you've come just in time. This madwoman keeps claiming she owns my villa. Please tell everyone whose villa this really is." "That's nonsense. This villa belongs to Mr. Balmer." John grinned obsequiously, practically licking Haley's boots as he spoke. As soon as the words left my mouth, everyone looked at me with even more disdain. Some even spat at me. Fury rose within me. Ignoring the blood dripping down my face, I gritted my teeth and glared at the butler while shouting, "I don't care who paid you to spread these lies, but this villa belongs to the Siegel family. My husband, Thomas Siegel, is the rightful owner. You're causing a scene at my wedding and ruining my mood. If I don't teach you a lesson, you'll never learn. Girls, get her." At her command, her lackeys rushed at me like animals. They tore at my clothes, snatched my Hermes bag, and destroyed it with scissors, all the while mocking me for carrying such a convincing counterfeit. Guests who had begun to arrive in the villa started pulling out their phones to capture the fight. Haley worried that her actions would damage her image as Mrs. Balmer, so she ordered her lackeys to drag me into the restroom. Ignoring my screams, they shoved my head into the toilet bowl. The stench and the suffocating feeling almost killed me. In that desperate moment, I summoned all my strength to shove Haley away and bolted out of the restroom. I raced toward the exit of the villa. Haley, whom I had knocked to the ground, screamed, "Hurry, grab that woman and bring her back." My clothes were shredded into rags and I was a total mess, but my car was parked right outside the villa. I would be safe if I could just get to it. I clung to that hope as I ran toward the car. Just as I reached the door, they caught me. They slapped me in the face once more. "How dare you run away? Oh, do you have a car? Girls, smash her car." "Whoa, is this a top-tier BMW? Emma, looks like your body is worth quite a lot. No wonder you could show up to Haley's wedding to make a scene. Guess what? We'll ruin your career." They grabbed some stones and began to cut me on the skin. Soon, my body was filled with bloodied scrapes as I screamed in pain. But my agony did not satisfy them. They picked up some huge stones and flung them at my car, shattering the windows. They rummaged through my belongings inside the car while cursing loudly. They set fire to my belongings. The flames leaped toward me as I lay on the ground, bloodied and gasping for air. Haley, watching this, seemed utterly pleased. She smiled at her lackeys and said, "You guys are the best. Don't worry. Once I marry Joel, I'll introduce you to some of the managers from Novolux Group. You'll all get to feel what it's like to have a successful boyfriend." The lackeys cheered and rushed over to thank Haley. They nearly bowed at her feet. Just then, the groom finally arrived. Joel stepped out of the car. He saw the flames and frowned as he walked over. "What's going on? Why is there a fire?" Haley immediately rushed to him and said, "Don't worry, darling. She's just a vain, slutty woman trying to ruin our wedding. I've already taught her a lesson." "Who's trying to ruin our wedding?" Joel's face darkened as he wrapped his arm around Haley and coldly huffed. "I'll need to take a look at the woman who has the guts to do so." He marched straight toward me, grabbed my hair, and yanked me up. My bloodied face made me almost unrecognizable, and Joel's eyes briefly flashed with disgust. Just as he was about to throw me aside, he suddenly froze. Staring at me in shock, he stammered, "Mrs. Siegel, why are you here?" 5 years after migrating abroad, my husband, Sean Johnson, brings his true love and her son home. Jill and Neil are new here. They'll be staying with us for a few days. He and I get into a huge fight over this. On my birthday, Sean hands me a divorce agreement. He says, "Hurry up and sign it. Jill needs this country's citizenship, so let's divorce for show first." I frown, wanting to ask for more details. However, he points at me and calls me heartless. Shortly after, I see Jill's social media update. Shawnee divorced his wife for me and Neil. We finally have a roof over our heads. I like the post and sign the divorce agreement. Then, I submit an application to my company to be transferred home. My manager, Tom Smith, was surprised when he received my application. He said, "You went through so much to come abroad, Joey. Why do you want to return home now?" I lowered my head and smiled bitterly. My parents are back in Samaria, so I think it's better for me to return to be with them. Just then, my husband, Sean Johnson, entered the room. He frowned and asked, "Who's returning where?" I ignored him and chatted with Tom for a while more before hanging up. I turned around to see Sean staring at me. "Who did you say wanted to return?" I said perfunctorily. "A colleague has submitted an application to be transferred back to Samaria." Sean smirked. "And here I thought you were the one applying to return. Then again, that can't be the case. You worked so hard to be with me. How could you bear to leave?" He reached out to wrap his arms around my waist. Let's have a child once Jill gets her citizenship, honey. This was how he'd always treated me. He would be nice after being nasty. It was too bad I no longer wanted to see his nice side. I pushed him away and said icily, we can talk about the future when it actually happens. Sean was surprised to hear that. Then he softened his tone and said, I'm actually not used to you not arguing with me this time. I thought you would fight me to the death over this. I couldn't help finding his choice of vocabulary mocking. We were a married couple, yet he thought we would need to fight to the death over an outsider. I chuckled mirthlessly. We've argued so many times that I've grown sick of it. He started complaining about how I used to argue with him over Jill Green. He said I wasn't considerate of him and that I always hurt his feelings when we fought. This was what Sean had always been like. He took things too far whenever he had the chance. That was why I'd been the one bearing with him all these years. I'd left my parents behind and submitted a request to my company to transfer me abroad because Sean wanted to migrate. He told me he didn't yet want to start a family, so I told my parents I didn't want to have kids yet and bore the brunt of the stress they gave. Yet ultimately, none of my sacrifices could compare to a word from Jill. I stood up and looked at Sean calmly. I won't argue with you anymore. He looked at me smugly. That's good. Jill and I are just friends, so stop getting jealous over nothing. I finished his sentence. If there were anything between you two, I wouldn't have had the chance to be with you. I'd heard it 1,000 times. He nodded in satisfaction. I'm glad you finally understand. I said. I should have gotten it ages ago. I should have long since known that I couldn't even compare to a hair on Jill's head in Sean's heart. Just then, a child's voice came from outside the door. Daddy, hurry up and come play racing with me. Mommy's so bad at this. Sean instinctively shot to his feet and called out in response. He was already heading toward the door when he turned back to me and said, I'm only going to play with Neil for a while. He's a boy, so Jill. I cut him off. There's no need to explain. I trust you. He faltered. Then he said, good, you should trust me. He opened the door and left. Jill's son, Neil Green, had started calling Sean daddy since his first day here. I'd expressed my dissatisfaction over this, but Sean had merely snapped, how can you be so unsympathetic, Jolene? Neil's just a child. It's sad enough that he's lost his father. I used to get upset whenever I heard Neil calling Sean daddy, but it didn't seem to bother me this time. I placed a hand over my heart and smiled. It turned out that I would no longer feel hurt once I decided not to love Sean anymore. I heard laughter coming from outside the bedroom. It mingled with Neil calling Sean daddy and Sean's gentle responses. After that, I headed to the door to leave. I'd only taken a few steps when Sean came running after me. Where are you going, Jolene? I looked at him oddly. This was his first time leaving Jill behind to come after me. Why did you come after me? He was taken aback by my question. In the past, I would have been overjoyed to see him run after me. I would have forgiven him regardless of what he'd done. He looked awkward, seemingly not expecting me to react so indifferently. I came to ask you where you were going because you left without saying anything. Oh, I left to get something to eat, I said indifferently. Just then, Jill and Neil approached. She said, Neil just said that he wants to have pizza, Jolene. We can eat together if you don't mind. Take it as my apology to you. I don't like. Before I could finish, Sean agreed on my behalf. He even ordered me to take the car around. I didn't want to argue with him since I'd already made up my mind about leaving, so I went to the garage without argument. When I brought the car around, he got into the back seat with Jill and Neil, as if it were the most natural thing to do. He only realized the problem after I started driving. He said uneasily, Neil is still young, and he clings to me. That's why I looked in the rearview mirror and saw them sitting there like a happy family of 3. I interjected impatiently, it's good that you're all sitting together. It's dangerous in the front passenger seat after all. My words took Sean aback. He'd told me something similar in the past. I'd quarreled with him over the front passenger seat before, and he'd said impatiently, what's there to argue about? It's not safe riding shotgun. The rest of the journey passed with me driving and listening to the joy and cheer in the back seat. I was like an outsider. Sean, Jill, and Neil headed inside the pizzeria when we arrived. When I entered after parking the car, I found that there were only 3 sets of cutlery at the table. Sean looked at me awkwardly. He was about to summon the server to add another set when Neil suddenly cried, I don't want to eat with the nasty woman. Mommy said she'll take daddy away. I don't want her. Jill hurriedly clamped a hand over his mouth and looked at me apologetically. He's just a child. He doesn't mean it. Don't mind him, Jolene. Meanwhile, Sean pulled Neil into his arms and soothed him. He shot me a look, telling me that I was at fault for this. I chuckled and said to Neil, he'll always be your daddy, kiddo. I won't take him away. That made the look in Sean's eyes change. Before he could say anything, I turned and headed to a table in the corner. I had pizza by myself. I heard the 3 of them talking and laughing in the distance, but it didn't affect my mood. I was driving home after finishing my food when Sean suddenly called me. Where are you, Jolene? We're done, so you can wait for us in the parking lot. I couldn't help wondering how lowly he thought of me to speak to me so matter-of-factly. Why would he think that I would still return home with them after how they treated me? I said indifferently, I'm already home. That pissed him off. What the hell do you mean by this? How could you leave without us when we came out together? I calmly asked in return. Didn't you guys say you wanted to catch a movie? That shut Sean up. Before leaving the pizzeria, I'd seen Jill's social media update. Neil has always wanted to watch a movie with me and his father. His wish has finally come true. It came with a photo of the 3 of them together. A friend commented, congratulations, you guys have finally gotten together. Jill had replied with a blushing emoji. After a brief silence, Sean said awkwardly, the 4 of us can watch the movie together. You keep talking about how I've never caught a movie with you, right? I chuckled and said decisively, I don't need it anymore. You guys should enjoy yourselves. After that, I hung up, not caring how Sean would react. When I got home, I received an update from my workplace. My request to return to Samaria had been approved, and I had to hand over everything here as soon as possible before returning. This was the first piece of good news I'd received in recent days. I was organizing the digital documents I needed to hand over when Sean returned. He was still mad about how I'd spoken to him over the phone, so he grabbed his clothes and headed to the bathroom to wash up without saying a word. By the time he came out, I was already in bed and ready to hit the sack. He stood by the bedhead and looked at me. I could sense the heat in his gaze even with my eyes shut. I was starting to get annoyed when my phone rang. "Isn't it your birthday today, Joey? I've brought you some gifts the company prepared." Tom's voice was particularly loud in the silence of the night, and his words made Sean's expression darken. After hanging up, I left the room and headed downstairs. Tom was there with my gifts. I took them from him and thanked him. Then I headed back upstairs. When I entered the apartment, I saw Sean rummaging in the fridge. I put the things down with a glance at him before returning to the bedroom. Unexpectedly, Sean joined me a short while later and said uneasily, "We don't have any ingredients at home for a cake. I cut him off with a yawn. "It's okay, I don't need it. I'm still full from dinner." His expression became even more uneasy. "I'm sorry that I forgot it was your birthday," I said nonchalantly. "It's no big deal. It's just a birthday, right? It doesn't matter whether or not it's celebrated." After that, I turned off the lights and went to sleep. The rest of the night was dreamless and peaceful. For the next few days, Sean returned home on time. I didn't have time to care about him though. I was busy handing over my work. I thought life would continue peacefully like this until the day I left. But one day, I found a name change application in the study when I was tidying my things there. It was dated 2 months back, and Sean was the applicant. I was taken aback. I continued rummaging in the study until I found a certificate that indicated Neil's name had been legally changed from Neil Green to Neil Johnson. That was the final nail in the coffin. It hardened my heart, which had started softening a little due to Sean's actions. I headed to the living room with the certificate and a divorce agreement, which Sean had given me in the past. He and Jill were watching a movie in the living room. He saw me but had yet to ask me what I was doing there when I held out the certificate. He looked down at it. Then, his expression twisted in panic. "Jolene, honey, I can explain. Neil is so young, I couldn't bear," he stammered. His words made me laugh self-deprecatingly. "You're truly something, Sean. You got yourself a son without me even knowing." He paled at my words and moved his lips a few times, but didn't make a sound. I merely watched him coldly, before holding out the divorce agreement. "Let's get a divorce, Sean. I've already signed the papers. There's no need for you to fake a divorce for Jill's sake now. I'll give you what you want." Dad had once jokingly told me that the toughest competition among businesses often led to the use of the dirtiest tricks. The laundromat I regularly visit has been showing an odd fluctuation in its price lately. The old woman, Tom's mother, was clearly trying to con me. She took me for a fool with plenty of cash to spare. Narrowing my eyes, I studied the face of the old woman with graying hair before me. I was just about to speak when she started talking again. "My son has gone back to his hometown to propose marriage, so I'm running the place on his behalf. The market rate for dry cleaning is $55 per article of clothing. I'll charge you $200 for all 4. Consider the rest a small discount to celebrate the impending good news that we, the Paynes, will be sharing with everyone." Her words left me feeling rather uncomfortable. Although I had done all of my laundry business here for some time now, I was still aware of the actual market rate. Even the long winter jackets and branded cashmere coats wouldn't cost $55 per item. I was just about to refute her when I thought about Tom Payne, the owner of the laundromat. He was a single father who had been raising a kid alone for many years now. Now that he finally had the chance to get married again, I didn't want to cause any trouble for him. If anything, I could just wait until his mother left before I started doing my laundry here again. "Fine," I said. "Please give me a receipt. I'll come by in a few days to pick up my clothes." I took out my membership card and placed it on the counter. However, the old woman snorted and started scrutinizing me. Here I was thinking you look like a respectable young woman, but it turns out you're a cheapskate. That explains why you don't even like washing your own clothes. I bet you use all the time you save to scheme against others. Frowning, I asked, "What scheme? Who am I scheming against?" Seeing how confused I was, Tom's mother grabbed the membership card and threw it at me. Her saliva flew everywhere as she screeched, "What's this nonsense about a membership? I bet you people are all taking advantage of Tom's honest nature. How can you get an extra $500 value when you top up $1,000 in advance? That's just a loss for us. I'm telling you right now, if you want your clothes washed, you're going to give me cash. That'll be $220 and not a single penny less." What a waste of my kindness that was. I was utterly taken aback. As I took in her heaving chest and the haughty way she was scrutinizing me, I came to a realization. After picking up my membership card, I was just about to get my clothes and leave when Tom's mother grabbed my clothes and tossed them under the counter. "Who said these are yours? Do you have any evidence?" Seeing this, I scoffed in anger. Alas, Tom's mother was in the laundromat business after all. Even though she made my clothes seem completely worthless, she didn't fail to notice the brand labels when she rifled through them repeatedly. In total, the 4 items were worth at least $10,000. She could still earn a tidy figure if she put them on the market secondhand. Seeing that I didn't respond, Tom's mother lifted her chin haughtily. "You know I'm right. There are only the 2 of us here, and my son has been running the laundromat here for ages now. Even if you spread the word around, let's see if the neighbors will choose to believe me, Tom's mom, or you." "Ma'am, on account of having done business with Tom for so long now, here's a reminder for you," I said. "The clothes you just took from me are worth enough for me to lodge a police report. If you return them to me now, I'll pretend like nothing ever happened." I pointed at the surveillance cameras in the store to put an end to any further threats from Tom's mother. Immediately, she scowled. She didn't expect me to confront her like that. "Huh, it's just a bunch of measly clothes. You think they're worth a fortune just because you say so? I bet you're just trying to trick me. You're a bad egg through and through. Once Tom gets home, I'll make sure he teaches you a proper lesson." Tom's mother was clutching the bag of my clothes so tightly that the veins on her scrawny hand were popping, but after much hesitation, she dumped the bag on the floor. I shot her a look of annoyance before thinking to myself, yeah, that's right, Tom should hurry back as soon as possible. If he still lets his mom run this store, then I'll terminate my membership and stop giving him my business. Just as I was about to pick up my clothes and leave, a familiar voice called out meekly, don't be mad, Cassandra. Grandma is just a bit hot-tempered sometimes. Don't worry, once you're back, Dad will wash your clothes for you. I spotted Benjamin Payne, Tom's young son, standing outside the laundromat. He was looking at me with apologetic eyes. Tom's mother had been rather loud just now. Clearly Benjamin heard what she said. I took my bag of clothes before ruffling Benjamin's hair assuringly. It's fine, I'm not mad. I was telling the truth. I was the only one who would suffer if I got mad. Instead of wasting my energy on getting mad with Tom's mother, I would much rather head home and carry on with my work. Still, seeing the pleading look in Benjamin's eyes, I couldn't bring myself to make any harsh comments. When I first moved into the neighborhood a year ago, Tom had just started his laundromat. He was often so busy with work that he couldn't take good care of Benjamin. Benjamin would often sit at the counter and do his homework, eating nothing but cold sandwiches from the convenience store. This scene reminded me of my childhood. My parents had been extremely busy with work as well, and I had to stay in the room alone until dark. Therefore, I would always be pleasant and friendly with Benjamin. Sometimes, when I got myself some snacks, I would share them with him. Children were often great observers. He noticed that my attitude had softened, so he clutched the corner of my top and went a step further with his request. Cassandra, since you're not upset, can you top up some more money into your membership card? Dad needs a lot of money to get married. You topped up $10,000 the last time, so it shouldn't be hard for you to top up another $20,000, right? I felt a chill in my heart as I retracted the hand I had placed on Benjamin's head. Back then, I had topped up $10,000 into the membership card out of consideration for Tom's business. He was short-staffed and up to his ears in work, but he maintained a good attitude and made sure the clothes were properly cleaned. With how good he was at his job, I hoped that he would be able to operate his laundromat for years to come. Therefore, apart from preloading my card, I also tried to help him whenever I could, but I didn't let Tom or his family find out about that. Dad was worried that if Tom found out my family owned all of the storefronts nearby, he would start getting ideas about me. As the memories of the past rushed back to me, I calmly replied, Benjamin, it's good that your dad is about to get married again. However, you should know that receiving help is always a blessing, not a given. I still have over $5,000 on my membership card. That's still enough to cover my expenses here. If your dad really needs the money, I can draw up an agreement to lend him some. I kept my tone amiable, doing my best not to hurt Benjamin's feelings. After all, he was still a kid. Perhaps he was still too naive when it came to trying to resolve situations. Convincing myself with that, I left the laundromat, paying no further attention to Benjamin and his grandmother. Never would I have expected that in the days to come, the words I said at the laundromat today would get twisted around and spread like wildfire in the most ridiculous ways. Hi Ms. Lewis, I'm calling from Sally's Washery. Your last laundry order, which consists of 4 articles of clothing and 2 pairs of shoes, is ready. Would you be free if I drop by this afternoon to deliver your items to you? The gentle voice of Sally Sherman, the owner of Sally's Washery, came through the phone. I rubbed my bleary eyes before responding. Sure. What time? I'll be arriving in about 10 minutes. Ah! Sally's voice cut off abruptly. Her squeal startled me, waking me right up. Sally, are you all right, Sally? I asked. Sally was taking deep breaths as she replied, yes, I'm fine, I just got the fright of my life. A scooter came rushing at me just now. Thank goodness I avoided it in time. Are all old women such daredevils these days? The rider had been an old woman? Sensing that something was amiss, I quickly pulled on a jacket and grabbed my house keys. Don't be afraid, Sally. Did the scooter look like the one owned by Tom from Tom's laundromat? Yes, that's right, but... Sally's voice became a little sharp. Stay safe on the road. I'll wait for you downstairs, I loudly instructed into the phone. Dad had once jokingly told me that the toughest competition among businesses often led to the use of the dirtiest tricks. I never thought Tom's mother would actually try to hit her business rival with a scooter, but I couldn't let her get her way. Hurrying out of the house, I was headed for the elevator when my phone rang. For some reason, Sally spoke in a hushed tone. I've already reached the lobby of your residential building, Ms. Lewis. I'll bring your things up to you. Make sure you don't come down. Someone's here to ambush you. My mom had a sudden heart attack. Facing the overwhelming medical bills, I felt desperate. I turned to my rich boyfriend, hoping he could help. But what awaited me was the sight of him being affectionate with another woman and his mocking tone. Elliot, can you lend me $70,000? The lively chatter in the private room of the bar ceased abruptly, as if someone had flipped a switch. Elliot Mason's expression darkened in an instant. His deep, unreadable eyes locked onto mine, piercing and unrelenting. 70,000? What for? Before I could answer, a soft laugh broke the silence. It came from Tiffany Taylor, Elliot's childhood friend sitting by his side. I told you, didn't I? Some people pretend to be all innocent and pure, but the moment the opportunity arises, they'll find a way to scam you for money, and you didn't believe me. She leaned closer to Elliot, her tone mocking. You said it was true love, but look at her now, asking for money. Seems like to her, your wallet is more important than you are. Her words stung, and as she spoke, she didn't forget to glance at me with a smirk that made my stomach turn. I stared at Elliot, hoping for even a shred of defense, but he didn't move. He just sat there, listening to Tiffany's ridicule, without lifting an eyelid. The others noticed his indifference, their eyes flashing with surprise before their attitudes shifted. It was no secret that Tiffany didn't like me. Most in Elliot's circle didn't. They believed I had stolen her rightful place, and brazenly inserted myself into a world where I didn't belong. Normally Elliot shielded me, and out of respect, or perhaps fear, they would grudgingly be nice to me. But now with Elliot silent, their restraint crumbled. Candace, you're really bold, aren't you, asking for 70,000 just like that? Do you think Elliot's money grows on trees? The room erupted into a cacophony of jeers. Someone even made a crude joke. Or you could come to me. I'll give you 10,000. Think about it. I felt like a clown in the center of their derision, every mocking word slicing through me. Elliot remained a silent observer, watching it all unfold as though it were a play staged for his amusement. The pain was suffocating, but I had no room for despair. My mother needed this money for surgery. Gritting my teeth, I turned back to him and pleaded, Elliot, my mother is sick. I really need this money. Please, can you help me? The words had barely left my mouth when Tiffany chuckled again. Candace, at least come up with a better lie. Don't you know we've heard these cliches a million times online? No, it's not like that. I tried to explain, my voice trembling. My mom had a sudden heart attack. She needs an urgent bypass surgery. Before I could finish, Elliot stood abruptly and strode toward me. He grabbed my chin with one hand, forcing me to look up at him. His eyes were as dark and fathomless as the ocean at midnight. Candace, do you think I don't know the truth? Your mother's medical report from earlier this year is still sitting in my office. She's perfectly fine. His voice was cold. A heart attack? How far are you willing to go with your lies? I love you so much, and this is how you see me. Just a fool for you to milk dry? I tried to pry his fingers off, but his grip was unyielding. I had never seen this side of him before. So terrifying, so cold. No, it's not like that. I didn't lie to you, I cried, my voice breaking. Candace, you've truly disappointed me, he said flatly. Then, without warning, he yanked me by the collar and flung me toward the table. My forehead struck the edge with precision, and a sharp pain shot through me. Warm blood trickled down my temple, staining my vision red. Tiffany gasped theatrically. Elliot, take it easy. She's still a girl after all. Elliot ignored her entirely. His cold and calculating gaze never left me. I'll give you the 70,000, he said at last. For a moment, hope flickered in my eyes. Then he spoke again. Drink every bottle of whiskey on this table, and the money is yours. I froze, staring at him in disbelief. He knew I couldn't drink. Elliot knew I was allergic to alcohol. Whenever I attended a gathering, he would go out of his way to ensure juice was prepared for me. 4 years of this, without exception. Yet now, he was the one asking me to drink. Elliot lounged back on the sofa, his gaze detached as he spoke. If you want the money, drink it all. That's my only condition. For the first time, I found him unrecognizable, but I had no choice. I needed the money. All right, I said, forcing the word out. Bottle after bottle, I downed the drinks. I lost track of how many I consumed or even what they were. At some point, I was drinking and vomiting simultaneously, my face drenched in a mix of tears and alcohol. Everyone watched with a kind of twisted excitement, like spectators at a circus. At last, the final bottle was empty. Dizzy and trembling, I looked at Elliot, who sat there calmly, utterly unaffected. Now can you lend me the money? I asked. He glanced at me with disdain. What makes you different from those women who throw themselves at me? You're just as cheap. With that, he motioned for the security guards to throw me out. I collapsed on the pavement outside the bar, unable to move, my vision blurred. The night sky above seemed vast and indifferent. Elliot, has 4 years meant so little that you can't even trust me? That night, I nearly suffocated from an allergic reaction to the alcohol. Fortunately, someone kind-hearted rushed me to the hospital in time. The next morning, I woke up on a hospital bed to find Connor Wright sitting nearby. He was my mother's attending physician. When he saw I was awake, his expression darkened. Do you have any idea how dangerous it is for someone with an alcohol allergy to drink? Are you trying to gamble with your life? What happens if you're gone? Who'll take care of your mother? His scolding left me speechless, and I lowered my head in shame. I'm sorry, Dr. Wright. I'll be more careful next time, I murmured. He stood up, lightly patting my head. You'll get through this, he said gently. I nodded, and he finally left, reassured. Just as I was trying to figure out my next steps, my phone buzzed with a message. It was from Tiffany. Seeing its contents, I didn't even think before throwing off the blanket and leaving the hospital. My stomach churned, but I couldn't let that slow me down. When I arrived at the cafe, Tiffany was there, waiting leisurely. Will you lend me the 70,000? I asked directly. She took a small sip of her coffee, her expression mocking. Sure, but on one condition. Even if it were 10 conditions, I would have agreed without hesitation. Stay away from Elliot. If you promise that, the money is yours, she said, pulling a bank card from her bag and waving it lightly in the air. I hesitated. One side was my critically ill mother, and the other was the man I loved. I had no choice. I reached for the card, but before I could grab it, another hand snatched it away. It was Elliot, his face dark with anger. I stared at him in disbelief. How was he here? Seeing the smug satisfaction in Tiffany's eyes, I instantly understood. Elliot snapped the card in half and threw the pieces onto the ground. His voice was cold and sharp. Candace, I really underestimated you. The act you put on before was quite convincing, but now for a mere 70,000, you can't keep up the pretense? If you'd played your part a little longer, I might have even given you 150,000. I didn't argue. My gaze fell to the broken card on the floor. I reached out, hoping to salvage the situation somehow. Before I could touch it, his foot stomped down, grinding it into the ground. I despise women like you, willing to do anything for money, he said coldly. If money is what you want, then I'll make sure you get none. Not from me, not from anyone else. Turning to Tiffany, he added. If anyone dares to give Candace money, they're going against me, against my family. With that, he stormed out, his entourage following close behind. I sank to the ground, staring at the shattered card fragments. Tears spilled from my eyes, falling unchecked. My phone rang suddenly, the sound cutting through the silence. It was Dr. Wright. Candace, you need to come to the hospital immediately. Your mother's condition has worsened, he said. A jolt of adrenaline shot through me. I scrambled to my feet, nearly collapsing from dizziness. By the time I staggered into the hospital, Dr. Wright met me at the door. He shook his head solemnly, stepping aside to reveal my mother lying lifeless on the bed behind him. She was gone. Forever. I collapsed onto the ground, utterly drained of strength. Dr. Wright knelt beside me, his voice a distant hum of consolation, but none of his words could reach me. My mother's words from long ago echoed faintly in my mind. I don't oppose your relationship with Elliot, she had said, her tone cautious. But we're just an ordinary family. The disparity in your backgrounds will only bring you heartache in the future. At the time, I was too swept up in the sweetness of Elliot to take her seriously. Don't worry, Mom, I had replied with an air of certainty. Elliot treats me so well, he even promised he'd never hurt me. But now, the deepest wound I carried was inflicted by Elliot himself. A man's promises are as fleeting as the wind, believing in them is a fool's errand. I clung to my mother's cold, lifeless body and sobbed. Mom, I'll listen to you. I won't have anything to do with Elliot ever again. From now on, I'll do whatever you say. Just open your eyes and look at me one more time. Only the hollow echoes of the empty room answered my desperate pleas. It was a long while before I regained my composure and began the preparations to have her body cremated. But when I arrived at the facility, I was told that the hospital wouldn't release her remains until the fees were paid in full. Remembering the single-digit balance in my bank account, I wanted to slap myself. Before I could muster the courage to ask if a payment plan was possible, Dr. Wright stepped forward and handed over his card. Charge this, he said firmly. I scrambled to stop him. Dr. Wright, you've already helped me so much. I can't let you. He cut me off before I could finish. Let's get her settled first. You can repay me later. I reached for his hand, but it fell back limply to my side. This was the best option I had. Dr. Wright even covered the cost of the burial plot. All I could do now was find a job as soon as possible and repay him. With his help, the arrangements were completed quickly. My mother and I had few friends, so the ceremony was quiet, just the two of us. As we drove to the cemetery, the sky darkened, and a cold rain began to fall. The workers handled her urn with care, placing it gently in the prepared niche. They sealed it, packed the soil, and stepped back. Her greatest wish had been to see me find a place of happiness and stability, but even in death, she hadn't lived to see that day. After the funeral, Dr. Wright offered to drive me home. I lowered my head. Now that my mom was gone, I don't have a home anymore. In the end, I asked him to drop me off at Elliot's apartment. My belongings were still there, and it was time to take them back. I was sure he wouldn't be home at this hour, but as soon as I unlocked the door with my fingerprint, I was greeted by the sight of Elliot and Tiffany locked in a passionate embrace. Elliot froze when he saw me, instinctively pushing Tiffany off his lap. His first words, hurried and defensive, were, "It's not what it looks like, Candace." But the moment passed, and his expression hardened. "Why are you here?" "My parents take me to court to get my heart and save my adoptive sister. The judge uses advanced technology to extract our memories. A jury of 100 people decides the verdict. If my parents win the case, my organs will go to them. They think I won't dare to show up for the trial because they think I'm evil. However, everyone is overcome by tears when they see my memories and the truth of what happened." I stepped up to the platform to stand on trial. On the large screen before me, comments flooded in real time. "She's the first person brave enough to stand on trial. Criminals will only surrender in the face of irrefutable evidence. The show's about to begin." Before we started, the judge gave me one final warning. "Defendant, are you aware of the trial process and understand its consequences? Are you sure you want to go through it? If I were found guilty on trial, I would be euthanized on the spot, and the ownership of my organs would go to my parents. Then, they would be able to use my heart to save Susie Jones." Over at the plaintiff's seat, my biological parents glared at me in disdain. They were so certain that they would win this trial. I couldn't understand why. I was their biological daughter, yet they had spent years tormenting me, loathing me, and hurting me. Now, they even wanted to rip my heart from me. There were plenty of times when I suspected that Susie was their real daughter, not me. Right now, she was seated beside them, a mask and sunglasses covering her face so I couldn't see her expression. I closed my eyes and took a deep breath, then looked at the judge with determination. "Let us begin." The judge turned to the plaintiff's bar. "Plaintiffs, are you aware that the trial—" Before he could finish, Mom interrupted shrilly. "We are her parents. How could we possibly lose this case? Just hurry up and get this over with. Susie doesn't have time to waste." And so the trial started. The first charge was brought against the defendant: refusal to fulfill her familial obligations, neglecting her bedridden father, and selfishly indulging in a decadent lifestyle. On the screen, my mother wiped tears from her eyes as she described the details of the charge. "Our family was not well off. My father worked tirelessly to put me through school and college, yet when he fell gravely ill, I refused to see him, using the excuse that I was busy with school. I failed to send money for his medical expenses, which caused him to sustain a permanent disability in his left leg. OMG, how cruel. Such an ungrateful brat. What a waste of education." The comments were brutal. The screen showed how my mother kept calling me, even bringing my disabled father to college to look for me, all to no avail. Even the judge frowned at that. On the plaintiff's side, my parents looked smug. I saw Susie lifting her chin slightly. I sat quietly on the defendant's chair as the staff swiftly attached the memory extraction device to my head. Electricity buzzed. I felt a sharp pain stabbing through my brain. I pursed my lips tightly, making no sound. A few seconds later, 2 large words appeared on the screen. "Not guilty." The screen was flooded with question marks from the audience. How can she not be guilty? My mother lowered her head guiltily. My memories played across the screen. When I was 8, Susie came to live with us. She and I, along with her parents, had been in a car accident. Her parents had died on the spot. Her father was my father's best friend, so my father did not hesitate to adopt Susie into our family. My mother agreed readily. She'd always liked Susie. Ever since then, my life has become hell. Anything Susie liked, I had to give it to her, even if it were my textbooks and homework. I hadn't wanted to. "The teacher will scold me," I protested. My father slapped me across the face. "She just lost her parents. What's such a big deal about you giving up a notebook to her?" Before our final exams that year, Susie took a liking to all the pens I owned. I refused to give them to her. My father grabbed a broom and beat me with it. You heartless, selfish girl, what's the big deal about these pens? Give them to Susie. As I screamed in pain, my mother hugged Susie and comforted her while she cried. It's all right, I'll buy you brand new ones. Eyes red, Susie said. But, those pens look like the ones my mother gave me for my birthday. Shaking, I gave her my entire pencil case. Stop hitting me, I cried. Take them, just take them all, I don't want any of them. I did not attend my exams that day. When I failed every single paper in my final exam, I was forced to drop out. You're too dumb for school anyway, my father sneered. Turning to Susie, his eyes softened. Susie's different, she's always been at the top of her class. I was the one who was always at the top of my class. My parents had always ignored how well I did in my studies. Soon, my mother got me a job in a factory. Work hard and make sure to send money home on time, she told me. Susie's tuition fees aren't cheap. Every word out of her mouth was about Susie. She ignored how I was pale from the pains of my first menstruation and the red stains on my pants. Working in the factory was exhausting, but the library there contained damaged textbooks and old discarded books. I would run to the library during my breaks to read and study. Some factory workers were somewhat educated, and seeing that I was young and eager to learn, they were happy to tutor me. Some even tried to enroll me in a nearby high school. I sent the majority of my wages back home, squirreling away the rest, hoping to return to school one day. However, one day, I fell sick and was late to send the money. My parents stormed into the factory, shouting and beating me. My coworkers tried to stop them. In the chaos, my books fell to the ground, and the money I had hidden between the pages fell out. My father kicked me in the stomach. How dare you hide money from us? I'll kill you. My mother tore the books into shreds. You're studying? You're just trash, yet you're still dreaming of school. I knelt on the ground, begging my mother to stop. Please, Mom, don't do this. These aren't even my books. I had to borrow them. My father slapped me. How dare you talk back? Your mother can do whatever she wants. You're wasting money on nonsense instead of using it where it matters. They tore my books apart, threw them into water, and stomped on them. They searched my dormitory, taking all of my money. They left nothing for me. Before leaving, my mother snarled, if you have so much free time, go get another job. Susie needs money for her extracurricular classes. I had nothing left. My parents, entirely focused on Susie, never stopped to think about how I would eat or clothe myself without any money. The books were utterly destroyed. I couldn't return them, so I had to take on part-time jobs to earn money and pay back their value. One of the jobs was at a construction site, doing odd tasks and manual labor. It was even more grueling than the factory. One time, I dropped a whole bucket of cement because it was too heavy, and I was weakened from my menstruation pains. The foreman shook his head when he saw this and told me that I shouldn't work there anymore. I fell to my knees and begged tearfully, I can do better. Please give me another chance. The foreman sighed and tried to help me up, but the cement had dried quickly, trapping my foot. In the end, the workers had to use a hammer to break the concrete apart, injuring my foot in the process. I was still let go from the job, but the foreman gave me another $300 out of pity. He told me to go see a doctor for my injury and get some decent food to nourish my frail body. I limped away. The money was hard-earned, and it was my birthday, so I wanted to treat myself. I went to a local pasta shop and ordered some pasta. Just then, my parents walked in with Susie. They had taken her out for a meal as usual, but they did not expect to see me there. My father was furious. You hid money from us again, didn't you, you ungrateful brat? My mother lunged at me, tearing at my hair as she wailed. You're all grown up now, eating out while ignoring your parents' suffering. They were well dressed. Susie was even wearing a puffy skirt with a bow, looking like a little princess. I was sprawled on the floor, my hair disheveled, and wearing ill-fitting clothes that had seen better days. My shoes were worn and soaked with blood from the wound on my feet. Still, I clutched my plate tightly, eating as fast as I could. It was the best meal I'd ever had. For a brief moment, I could forget all my pain. I saw Susie covering her nose, turning her head away in disgust. Seeing this, my parents were even more angry. My mother grabbed my hand as my father wrenched the plate from me and upended it over my head. Go on, eat your fill. They left with Susie. Before leaving, my mother searched my pockets and took all the money I had. I sat there, sauce dripping from my hair, staring blankly at their retreating backs. They looked like a family. The manager refused to take my money. They even tried to offer me another plate, but I shook my head and limped out of the restaurant. It had begun raining outside. On the screen, my silhouette slowly disappeared into the rain. The online tribunal was silent. My parents shifted subtly, avoiding the judge's gaze. Susie kept her head down, refusing to look at anyone. Ouch, that hurts. Underneath the bright lights, the man makes me lie face down on the bed. Then, he pushes my waist down from behind, seemingly looking for the best spot. I feel something odd press against me and cry out, telling him to stop. He doesn't though. In fact, he grabs hold of my belt. Your waist curves very nicely, and your legs are long. Your skin is also smooth and flawless. Aside from a minor flaw, your figure is perfect, Miss Grant. I wouldn't have expected any less of an air stewardess, the doctor said. I lay on the massage table, my face red, and my shirt was wide open. My legs trembled as they rested on the shoulders of the handsome doctor before me. His warm, coarse hands roamed my body. The sensation made me feel like I'd been set on fire. What should I do about my minor flaw, doctor? Gould? My voice shook a little as I tried to keep my breathing even. He smiled confidently. Rest assured that all the women who come to me will become flawless. He pulled out a jar from his pocket and dug out a handful of a sticky paste-like solid. Then, he applied it on the front of my torso. My name was Sabrina Grant. I was an air stewardess. Since childhood, my good looks and slender limbs had always been my proudest features. Still, everyone was a perfectionist. I stood at 5 feet and 9 inches and weighed 127 pounds, but I was only an A-cup in. All the boyfriends I'd had in the past found me lacking in that aspect too. That was why I constantly wore foam pads, never going without them, even if I got rashes in the middle of summer. All of this was just so I could hear people say, Sabrina's so skinny, yet she's so well endowed. Whoever gets to date her is a lucky man. Recently, however, the airline company I worked for had changed its uniform. I couldn't wear the foam pads anymore. So, I thought about getting a top surgery and implants. I would become an artificial beauty. At the same time, I was a coward. There were news articles everywhere about implants turning into tumors after shifting out of place, or even exploding inside people's bodies. They refused to leave my mind. To make matters worse, I was always flying. No one knew whether anything would happen to the implants while I was in the sky. If anything were to go wrong, losing my life wouldn't be the worst of it. People would make fun of me for as long as they remembered me. I wouldn't even be able to rest in peace. I hurriedly shook my head to rid myself of thoughts of getting a top surgery. I sighed, feeling dejected. Was my image of being a sexy beauty going to be ruined? I was cleaning the cabin when I suddenly heard Stephanie Johnson and Rachel Kane messing around. Whoa, when did you get so big, Steffi? Did you get a top surgery? Tell me the truth, Rachel exclaimed. Stop it, Ray. I'll come clean. I didn't get anything done, okay? This is all natural. Stephanie said. I didn't hear the rest of her sentence, but I saw her come out of the rest area. Her face was still the same plain one. I used my hands to vaguely measure them and realized they were at least a D cup. I had to say they did wonders for her looks. She'd originally been like a bland salad, but was now like a thick, creamy soup. Could you wait for me tonight, Steffi? I have something to ask you. I struggled with this. On one hand, I didn't want others to know my secret. On the other hand, I was genuinely curious to know how Stephanie had made it happen. Oh, okay, she said. They seemed huge on her frame of 5 feet and 6 inches. I clenched my fists tightly and made up my mind. My jaw dropped in astonishment upon hearing her tell me that her had grown larger after going for massages. They hadn't shrunk afterward, nor did she have any side effects. She grabbed my hands and placed them on her globes. I was so shocked that I subconsciously groped her hard. Be gentle, Rena. At that moment, I believed she wasn't lying. I couldn't help thinking that this was the perfect solution. Ahem. Could you recommend the doctor to me? I have a friend who's really frustrated over this. Thanks a bunch, Steffi. I smiled awkwardly while asking Stephanie for the clinic's website so I could make an appointment. I didn't expect it to be different compared to other clinics, which were usually cold and stark. This one was even somewhat cute and perky. The first thing I saw on its website was that it was 95 years away from becoming a century-old clinic. I looked through the information on the website and soon came across several examples of successful cases. The latest one showed a photo of Stephanie. Her face wasn't in the shot, but I recognized her from the tattoo on her torso. The website also showed good reviews everywhere. Just like that, I mustered the courage to head to the massage and body sculpting clinic on one of my off days. I had a mask and cap on. I looked like a spy as I approached the front desk. Hi, I made an appointment for Dr. Gould. Before the receptionist could say anything, a man in a white coat who looked to be 6 feet and 1 inch tall approached me. Hi, are you Ms. Sabrina Grant? You made an appointment for a massage and body sculpting, right? I'm James Gould. Come with me, please. He reached out to take my bag from me. Then, he wrapped an arm around my shoulder and led me to the room. I stood inside, feeling so awkward and embarrassed that I couldn't stop playing with the hem of my shirt. James laughed. I can understand your concerns, Ms. Grant, but a doctor doesn't pay attention to his patient's gender. If it's too hard for you to handle, you can always imagine me as a potato. He could tell I was nervous about having a male doctor, so he took off his mask and smiled, wanting to ease my nerves. Without his mask, I could see how handsome he was. His eyes crinkled as he smiled, and his long lashes made him seem like he was looking at me tenderly. He had a tall nose, and his lips were a healthy red. I was stunned by his looks. Then, I complimented him. I can't do that. Even if you were a potato, you'd be a handsome one. His smile grew at that. Then, he put on a pair of gloves and pointed at the massage table beside him. Thanks for the compliment, Ms. Grant. Breathing softly. James pinched and lifted as he checked me. Then, he rubbed me. I flushed and started showing a reaction down there. Soon, however, he frowned. This scared me a little. What's wrong? Am I unsuitable for the massage? You're not in the best position for me to identify the best spot for the massage, Ms. Grant. You seem to also have other gynecological issues, he said. I was taken aback by his words and sat up anxiously. Really? That shouldn't be the case. I don't sleep around. He waved a hand with a smile when he saw how nervous I was. I don't mean that, Ms. Grant. You don't have to worry about that. I only have a guess about something. I'll need to do a more thorough check to be sure. My period had been off schedule for several months now. At night, I would also get... So, I did as told. I kept one arm across my chest as I spread my legs and kneeled on the massage table in an embarrassing position. Don't be nervous. It's easier for me to find the best massage spot. I'll give you a free gynecological test later. With that, James pulled my hand away and pressed his hands to my chest as he rubbed me gently. I was so sensitive that I couldn't help moaning. The pressure he applied was just right, and I'd been single for too long. His good looks only aroused me further. I secretly reprimanded myself for getting horny at a doctor's appointment. James was only doing what was required of him as a doctor. I couldn't help letting my imagination get the better of me though. James kneeled on the massage table behind me to get a better grip of my globes. His body was plastered to mine. He had to align every inch of his body with mine to get a proper hold of me. I could even feel his zipper rubbing against my underwear. The worst part was that his warm breath fanned over the back of my neck. His minty scent enveloped me and made my head spin. I was putty in his hands as he felt me up. I moaned his name softly. Are you done, Dr. Gould? He didn't respond though. I felt him pull away from me before tearing something open. Had I also heard him pulling down his zipper? I wanted to turn to look at him, but I didn't have the strength to prop myself up. My face pressed weakly against the massage table. Relax, Ms. Grant. I'm going to check you down here now. James's deep voice rang out near me. Then, he held my waist tightly. In the next second, then, he stuck something hard in me. A woman in a rabbit costume was kneeling before my partner, planting kisses on his abdomen, her grin mischievous. Irene, you're unusually quiet today. Clayton's voice interrupted my thoughts, a white hotel sheet barely concealing his form, yet his physique was still visible enough to make my stomach turn. I felt a surge of queasiness rise in my chest, nearly suffocating me. Before I could reply, another message from Matthias appeared. Matthias, did you catch that? While he's on a video call with you, he's cavorting with another woman. I swiftly minimized Clayton's image, and Matthias' video immediately filled the screen. Beneath the white sheet, a playful bunny girl caught my eye. She gazed at him with feigned irritation, before firmly pinching his thigh. I'm heading to bed too. I have an early meeting tomorrow. Clayton yawned languidly, and as if it was all too much effort, he hastily ended the call. After the call concluded, a deluge of videos from Matthias flooded in. Clayton lifted the sheet, rolled over, and pinned the bunny girl beneath him. You little minx, what was all that mischief about earlier? The bunny girl giggled softly, her voice teasing. Didn't you find it thrilling? If you hadn't terminated the call so quickly, I would have wanted her to hear me with you. Clayton's expression darkened instantly. I cautioned you, our affairs are not to be mentioned in front of Irene, or you'll face consequences. But soon, the girl's hand wandered downward, and Clayton's anger swiftly transformed into desire. The ensuing sounds were unbearable. I battled against the rising nausea, and promptly closed the video, rushing to the lavatory to retch. I recognized the woman in the rabbit costume. Her name was Odessa Morgan. I had encountered her once at Clayton's residence. I had forgotten an item and returned to retrieve it, only to find Odessa seated on the sofa. She leapt to her feet, flustered the moment she saw me. Clayton swiftly explained, "Sweetheart, she rear-ended my vehicle. We were discussing reimbursement." Before I could process it further, Clayton ushered her out. "Go speak with my assistant about it." Odessa waited downstairs and with a smile, requested my contact information. "Hey, my family purchased a property nearby. It seems we're neighbors." She gave me a hopeful look, and I couldn't bring myself to decline. Subsequently, she frequently shared provocative photos on her social media, each one exuding a seductive gaze and an alluring pose. I grew weary of it and blocked her, but for some reason, I found myself accessing her Instagram just now. My eyes froze. Half a year earlier, she had written, "Returned midway, my partner was nearly shocked to death. The initial scheme failed, but he made amends the following night at the inn." That event had no connection to a collision from behind or negotiating reimbursement. They had initially intended to engage in intimate activities at home, but when I appeared unexpectedly, they were forced to alter their plans quickly. The next evening, Clayton claimed he had to work late and didn't return until morning. In reality, the ring had been left at his mistress's home. 4 weeks ago, she posted a photograph taken in a private theater, the image only revealing the man's attractive collarbone. I couldn't help but notice the crimson birthmark on his collarbone, identical to Clayton's. If my recollection was correct, that day marked the anniversary of my parents' passing. Clayton had vowed to join me at the gravesite, but upon receiving a phone call, his demeanor changed. "Irene, a customer requires my immediate attention. I must leave at once." However, he didn't go to meet any client. Instead, he was in the private cinema Odessa had arranged, immersed in a moment of romantic passion. I wept uncontrollably at the cemetery while he was embraced by another woman, his eyes gleaming with passion. I observed throughout the night, and as dawn broke, sleep still eluded me. I rose to purchase some morning sustenance, my mind clouded, stumbling through the streets. As I wandered aimlessly, a vehicle sped towards me, and in that instant, a forceful hand pulled me back. "Irene." Matthias stood there, his countenance etched with worry. After a brief silence, he spoke, his voice gentle yet unwavering. "You've witnessed all those recordings, haven't you?" I nodded, silently urging him to proceed. We sat in a coffee shop, Matthias's hands fidgeting nervously, his discomfort evident. "Irene," he began, his voice filled with remorse. "I regret that you had to discover this in such a manner, but you deserve to know the facts." I scrutinized him intently. "But aren't you Clayton's closest confidant?" I inquired, my tone laced with doubt. "You two have been inseparable since your university days, established the family enterprise together. Shouldn't you be assisting him in concealing his actions?" I arched an eyebrow, my words dripping with sarcasm. "Why would you be willing to disclose all this to me, Matthias?" Clayton had placed complete trust in him, never concealing anything, even when he was with his lover, oblivious to Matthias observing. Matthias hesitated momentarily, his lips curling into a melancholy smile. "I never imagined you'd still be unaware after all this time." His gaze shifted upward, meeting mine, an unusual intensity behind his eyes. "Irene," he said softly, his voice barely audible, "because I have feelings for you." I was stunned, my breath caught in my throat. His voice was tender but carried weight as he continued. "Irene, throughout these years, my friendship with Clayton was because of you." A small, rueful smile played on his lips as he added, "I even developed feelings for you before he did." Matthias, Clayton and I had been acquainted since our university days, and Clayton and I had experienced love at first sight. In what felt like an instant, we had become a couple, a romance that spanned from campus to matrimony for 8 years. But Matthias had never once been in a relationship. Those around us had whispered, even joked about his unusual preferences, but he had always remained aloof, avoiding close relationships with any woman. "You see, I'm a performer, Irene. No one ever discerned the truth, did they?" He lowered his gaze, a self-mocking smile curving his lips as if to laugh at his own concealed reality. "Irene," he spoke gently, "I can't stand by and watch you be fooled any longer. Walk away from him," he pleaded, his tone low and yearning. "I've been holding out hope for you all this time." Matthias had accompanied Clayton on a work trip, but sensing my unease, he had hurried back in the middle of the night to meet me, worried I might act rashly once the truth surfaced. I mustered a weak grin, a feeble defense against the turmoil within. "Don't fret, I won't do anything rash. At least not until I reclaim what's rightfully mine." I gathered the videos Matthias had sent, revealing Clayton's infidelities, and forwarded them to my attorney. Naturally, I included the evidence I'd meticulously collected from Odessa's WhatsApp, staying up all night to piece it together. Just as I closed my laptop, I felt Clayton's arms encircle me from behind. Irene, I've missed you terribly. He brought a chill from outside, and despite his efforts to hide it, a faint trace of another woman's perfume lingered on him. I quietly pushed him away. Wasn't your business trip supposed to last 3 days? Why the early return? He playfully tapped my nose. Even with my hectic schedule, I couldn't miss celebrating our anniversary with my darling. I inwardly scoffed. He was clueless. I had just seen Odessa's latest Instagram post. She had written, "Some people are truly heartless, satisfying themselves and leaving. But fortunately, tomorrow, he's promised me an even more thrilling experience." In the hotel suite, Clayton had arranged an extravagant celebration. Clayton had always discouraged me from drinking excessively, but tonight, he insisted on refilling my glass multiple times. "Irene, I'm right here. Don't worry, just enjoy your drinks. The chauffeur will drive us home later." I could detect the mockery in his eyes. His plan was obvious. He wanted me intoxicated so he could slip away unnoticed to rendezvous with his mistress. 15 minutes earlier, as he cut into the cake, a message flashed across his phone. "I'm here, waiting for you in the restroom." The profile picture that appeared was one I knew all too well, Odessa. Suddenly, everything fell into place. Her cryptic Instagram post from the previous night, that more exciting experience tomorrow, had been a prelude to this moment. A voice interrupted my thoughts. "Your meal has arrived." Clayton's body tensed, his eyes widening in shock. And there she was, Odessa, disguised as a server, carrying the food. She placed the dishes down deliberately slowly, her fingers lingering on Clayton's in a manner that left no doubt about their relationship. "Get out of here. What are you thinking?" Clayton hissed quietly, his words cutting but restrained. "I've been missing you," Odessa whispered with a slight grin, her eyes flicking suggestively towards me before she sashayed away. Clayton stiffened, his face tightening. He paused briefly, but upon seeing my lack of response, he let out a relieved sigh. "Irene, my stomach's acting up. I need to use the restroom. Don't go far. I'll be back shortly." I glanced down, a sardonic smile playing on my lips. "Sure, go ahead." Without another word, he dashed off as if fleeing an invisible danger. Barely 60 seconds later, I rose and headed towards the restroom. Their voices blended, low and intimate, filling the quiet. I leaned against the wall, anguish gripping my heart as tears flowed down my cheeks. "Are you using it?" Her playful voice suddenly cut through. Clayton's sneer was audible through the thin wall. "No need. If she gets pregnant, she'll keep the baby." Odessa laughed victoriously. "Clayton, I knew you loved me. Why else would you never use protection?" Clayton's voice lowered, sharp and scornful. "Irene is scared of the pain. That's why I didn't let her have kids. Otherwise, none of this would be happening with you." A bitter smile formed on my lips, the sting of betrayal overwhelming. This wasn't the man I thought I knew. Separated by just a thin wall, he used our anniversary as a cover to steal moments with his mistress. Was he so captivated by her youth, or was it the excitement of the forbidden that kept him hooked? I shook my head, heartache tearing at my chest, and turned to leave. As I pivoted, I was suddenly pressed against the wall. Matthias, his eyes blazing with emotion, held me firmly in place. "Irene, why do you keep putting yourself through this pain?" It turned out he had been quietly observing me from the shadows all along. I let out a cold laugh. "I might consider going out with you, but only after I've divorced him." Matthias looked stunned. "You mean it? All right, I'll wait for you." 3 days passed, and I had a surprise in store for him. "Your signature is needed here," I said, presenting Clayton with a document, my face devoid of emotion. "Sure thing," Clayton replied, seizing the pen and hastily signing without hesitation, his faith in me unshakable. I cocked my head and gave a slight smirk. "You didn't even read it. Aren't you concerned it could be divorce papers?" Clayton laughed, tousling my hair affectionately. "Even if it were a contract to sell myself, I'd sign it if it came from you, Irene." As he retreated to his office, I gazed at the newly signed divorce agreement in my hands, a gradual smile spreading across my face. "Clayton, our relationship ends here. As you stated, you'll depart with nothing." That evening, he went to bed early. "Sweet dreams," he murmured gently. "I'm off on a business trip tomorrow, likely for 3 days. I'll keep in touch daily." I lounged on the sofa, absently perusing a book, and nodded dismissively. "Okay." Shortly after, Odessa's message appeared on my phone screen. "Irene, as a fellow woman, you must have realized by now. I've been having an affair with your husband. Want to bet he told you tonight about a 3-day business trip? In reality, he's taking me to a new beachside inn for some excitement." I read the message dispassionately, then calmly captured a screenshot and sent it to my attorney. Clayton was in for a shock. While he set off for his coastal tryst with Odessa, I too was en route there, accompanied by Matthias. "I don't want Louis Vuitton anymore. In 6 years of marriage to Kellen, he's given me 88 Louis Vuitton bags, but each new bag represents another woman he's been with on the side. Out of guilt, he buys me bags as compensation. We've maintained this polite facade all along, until yesterday, when he gave me a Hermes Himalaya with diamond hardware. I know he's going to divorce me." My husband brought back a new bag for me when he returned from his business trip. Surprisingly, it wasn't a Louis Vuitton this time. It was a Hermes Himalaya, with diamond hardware, the ultimate luxury version. Even getting on the waitlist costs millions, and it's a global limited edition. Every wealthy lady in our circle covets one. Yet I was the one who got it. But I couldn't feel happy about it. I don't even have the appetite to eat. Seeing my lack of enthusiasm, Kellen furrowed his brow and mentioned the dessert I had been craving before he left for his trip, making a move to take me out for it. I shook my head, forcing a bitter smile. "No need. You probably forgot what day that was." Kellen froze, likely realizing that in all the years we've known each other, this was the first time he had missed my birthday. He slowly began to speak, his tone tinged with surprise. "I'm sorry, I was so caught up with work, Kellen and I have been married for 6 years, and his affection for me has always been clear for others to see. When he apologizes, it always feels like he genuinely believes he's in the wrong. Looking at his guilt-ridden expression, anyone would believe his sincerity. I'm sorry, honey, I'll make it up to you, let's go. Before he finished his sentence, his phone started ringing. Kellen stepped aside to take the call. Then he looked at me apologetically, indicating that the client had an urgent matter and needed him to come over immediately. I nodded, but then went up to him and grabbed his hand. Since it's the client, why don't you take a shower and change clothes? This is basic courtesy. The sound of running water could be heard from the bathroom. Taking advantage of this moment, I quickly grabbed his phone. His WeChat was spotless, without a trace of anything suspicious. In the call log was an unfamiliar number that had only called once. I then opened his Weibo, and found he interacted most with a young girl. The girl was very cute, with a sweet baby face, fair skin, and a penchant for long dresses and flowing hair. In recent days, she had posted many photos of her trip to Italy. Kellen wasn't visible in the photos, but his presence was felt in every word. Italy was where Kellen had gone on his business trip. The latest post showed the bag Kellen had just brought back. I guess old ladies just like these hideously ugly bags? How boring. I took a photo of the screen, then deleted the browsing history and sent it to my friend. Hearing the water stop in the bathroom, I hurriedly put the phone back and prepared Kellen's clothes. The bag, I placed in the display case. Every time Kellen was caught cheating on me, he would give me a Gucci bag as an apology. According to him, even if he and those girls hadn't done anything improper, if I felt hurt, it was his fault. And when facing his own mistakes, he must have an attitude of admitting them. The Gucci bag was his way of admitting his mistake. I counted the bags in the display case. There were already 88 of various sizes. Which means, in these 6 years, Kellen has apologized to me 88 times. Just as I was thinking about this, I suddenly received a video from my cousin. In the video, Kellen's car was parked outside a high-end gated community. I recognized that place. It was one of the Stratton family's properties, uninhabited for a long time. Moments later, the female lead in the video bounced over. Kellen stood by the car, and the girl hugged him, lifting one leg. Her skirt fluttered in the breeze as they embraced in the gentle wind. What a youthful and vibrant scene, if only the male lead wasn't Kellen. Not long after, Kellen turned to take out a box from the car. He said it was a dress he had just ordered, meant to be worn only once. With a coy pout, she made sure Evelina couldn't see. The girl whined playfully, seemingly reluctant, but then turned to get back in the car. I wasn't sure which outfit this was, I'd ordered so many recently, but there was a heaviness in my heart. The video ended there. The next moment, my friend's cousin video called. The raw sounds from the scene were laid bare before me, though the visuals weren't as clear. The girl's voice came through. What the hell, such a fat waist, even the custom-made clothes aren't that great. Kellen stopped humoring her, instead, reprimanding in a low voice. Cadence. The video cut off abruptly, as if to spare me embarrassment. Eve, my sister-in-law's car just left, and that girl never got out. Should I keep following? A few minutes later, I received another call from my friend's younger cousin. No need to follow. Did you see which outfit the girl changed into? He replied, the back window wasn't open, I couldn't see. As I hung up the phone, my entire body was shaking. Cadence, this name was a taboo in Kellen's heart. In the past, I had inadvertently heard that Kellen's family had an adopted sister named Cadence. At 16, Cadence was brought home by Kellen's father. From the beginning, Mrs. Stratton made no attempt to hide her dislike for this girl, but because of Father Stratton, she had to tolerate it. Until 2 years later, when Father Stratton suddenly passed away. On the day of the funeral, Mrs. Stratton discovered Cadence curled up in Kellen's arms, crying in his bedroom. Cadence didn't shy away from telling Mrs. Stratton directly that she had fallen for her brother. Mrs. Stratton flew into a rage and sent Cadence abroad to study, ensuring she had no chance to get close to Kellen again. After that, Kellen fell into a deep depression for a long time. Later, he met me, and only then did that chapter of his life finally close. At least, that's what I thought. Looking back now, it seems Kellen merely put it on pause, and Cadence's return was the perfect play button for this suspended romance. I looked at the bag in my hand, realizing only Cadence was its rightful owner. Kellen came back, reeking of alcohol. I closed my eyes, pretending to be fast asleep. He didn't look closely, and just crashed onto the bed, snoring away. I took out his phone again, thinking I was asleep. He hadn't bothered to delete his chat history with Cadence. Huh, I purposely got you drunk. How else was she supposed to manage? She's not even half as greedy as you are. Alright, you should get some sleep too. Remember, I'm taking you to the live-in building tomorrow. Make sure you look pretty. A chill ran down my spine. This live-in building gathering Kellen had promised to take me along, but right before leaving for Italy, he suddenly changed his mind and said we weren't going. So they were continuing their little high school reunion after all, just without me. The next afternoon, I arrived early at the live-in building, where several of Kellen's high school classmates were gathering. I wasn't particularly familiar with them. Cadence arrived fashionably late with Kellen. She coyly stayed by his side, her back ramrod straight, hair pinned up to reveal her long elegant neck. She wore a stunning silk chipao, her face bare of makeup, looking breathtakingly beautiful. The moment she entered the lobby, all eyes were drawn to her. The old classmates, who had been waiting for a while, immediately went to greet them. I hurried to follow. Kellen was busy exchanging pleasantries, not noticing me. I grabbed Cadence without warning and slapped her across the face. Who gave you permission to touch my chipao? Take it off right now. I could hold my temper, but I couldn't tolerate her wearing that dress. It was left to me by my grandmother. My grandmother had passed away not long ago, and this was the only piece of fabric she had left behind. Recently, my best friend wanted me to make a chipao as a toast dress for her wedding, so I chose the same pattern as this dress. The chipao held extraordinary significance for me. I found the most skilled tailor to work through the night, just so I could outshine everyone at my best friend's wedding. As a result, Cadence beat me to the punch and used it for show. Cadence's smiling face suddenly fell. She covered her face and buried it in Kellen's shoulder, quietly sobbing. Kellen froze for a few seconds before coming to his senses and reaching for my hand. Evelina, let me explain. But Cadence clung tightly to the hem of his shirt, refusing to let go. She moved her hand from her face, revealing 2 bright red handprints on her pale cheeks as tears rolled down like pearls. Kellen couldn't bear it in the end and forgave Cadence. He turned to me and said, Evelina, don't misunderstand. She's my sister. In my previous life, my husband's first love Cora Stratton and I were kidnapped simultaneously. He chose to save me. As a result, Cora met with an accident and died. My husband was unable to cope and imprisoned me. This time, I'm determined to make him save Cora first. Arya, come with me. I was reborn at the moment of choice from my previous life. The thug held a knife to both our throats, forcing Heath to make a decision. Only one can live. Who will you save? Heath's gaze wavered between Cora and me, clearly engaged in an intense internal struggle. Finally, just like in his past life, he reached his hand toward me. But this time, I firmly shook my head. Heath, you should save Cora first. I don't like owing people favors, especially life-saving issues. I don't want to live my entire life burdened by someone else's sacrifice. Hearing me say this, Heath visibly relaxed, as if a weight had been lifted from his shoulders. Arya, you're my fiancée. My primary responsibility is to save you. Since you're insisting on this, I guess I'm off the hook. With that, he grabbed Cora and left, as if fleeing a disaster. He might have the luxury of regret, but I wouldn't allow myself to look back. In my past life, Heath had brought money to rescue me, only to be told at the last minute that more was needed. For my safety, he had no choice but to take me away first. Little did we know, tragedy would strike. During the wait, the criminal's greed was sparked. Fortunately, we arrived with the police just in time. Although the worst was prevented, for a young woman, this was enough to ruin her life. Cora, upon returning home, remained in a daze. After everyone had fallen asleep, she attempted suicide by slitting her wrists. When Heath learned of this, he showed little reaction. He calmly handled Cora's funeral arrangements and even gave a large sum of money to the Stratton family. I suggested postponing our wedding, but he flatly refused. Arya, marrying you is set in stone. No one can stop me from making you my wife. The no one he referred to was Cora, whom he had loved deeply for 7 years. It turns out I was just his cage, a tool for his redemption. In his opinion, is my existence a mistake? Watching Heath and the others run off, I began to contemplate how to survive. Unlike my past life, I didn't know if he would come back for me this time. In his previous life, Heath used the opportunity of holding Cora to slip a tracking device into her clothes, so even when the criminals took her away, they were able to find Cora huddled in the raging storm using the tracker. But now, Heath had clearly forgotten about this. Well, it made sense. After all, in his heart, there was only room for Cora. I was just the wife he had to marry out of moral obligation and to uphold the family name. Ours was a business marriage, each of us getting what we needed. It couldn't even compare to his youthful days with Cora. His regret was understandable. At last, he got his wish, and I'm happy for him. But I still need to find a chance to escape. These kidnappers want to change locations, so they'll definitely pass by the auto repair shop. The owner of that shop is a real beast in a fight. In my past life, when the kidnappers passed through here and tried to take over the shop by force, they had no idea the owner was such a tough nut to crack, refusing to back down. So both sides came to blows. These kidnappers probably never dreamed there were people in the world even more vicious than them. In the end, afraid of things getting out of hand, they had to slink away with their tails between their legs. Later, the owner even testified, helping the police catch the kidnappers. Now, seeing these scumbags again, the owner doesn't hesitate to start swinging. Just like in my past life, they leave one person to watch me while the rest charge in. And here I am, and my hands tied behind my back, sitting in the driver's seat. The thug guarding me doesn't see me as a threat at all. He's too busy rushing forward with his buddies and never imagined I could fight back. So I use my mouth to bite open the wrench. After opening the car door, I shove it wide and run forward like a madwoman. We have the same destination in mind, the auto repair shop. I want to take a gamble, betting they won't just let me die. So I brazenly run inside. Inside, chaos reigned supreme. My eyes immediately locked onto Archer, the young auto shop owner. Thick eyebrows, piercing eyes, and an aquiline nose, he exuded an air of righteousness, moved with agility, and carried a certain handsome charm. It seemed he didn't want to harm me either. To avoid any accidental injury, I hunched over and dashed towards him with lightning speed. And then, I couldn't stop in time and crashed right into him. We tumbled to the ground together. The moment I fell into his arms, my face turned ghostly pale with fright. I'm so sorry, I stammered out an apology. Could you please help save me? The man looked up at me, furrowing his brow. In the next second, he held me close as we rolled across the floor several times. Bang! A deafening crash. Where I had just been lying, a chair had smashed a gaping hole in the floor. If not for him, I'd have been turned into Swiss cheese. Before I could catch my breath or utter a word, the thugs outside had noticed my escape attempt. The situation shifted from a turf war to a hostage rescue. Both sides faced off. I fixed my gaze intently on the man beside me and whispered, "I'll do anything if you can save me." But he didn't answer, just furrowed his brow as he stared down the group of thugs, until the person behind him couldn't help but remind him, "Archer, it's better to mind your own business." So I knew his name was Archer. With no reply forthcoming, my heart slowly sank. When the kidnapper called out for the third time for me to go back, I started walking forward, but a hand gripped my shoulder. "She's under my protection today." Archer stepped forward. I don't know if it was my imagination, but I thought I heard the sound of a motorcycle at the entrance. Archer's face bore a roguishly handsome grin. "My buddies have arrived." Although the kidnappers were reluctant, they still shot me a resentful glare before cursing under their breath and leaving. The tension that had been building finally eased. I let out a quiet sigh of relief, and my wrists suddenly felt loose. It turned out Archer had cut through the ropes binding my hands. "I'm Arya, thanks for just now." I extended my hand towards him. Archer didn't shake it, instead looking at my bloodied wrists from the rope burns. "Let me take care of that for you." I shook my head. "It's nothing. Didn't you say you'd do anything if I saved you?" I was left speechless. Archer pushed me down onto a chair, then brought over a first aid kit. "This might sting a bit. Bear with it." As Archer carefully tended to my wounds, I bit my lip, suddenly feeling a warmth in my heart. For a moment, I was transported back to my past life, not long after Heath and I had gotten married. One time, he got completely wasted drinking with clients. As I was helping him to the bedroom, I couldn't help but suggest he drink less in the future. He flew into a rage, violently shoving me away. I tumbled to the ground, caught completely off guard. The jade bracelet on my wrist shattered, its sharp edges slicing several bloody gashes across my arm. I let out a scream, but when Heath saw this, he stared at me coldly. I sat there on the floor with face filled with disbelief, as my heart grew colder by the inch. It took a while before I found my voice again. "Why would you say that? You were the one who chose to save me back then." The drunkenness seemed to have dissipated somewhat from Heath's demeanor, but his dark eyes remained emotionless. "Arya, I never agreed to this arranged marriage. If you hadn't told Grandma you liked me, she wouldn't have forced me to marry you. So you're saying that without me in the picture, you could have saved only Cora, is that it?" I suddenly found the situation darkly amusing. "Heath, this is ridiculous. Shouldn't you be blaming the kidnappers? How did this become my fault?" With that, I got up and returned to my room, tending to my wounds alone. From then on, no matter how much it hurt, I never mentioned it to Heath again. Now, with gentle care, the boy in front of me was softly blowing on my wound and afraid of causing me any pain. His expression was adorably silly, and I felt a tightness in my chest. I closed my eyes briefly, then feigned ignorance and asked, "Hey, what are you doing?" Archer looked up, revealing a guileless smile. "When I was little and got hurt, my mom would do this. Does it feel better now?" 7 years after our breakup, this was our first encounter. Had I known he'd be here, I wouldn't have shown up. Conrad was different now. Who here didn't address him as Mr. Conrad, the golden boy? He got a highly educated returnee from abroad and started his own business after coming back to the States, becoming a top-tier entrepreneur at a young age. Moreover, his demeanor was outstanding, dressed in a crisp suit. He was simply impeccable. The Rolex on his wrist glinted gold, highlighting the mediocrity around him. Everyone treated him with utmost respect. But I was a far cry from my former self, much more down on my luck. Yes, she was the one who initiated the breakup. Conrad spoke calmly. The people present all harbored their own thoughts. Perhaps they suspected I was a gold-digging bitch who couldn't handle hardship, bet wrong on my future, and ended up with nothing. "Melody, I heard that guy you hooked up with later got locked up, and you went to bail him out, even took on his debts? Is that why you came to this reunion, to raise money?" Amid the increasingly unrestrained teasing, Conrad's deep, ocean-like eyes remained fixed on me, yet he said nothing. I could only force an awkward smile that was far from attractive. I didn't bother trying to explain. The atmosphere was extremely uncomfortable until his girlfriend returned. "What were you all up to just now?" Conrad's girlfriend pushed open the door, keenly sensing the odd atmosphere as she spoke with a smile. She was still so beautiful, with a hint of innocence that belied her age. Conrad stood and took her hand, his tone gentle. "It's all in the past, just catching up." As his cool, authoritative voice rang out, everyone instantly fell silent. Realizing the big shot didn't want to discuss the topic, they all quickly shifted their attention to other matters. Then, Conrad's girlfriend proactively raised her glass and approached me. "Melody, thank you for stepping aside back then. You absolutely must come to our wedding and toast to our happiness." I froze for a moment, covering the scar on my wrist. After a long pause, I stumbled out a congratulations. After the gathering, Sally ranted indignantly over the phone. "Why didn't you say anything? You should have told her off." I had already bundled up in my coat, standing in the cold night and exhaling a puff of warm air. "It's fine. He has a girlfriend now." "He has a girlfriend?" Her voice was tinged with disbelief. She paused repeatedly, seemingly wanting to comfort me but not knowing how to begin. I responded briefly. My classmates had long since dispersed. The streetlights shone on the snow-covered ground, like shattered crystal. "After all this time, you finally got to see him again." I cut Sally off. "Sally, no one will wait for me forever. Some things lose their meaning once their time has passed. They only serve to make you feel sick." I blinked, and in the instant my eyelids closed, the scene before me began to spin. Forget it. I've exhausted all my strength just to make it this far. What's the point of crawling out of the mud now? I'm only fit to watch him from afar. "All right, we'll talk when you get back." With winter approaching, the air was so cold it could freeze water droplets. Unable to hail a cab, I could only stand shivering by the roadside. My phone screen lit up, showing I was still in the queue. The sound of high heels crunching through snow grew closer, followed by a soft, feminine voice. "Conrad, the snow is so beautiful today." A deep male voice responded, "It's too cold out here. Go wait in the car. I'll be right there." As they passed by me, the girl gave me a curious glance. She climbed into the passenger seat, the movement of her body as she fastened her seatbelt drawing attention to the bracelet on her wrist. I recognized it. The treasured heirloom of the Gray family, passed down through generations. I had worn it once. Later, after we broke up, I had someone return it. It seems this woman isn't just a girlfriend, but a fiancée. Pedestrians hurried by on the street, until I was the only one left without a ride. Conrad stood silently behind me, our shadows intertwined beneath the streetlight. I recalled the night we broke up. Actually, I was the one who dumped him. It's normal for him to hate me. "How much money do you owe?" Conrad suddenly spoke up, his tone devoid of any emotion. "It's none of your business." I took a deep breath, swallowing the metallic taste of blood in my throat, unable to stop coughing. The cold wind pierced my lungs like knives, the intense pain preventing me from standing up straight. Hunched over, I leaned against a nearby streetlight. The alcohol I had just consumed churned in my stomach, bringing involuntary tears to my eyes. Conrad looked down at me, watching me cough. The taxi finally arrived, the driver pulling up to the streetlight with his hazard lights on. He leaned out and asked, "Going to Washington Mansion?" "Yes." I struggled to stand up, about to open the car door when someone grabbed my arm from behind, forcefully pulling me back. I crashed straight into Conrad's chest. "Where do you think you're going?" Washington Mansion was a gathering place for the wealthy, inaccessible to ordinary folks. I was busy trying to pry his hand off, but he turned the tables and gripped my wrist tightly. A temperature both foreign and familiar. It reached straight to my heart, just like when we were together. After trying twice to break free without success, I looked up at Conrad's dark, inscrutable face. "Mr. Conrad, what do you want to say?" He pressed his lips together, his eyes as black as still pond water, gazing at me silently. I couldn't read the emotions within them. A chilly wind blew past, lifting my hair. I forced an awkward smile. "Do you think like the others that my money isn't clean? I'll give you $50,000 a month. How's that?" Conrad interrupted coldly. "What do you mean?" Conrad raised his eyes, his gaze filled with the same mockery and derision I'd seen countless times at the class reunion. He sneered, "You need money, I'll give it to you. 50 grand, 100 grand, I can afford whatever you want. How much do you need?" I suddenly raised my hand and slapped him across the face in the quiet night. The crisp sound rang out, leaving 5 distinct finger marks on Conrad's pale cheek. A piercing scream echoed from nearby. The car door flung open, and a woman scrambled out in panic. "Live your life well, don't be too greedy." I turned and got into the car. "Did you hit him?" Sally poured me a cup of hot water. "Yeah, he wanted to keep me as his mistress." I curled up on the couch, enduring wave after wave of stomach cramps as I slowly sipped the water from the cup. Then I suddenly sprang up and rushed to the bathroom, throwing up all the water I had just drunk. Sally patted my back, scolding me. "Your stomach was already bad, and you still drank alcohol." I took several deep breaths, wiping away the water that had dripped to my lips while washing my face. My esophagus burned. "Is a man you've loved for so many years worth it?" I raised my eyes, looking at the woman in the mirror with wet eyelashes, black hair messily stuck to her forehead, and a pale complexion. Sally's mumbling drifted over faintly. "If you hadn't broken up with him, would he be like this today?" A woman in a rabbit costume was kneeling before my partner, planting kisses on his abdomen, her grin mischievous. "Irene, you're unusually quiet today." Clayton's voice interrupted my thoughts, a white hotel sheet barely concealing his form, yet his physique was still visible enough to make my stomach turn. I felt a surge of queasiness rise in my chest, nearly suffocating me. Before I could reply, another message from Matthias appeared. "Matthias, did you catch that? While he's on a video call with you, he's cavorting with another woman." I swiftly minimized Clayton's image, and Matthias' video immediately filled the screen. Beneath the white sheet, a playful bunny girl caught my eye. She gazed at him with feigned irritation, before firmly pinching his thigh. "I'm heading to bed too. I have an early meeting tomorrow." Clayton yawned languidly, and as if it was all too much effort, he hastily ended the call. After the call concluded, a deluge of videos from Matthias flooded in. Clayton lifted the sheet, rolled over, and pinned the bunny girl beneath him. "You little minx, what was all that mischief about earlier?" The bunny girl giggled softly, her voice teasing. "Didn't you find it thrilling? If you hadn't terminated the call so quickly, I would have wanted her to hear me with you." Clayton's expression darkened instantly. "I cautioned you, our affairs are not to be mentioned in front of Irene, or you'll face consequences." But soon, the girl's hand wandered downward, and Clayton's anger swiftly transformed into desire. The ensuing sounds were unbearable. I battled against the rising nausea, and promptly closed the video, rushing to the lavatory to retch. I recognized the woman in the rabbit costume. Her name was Odessa Morgan. I had encountered her once at Clayton's residence. I had forgotten an item and returned to retrieve it, only to find Odessa seated on the sofa. She leapt to her feet, flustered the moment she saw me. Clayton swiftly explained, "Sweetheart, she rear-ended my vehicle. We were discussing reimbursement." Before I could process it further, Clayton ushered her out. "Go speak with my assistant about it." Odessa waited downstairs and with a smile, requested my contact information. "Hey, my family purchased a property nearby. It seems we're neighbors." She gave me a hopeful look, and I couldn't bring myself to decline. Subsequently, she frequently shared provocative photos on her social media, each one exuding a seductive gaze and an alluring pose. I grew weary of it and blocked her, but for some reason, I found myself accessing her Instagram just now. My eyes froze. Half a year earlier, she had written, "Returned midway, my partner was nearly shocked to death. The initial scheme failed, but he made amends the following night at the inn." That event had no connection to a collision from behind or negotiating reimbursement. They had initially intended to engage in intimate activities at home, but when I appeared unexpectedly, they were forced to alter their plans quickly. The next evening, Clayton claimed he had to work late and didn't return until morning. In reality, the ring had been left at his mistress's home. 4 weeks ago, she posted a photograph taken in a private theater, the image only revealing the man's attractive collarbone. I couldn't help but notice the crimson birthmark on his collarbone, identical to Clayton's. If my recollection was correct, that day marked the anniversary of my parents' passing. Clayton had vowed to join me at the gravesite, but upon receiving a phone call, his demeanor changed. "Irene, a customer requires my immediate attention. I must leave at once." However, he didn't go to meet any client. Instead, he was in the private cinema Odessa had arranged, immersed in a moment of romantic passion. I wept uncontrollably at the cemetery while he was embraced by another woman, his eyes gleaming with passion. I observed throughout the night, and as dawn broke, sleep still eluded me. I rose to purchase some morning sustenance, my mind clouded, stumbling through the streets. As I wandered aimlessly, a vehicle sped towards me, and in that instant, a forceful hand pulled me back. Irene, Matthias stood there, his countenance etched with worry. After a brief silence, he spoke, his voice gentle yet unwavering. You've witnessed all those recordings, haven't you? I nodded, silently urging him to proceed. We sat in a coffee shop, Matthias's hands fidgeting nervously, his discomfort evident. Irene, he began, his voice filled with remorse. I regret that you had to discover this in such a manner, but you deserve to know the facts. I scrutinized him intently. But aren't you Clayton's closest confidant? I inquired, my tone laced with doubt. You two have been inseparable since your university days, established the family enterprise together. Shouldn't you be assisting him in concealing his actions? I arched an eyebrow, my words dripping with sarcasm. Why would you be willing to disclose all this to me, Matthias? Clayton had placed complete trust in him, never concealing anything, even when he was with his lover, oblivious to Matthias observing. Matthias hesitated momentarily, his lips curling into a melancholy smile. I never imagined you'd still be unaware after all this time. His gaze shifted upward, meeting mine, an unusual intensity behind his eyes. Irene, he said softly, his voice barely audible, because I have feelings for you. I was stunned, my breath caught in my throat. His voice was tender but carried weight as he continued. Irene, throughout these years, my friendship with Clayton was because of you. A small, rueful smile played on his lips as he added, I even developed feelings for you before he did. Matthias, Clayton and I had been acquainted since our university days, and Clayton and I had experienced love at first sight. In what felt like an instant, we had become a couple, a romance that spanned from campus to matrimony for 8 years. But Matthias had never once been in a relationship. Those around us had whispered, even joked about his unusual preferences, but he had always remained aloof, avoiding close relationships with any woman. You see, I'm a performer, Irene. No one ever discerned the truth, did they? He lowered his gaze, a self-mocking smile curving his lips as if to laugh at his own concealed reality. Irene, he spoke gently. I can't stand by and watch you be fooled any longer. Walk away from him, he pleaded, his tone low and yearning. I've been holding out hope for you all this time. Matthias had accompanied Clayton on a work trip, but sensing my unease, he had hurried back in the middle of the night to meet me, worried I might act rashly once the truth surfaced. I mustered a weak grin, a feeble defense against the turmoil within. Don't fret, I won't do anything rash. At least not until I reclaim what's rightfully mine. I gathered the videos Matthias had sent, revealing Clayton's infidelities, and forwarded them to my attorney. Naturally, I included the evidence I'd meticulously collected from Odessa's WhatsApp, staying up all night to piece it together. Just as I closed my laptop, I felt Clayton's arms encircle me from behind. Irene, I've missed you terribly. He brought a chill from outside, and despite his efforts to hide it, a faint trace of another woman's perfume lingered on him. I quietly pushed him away. Wasn't your business trip supposed to last 3 days? Why the early return? He playfully tapped my nose. Even with my hectic schedule, I couldn't miss celebrating our anniversary with my darling. I inwardly scoffed. He was clueless. I had just seen Odessa's latest Instagram post. She had written, some people are truly heartless, satisfying themselves and leaving. But fortunately, tomorrow, he's promised me an even more thrilling experience. In the hotel suite, Clayton had arranged an extravagant celebration. Clayton had always discouraged me from drinking excessively, but tonight, he insisted on refilling my glass multiple times. Irene, I'm right here. Don't worry, just enjoy your drinks. The chauffeur will drive us home later. I could detect the mockery in his eyes. His plan was obvious. He wanted me intoxicated so he could slip away unnoticed to rendezvous with his mistress. 15 minutes earlier, as he cut into the cake, a message flashed across his phone. I'm here, waiting for you in the restroom. The profile picture that appeared was one I knew all too well, Odessa. Suddenly, everything fell into place. Her cryptic Instagram post from the previous night, that more exciting experience tomorrow, had been a prelude to this moment. A voice interrupted my thoughts. Your meal has arrived. Clayton's body tensed, his eyes widening in shock. And there she was, Odessa, disguised as a server, carrying the food. She placed the dishes down deliberately slowly, her fingers lingering on Clayton's in a manner that left no doubt about their relationship. Get out of here. What are you thinking? Clayton hissed quietly, his words cutting but restrained. I've been missing you, Odessa whispered with a slight grin, her eyes flicking suggestively towards me before she sashayed away. Clayton stiffened, his face tightening. He paused briefly, but upon seeing my lack of response, he let out a relieved sigh. Irene, my stomach's acting up. I need to use the restroom. Don't go far. I'll be back shortly. I glanced down, a sardonic smile playing on my lips. Sure, go ahead. Without another word, he dashed off as if fleeing an invisible danger. Barely 60 seconds later, I rose and headed towards the restroom. Their voices blended, low and intimate, filling the quiet. I leaned against the wall, anguish gripping my heart as tears flowed down my cheeks. Are you using it? Her playful voice suddenly cut through. Clayton's sneer was audible through the thin wall. No need. If she gets pregnant, she'll keep the baby. Odessa laughed victoriously. Clayton, I knew you loved me. Why else would you never use protection? Clayton's voice lowered, sharp and scornful. Irene is scared of the pain. That's why I didn't let her have kids. Otherwise, none of this would be happening with you. A bitter smile formed on my lips, the sting of betrayal overwhelming. This wasn't the man I thought I knew. Separated by just a thin wall, he used our anniversary as a cover to steal moments with his mistress. Was he so captivated by her youth, or was it the excitement of the forbidden that kept him hooked? I shook my head, heartache tearing at my chest, and turned to leave. As I pivoted, I was suddenly pressed against the wall. Matthias, his eyes blazing with emotion, held me firmly in place. Irene, why do you keep putting yourself through this pain? It turned out he had been quietly observing me from the shadows all along. I let out a cold laugh. I might consider going out with you, but only after I've divorced him. Matthias looked stunned. You mean it? All right, I'll wait for you. 3 days passed, and I had a surprise in store for him. Your signature is needed here, I said, presenting Clayton with a document, my face devoid of emotion. Sure thing, Clayton replied, seizing the pen and hastily signing without hesitation, his faith in me unshakable. I cocked my head and gave a slight smirk. You didn't even read it. Aren't you concerned it could be divorce papers? Clayton laughed, tousling my hair affectionately. Even if it were a contract to sell myself, I'd sign it if it came from you, Irene. As he retreated to his office, I gazed at the newly signed divorce agreement in my hands, a gradual smile spreading across my face. Clayton, our relationship ends here. As you stated, you'll depart with nothing. That evening, he went to bed early. Sweet dreams, he murmured gently. I'm off on a business trip tomorrow, likely for 3 days. I'll keep in touch daily. I lounged on the sofa, absently perusing a book, and nodded dismissively. Okay. Shortly after, Odessa's message appeared on my phone screen. Irene, as a fellow woman, you must have realized by now. I've been having an affair with your husband. Want to bet he told you tonight about a 3-day business trip? In reality, he's taking me to a new beachside inn for some excitement. I read the message dispassionately, then calmly captured a screenshot and sent it to my attorney. Clayton was in for a shock. While he set off for his coastal tryst with Odessa, I too was en route there, accompanied by Matthias. I have been secretly married to my film star husband for 5 years, but he was kissing his first love on the film set. The director shouted stop 3 times, and I, as a personal assistant, rushed forward to remind him. But my husband angrily accused me of dirty thinking, hugging the first love in his arms, crying with rain, heartbroken. They both said they were just too engrossed in the drama. Until that night, the photo of them embracing each other as they entered a 5-star hotel was exploded by the paparazzi on the hot search. After deciding to get a divorce, I consulted a divorce lawyer. But my current job was still Ethan's assistant. Ethan walked into the lounge, looking fondly at his first love, Sophie, the lipstick marks left by Sophie still lingering on his shirt collar. He was about to open his mouth when he turned his head and saw me, the corners of his mouth that had been smiling suddenly cold. Olivia, you need to get your identity straight. This area is for the main actors. Why are you here? I retrieved the flask from the vanity and responded nonchalantly. No reason, I'm leaving now. Before this, I prepared all of Ethan's meals. Today, because Sophie was there, he actually tried to kick me out of his lounge. The lunchbox was already cold, and the contents were still full. Noticing me about to leave, he scowled and added, don't bother making food anymore, it's inedible. It wasn't the first time he'd criticized my cooking. In the past, I would have erupted, demanding, you hugged me in bed over and over again, and said my cooking was the best in the world. How is it disgusting after only 2 years? But this time, I didn't even bother to argue. I simply muttered, and walked out. Ethan called after me. There's a cast dinner tonight. The director wants me to discuss the script with Sophie. I pretended not to notice the guilt in his tone, and replied coldly, fine. The next day, filming moved to a secluded mountainous area outside the city. At this time, Ethan allowed me to ride in the van with him. Just as I got in, Sophie, wearing a revealing backless outfit, approached gracefully and said, Ethan, do you have a jacket? The staff purposely put this one on me to make me feel cold. Seeing me, Sophie changed her tone. Oh, Olivia, you're here too. Perhaps I should take another car. Before Sophie could finish, Ethan coldly said to me, Olivia, why don't you take the staff car and leave our lead actor alone? For the first time, I said nothing and exited the vehicle. Watching me walk away, Ethan furrowed his brow. 5 minutes later, I received a WhatsApp message from Ethan. Sophie has a scene today where she needs to dress like this. Understood, I replied curtly. The typing indicator in the chat window remained active for several minutes. Without hesitation, I closed WhatsApp and powered off my phone. Without Ethan's commands, the journey's scenery became more captivating. It was already 11 p.m. when filming concluded. As we were wrapping up, the platform the carpenters had constructed suddenly gave way. In an instant, Ethan pushed Sophie out of danger, and they tumbled to the ground, accidentally ending up in a lip lock. Sophie and Ethan got closer and closer to each other, and they hugged each other so tightly that they couldn't even resist kissing. The crew next to them applauded their moving love. Please everyone, don't misunderstand. Ethan only saved me out of kindness. She explained. Ethan remained silent, simply holding Sophie tighter. No one noticed the corner, and I was pinned under that rubble for a long time. I struggled to remove the wooden beam crushing my leg and extracted the splinter from my skin. I hobbled away to find a secluded spot to dress my injury. Upon returning to the filming location, I found it deserted. The endless night stretched before me, filled with the cries of wildlife. I huddled beneath a large tree, clutching a branch and perched on a rock, staying alert throughout the night. As daylight broke, I cautiously made my way down the mountain. Halfway down, my phone regained signal, and Ethan called, angrily berating me. Olivia, what's wrong with you? Ignoring my calls and slacking off, Sophie got mosquito bites during last night's shoot. Go to the pharmacy and get her some medication, and to get 2 more blankets back. Sophie, the year's most sought-after actress, was renowned for her down-to-earth nature, which endeared her to fans. It was common knowledge that she managed without personal assistance, but few people know that Ethan treats me like her personal assistant for any job. When I didn't respond, Ethan snapped, Olivia, are you listening? I'm giving you 30 minutes to get back here. I'm still on the mountain, I replied. The line went quiet before he spoke again. You spent the night there? By yourself? Looking around, I still felt watched by glowing animal eyes hiding in the shadows. My composure crumbled, and tears of belated fear welled up. Ethan's voice softened. Stay put. I'll come get you. It'll take about an hour. The sun climbed higher as time passed, but Ethan never arrived. I dragged myself back to the set alone. When Ethan entered the tent, I had just finished scheduling an interview with a potential new assistant. He eyed my phone suspiciously and asked gruffly, Olivia, who are you talking to? A stranger, I answered flatly. Ethan assumed it was a scam call and didn't press further. I didn't elaborate. I thought you might be hungry, so I brought food, he said, dropping a takeout container on the table. The box, filled with scraps, emitted a foul odor. Quickly grabbing it, Ethan stammered. There were lots of takeout orders. They must have mixed them up. Given the caliber of people dining with a star like Ethan, how could such a mix-up occur? I turned away on the bed, saying coldly, "It's okay, I ordered my own food." Ethan's face darkened. "Why didn't you tell me you ordered food?" "Olivia, I've explained countless times. There's nothing between Sophie and me. It's all for show, to build on-screen chemistry. Why are you being so difficult? Why so petty?" I responded coolly. "I'm not being difficult." Though honest, my reply only angered Ethan more. He tossed the box in the trash, snapping, "Then why didn't you get Sophie's medicine? Didn't I explain it's inconvenient for me to go to the pharmacy given my public image? It's such a small task. Olivia, is this really necessary?" Buying medicine was indeed minor, but what about laundry and cooking? Sophie claimed to have germophobia, insisting on hand-washed clothes. Even when filming in sub-zero temperatures up north, Ethan ordered me to endure frostbite to hand-wash Sophie's clothes. Once, my frostbitten hands bled, staining her garments. Seeing this, Ethan kicked me out of the hotel, forcing me to wash Sophie's clothes in the snow wearing only a thin nightgown. All because Sophie had casually mentioned, "Ethan, I heard snow can heal frostbite." To Ethan, I had always been an obedient servant, following his every command, but after 5 years of servitude, I'd had enough. I pulled the covers over my head, saying coldly, "I'm unwell, I don't want to go." Ethan stood silently for a while before storming out. That night, Ethan and Sophie topped the trending topics. A video showed Ethan carrying Sophie princess style into a hospital, yelling for urgent care. The comments section overflowed with praise. Is Ethan Levine, the actor, making it official? A princess carry. I'm so envious. If someone tried to lift me, they'd throw out their back. Is no one worried about Sophie? Why did she need the ER? I'm part of the crew. Sophie said she felt warm and wanted a thermometer. Ethan immediately carried her from her chair and drove her to the hospital. I knew I was supporting the right couple. I'm loving this. As I scrolled through the comments, Ethan called. Before I could speak, he rushed to explain. Olivia, I took Sophie to the hospital because she said she had a fever. I was just concerned it might delay filming, nothing more. Please don't misinterpret the trending topics. There's really nothing between Sophie and me. Okay, I replied. My simple response left Ethan momentarily speechless. What did you say? He asked. I answered, it's all for the new drama's publicity. I get it. Don't worry, I'll handle the press. It was clear that I was saying what Ethan wanted to hear, but he was furious and gasping for breath trying to insult me. Not wanting to hear more vulgar language, I ended the call and switched off my phone. I then used my work device to reach out to the country's top entertainment reporters, requesting they spread the news about Ethan carrying Sophie to the hospital in his arms. There's also the news that they stayed in a 5-star hotel together earlier. The following day, Ethan and Sophie's childhood love story was revealed, quickly dominating the top 3 trending topics. Instead of addressing it, I had scheduled an interview for a new assistant. That evening, Ethan unexpectedly rushed home from his out-of-town filming location. I could detect Sophie's distinctive perfume on him as he entered the living room. Don't you have anything to say, Olivia? He asked urgently. His expression was grave, his cold stare fixed on me. His eyes resembled the venomous snake I had once fought off in the mountains. He berated me. Do you realize your actions will severely impact Sophie's career? Paparazzi are swarming her house, preventing her from leaving. Casually munching on chips and watching cartoons, I didn't bother to look up. Isn't this exactly what the fans desired? It's also excellent publicity for the new series. I made this choice after careful consideration, I replied nonchalantly. Those were the exact words Ethan had said to me 2 years prior. Back then, Sophie was filming her debut role, a scene where her character falls from a cliff. Just before shooting, Sophie tearfully confessed to Ethan about her fear of heights. To avoid delaying production and ensure authenticity, Ethan unhesitatingly had me wear Sophie's costume and act as her stunt double, jumping from a cliff over 10 meters high without safety measures. It's safe below the cliff. It's protected. Olivia, why are you hesitating? He said. But, Ethan, I'm afraid of heights too. I trembled, clinging to his arm, only to be coldly shaken off. He persisted. How come I never noticed you were so difficult before? Now that Sophie is here, suddenly you're acrophobic? Are you just pretending, Olivia? But I truly am scared, I whimpered. He scolded. Enough buts. Olivia, understand that this is what you have to do, whether you want to or not. With those words, Ethan pushed me off the cliff without hesitation. That scene didn't even show my face in close-up. Even now, Sophie's fans praise her dedication, believing she never uses stunt doubles for authenticity. Thanks to that scene, Sophie became a beloved actress in the industry. As for me, after Ethan pushed me off a cliff without safety measures, I broke my leg and spent over 6 months in the hospital. During my entire hospitalization, Ethan visited only once, and that was because Sophie had been scratched by her cat, and he brought her to get her finger bandaged. Although my room was adjacent to Sophie's, Ethan wouldn't step inside, fearing it might soil his shoes. Now Ethan was at a loss for words, silenced by my statement. Quietly, I produced the divorce papers I had prepared beforehand, placed them on the coffee table, and calmly said, Ethan, let's end our marriage. My stepsister framed me for causing her allergic reaction, so my 3 brothers locked me in a cramped airless cellar and chained the door shut. After that, they carried my trembling stepsister Lily in their arms and rushed her to the hospital. As the oxygen slowly ran out, each breath became more labored until I finally died in that cellar. 3 days later, when my brothers returned home from the hospital with Lily, they finally remembered me. But by then, I had already suffocated to death in that cramped cellar. I died from lack of oxygen in that cellar. When I regained consciousness, I found my spirit hovering next to my 3 brothers. They had just returned to their mansion. James and William were gently helping Lily, speaking to her kindly. Thank goodness we got you to the hospital in time. You're recovering so quickly. Henry fussed over her with obvious concern. The doctor said your body is still weak and needs proper nourishment. He then eagerly served Lily a large piece of meat. A servant hesitantly spoke up. Young masters, Miss Rachel hasn't made a sound in the cellar for 3 days now. James snorted and cut her off. Today is a happy day. Lily's coming home from the hospital. Why bring up that troublemaker? The servant tried to continue, but William and Henry's cold glares silenced her. That wretched girl must have known about the seafood allergy, and deliberately made an entire seafood dinner, William fumed. And here I thought she was finally starting to accept Lily. Turns out it was all premeditated, Henry added angrily. Lily put on a frightened expression and timidly said, Big sister is being punished because of me. She's been alone in that cellar for so many days. What if she's angry when she comes out? James' expression hardened. Don't worry, Lily. We've been too lenient with her before. She's never faced real consequences. After this lesson, she won't dare bully you again. As he spoke, he instinctively pulled out his phone and refreshed our chat history. But our last messages were still from 3 days ago. In those 3 days, I hadn't sent a single message or made a single call. James' eyes flashed with anger. That ungrateful brat. It's been days, and she hasn't even sent one message asking how Lily is doing. At that moment, Lily deliberately grasped James' hand and said in a tearful voice, I just wanted Big Sister to spend time with me. I never meant to steal anything from her. James quickly set down his phone and stroked Lily's head affectionately. Lily, you're so kind. Not like her. She's nothing but an ungrateful wretch. William's eyes filled with cold disdain as he thought of me. That's right, she dares to harm family just to get attention. She's truly despicable. Henry nodded in vehement agreement and sneered, unless she's learned her lesson and is willing to kneel and apologize to Lily, I'll throw her out of this house myself. I stood nearby, listening to my brother's words, and could only laugh bitterly at the absurdity, but my spirit's actions went completely unnoticed by the living. Ever since our parents died when I was young, my 3 brothers had devoted all their attention to me. One day I said I wanted a playmate my own age, so my brothers went to an orphanage and adopted Lily as my stepsister. I opened my heart to Lily's arrival, but in front of my brothers, she repeatedly framed me, causing them to grow more and more distant from me with each passing day. Including this time, my 3 brothers locked me in that tiny cellar without a second thought. I struggled desperately, but could only feel the air in the cramped cellar growing thinner and thinner. Pounding on the cellar door, I begged my brothers over and over to let me out, but my brothers only looked at me coldly, angrily saying, What are you yelling about? This is all your own fault. If it weren't for you, why would Lily be suffering from such a bad allergic reaction? We've clearly been too nice to you. That's why you keep bullying and tormenting Lily. Just stay in there and think about what you've done. With that, William personally wrapped chains around the door, while Henry piled heavy objects in front of it, eliminating any chance I had of saving myself. Now watching Lily fake smile at my brothers, I let out another bitter, mocking laugh. Brothers, the sister who loved you most in this world has been killed by your own hands. Lily tugged on James's sleeve and said in a pitiful voice, Big brother, don't be angry anymore. It's my fault for being so weak and having food allergies. I'm sure Big Sister didn't mean it. Please don't blame her. James' expression instantly darkened. He said coldly, That wretched girl. We've clearly spoiled her too much, letting her develop such an arrogant and domineering personality. William's eyes flashed with surging anger. The older she gets, the more narrow-minded she becomes. If it weren't for her, how could Lily have ended up in this state? At this point, Lily deliberately exposed her limbs, which still showed faint traces of the allergic reaction, to the 3 brothers. There were still a few red marks visible. Henry gently stroked the skin that still bore slight redness. Does it still hurt, Lily? Lily lowered her head, her voice trembling as if she was about to cry. It doesn't hurt. Really, it doesn't. The anger in William's heart was thoroughly ignited. He shouted furiously, If we'd gotten to the hospital any later, it could have been life-threatening for Lily, and after all these days, she hasn't even sent a single. James spoke with even greater fury. Go bring that wretched girl here to apologize. I don't believe she can keep refusing to say sorry. William and Henry joined in angrily. It's all because she's relied on our support. Now that she's done something wrong, she must face proper punishment. They turned to the servants and thundered, What are you all standing around for? Hurry up and bring that ungrateful brat here, and bring our disciplinary cane too. If it weren't for Rachel deliberately putting seafood in the meal, how could Lily have suffered in the hospital for 3 days? It's time to set the rules straight in this household. The servants didn't dare disobey and hurried off in my direction. I let out a despairing, bitter laugh. My brothers hadn't even investigated the truth before arbitrarily deciding I was guilty. 3 days ago, Lily said she was hungry, so I wanted to do something nice and cooked for her. She even gave me a small packet of seasoning, saying she wanted to eat that. I tasted it, and it seemed like normal seasoning. Who could have known it contained her allergen? James is supposed to be a business genius, yet he couldn't even see through such an obvious ploy for attention. If that's not favoritism, what is? In my brothers' hearts, I would never be as important as stepsister Lily. I felt increasingly desolate. But it didn't matter anymore. I had already died in that cellar. Now my brothers could give all their love and favor to Lily. Young master, we've been calling Miss Rachel for a long time, but there's been no response at all. We can't hear any breathing from inside. James frowned deeply, stood up abruptly, his face cold with anger. What new game is that wretched girl playing now? Does she think it's beneath her dignity to apologize to Lily? Does she still not understand that she nearly killed you this time? Lily tugged on James's sleeve again and said sadly, Big brother, it's okay. I'm just an orphan. I don't deserve to have Big Sister apologize to me. The anger in James's heart was thoroughly provoked. Using such a lowly tactic for attention, does she really think I can't see through it? She must think she's so clever, thinking if she plays mute she can get away with it. It seems the punishment I gave her was too light. Let's go. Drag her out here. I'd like to see how she tries to hide now. She must kneel and apologize to Lily. I involuntarily followed my 3 brothers' footsteps, my heart growing heavier with sorrow. Fueled by their rage, my 3 brothers soon arrived at the cellar door. Rachel Harper, do you think hiding in there silently will let you escape punishment? but there was no sound from inside the cellar. James turned to look at the trembling servants and coldly commanded, "Why are you all shaking? Tell me the truth. Did that wretched girl bribe you? Did you secretly let her out?" At this point, a servant finally spoke up trembling. "Young master, we wouldn't dare let her out without your orders. Miss Rachel has truly been in the cellar for 3 whole days now." Henry looked at the still silent cellar, a flicker of unease passing through his eyes. He walked up and pulled hard on the cellar door several times, but couldn't open it. "Rachel Harper, enough is enough. I've unlocked all the locks. Are you still stubbornly holding the door shut from inside?" I looked at the twisted cellar door and could only laugh bitterly. At the time, desperate to save myself from suffocation, I had repeatedly slammed against the door, just wanting to survive. But the cellar door was exceptionally sturdy. I couldn't even create the slightest gap, and could only suffocate to death in that cellar. "Brothers, when you see my corpse, will you be able to give me even a tiny bit of love and bury me next to Mom and Dad?" James grew increasingly agitated. He started kicking the door forcefully. The twisted cellar door opened a larger crack, and a foul stench wafted out. A servant trembled as she spoke. "It smells like a decomposing body." The other 2 brothers also approached, full of rage. "What decomposing body? She clearly ran away long ago and just threw a dead rat in there to trick us. Rachel Harper, do you really think we're that easy to fool?" The 3 brothers grew even more impatient and all started kicking the door together. The entire cellar entrance shook again. With a loud bang, the door was kicked wide open. Along with an even stronger putrid smell, the small dark cellar was exposed to everyone's view. My partner, Henry Scott, experienced a mishap that resulted in amnesia. Strangely, he became unexpectedly affectionate. The same man who once hesitated to purchase expensive items for me, now lavished me with them. He vowed to bring me the celestial bodies. He even went as far as to order various intimate accessories online. However, just as I timidly attempted to explore these new presents, he abruptly took them away. In an instant, the formerly innocent puppy-like boyfriend transformed into a predator in disguise, forcefully restraining me. Caught up in the moment, he whispered in my ear, Sienna, your skin feels softer than before." His words jolted me back to reality. Sienna was the name of the college student he supported financially, who was also his secret lover. Upon hearing about Henry's car accident, I hurried to the hospital without delay. Seeing that he was unharmed, I breathed a sigh of relief. As his eyes slowly opened and he saw me, his face immediately brightened. His first words were, "This is the perfect opportunity. While we're alone, let's continue what we started." I was bewildered, unsure of his meaning. Before I could respond, Henry pinned me down. Feeling his unmistakable warmth, my face flushed crimson. "Henry, you've just had surgery. Your body needs time to recover. We can take it slow. There will be plenty of chances later." But he interrupted me abruptly. "Sienna, haven't we done this countless times? Remember that time at Liana's father's funeral? This is just a hospital. It's not that outrageous, right?" I was stunned into silence. Sienna was the name of the college student he financially supported. Liana, that was my name. Recently my father had passed away unexpectedly. At his funeral, I cried so hard that I lost consciousness. When I came to Henry, who had been with me, was nowhere to be found. When I finally located him, his neck was covered in suspicious red marks. When I questioned him about it, he averted his gaze. "Mosquito bites," he claimed. My eyes welled up with tears as I stared at him now. "Who do you think I am?" I asked, my voice quivering. Henry looked perplexed. "You're Sienna, of course," he stated matter-of-factly. Then narrowing his eyes slightly, he added, "You've been with me for 6 years. Don't tell me you're growing tired of me now. Don't worry, I'll still be capable even when I'm old." We had only been together for 7 years. His words chilled me to the bone. I instinctively pushed him away. He reached out to embrace me again. I pushed him away once more. "I'm menstruating. It's not a good time." Without waiting for his response, I stumbled out of the hospital room, my mind reeling from the overwhelming revelations. I went directly to consult the doctor. Adjusting his glasses, the doctor explained, "The patient suffered a head injury from the accident. This can sometimes lead to cognitive confusion or misidentification of individuals. It's an uncommon condition, but it does occur." Upon hearing this, I leaned against the wall, my strength ebbing away as I slid to the floor. I sat there in silence for what seemed like an eternity. Then, wiping away the tears at the corners of my eyes, I slowly stood up and composed myself. I took out my phone and dialed a number. "Mom, I've made a decision. I'm returning to take over the family business." Henry was in exceptionally high spirits after leaving the hospital. "Liana's away on vacation. Now you can finally visit my place without all the sneaking around," he said cheerfully. Before his accident, I had told him a lie about going on a month-long trip. In reality, I had gone home to sign papers giving up my inheritance rights. Despite Henry's wealth, it was nothing compared to my family's business empire. My parents disapproved of him and wanted me to marry someone of similar status. When I refused, they threatened to cut me off if I stayed with him. I've always been the type to sacrifice quietly in relationships, so I never told Henry what I'd given up for him. But before finalizing the agreement, I heard about his accident. I immediately booked a flight to see him. As we neared his house, he suddenly reached under the welcome mat and retrieved a key. Handing it to me, he said, "You always hide the spare key here. How many times have I told you to keep it in a safer place?" I paused briefly before forcing a smile. I had purchased the lock for this house, and there were only 2 keys. I never knew he had given one to Sienna as well. Imitating Sienna's tone, I asked with a fake pout, "We've been together for so long, when will you make our relationship official?" He looked at me with cold, warning eyes. "Sienna, having fun is one thing, marriage is another. Liana will be my wife. That's not changing." Realizing his harshness, he softened and pulled me close. "As long as you behave, I'll give you anything you want, except that title." Then leaning in, he gently bit my ear and whispered, "You've always hated sneaking around when you come here. Well, guess what? This house is yours now. I secretly put it in your name. Liana has no idea." I remained silent, my mind reeling with anger and shock. Henry, oblivious to my silence, ran his hands over me with practiced ease. Suddenly, he reached for a hidden section of the wall, revealing a compartment I'd never seen before. From it, he pulled out an unopened condom. Inside were dozens of used ones. There must have been over 100. While I was away, they had shamelessly indulged in their affair, in my own bed. Coming to my senses, I grabbed his wandering hand to stop him. Seeing this, he misunderstood my intention, pinning my hand beneath his. Don't fuss, the only woman I'll ever have children with is Liana. Hearing this, I shook my head, trying to contain the turmoil inside me. I'm still menstruating, I said quietly. He seemed unfazed by my words. That doesn't matter, we've dealt with blood before. Once more, I turned him down. I'm not feeling well. Henry's face grew dark after being repeatedly rejected. Sienna, don't come asking for favors later, he growled. At last, he released my hand, his expression icy as he marched to the bathroom to take care of things by himself. That evening, sleep eluded me. My mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. The following morning, the quiet was broken by a knock at the door. Henry went to answer it. To his utter shock, Sienna stood on the threshold. She strolled in as if she owned the place, saying nonchalantly, Henry, why wasn't the spare key in its usual spot? I had to actually knock. Then with a teasing grin, she added, I heard that old bat is away, so I came just for you. Henry stiffened at her words. His eyes darted anxiously between Sienna and me, who had just emerged from the bedroom. Sienna noticed me too, her face drained of color, her unease evident. Liana, I didn't intend to. Henry cut her off abruptly before she could finish. Liana, why are you back so soon? Sienna looked utterly bewildered. Henry, however, pressed on with his frantic explanations. You should have told me you were returning so I could have picked you up. Sienna's here because she needed assistance with her math homework, that's all. He even gave me a look, as if seeking my cooperation. Isn't that right, Sienna? I stood motionless and silent, staring at him. Sensing something amiss, Sienna's eyes glinted with cunning. She swiftly adjusted her demeanor and played along. What a surprise, she exclaimed cheerfully, linking her arm with Henry's like a loving spouse. Her behavior exuded familiarity, as if she had always belonged there. She didn't challenge the role he had thrust upon her. Instead, she embraced it fully. Seeing her reaction, Henry visibly relaxed. He then glanced at me coldly. Why are you just standing there? Go back to school. Sienna chimed in, feigning kindness. It's too late now. Let Sienna stay in the guest room tonight. Her words settled the matter. Henry didn't object, possibly out of guilt. That night, he was unusually attentive to Sienna, even offering to wash her feet. He knelt beside her, tending to her like a servant. Sienna basked in the attention, smirking at me with undisguised provocation. When Henry finished and went to clean the basin in the bathroom, he passed by me, lowering his voice to issue a warning. Stay quiet tonight and don't reveal anything. If Liana finds out, it's over between us. His words were like ice, final and cutting. After he left, Sienna looked at me smugly. Looks like you'll have to start calling me Mrs. Scott now. How does it feel? Does it hurt to watch him treat me this way? Her triumphant expression didn't affect me. Instead, I replied calmly. What do you think will happen if Henry regains his memory and realizes you've been deceiving him? For a moment, fear flashed in her eyes, but she quickly composed herself. Through gritted teeth, she hissed, as long as I'm around, he'll never recover his memory. Just then, Henry returned. Sienna instantly transformed, becoming sweet and demure. In the days that followed, I remained at the house. I didn't return to school, as there was no point. Sienna, determined to humiliate me, didn't drive me away. Henry, as always, followed her lead. During the day, I watched as Sienna clumsily mimicked my mannerisms, trying to maintain the charade. Her awkward performance was endlessly amusing to me. At night, I lay in the guest room, listening to the loud noises from the master bedroom, creaking bed frames and Sienna's exaggerated moans echoing through the walls. I felt nothing. Instead, I silently counted down the days until I could leave for good. In the depths of night, the house suddenly burst into flames. A scorching wave emanated from the kitchen, permeating the air. The passionate sounds from the main bedroom ceased abruptly. Sienna realized something and became frantic. The brew I was preparing for you, I left the stove on. Upon hearing this, Henry quickly dressed and grasped Sienna's hand. Never mind the concoction, we must escape. As he dashed towards the exit, he paused briefly at the guest room entrance. Sienna grew anxious. Are you going to rescue Sienna? I was wide awake, unable to sleep due to their shameless racket echoing like an eerie refrain. Through the door's small opening, my eyes locked with Henry's. For an instant, he clenched his teeth, then averted his gaze. He responded to Sienna without hesitation. No. If she perishes, I can always support countless others like her. With that, Henry departed resolutely, pulling Sienna along. My face remained impassive, but Sienna's expression revealed her unease. After all, had Henry not lost his memories, she would have been the one abandoned. I remained calm, not requiring Henry's assistance. After their departure, a squad suddenly arrived, equipped with state-of-the-art firefighting equipment. They protected me as they led me safely out of the blazing residence. Outside, they knelt before me. Miss, we sincerely apologize for our delayed arrival. These were my mother's loyal subordinates, willing to risk everything to safeguard me. I entered the vehicle, reclaiming my rightful position as the heir to one of New York's most prestigious families. I issued a simple command to my security detail. Let's depart. Leave this city behind. Meanwhile, at the hospital, Henry had inhaled excessive smoke while shielding Sienna and lost consciousness. When he finally regained awareness, Sienna was by his side, her face beaming. Henry, you're conscious. However, unexpectedly, Henry's bloodshot eyes narrowed as he glowered at her. Why are you here? Is Liana safe? Sienna's eyes widened in shock. Henry, has your memory returned? He disregarded her, his voice rising with urgency. I'm asking you, is Liana unharmed? His rage was like an untamed creature about to erupt. Sienna had never witnessed him like this before and was too frightened to respond. At that moment, the television in the hospital room switched on, broadcasting the news. The reporter's voice was stern and clear. Last night, a blaze erupted in an apartment on Fifth Avenue. According to officials, 3 individuals were inside the building at the time. Only 2 managed to escape. The third person, believed to have been deserted by the others, was tragically consumed by the inferno. Due to the late hour, firefighters were unable to respond promptly. Each word pierced Henry like a sharp knife. It wasn't a secret that I had a crush on Alex. Almost the entire school knew I was pursuing him. Alex Reed just confessed his feelings to Sophie King. Everyone expected me to show up and cause a scene. But at this very moment, I'm lying on Nathan Carter's bed. Hearing the cheers from outside, I feel absolutely nothing. Alex's plan to confess to me was kept under wraps. But what he didn't know was that almost everyone thought I'd rush over and make a huge fuss. After all, I liked him so much. So crazy and passionately. Alex, with his arm around his new girlfriend, held his phone with a slight frown. He seemed to be waiting for a call or message, but he was destined to wait in vain. Seeing the crowd had mostly left, Alex looked disappointed, but quickly composed himself, smiling at those who remained. Tonight's on me, everyone, let's have a good time. The classmates cheered. Though Alex was academically challenged, he came from a wealthy family and was generous with his money. His classmates ate it up. Soon, they had forgotten about what just happened and started enjoying this unexpected treat. And I finally emerged from the shadows. With a faint smile on my face, I walked towards Alex, step by step. He held Sophie's waist, his smile freezing when he saw me. But in the next second, he tightened his grip on Sophie's waist, his smile radiant. Lena, this is my girlfriend Sophie. You should call her Big Sis from now on, okay? Don't worry, I only see you as a little sister. Stop talking, I cut him off. I walked closer, step by step. Alex held Sophie's waist, his smile gradually fading. I looked straight into his eyes. With a smile on my face, I handed him the box. Here, take this back. Seeing the familiar bracelet, Alex's expression instantly soured. What does this mean? What does it mean? Lena, you gave me this bracelet. What are you playing at by returning it? I smiled slightly. Because it no longer means anything to me. You can keep it or throw it away, I don't care. With that, I snatched the bracelet and turned to toss it into a nearby trash can. I turned and walked away, leaving behind a group of stunned onlookers. The rain suddenly started to fall. I opened my umbrella and strolled along the riverside path, thinking back to the dream I'd been having for the past few days. In the dream, Alex confessed to Sophie, I made a huge scene and nearly lost my life. Meanwhile, Alex sauntered off after just 5 minutes, without a care in the world. The Bennett family, displeased with my attitude, ordered me to drop out of school and dumped me back with my birth parents. I was tortured to death. It was the epitome of misery. Recalling that unbearable agony, I felt an odd sense of relief. Thank goodness it was just a dream. Thank goodness the dream came true. I have a chance to start over. As long as I follow the path of my dreams, I can avoid all mistakes and find the person who will save me. I take a deep breath, pull out my phone, and start dialing. Again and again, until on the 3rd try, the call finally connects. The sound of static crackles sharply, and I grip the phone tightly, my chest heaving. The other person doesn't speak, only their breathing can be heard, growing increasingly rapid. My tongue hovers restlessly in my mouth, as if brewing a storm. Nathan Carter, can you come pick me up? As soon as the words leave my mouth, the rain starts pouring down. Everything becomes a blur before my eyes. In my dream, Nathan sees me cry and becomes flustered, stumbling over his words. He's lonely too. Now, everything has been left behind in the dream. 20 minutes later, Nathan showed up. Unfortunately, by the time I was filled with joy, he was already freezing cold. He stared at my soaking wet body, gritting his teeth as he said each word. Lena, you're a fucking genius. I lowered my eyes, pressing my lips together in embarrassment. I know. He gave me a long hard look without saying anything more, just roughly shoved me into the car and tossed a blanket at me. Dry off. He coldly threw out those 2 words, then turned the car around, giving me a deep stare through the rearview mirror. After that, he looked away and smoothly stepped on the gas. I obediently wrapped the blanket around myself, secretly studying him. Nathan was extremely good-looking, but he was cold, always seeming unapproachable. He was Alex's roommate, so he often saw me chasing after Alex. He probably didn't like me much either, right? When he came over just now, his grip was strong, his palm warm and burning hot, not minding my state at all. But wouldn't suddenly changing things cause trouble for him? Moreover, he may not even like me. Just as the atmosphere fell into silence, Nathan suddenly asked, "Back to the dorm?" I tilted my head, gazing into his handsome eyes, when a sudden idea struck me. "Back to yours," I replied. He slammed on the brakes, the car screeching to a halt by the roadside, splashing water. He turned sideways, lit a cigarette, and looked at me coolly. "Lena, don't drag me into your games with Alex." "It's not that," I shook my head gently. Nathan chuckled, restarting the engine, and said nonchalantly, "Then get lost, I'll call you a ride." He pulled out his phone, ready to call a car. I quickly snatched his phone, startling him so much he nearly hit the steering wheel. That's not what I meant. Truthfully, I wasn't entirely sure what I meant either. I just didn't want to go back to the dorm, nor did I want to go home. Suddenly I desperately wanted to stay near this man for a while. "Can I crash at your place for the night?" I hid the phone behind my back, whispering, "If you really hate me that much, forget it." As I spoke, my voice gradually choked up. Tears began to fall without warning, one after another, soaking my dry collar. On the way, Nathan didn't say another word to me. The car drove straight to the parking lot of his dorm building. I followed Nathan upstairs. After showering, I walked out wearing his hoodie. The next second, a phone rang. Nathan answered the call, and my heart suddenly leapt. Without thinking, I straddled Nathan's lap and covered his mouth with my hand. "Don't speak, deny it quickly." Nathan's body stiffened. My palm was burning hot. Realizing what I'd done, I hastily moved my hand away. Nathan pressed his reddened lips together, slowly standing up. We were in an intimate position, me riding him looking up at me. The desire in his eyes became increasingly obvious. Nathan gripped my waist, his voice husky as he mouthed to me, "He can hear." I was terribly nervous. I pressed myself against Nathan's chest, not daring to make a sound. Nathan squeezed my waist gently and spoke slowly. "She didn't come." The person on the other end said something inaudible. Nathan was silent for a moment, his eyes darkening. What does that have to do with me? In the next instant, Nathan hung up the phone and tossed it aside. He reached through my hoodie and pulled me tightly against him, crushing me in his embrace. My body trembled, my heart racing so fast it felt like it would leap out of my throat. Then, Nathan kissed me. The kiss was fierce and relentless. My body went limp and I could barely stand. It felt like my soul was being sucked away, a bittersweet torment. I don't know how long it lasted. Nathan pulled me closer into his embrace, kissing me deeply. I couldn't breathe, gently pounding on his chest. He wouldn't let go. I decided to go for broke and bit him. Nathan's breathing instantly became ragged, and he moaned softly into the crook of my neck. Pleasure coursed through me. My mind went numb, and my body trembled uncontrollably. Nathan slowly pulled away, his eyes intense. "What's wrong?" I asked, my voice shaky, clinging to his shoulders, unwilling to let go. Nathan stared into my eyes, his ears turning red as he looked away. "I'm going to take a shower." Desire still smoldered in his gaze. I stood there dumbfounded, belatedly blushing. Nathan ruffled my hair. "If you're tired, go to sleep. I'll shower first." With that, he entered the bathroom. Soon after, the sound of running water filled the air. I rolled around on his king-sized bed, thinking about how he usually maintained an aloof, chaste demeanor, yet I had just made him lose control. His kissing was clumsy, not knowing how to breathe. This man looked tall and handsome. Turns out he was a total greenhorn. The more I thought about it, the sweeter it felt. I rolled over with a grin. My head bumped into something. I reached out and felt an object under the pillow. It was cool to the touch and somewhat familiar. I pulled it out to look. It was my pearl earring. I blinked, taking a moment to process what I was seeing. I remembered losing an earring when I visited Alex's dorm before, so Nathan had found it. He kept it. The thought of him silently holding onto my little trinket, secretly crushing on me like some kind of weirdo, made my heart melt. A smile crept onto my face as I couldn't help but roll around on the bed again. After grinning to myself for a while, I put the earring back where I found it. Nathan came out after blow-drying his hair, wearing dark blue pajamas. The collar was a bit tight, giving him an adorable look. I blinked at him teasingly. "Hey handsome, wanna sleep together?" "Nathan." I was about to call out to him when a commotion of footsteps came from outside the door, accompanied by Alex's complaining voice. "That's weird. Why are the lights off?" I quickly ducked under the covers, holding my breath nervously. With a click, the door opened. Alex's curious voice rang out. "Nathan, why are you in bed so early?" My heart was racing, almost leaping out of my throat. Nathan swiftly hid my clothes and shoes, then smoothly climbed into bed. He patted the mattress, signaling me to hide under his covers. His warm body pressed down, our skin almost touching. My heart pounded like a deer, making it hard to breathe. I sneaked a glance up at Nathan. His face was impassive, perfectly composed, eyes fixed on the doorway, ready to handle any situation. Alex didn't turn on the lights but fumbled his way to a chair and started making a call. No one answered. He let out an exasperated yell, probably trying to reach Sophie. "What the hell is going on tonight? I told you, Nathan, if you hadn't messed up my plans, I wouldn't have given up so easily." It took a lot of courage for me to finally confess my feelings. Nathan suddenly gripped my wrist, his hold so tight it nearly crushed the bone. "I got caught in the rain today. My head hurts. I'm going to bed early." He deliberately lowered his voice, sending tingles up my arm from where he held my wrist. My face was almost touching his. "Oh, all right, get some rest then." Alex was quiet for a moment, then suddenly laughed. "Wait a minute, Nathan, how is there a girl in your room?" My heart nearly stopped. Thankfully Nathan kept his cool, casually patting the bed. "You're imagining things. What girl would I have? Come on, you sly dog, you're keeping secrets." Alex started pulling at Nathan's pants. "Let me see, which beauty has stolen your heart?" Frightened, I quickly lowered my head and bit his waist. Nathan's muscles tensed up, his thigh pressed heavily on me, and he couldn't help but let out a hiss. "What's wrong?" Alex patted his shoulder, looking concerned. "Are you feeling all right?" "It's nothing, just a leg cramp." Nathan kicked off the blanket, bending one long leg beside him, his face contorted, genuinely looking uncomfortable. Alex didn't think much of it, and went to brush his teeth in the bathroom. He picked up the wash basin and suddenly exclaimed, "Huh, Lena, are you washing socks? It's raining today, don't you have anything better to do?" He looked around suspiciously. "Did you really bring a girl back?" For wealth, I married a man in a vegetative state. In recent days, I'd been accompanying a dating service group. My goal? To savor the complimentary refreshments at their gatherings while immersing myself in the vibrant social scene. In truth, I wasn't seeking romance, but rather entertaining myself by watching the courtship rituals of today's singles. The group wasn't exclusively young people. Several older women were present, eagerly trying to find partners for their offspring. One particular day, one of these mothers dropped a revelation that caused quite a stir. She nonchalantly stated, "I possess 53 rental units, 3 luxury homes, and 5 lovable felines. All of this, along with other assets, will be passed down to my only child. Furthermore, I'm willing to provide my future daughter-in-law with a monthly stipend of $50,000. The chat exploded with messages from women of diverse backgrounds clamoring for her attention. Inquiries poured in, questioning the authenticity of her claims. She confidently confirmed the truth of her statement. However, she then added, "There's just one stipulation. My son is in an unresponsive state. I hope his future spouse won't find this problematic." A hush descended upon the group like a thick fog, but I couldn't suppress a chuckle. To me, this seemed like an incredible opportunity, gift wrapped in luxury. I had long ago decided that matrimony wasn't part of my future. Why restrict myself? Life was better lived freely, but if wedding a comatose man meant financial independence, that didn't seem like a bad deal at all. I, Stella Greer, had one true passion: wealth. Without delay, I sent her a message in the group conversation. Why would I object? Your son is clearly my destined slumbering prince. Then I received a payment notification. She had transferred me $500 as travel expenses and invited me to visit her at Villa 8 in Starlight Bay, situated in Crescent Gardens. She promised a cordial reception. Crescent Gardens was the city's most elite neighborhood, with residences averaging over $1 million. This woman wasn't just wealthy, she was extraordinarily rich. Smiling, I unabashedly accepted the money and set off immediately. Upon arriving at Villa 8, I was met with an ambiance of opulence and grandeur. The villa's exterior was breathtaking, with impeccably maintained grounds and an air of nobility that made me feel slightly out of place. After tidying my appearance, I rang the doorbell. A stunning woman in her 40s answered, her smile dazzling. She exuded elegance, appearing no older than her early 30s. After exchanging pleasantries, she ushered me inside, serving tea as we sat in the lavish living room. She inquired about my background, family, career, and goals. My parents separated when I was young, and neither maintained contact. I've been independent ever since, I explained. Regarding my career, I'm a fashion designer earning around $100,000 annually. Abigail nodded thoughtfully, her expression unreadable. She didn't probe further and soon motioned for me to follow her upstairs. Are we going to meet my slumbering prince now? I joked. She smiled. Yes, my son is indeed my precious slumbering prince. We ascended to the third floor and entered a bedroom. I wasn't expecting much. I'd already prepared myself for a purely practical arrangement. I didn't need to fall in love. I only needed to secure the agreement and fulfill my obligations. But the moment I saw him, my heart skipped a beat. There he lay, peacefully on the bed. His long eyelashes cast delicate shadows on his cheeks, and his features were so perfect they seemed crafted by an artist. His collarbones were visible beneath his shirt, sharp and defined, giving him an ethereal grace. My pulse quickened. My mind exclaimed, this is my prince. For the first time in my life, I felt a spark, something beyond ambition or greed. Was it exhilaration? Was it allure? Whatever it was, I knew one thing. This wasn't going to be as straightforward as I had anticipated. Never in my wildest dreams did I expect my sleeping prince to be so incredibly attractive. His appearance could easily match that of a movie star. For the longest time, I had been uninterested in men, but now, I found myself completely transformed. It seemed the gossip was accurate. Women truly were shallow beings. Abigail Winslow, the refined lady seated beside his bed, softly clasped her son's hand and caressed it as she gazed at me. Her voice was gentle but laced with melancholy. Stella, allow me to introduce my son Adrian Winslow. He lost his father at a young age. I hoped he would grow up to be strong and healthy, but life had different plans. A terrible car crash took everything from him. Her voice faltered, and her eyes welled up as she looked at Adrian's motionless form. I felt a wave of compassion wash over me. Despite my selfish reasons for being here, I couldn't help but feel sorry for this family's misfortune. Perhaps a miracle will occur, and Adrian will regain consciousness, I offered, attempting to provide some solace. She shook her head, her lips quivering. He's been under treatment for such a long time. The medical professionals have confirmed he's in an irreversible vegetative state. Her voice cracked as tears threatened to spill. She shook my hand firmly. You're honest, Stella, and I appreciate that about you. Over the past couple of years, I've met numerous potential daughters-in-law, but none of them felt right. You're the first who seems authentic. Her words caught me off guard. Authentic? Me? Nevertheless, I smiled and nodded politely. I'll entrust everything to you. Simply keep Adrian company, talk to him, and let the staff handle the rest. I'll transfer your monthly allowance to you, she added. I couldn't help but nod enthusiastically. That very day, Abigail departed for Crescent City, and I officially moved into the villa with my few belongings. The butler and maids were indeed present, but they had little to do in such a well-maintained home. Most of the time, they lingered around idly, leaving me to my own devices. I selected the room adjacent to Adrian's. It was bright and airy, with large windows overlooking the garden, an ideal spot for relaxation or study. After unpacking, I decided to visit Adrian. Upon entering his room, he appeared as peaceful as before, his handsome features somehow even more striking in the soft light. What a shame, I murmured under my breath. A prince like you doesn't deserve to be in this condition. Taking a seat by his bed, I introduced myself with a grin. Hello, Mr. Winslow. I'm Stella Greer, your future wife. From today onwards, I'll be looking after you. As expected, he remained unresponsive. Later, I returned to my room and opened my laptop. Curiosity got the better of me, and I began researching vegetative states. I discovered that there were 3 types, one where patients had minimal consciousness, another where they could open their eyes subconsciously but remained unaware, and the last, a permanent vegetative state, where no consciousness remained at all. Unfortunately, Adrian fell into the 3rd category. I also looked into the possibility of recovery. While cases of miraculous recovery existed, they were extremely rare. Methods like stimulation and massage could help, but the chances were virtually non-existent. Sighing, I closed my laptop. A 1 in a million chance might as well be no chance at all. A faint cough startled me, pulling me from my thoughts. Adrian? I whispered, hurrying to his room. To my disappointment, he was still lying there, motionless and serene. Scratching my head, I concluded it must have been my imagination. There was no way he could have coughed. Well, I muttered to myself, I might as well do my part, earn the allowance, be a dutiful daughter-in-law, and live comfortably. Speaking of which, Abigail had just transferred $100,000 into my account. Seeing the notification brightened my mood considerably. With this kind of money, living in the villa would be a dream come true. I could eat, drink, and enjoy life without any worries. I walked into Adrian's room, finding it as peaceful and tidy as ever. The atmosphere was tranquil, almost sacred. Every item in the room appeared to be strategically placed for comfort. His bed positioned perfectly near the window, soft lighting creating a warm ambiance, and not a trace of dust in sight. The cleaning staff rarely ventured up here. Abigail had explicitly told them not to disturb Adrian, despite his vegetative state. The care he received was impeccable. I took a seat next to him, and once again found myself in awe of his flawlessness. How could someone be so attractive? His features were exquisite, like a masterpiece sculpted by a gifted artist. Mr. Winslow, you truly are otherworldly handsome, I commented, grinning to myself as I started to chat. At one point, I asked him, would you mind if I took a peek at your abs? He didn't reply, of course, which I interpreted as permission. Just joking, I quickly added. I'm not actually into guys. Nevertheless, I proceeded with the routine I'd studied online, massaging his limbs, repositioning him, and attempting to stimulate his vagus nerve. As I leaned in to adjust his blanket, I noticed something. His eyelids seemed to flutter, as if the massage had subtly stimulated him. Shocked, I froze in place and stared at him, holding my breath. Was he waking up? I was scrolling through Reddit when I came across a post seeking advice. The poster said he had HIV but was hiding it from his fiancée. The post had tens of thousands of likes. Intrigued, I clicked to read more. As I went through the details I realized, why did his description of the fiancé sound so much like me? I fell for my girlfriend the moment I saw her. She's gorgeous, a senior accountant and comes from a well-off family in town. The only catch? She refuses to do it until marriage. I'm a guy, you know, how am I supposed to be around the woman I love every day and not touch her? But since she wouldn't budge, I had to find someone else. Who knew some random hookup would give me HIV? I really do love my girlfriend. Just last week we met each other's parents, and we're about to get engaged. But if she finds out about this, she'll dump me for sure. So, should I come clean or not? The post left me speechless. By some crazy coincidence, I'm also a senior accountant. Just 2 days ago, my boyfriend Jake Allen took me to meet his folks over the weekend. Look, you can't totally blame me. If she hadn't been so frigid, this wouldn't have happened. Just my rotten luck, I guess. The comments section was a dumpster fire of disgust. After all, HIV is a serious, highly infectious disease with a grim prognosis. If this poor girl married him, her life would be over. Some people called BS, figuring it was just clickbait. The poster had no other activity or likes, like it was a brand new account. The guy didn't respond to any comments, except to pin one with thousands of likes. Keep your mouth shut. Tell her, and it's over. Just rush the wedding, let her pop out a few kids. By the time she figures it out, she'll be stuck. That comment made my skin crawl. Just as I was about to fire off an angry reply, my phone buzzed. It was Jake, asking if I wanted to catch a movie later. It was just after 3 p.m., and I had some free time, so I said sure. I pushed the post out of my mind and rushed to get ready. 15 minutes later, I was out the door. Jake picked me up in his car. Sitting in the passenger seat, I stole a glance at my handsome put-together boyfriend. We met through my mom's hairdresser. I'd heard his family ran a small business and had some money. He was always so sweet and attentive. We hit it off right away. I even felt lucky to have snagged someone so great. Surely he couldn't be one of those scumbags, right? What's on your mind? Jake asked, noticing my distant look. I snapped back to reality, shaking off the crazy idea. It's nothing, let's go. That post was probably just trolling anyway. My boyfriend wasn't like that. We saw a rom-com, his pic. Afterward, we grabbed a bite and chatted about the movie. Out of the blue, Jake said, Laura, you know, we're not getting any younger, just like that couple in the film. You met my parents last week and they adore you. Why don't we tie the knot soon? I was floored. I hadn't expected him to bring up marriage out of nowhere. Sure, after meeting his parents, I knew we were heading that way, but right now, it caught me off guard. That Reddit post flashed through my mind again. After a moment I said, marriage isn't something you rush into. We should have our families meet, and maybe get some health screening tests done first. Jake froze. What kind of health screening tests? Just a standard premarital checkup, I replied. I haven't been feeling great lately, so it's a good chance to get checked out. It was a simple suggestion, and I didn't see any issue with it, but suddenly, Jake's face changed. Is that really necessary? He said, sounding antsy. If we're getting married, why bother with all that? What's wrong with a checkup? I asked, puzzled by his sudden change in tone. Lots of couples do premarital health screenings, don't they? That's only for people who sleep around. We don't need one, Jake replied. Besides, it's not even required for marriage anymore. Why waste time? Waste, it's about taking care of our health. I was about to make my case when his phone buzzed, cutting me off. He glanced at the screen. A buddy just texted. Something urgent came up, and I need to go. Want me to drop you off first? He was already standing before I could respond. Seeing how rushed he was, I swallowed my words. No need, I can get home on my own. You should hurry, I said. All right, I'm off then. He left in a hurry, and as I watched him go, a feeling of unease crept over me. Was he trying to dodge something? Back home I texted to let him know I'd made it safely, but he didn't reply. It wasn't until that evening that he finally called. Just saw your message. My friend had a bit of a crisis and I only just got home, he explained. What happened? I asked, concerned. It's his ex-fiancée. They were about to get married, but she suddenly demanded an expensive engagement ring and insisted on a lavish wedding. My friend's just an average guy. There's no way he could afford all that. They broke up, but now she regrets it and showed up at his place, threatening to hurt herself. Jake paused, then asked, Laura, your family wouldn't expect a big fancy wedding, would they? I frowned. Asking about wedding expectations was fine, but the way he'd framed it, like he was prepping me for something, made me uneasy. Still, I answered, my mom mentioned something small and intimate, maybe just close family and friends. Small and intimate? His tone shifted. Why? Is that a problem? No, not at all. For you, I'd throw the biggest party in town if I could, he said sweetly, which put me a bit more at ease. But then he added hesitantly, it's just, with the pandemic, business hasn't been great. Plus, we'll need to save for a house, which isn't cheap, so even a small wedding feels a bit steep. I understand, I said. I'm not unreasonable. I knew he was already thinking of our future with the house savings. I couldn't ignore that. I decided to be honest. The wedding is really just a formality. My parents said they'd help out with some of the costs. It's not all on you. Really? Jake's mood lifted. I knew it. You and your parents are so understanding. Don't worry, we'll figure it out. By the way, did you talk to your parents about setting up a meeting between our families? Hearing that, I thought back to his strange behavior earlier. I decided to bring it up again. About the health screening? Silence fell on the other end of the line. After a moment, I heard him ask coldly, Laura Jefferson, are you doubting me? I froze. No, I didn't mean it like that. If you aren't, then why insist on a screening? Jake sounded angry. You're just worried I might be sick or that I'm fooling around, aren't you? I can't believe, after 6 months together, you'd still think that. I'm really disappointed in you. No, that's not it, I exclaimed, sitting up in bed. That's really not what I was thinking. I took a deep breath, trying to explain. I'm not doubting you, I just think it's better for our future. You know, when we get married, we'll probably want kids. If either of us has health issues and we don't know, it's unfair to both of us and to our future children. The line was quiet for a few seconds, then Jake's tone softened. Oh, that's what you meant. But don't worry, no matter what, I'd never leave you. So let's not overthink this, okay? I bit my lip. But I still think it's a good idea to get a health screening. I'll do it when I have time, Jake cut me off. Anyway, I've got some work to finish tonight. I just wanted to call and let you know I'm okay. You should get some sleep. Before I could respond, he hung up. I stared at my phone, stunned. This was the first time since we started dating that Jake had ended the call so abruptly. Was he angry? After a moment I texted him, good night. Jake didn't reply. I lay in bed, refreshing my phone, waiting for a response that never came, feeling increasingly uneasy. I closed the messaging app and reopened Reddit, only to see a notification, another post from that same user. I clicked on it instinctively. Hey everyone, I talked to her about the wedding today. She said her family wants something small and intimate, but they'll chip in for some of the costs. I don't know how much they'll contribute, but the more, the better. It could go toward my treatment. I froze. A small intimate wedding? Again? Another coincidence? I scrolled through the comments. Many were berating him, calling him a monster, and saying they'd expose him to his fiancée. Someone asked, what if you don't get enough money? He replied quickly, then I'll just infect her too. I doubt her family will leave her without money for treatment, and once she gets it, I'll make sure it ends up with me. A chill ran through me. What kind of person is this? I couldn't ignore the familiar details in the post, and my fear and doubt grew. I clicked on his profile, hoping to send a private message and find out who he really was. But as soon as I clicked, I saw that all his previous posts had been deleted. I tried to message him anyway, but it showed an error. He'd disabled private messages. My unease intensified. I stared at his profile picture, searching for any clue to his identity. I barely slept that night. The next day I waited until the afternoon before I finally messaged Jake. Are you free today? A while later, he replied, I'm on a business trip. A business trip? Just when I asked him to get a health screening? Why now? My doubts grew, like a weed that couldn't be pulled. I tried to reassure myself that he might truly be busy. I'd wait until he returned, and then we could talk about the screening again. But that evening, I saw a photo on his friend's Instagram, a picture taken at a bar. Jake's face wasn't visible, but I saw a hand with our matching couple's ring, the one engraved with J and L. It gleamed in the neon lights. My heart sank. I immediately texted him, where are you right now? It took him a long time to respond. Still out of town, why? I stared at the hand in the photo, a sudden chill running through me. For the next week, I didn't contact Jake at all. He called and texted, but I ignored them. By the weekend, my parents approached me. Laura, did you and Jake have a fight? He's been calling us, asking about you. He wants to get married but refuses to do a premarital health screening, I told them honestly. I think something's wrong. My parents frowned. That doesn't seem like him. Jake always seemed like an honest guy to us. I showed them the texts and the photo. They fell silent. Finally, my mom said, well, in that case, let me call his parents and see why he's so against the screening. With my parents backing me up, I felt a sense of relief. That evening Jake called again. This time I answered. The first thing he said was, we'll go get the health screening tomorrow. My fiancé slept with his first love, and on my wedding day, my fiancé's first love appeared at the wedding ceremony, wearing the exact same haute couture gown as mine. I watched them stand together at the entrance, greeting the guests as if they were the bride and groom. Maintaining a calm expression, I complimented them, saying they looked like the perfect couple, beauty and brains, a match made in heaven. She burst into tears and fled the scene. He, however, didn't hesitate to humiliate me in front of everyone, accusing me of being petty and narrow-minded. When the wedding banquet was over, he left for what was supposed to be our honeymoon, with her by his side. I didn't argue or cause a scene. Instead, I quietly booked an appointment for an abortion. The festive ribbons on the bed hadn't been cleared away, but I was too worn out to care. I lazily swept them off the bed and collapsed onto the soft mattress, feeling the weight of the day press down on me. As I plugged my phone into charge, a notification coincidentally caught my eye, a post from Susie McKinney on her social feed. Grateful for your presence, not a moment wasted was the caption. The attached photo showed Hank holding her in his arms, the two of them gazing into each other's eyes, barely a centimeter apart, lips on the verge of meeting. Matching couple rings gleamed on their fingers. If it were in the past, I would have stormed over and demanded an explanation from him. But now, I just quietly turned off my phone, rolled over, and went to sleep. The following days passed in silence. I didn't receive a single message from Hank. Instead, my feed was constantly flooded with Susie's updates, photos of them kissing, shopping, laughing together, as if flaunting their happiness for the world to see. I didn't react, didn't feel anger or sadness. Instead, I contacted a lawyer and began preparing for a divorce. Hank Dawson and I had been together for 8 years, since our university days. Although we had only recently hosted our wedding ceremony, in actuality, we had sealed our marriage legally right after graduation. It was a quiet, impulsive moment, no ceremony, no bridal gifts, no jewelry, just the reckless passion of two young lovers. But now, that passion had long since faded, leaving behind nothing but a mess to clean up. Nearly 2 weeks later, I was sitting at home, reviewing the draft my lawyer had prepared for the divorce. The house was quiet, but suddenly, the sound of a key turning in the lock broke the silence. I looked up, and there they were, Hank walking in hand with Susie. Our eyes met, and I saw a flicker of awkwardness flash across his face. He quickly let go of her hand, his voice strained as he tried to explain. How many times do I have to tell you, there's nothing between me and Susie? I cut him off mid-sentence, tired of the same old lie. You and her are just like brother and sister. Yes, I know. I looked at him, my expression calm and indifferent. There wasn't any trace of anger. Hank's face, however, grew colder, his brows furrowed in frustration, his voice, laced with helplessness, cut through the room. Then what are you upset about this time? I'm busy, I replied, my attention already back on the draft in front of me, completely uninterested in meeting his gaze. But my silence only fueled his frustration. His face hardened as he wrapped his arm tighter around Susie and stormed out of the house. He made a show of slamming the door open wide, standing there, waiting for me to give in, like I always had. But not this time. I didn't even look up. With a final angry slam, he shut the door behind him. It wasn't long after they left that my parents called, asking me to come over for dinner. I agreed. When I arrived at their place, who do I run into at the door but Hank? He looked at me, something like guilt flickering across his face before he smoothed it over with a forced calm. Are we going in together? He asked, trying to sound casual. I nodded and walked inside without a word. The dinner was a painfully awkward affair. My parents hadn't forgiven him for what had happened at the wedding. Their coldness was obvious in every curt exchange, every sidelong glance. In the past, I might have stepped in to smooth things over, playing the mediator between my parents and Hank, but not now. This time, I let him sit there alone, awkward, as the tension thickened around us. When dinner finally ended, and I was ready to call a cab, Hank pulled up in his car. I opened the door to get in, only to see a sticker plastered across the front passenger seat, reserved for Susie. He cleared his throat, obviously uncomfortable, and tried to explain. Susie insisted on putting it there. You don't sit here much anyway. I nodded, my voice calm and flat. Right, she's young. That's what girls her age do. He frowned, as if he wanted to say more, but my phone buzzed before he could. I ignored him, focusing on the messages that needed my attention. By the time I was done, we had already arrived at the villa. I stepped out of the car, and before I could take another breath, Susie was already rushing toward him, practically throwing herself into his arms. Hank, I missed you so much, she chirped. I ignored their little exchange, deciding to walk straight into the house. But as soon as I reached the entrance, something caught my eye. A series of photos flashing across the electronic display on the wall. They were all of Susie and Hank. Some showed them cuddling while watching the sunrise. Others were of them dining together. And the last one? The both of them locked in a passionate kiss. I had barely glanced at the photos when Hank rushed over to my side, his voice hurried, desperate. Pearl, these photos. They're fake. You have to believe me. Please don't get upset. It's not good for the baby. I turned to face him, catching the flicker of guilt in his eyes. I nodded. They look well taken though. His brow furrowed deeper, confusion clear on his face. Pearl, aren't you angry? I kept my expression steady, calm. No, not at all. Before he could press further, my phone rang. It was the doctor, calling to discuss the details of my hospital stay tomorrow. I walked away to answer the call without giving Hank's reaction a second thought. By the time I returned to the event, the scene unfolding in front of me was all too familiar. Hank stood there, shielding Susie, his voice raised as he berated someone. From their heated exchange, it wasn't hard to piece together what had happened. Someone had accidentally spilled a bit of wine on the hem of Susie's dress, and now, Hank was demanding an apology relentlessly. Watching this unfold triggered a memory, one from years ago. We had been at another banquet, much like this one. I was standing near the champagne tower when Susie shoved me, seemingly by accident. I lost my balance, crashing into the tower, shattering glasses as I fell, champagne and blood mixed as they dripped down my body. I had looked to Hank for help, but instead, he had unleashed his fury on me, his words sharp and cutting in front of everyone. Snapping back to the present, I watched him now, the same man, protecting Susie over a minor accident. It was laughable, really. Without another word, I turned on my heel and walked away. Hank didn't come home last night. I wasn't surprised. This wasn't the first time. But as I was finishing up in the bathroom, I saw him walking in with breakfast in hand, and trailing right behind him was Susie. When he saw me, he placed the breakfast on the dining table, and for once, offered an explanation. We stayed out late last night. Susie was scared to be alone, so I sent her home. It was already the middle of the night, so I just slept over. Susie, clinging to his arm, chimed in, her tone laced with mock innocence. That's right, Pearl, you're not mad, are you? I nodded without speaking. Hank seemed to pick up on my coldness, and with a rare gentleness in his voice, he placed the breakfast down and tried again. Didn't you say you've been wanting to see that new movie? I have time today, I can take you. That movie, praised by everyone since its release, had been something I asked him about, again and again. Each time, he'd turned me down, claiming he was too busy with work. Yet, just a few days later, I saw him in Susie's Instagram post. The best movie with the best person, was the caption. Though their faces weren't visible, the picture of their hands intertwined said more than enough. Even if I hadn't seen his face, I would have known it was him. The faint trace of perfume on him now, not mine, made my decision easy. No need, I said, my voice calm. I've got something to do today. A flicker of discomfort crossed his face, like he hadn't expected the rejection. He opened his mouth to say something else, but Susie had already made herself comfortable on the couch, looking at me with wide-eyed innocence. Pearl, when you say you're busy, does that mean you're meeting your university friend? I shot her a sharp look, suspicion creeping in. The only person who knew I wanted to initiate a divorce was my lawyer, and that lawyer was an old university friend. No one else knew about the matter. Seeing my suspicious look, Susie quickly turned to Hank with a look of false innocence. Hank, don't be angry when you hear what I'm about to tell you. A few days ago, my friend told me they saw Pearl with her university friend at a cafe, acting. She paused deliberately, feigning hesitation before continuing in a softer, fearful tone. Intimate. But maybe my friend was mistaken. After all, how could Pearl ever cheat on you? She loves you so much, Hank. The moment those words left her mouth, Hank's face twisted in fury. Without warning, he slammed his hand down, sending the vase on the table crashing to the floor, shattering into 1,000 pieces. His eyes burned with rage as they locked onto me. Pearl, so you're not coming to the movies with me because you're sneaking around with another man, he spat. Do you think you're being fair to the child you're carrying? I glanced at the shards scattered across the floor but said nothing. Before I could speak, Susie, pretending to be the peacemaker, jumped in again. Hank, please don't get mad. Let's talk calmly. It's not all her fault. After all, her mother also. But before she could finish that vile sentence, I grabbed the napkin from the table and threw it at her, my hand trembling with rage. She could slander me all she wanted, but she had no right to insult my mother. The napkin left a red mark on her, and she immediately looked up at Hank with teary, wounded eyes. As expected, he rushed over to her, lifting her arm in concern. Seeing her pitiful expression, he glared at me, pointing his finger with unrestrained fury. Pearl, you've disappointed me beyond words. Even if what Susie said was untrue, you had no right to lay a hand on her. His accusations came rapid fire. You should know better I cut him off sharply, my voice cold. So you know she's lying. His face froze, caught in his own words, but it quickly shifted back to self-righteous indignation as he pointed at me again. Yes, I saw it too that day. But even so, you're still wrong to hit her. Apologize to Susie now, or we're getting divorced. A chill ran through my body, spreading like ice. I stared at him in disbelief, still holding on to a shred of hope, a final attempt to salvage what little remained between us. Hank, I said, my voice low but steady, I've scheduled an abortion. Will you go with me tomorrow? Since my death, my spirit was tethered by my mother's presence, making it impossible to leave. 2 months ago, Flynn had an impulsive idea to go camping in the restricted Wild Valley. I never expected Scarlett would fall into the water. When she was pulled out, she immediately accused me of pushing her. My mother slapped me several times in a fit of rage, completely ignoring my attempts to explain, left me in the wild. Little did they know, I never made it out of those woods. After 2 months of silence, they couldn't contact me now, yet my mother still managed to calmly complain to my grandmother. My grandmother was so furious, she could hardly catch her breath. How did I end up with such a heartless child like you? I hadn't heard from her in the 2 months I was abroad. I'd been worried sick while I was abroad, and now I can't even reach her since I came back. You must have bullied her. She's living with you, isn't she? Get her on the phone right now. My mother hesitated, shooting a glance at my father. It's her fault for being so disobedient. She's constantly jealous and refuses to get along with her siblings. And now, who knows where she's run off to? When did my mother go from being indifferent to treating me like a heartless demon? When I lived with my grandmother, she would always insist on their visits before my parents would even think of coming back to see me. But without Scarlett and Flynn around, they would be focused on me, albeit reluctantly. Those were moments I cherished. Later, when they decided to take me away from my grandmother to live with them, I was hopeful that they were finally giving me a loving home. But once I arrived, I quickly realized I was just a marginalized orphan. Even though my parents' home wasn't as grand as my grandmother's villa, Scarlett had a room full of Barbie dolls and beautiful princess dresses. Because Scarlett didn't like to see me wearing the designer clothes my grandmother bought for me, my parents shoved them into a small, shabby box in the corner, leaving me to wear the clothes Scarlett didn't want. Flynn had a full set of top-of-the-line soccer gear and the latest gadgets, while I simply wanted a computer. My parents promised to get me one, but it never materialized. I had lived my life constantly trying to please them, yearning for even a sliver of their attention. Now, I no longer had to force myself to seek out that pitiful warmth. Through the phone, my grandmother said that she would donate her entire fortune to charity if she didn't see me before hanging up in a fit of anger. My mother's expression darkened upon hearing that. My father flicked the ash from his cigarette as he remarked, "All she does is throw tantrums. We should have never brought her to live with us." My mother sat down on the couch, her face grim. "We need to start keeping a closer eye on her. If we keep letting her have her way, who knows what kind of trouble she'll cause next." With that, my father personally called me. It was rare for him to take the initiative like this. After searching for a while, he finally found my number. But when he dialed it, the line rang without response. There was only a mechanical voice saying that the phone was turned off. His face darkened as he cursed under his breath. "That ungrateful girl is deliberately hiding from us. Does she think our family can't live without her? She should take a good look at herself. I want to see how long she can keep this up." Just then, Flynn came downstairs. Hearing our parents' angry remarks, he chimed in. "Mom, Dad, you shouldn't worry too much. Whitney cares the most about Grandma. She'll definitely come back for her birthday party." With those words, my parents finally began to relax a little. Flynn, as usual, picked up the remote and turned on the TV, eager to catch the game, but he inadvertently switched to the local news channel. The headline was striking. A body was discovered by a tourist in Wild Valley. Effective immediately, the area will be completely closed off to visitors. The news anchor continued to urge the public to steer clear of the hazardous area, emphasizing the need to avoid any potential accidents. Flynn sat up straight, disbelief etched on his face. They actually closed off Wild Valley? My mother's brow furrowed as a thought crossed her mind. Then Flynn sprang up from the couch, excitement bubbling over as he slapped his thigh. This is fantastic. That camping trip we took to Wild Valley is now a legendary last hurrah. I can't wait to tell my classmates. They'll be so jealous, especially since they never got a chance to go before it was shut down. Slowly, my mother's tense expression began to relax. All right, enough of this childish excitement. Have you two picked out a birthday gift for your grandmother's party? My father, who had initially worn a dark scowl, finally seemed to ease up. This time, you kids had better come up with some charming words to flatter her. Flynn rolled his eyes. Whitney always helps me pick the best gifts for Grandma anyway. Grandma will love it. You guys don't need to worry. With that, he turned his attention back to the game on TV. When my name was mentioned, my mother's expression shifted back to one of disdain, and she turned to retreat into her room. After sitting on the bed for a moment, she picked up her phone, seemingly indifferent, and opened our chat history. There were no new texts. Our last conversation felt like a distant memory now, and those few brief exchanges seemed strangely foreign. An unnameable emotion washed over her, and she pressed down on the voice message button, her voice laced with frustration as she spoke for several tense seconds. Whitney, get back home by tomorrow, and I can arrange for you to move back in with us. If you keep hiding, I swear I'll sever our ties. With that, she tossed her phone aside and lay back down, drifting off to sleep. I sat there, wanting to cry, but finding myself unable to produce a single tear. 6 months ago, I graduated, but my parents missed the ceremony they had promised to attend, because Scarlett had scraped her knee. Afterward, when I quietly voiced my disappointment, they used my age as an excuse to kick me out of the house. Fearing my grandmother would find out and scold my mother, I kept quiet about it. I didn't even dare to use my grandmother's connections to help me find a job. My mother knew that I had spent my whole life longing for her and my father's approval. She was my Achilles heel. As long as she threatened to cut ties, I would rush back to apologize, eager to make things right. But now, she no longer held that power over me because I had been dead for 2 months. When my mother woke up, evening had already fallen. Checking her phone, she found only a message from her close friend. It was from Aunt Lillian. Hey Ginny, I remember you all just went to Wild Valley recently. Hope everything's alright. How's Whitney? I tried calling her, but she's not answering. Seeing Aunt Lillian's message made me feel moved. Over the years, besides my grandmother, Aunt Lillian had been one of the few people who cared about me. I usually only shared good news with my grandmother, and during tough times, it was only Aunt Lillian who would pat my shoulder and reassure me. Your mother just needs some time to think. She loves you. I had always believed that. Until I tried calling her before I died, and she repeatedly hung up on me. That was when I realized what a white lie was. Maybe my unwillingness to let go had kept me lingering near my mother even after death. I didn't want that. I didn't want to witness their happy family life in the afterlife. My mother pinched the bridge of her nose, typing a reply. Who knows where she's gone? My mom's birthday party is coming in a few days, and you have to come with me. Aunt Lillian had a close relationship with our family. She immediately agreed, adding that she had brought me a hand-stitched silk scarf by Sophia Dallas, which I had long wanted. My mother paused mid-text. She realized that the scarf I had asked Aunt Lillian to reserve was meant for her. Earlier this year, I had subtly asked what she wanted for Mother's Day, and she casually showed me a video of it when she was scrolling on social media. I had made a mental note of it right then. The next day, there was still no news of me in the family. My grandmother showed up at the door bright and early. Thankfully, my grandmother had come to me. To see her one more time made my departure feel a little less sorrowful. Before I could even touch her, Flynn barreled over, affectionately calling out, "Grandma." Over the years, Flynn had been charming my grandmother by leveraging our relationship. With my support, she had long accepted him as her grandson, even without any blood ties. She had no intention of acting aloof with him either. Gently pulling Flynn down beside her, she said, "Look at you, all grown up, and still so loud. Where's your sister?" "Scarlett," Flynn shouted. Scarlett immediately came running out. "Grandma, you're here." When my grandmother saw her, the warmth in her expression quickly faded. She offered only a curt hum as acknowledgement, her tone lacking any enthusiasm. My mother frowned at this and said, "Mom, Scarlett is greeting you. How can you be so cold?" After hearing my grandmother, slightly annoyed, replied, "How I treat her is my business. Just look at her behavior. There's nothing likable about it." My mother was visibly hurt for Scarlett. "Mom, Scarlett is a good kid. Can't you be a bit more understanding?" My grandmother's face reddened with anger as she pointed at my mother. "You always protect her. You're blind to how she bullies others. I just don't like her. What's wrong with that?" Not one to back down, my mother put her hands on her hips, confronting my grandmother. "Scarlett hasn't bullied anyone. You're just repeating what that ungrateful girl, Whitney, has been saying." In the living room, my grandmother and mother exchanged heated words, creating a palpable tension. Finally, it was my father who intervened. "Ginny, your mom is getting older, so just let it go. We're family, and there's no need to quarrel over something so trivial." Though my grandmother wasn't entirely satisfied with my father, she tolerated him for my mother and my sake. However, she couldn't accept Scarlett, her adopted granddaughter. After casting a brief, disdainful glance at Scarlett, my grandmother quickly averted her eyes, seeming irritated by the very sight. "Where's Whitney? I want to take her back for a couple of days." My mother, unable to locate or contact me, simply said to my grandmother, "Since you're here, let's eat first." My grandmother scanned the room, trying to steady her emotions. "Is Whitney not around?" My mother sighed with a hint of resignation. "I already told you. Whitney is throwing a fit. What can I do if she refuses to come out?" My grandmother's brows furrowed. "What happened?" My mother hesitated, opting to skip over what had happened at Wild Valley. "Isn't it obvious? We didn't attend her graduation ceremony, and she's been sulking ever since." Upon hearing this, my grandmother's face darkened. "That girl. I asked her when the graduation was, but she wouldn't tell me. As parents, how could you not go? They say a graduation ceremony is like a little wedding for kids." My mother opened her mouth to defend herself, but couldn't find the words. How could she explain that Scarlett had injured her foot and was holding on to her so they couldn't leave? That would only make my grandmother dislike Scarlett even more. A heavy silence fell over the table as the steam rose from the food. My father called out, "Mom, stop standing there. Come and eat." My grandmother didn't want to make things worse with her only daughter and reluctantly sat down to eat. With the rare opportunity to share a meal together, my mother's mood lifted. She even poured everyone glasses of imported soda. My grandmother, wearing a serious expression, reminded my mother, "Drink less soda and more water. After all, you've had kidney disease. Whitney even donated a kidney to you. Are you expecting her to donate another?" My mother froze, her hand gripping the cup tightly as she looked up in shock. "You shameless woman, you've made me raise another man's child for 3 years." He slammed the papers into my face. "Look for yourself. We hit rock bottom when Eric married you." I glanced down and saw the bold text on the report, "No biological relationship." The names listed were Leonard Carter and Noah Carter. I was shocked, realizing Mr. Carter had taken Noah for a paternity test. Anger flared within me as I retorted, "Dad, you've been saying Noah doesn't look like Eric since he was born." I didn't think much of it because Eric never complained, but you went behind our backs to get a DNA test. He's only 3. I tried to stay calm. "Dad, Noah is Eric's son, and he's your grandson. I haven't betrayed anyone. There has to be something wrong with that report." Mr. Carter's rage escalated. He threw his cup to the floor, pointing a trembling finger at me. "You're still lying. I took him to St. Vincent's Medical Center myself and watched them draw his blood. Do you think I faked it? We can go again if you don't believe me." I didn't know how to respond. Just then, Mrs. Helen Carter entered with groceries. Seeing the tense scene, she asked, "What's going on? I just stepped out, and now it's chaotic in here. What are you two fighting about?" Mr. Carter shot back. "You picked her for Eric. Look what she's done. Letting us raise someone else's kid for 3 years. Where were your eyes back then?" Mrs. Carter froze, her gaze landing on the report on the floor. I saw panic flash across her face, but before I could react, she slapped me. "Noah isn't our grandson. How could you do this? Eric has been nothing but good to you. How could you betray us like this?" Mr. Carter chimed in. "Call your parents. I want to know what kind of people raised such a daughter. How dare you do something so disgraceful?" I struggled to keep my cool. "I'm telling you for the last time. Noah is Eric's son. If you don't believe me, wait for Eric to come home. He'll take another DNA test with Noah, and we'll settle this once and for all." I backed to my bedroom and quickly texted Eric about everything that happened. His reply was just 4 cold words. "I'm on my way." That brief message filled me with dread. Eric arrived around midnight. Hearing the front door open, I covered Noah and went to meet him. One look at his detached expression made my heart sink. The DNA report lay on the table, but he didn't seem interested in it at all. He was ready to accept it without question. By now both Mr. and Mrs. Carter had joined us. Mrs. Carter spoke first. "Eric, thank God you're back. If you'd been any later, our family would have fallen apart. Ask her whose child she brought into this house." Mr. Carter stood there, furious, but silent. Finally Eric broke the silence. "Where's the child?" He called Noah the child, not even using his name. That stung because I realized he didn't believe Noah was his son. I took a deep breath. "Eric, we've been married for 4 years and known each other for 6. Don't you know what kind of person I am? If you won't believe me, at least trust Noah." Eric replied, "4 years doesn't mean anything. Besides, Noah has never looked like me. Everyone says it. What else can I think?" I was left speechless, realizing I had no way to reason with them. "Fine. If none of you believe Noah is your son, let's go to the hospital for another DNA test. Right now. I'll get Noah." As I turned to go to our room, Eric grabbed my arm. "Enough. You really want to drag this to the hospital? Aren't you ashamed of this mess?" I couldn't help but laugh. "Why would I be ashamed? I have a clear conscience. If you're so sure, let's confirm it with another test." In the silence of the night, my words hung in the air with a weight I hadn't felt before. Eric looked ready to argue, but Mrs. Carter interrupted. "Why go to the hospital? We have a report right here." Or is Jocelyn claiming her own husband and father-in-law are framing her? That's rich. "How long have you been setting us up, Jocelyn?" Her accusation, so irrational and cruel, shocked me. I had never seen Mrs. Carter so cold and heartless. Realizing nothing I said would make a difference, I clenched my fists. After a long silence, Eric finally picked up the DNA report, barely glanced at it, and tossed it at me. "It's all here in black and white. Noah isn't Dad's blood relative. If he's my son, he'd have to be related to him. Anything to add? Or are you suggesting the hospital faked this?" I bit my lip. I don't know what went wrong with that report, but there's definitely something. I bit my lip, feeling the tension in the air. I can't pinpoint what's wrong with this report, but something definitely is. If you trust me even a little, let's have Noah take another test. We can clear this up. Smack. Eric's hand struck my face in a sharp slap. I closed my eyes, feeling defeated. "Fine, let's get a divorce. I'll take Noah since none of you care about him anyway." The mention of divorce seemed to push Eric over the edge. "Oh, you'd love that, wouldn't you? Take your illegitimate child and leave. Get out. I never want to see either of you again. I should have gotten rid of him at birth." I was shocked. I had never heard Eric say anything so cruel before. Before I could respond, Mrs. Carter stormed into our bedroom, tossing my belongings into the hallway. The noise startled Noah awake. He stumbled out of his room and, seeing Eric, ran to him. "Daddy, you're back. I missed you." But before he could finish, Eric shoved him away. Noah crashed against the edge of the table, and I saw blood trickle from his forehead. I gathered Noah into my arms, my heart breaking as he sobbed. "Eric, he's just 3 years old. How could you do this?" Eric's expression was stone cold. "Why should I care? I don't even know who he is. If I didn't hurt him more, it was out of pity. You have no right to judge me." The room fell silent. I was seeing this family's true colors. Mr. Carter pointed toward the door. "Get out. You and your brat don't belong here." Mrs. Carter threw my ID on the floor. "Didn't you hear him? Leave and take your bastard with you." I wiped Noah's tears away, still holding him close. I took one last look around the room and said, Eric, just know this will come back to haunt you. With that, I carried Noah out. Even as the door closed behind us, their hateful words echoed in my ears, each one sharper than the last. After taking Noah to St. Vincent's Medical Center for stitches, I rented a room at the Briarwood Inn for the night. He eventually fell asleep, his little face so innocent and unaware of the chaos around him. I couldn't shake the thought of how he had no genetic ties to Mr. Carter. Grandparents and grandchildren share some DNA, so something didn't add up. After some thought, I decided to head to Memorial Public Hospital to ask a few questions. The next day, after dropping Noah off at Little Pines Preschool, I went to the hospital. While waiting, I looked over a chart about blood types and heredity, and noticed something odd. I remembered the health reports of Mr. and Mrs. Carter. Both were type O, which meant their children should also be type O, but Eric's last screening, one I had helped him fill out, showed him as type A. It hit me like a ton of bricks. How could that be possible? I froze for a moment, then it clicked. Mrs. Carter knew. That's why she was so desperate to get me out of the family and block any retesting for Eric and Noah. She was hiding something. A laugh bubbled up. It felt like a twist from some soap opera, the kind of story you'd never believe could actually happen. If Mr. Carter and Eric discovered this, the entire family would implode. After everything they'd put me and Noah through, I was determined to make things right. With a new sense of purpose, I headed to Brooks and Wallace Law Firm to sort out my finances and finalize the divorce paperwork. Besides getting Eric to sign, there was one more thing I needed to do. Every time we do a split-the-bill dinner, Valerie always finds a way to skip out. After eating her fill, she either plays dead or suddenly remembers she has something urgent to do. If anyone asks her for her share, she gives them a sideways look. Everybody ate, so why should I pay more? We all breathe the air too. Why don't you charge for that? Because she has connections higher up. Most people just swallow their frustration. Since I was new, I volunteered to organize a company dinner and suggested we split the cost. Val zeroed in on this, ate, and then tried to avoid paying. Then she pretended to have a seizure to get out of it, thinking I'd let it go. I smiled. She had no idea I'm not one to back down. What is this? It's terrible. Val grimaced, forcing down another bite. It's something my mom spent weeks making just so she could send it to me, Megan replied, staring at the empty wrappers in front of Val in shock. Val made a sound of disdain, spitting out what was left. Didn't you say I could eat it? Megan's face reddened, and her eyes filled with tears. I offered you one to try, not the whole batch. Why would you eat all of it? She couldn't hold back anymore and started crying. Val raised a brow dismissively. Really? It's just a little food. I'll pay you back next time, and honestly, it wasn't even that good. I can't believe you're crying. People will think I bullied you or something. Just as I set my laptop down, I caught the end of their argument. Curious, I asked the person next to me, what's going on? Why is she crying so hard? My colleague rolled her eyes at Val before answering. You're new, so you wouldn't know, but Val's always pulling stunts to get free stuff. We all try to steer clear of her. Megan's new too. She just moved here from New Mexico. It's a big deal for her to get her favorite hometown snacks. Her mom even went out of her way to make them and send them here. She tried to be nice and let Val try some, and Val went and ate the whole lot, and then criticized her mom's cooking. Another colleague, clearly annoyed, joined in. Next time, she says. Val never pays anyone back. If she's not mooching, she's cutting corners. Megan kept crying as Val yelled over her. You're crying over a few snacks? Seriously, you look like some bumpkin from nowhere. Couldn't even handle more than 3 dishes at a real meal. Megan went silent, shocked into stillness by Val's outburst, her cheeks still wet. I frowned. Was this really okay? I wanted to step in, but then Director Collins called, asking me to bring some paperwork upstairs. By the time I came back down, they'd all dispersed. At lunch, a guy mentioned, I'm ordering takeout. I have a discount code if anyone wants to join. He tapped my desk and asked politely, Hey, I noticed you haven't had lunch yet. Want me to add something for you? I looked up from my work. Sure, thanks. Just let me know how much, and I'll Venmo you. He smiled, saying we'd figure it out after he used the code. Val bustled over, her face stretching into a big smile. Jamie, I haven't eaten either. Could you order me something? Jamie didn't respond and just walked away. Val huffed. What a miser. Someone nearby teased. Val, how many times have you borrowed lunch from Jamie? Have you ever actually paid him back? Oh, get over it. I carry a Chanel bag. Do you think I'd cheat him out of some takeout? Val huffed, returning to her desk before standing up again and calling after Jamie. Come on, order me one more time. I swear once I owe you a full 1,000, I'll pay you back. Jamie didn't even look back. When the food arrived, everyone collected their orders, but one was left unclaimed. Val grabbed it while no one was watching and started eating. When Jamie came back, he slammed a contract onto her desk. You took my food without asking? Val chuckled. I noticed it was just sitting there, and I didn't want it to go to waste. Taking something without permission is stealing. This cost $20. Venmo me. Val's eyes widened. What proof do you have that it was yours? Besides, you used a discount code. It probably covered it. You didn't even pay for it yourself, so what right do you have to charge me? Her twisted logic left Jamie speechless. Val, do you have no shame? Is it a matter of life or death for you to freeload every day? Val rolled her eyes, sneering. I wouldn't even care if you died, Jamie. She looked him up and down with disdain. You don't even have $200 on you. Don't talk to me. You're bad luck. Jamie was ready to hit her, but she slammed her hand on the desk. Do you even know who I am? I've got people in high places. Val had been hired by the HR director at the Manhattan headquarters. Our branch office only had project managers, so as long as she didn't mess up her work, no one here could do much about her. I couldn't take it anymore. So I smiled sweetly. I bet that Chanel bag's a knockoff. Val whipped around. What did you just say? I shrugged. You can't even fork over $20. I doubt you can afford real Chanel. She grabbed her bag and stormed over. Are you blind? Look at the details. No fake would be this good. I took a step back. Oh, I get it. Everyone must have chipped in to get it for you. Shut up. Nobody's that stupid. I pointed at her half-finished food. Little bits here, little bits there. Eventually they add up, don't they? Everyone stared at her. Her face turned red. She threatened, acting like a hero, huh? Be careful, or you might find yourself unemployed. I looked at her, deadpan. You've got spinach in your teeth. And bad breath. The whole office burst into laughter. Humiliated, Val stomped back to her desk. She plopped down so hard that her leftovers spilled onto her Chanel bag. She shrieked, rushing to the restroom with her bag. Jamie came over to thank me, saying it had been ages since anyone had taken Val down a notch. I offered him my lunch. I haven't touched it, and I'll be out soon anyway. Go ahead, a colleague asked. Aren't you worried Val will come after you? I mean, she does have connections. I threw on my Hermes bag. Not my problem. I've got money. She gave a low whistle. Respect. By Friday, I wanted to get to know everyone better, so I suggested going out for dinner. There's a new Japanese place downstairs. I know the owner and can get us a half-off deal. It's on me. But they insisted that any group dinner was self-pay. They didn't want to take advantage of me. Fine, but I'll still get them to throw in a few extra dishes, I said. Jamie raised his hand first. I've wanted to try that place for ages, but it's so expensive. With a discount? I'm in. Everyone else jumped at the chance. Yeah, we can't miss out on this. I reserved a private room for 10. Grace, add me too. I'd love to go, Val said, sidling up to me with a smile. I hesitated, then looked up at her. Only if you pay your own share. Her face tightened, but she forced a smile. Of course. You think I'm the kind of person who wouldn't pay? I'll definitely pay. I considered it, then agreed. She left grinning. Jamie leaned over and whispered, don't trust her. She always says she'll pay but comes up with excuses every time. Either she suddenly gets sick, or she leaves early. She never actually pays. I raised an eyebrow. So you just let it go? He gave a resigned nod. She owes me about $500 in lunch money, but I can't risk my job by confronting her. I watched Val skip lunch that day to save room for dinner. Don't worry, I told Jamie with a smile. I'll get your lunch money back. She had no idea she was up against someone who'd been through worse than her cheap tricks. I handed out the menu for everyone to choose their dishes. Even with the discount, the prices were still high, so everyone discussed their options and chose carefully. But Val snatched the menu, barely glanced at it, and ordered the most expensive sashimi, lobster, and a bottle of sake. The others were outraged. What the hell, Val? This isn't your treat. Why are you ordering the priciest stuff? She even slipped out to order foie gras before replying. What's your problem? I'm paying my share. It's split, right? Don't be so cheap. The others glared as I held up my hand. Valerie promised she'd cover her portion. Everyone, just eat. I'll handle any extras. When the food came, Val took as much as she could. Before anyone else had a chance, she'd already piled most of it on her plate. Val, could you be a little considerate? We're all supposed to share, and you're taking everything. She swallowed a red shrimp. What? Are your hands broken? I didn't stop you from eating. Are you kidding me? Someone slammed the table. You need to leave. She crossed her legs. Who do you think you are? Grace hasn't said anything. Who are you to tell me what to do? Dinner became tense. Next time she's at a company dinner, I'm not going, one person muttered under their breath. As the meal ended, Val clutched her stomach. I need the restroom. I blocked her. Pay up first. She glanced around. Do you think I'd cheat you out of a few bucks? I'm serious. I have a stomachache. She gestured at her purse on the table. My bag's right here. Where would I go? Then she rushed out. Everyone knew she'd run. Jamie cursed. I'm going after her. I held him back with a smirk. No need. She's not going anywhere. I rushed into Maynard's Deli and told Russell to pack me $30 worth of BBQ for the road. I was running late and couldn't waste time. When he weighed it, the total came to $56.90. Fine, I didn't argue. I paid, grabbed the bag, and was about to leave when I noticed the torn bag leaking sauce onto my hand. Russell was busy, so I didn't want to bother him. I grabbed 2 extra bags and left. 20 minutes after getting to the office, I hadn't even had time to eat before Mia Carter, my coworker, told me someone was there to see me. I thought maybe a client had arrived early. Adjusting my blazer, I stepped outside, and was face to face with none other than Martha Maynard. You ran off without paying, she barked, her voice dripping with venom. How can someone who works at such a big company be so shameless? My mind raced. Did my payment not go through? I quickly pulled up my payment history on Venmo. Everything looked fine. Mrs. Maynard, I said, keeping my tone polite. I just checked, and I definitely paid. Maybe there was a delay on your end. I showed her the transaction receipt on my phone. See, I paid. This must be a misunderstanding. You paid for the chicken wings, she sneered. But don't forget about the extra plastic bags you took, 5 cents each, and you just walked off with them like I owe you something. The misunderstanding wasn't cleared up. If anything, she doubled down. Walking around all polished and proper, working at a big company, but you still can't resist taking advantage of us small folk. Doesn't your company care about hiring people with integrity? Call your boss out here and let him see your true colors. You think because I'm an old lady, you can bully me? Taking things without paying just because I'm too polite to stop you? You're disgusting. By now her shouting had drawn the attention of my entire office. Martha's voice echoed across the office, loud enough for the whole floor to hear. People started gathering, curious about the commotion. Even Greg Mitchell, my team leader, rushed over. Seeing her rage, he tried to calm her down before even asking me for the full story. Jules, Greg said, turning to me, just give her the money, and let's move on. She's an elderly lady. It's not easy for her to come all the way here. Let's not cause a scene or hurt the company's image. I bit back my anger, knowing he had a point. This was about $1, not worth escalating. Besides, I had a major client meeting in 30 minutes and couldn't waste energy arguing with her. Fine, I said coldly. Turning to Martha, I spoke deliberately. Mrs. Maynard, I was in a hurry this morning, and I didn't realize you'd weighed out $56.90 instead of $30. That was already more than I asked for. And I didn't know the extra bags cost money. That's on me. My apologies. Give me your payment code, and I'll pay you right now. The murmurs around the office showed my colleagues understood the situation now. Many of them shot me sympathetic glances. Martha, however, glared at me like I was the devil incarnate. Well, at least you've got some decency, she spat. But next time, if you don't pay for the bags, don't bother coming to Maynard's. We don't serve people with no class. I nearly exploded but forced myself to hold back. I opened Venmo, sent her $1, and stepped back. The app chimed. Payment received. $1. I thought that would end things, but Martha wasn't done. She pointed a finger at me, her nose in the air. $1? That's it? Who knows how many bags you've swiped before today? I'm asking for $50 at least. You're rich, right? Don't act like you can't afford it. Seething, I asked through gritted teeth. How much do you want? $50, she snapped, her tone dripping with entitlement. Knowing I couldn't waste more time, I transferred the $50 to make her leave. She smirked as the transaction went through. You've got the money, so why not give it to me? Better me than someone else, right? With that, she left, grinning ear to ear. As I watched her walk away, I clenched my fists. $50 for 2 plastic bags? Seriously? I'd let this slide for months, letting her overcharge me, thinking it was charity. Dad even wanted to raise their rent, but I told him to hold off. They're struggling, I'd said. The BBQ's good. Don't push them too hard. And this is how they repay me. Sometimes being nice just makes you a target. People think kindness is weakness. Some horses when gentle are ridden rough. Watching Martha Maynard's retreating back, I raised an eyebrow. She had no idea who she'd just picked a fight with. After work, I stopped by the bakery and bought a selection of fancy pastries. On a whim, I also picked up a large box of freshly cut durian, an indulgence I'd been craving. The Maynard family had 3 kids. Their eldest daughter was off at college, the middle child Lily was 13 and in middle school, and the youngest Noah was still in elementary. As I walked past Maynard's deli, Lily and Noah came bounding over, their faces lighting up at the sight of my bags. Lily trailed behind me like a shadow, her eyes practically glued to the box. Miss Jules, what did you buy? It looks so yummy. I saw right through her act. Just some cake and durian, I said bluntly. Why, got something to say? If not, I'm heading home. The word durian made Noah's eyes sparkle with excitement. Without hesitation, he reached for my bag. Miss Jules, how did you know I wanted durian today? Open it up and let me have some. I lifted the bag out of his reach, my expression unamused. If you want it so bad, go buy it yourself. Don't have money, ask your dad. Noah scrunched up his face, clearly displeased. My dad doesn't have your kind of money, he'd never buy us something so expensive. Lily quickly chimed in. Yeah, if it weren't for you, we'd never get to taste anything nice like that. How had I missed it before? These two were just as shameless as their grandmother, a house full of the same brand of entitlement. Out of pity, I used to share with them every time they played the sweet sibling act, calling me Miss Jules like I was their favorite neighbor. But today, not a chance. When I didn't hand over the goods right away, Noah tried to grab my sleeve. Give it to me now, I'm telling you to. Back off, I snapped, shaking him off. I'm not your mom, why should I give you anything? Noah's face darkened. I know you love the BBQ from our shop, keep this up, and I'll make sure Dad stops selling to you. Lily dropped her sweet girl act and planted her hands on her hips. You always shared with us before, why not today? Excuse me? Somehow they'd managed to take shamelessness to a whole new level. Before I could respond, Martha waddled over, looking every bit as bold as when she stormed into my office. There wasn't a hint of shame on her face, just the smug air of someone who thought they had the upper hand. Let's just put the plastic bag thing behind us, shall we? I won't hold it against you, no need to sour things between us. Her tone shifted to one of mock generosity, but it was dripping with condescension. Kids will be kids, just let them have a little taste. You're doing well for yourself, so what's the harm? And you know, she added, her voice laced with fake sweetness. My grandson only asks because he likes you, don't let him down. Her audacity nearly made me laugh. I stared her down, my voice ice cold. What do you want? A verbal slap? Fine, I'll deliver. Lack of education can be fixed. Bad looks? There's always surgery. But a rotten heart? That's incurable. You extorted $50 from me for a plastic bag and have the gall to stand here pretending to play nice. Do you even realize how much face you're losing? I couldn't believe it when Kyle forced me to go to the hospital for a virginity test. We had a huge fight about it, and I was so angry that I anonymously posted about it online. As expected, it sparked outrage among netizens. The top comment advised me to break up with him, saying guys like that are bound to be controlling and restrictive in the future. But honestly, Kyle has always been good to me otherwise. The comments were getting pretty harsh, so I felt compelled to defend him a bit. However, amidst all the angry responses, one comment stood out as strange. Your boyfriend isn't Caucasian, is he? I was taken aback when I saw this comment because Kyle actually isn't Caucasian. Before I could respond, a flood of replies appeared below. What's wrong with not being Caucasian? That's racist. So only white people are civilized now? Can we stick to the issue at hand without bringing race into it? Gross. As more and more people expressed their anger, I worried the moderators might lock the thread due to the sensitive topic. I quickly replied, do you know something about this? Please elaborate if you can. I'm 100% respectful of cultural differences. I wondered if there was some cultural custom I wasn't aware of that led to this misunderstanding with Kyle. After all, Kyle has always treated me well. In our 2 years together, he'd do all the cooking and chores while I relaxed after work. He'd even bring me a foot bath before bed. He kept track of my menstrual cycle, reminding me to stay warm and avoid cold drinks in the days leading up to it. If I got hurt or started bleeding, he'd be even more worried than me, sternly cautioning me to be careful. I grew up without parents, and he practically doted on me like a daughter, so I felt guilty for bringing all this online hate upon him over one incident. I refreshed the comments a few times, but the user with the cute avatar still hadn't replied. I figured they might have muted the thread due to all the angry responses. I put my phone down and turned to look at Kyle sleeping beside me. His tanned skin, the subtle snake tattoo on his neck, his chiseled features. I couldn't help but trace the lines of his face. He stirred awake at my touch, but didn't seem upset. He took my hand and brought it to his lips for a soft kiss. Get some sleep, we have an early flight tomorrow. He was taking me to meet his parents tomorrow. That's why I was too excited to sleep. On the plane the next day, I was still groggy. With nothing else to do, I couldn't resist checking my phone again, intending to delete my post to stop people from attacking Kyle. As soon as I opened the app, I saw that person had finally replied to me. Is your boyfriend Tibetan? I looked out the window at the vast snow-capped mountains and froze. He actually was. It seems I asked the right person. We'd agreed not to bring up our fight again, so I hadn't had a chance to ask Kyle about it. Now that I'd found someone who seemed to know what was going on, I got excited. Yes, he is. Is there some cultural significance? I wasn't expecting an immediate response, but they replied quickly, don't go to his home. My heart skipped a beat, because I was currently on a plane headed to his home. I slowly turned to look at Kyle, who was busy with some work on his laptop. I must have looked shaken. What's wrong, babe? He asked, taking my hand and giving it a gentle squeeze. Nothing, just tired, I said. He flashed me a smile, pretending to scold me. That's what you get for staying up late. My wife-to-be is gorgeous. No need to be nervous about meeting the in-laws. He adjusted my seat for me, tucked the blanket around me, and massaged my hand. Don't worry, my parents are wonderful people. Get some rest. He was always so considerate and gentle with his words. I started to think that commenter must be trolling, or maybe they were just prejudiced. I'd been with Kyle for 5 years. How could I doubt him based on one stranger's words? I nodded and snuggled into the blanket, turning on my side. After a while, I heard him resume typing on his laptop, so I secretly opened my phone again, wanting to call out that person. I angrily replied, so what if I go? What's going to happen? They seemed to have been waiting for my response and replied almost instantly. 3 years ago, my sister went and never came back. My hand trembled as I held the phone. The plane hit some turbulence and with a clatter, my phone fell to the floor. I reached down to pick it up in a daze. Kyle bent down to help, handing it back to me. I quickly turned off the still-lit screen. He noticed my odd behavior, but didn't question it. Instead, he caressed my cheek affectionately and said, what am I going to do with you? Always so restless, even when sleeping. I forced a laugh. Well, that's why I have you, right? I lay back in my seat, gazing at Kyle as he returned to his work. I really couldn't imagine such a good man doing anything to harm me. But out of curiosity, I opened my phone once more. The comment section was buzzing. What are you implying? Speak clearly and stop with the racist nonsense. Your sister goes missing and you blame her boyfriend instead of calling the police? Really? As a Caucasian, I'm shaking in my boots here. Is this some kind of supernatural horror story? I have to admit, I'm intrigued. The other comments reminded me that my post had gone viral due to the sensitive topic. This person could just be writing fiction for attention. Feeling annoyed, I replied, well, I'm already on my way there. So scary, whatever shall I do? Then I tossed my phone aside and put on my sleep mask. After we landed, Kyle's home wasn't actually in Lhasa. We had to take several more rides before finally arriving, and by arriving, I mean we were at the base of a mountain. He led me on a hike up winding trails. I quickly lost track of where we were. His parents called him several times during the trek, asking why we weren't there yet. They seemed to be in a rush. At this point, I couldn't help but recall that commenter's warning. A chill ran down my spine. I wanted to run. Why'd you stop? Tired? Kyle paused and turned back to smile at me. Then he crouched down. Hop on. I'll carry you. I looked around. Even if I wanted to run now, I had no idea how to get out of these complex mountain trails. I took a deep breath and climbed onto his back. I refused to believe that a man willing to carry me up a mountain trail could be truly evil. When we finally reached Kyle's home, I thought I must have been overthinking things. I never expected to find an ancient stone fortress deep in the mountains. His parents were very kind and welcoming. They brewed me some salted butter tea and prepared lamb soup. They kept insisting that butter tea should of course be salted. Of course, I couldn't understand what they were saying. Kyle had to translate for me. After the meal, Kyle's parents had me take a bath, saying it was melted snow water. Exhausted from the journey, I retreated to my room to rest. I opened my phone again, intending to expose that commenter's lies. Hadn't they said I shouldn't come? Well, I came and nothing bad happened. That person had already replied to me. I thought they'd be angry, but instead they calmly instructed, go to the top floor room and see if there's a hanging scroll painting. I was skeptical. Their directions seemed oddly specific, but since I was already here, taking a look shouldn't hurt. If there wasn't one, then great. No need to worry anymore. And if there was, as I was pondering this, I pushed open the door to the top floor room. A strong scent of incense hit me. The setting sun cast light on a hanging scroll. A hanging scroll. Bang. A gust of cold wind blew the door shut behind me. I stood frozen in place. Cold sweat broke out all over my body. My scalp tingled as goosebumps rose across my skin. The scroll was huge, over a meter long, with intricate patterns I didn't recognize. It had a distinct ethnic style, but what terrified me was, the scroll was shaped like a human figure. I managed to keep my composure enough to snap a photo and post it in the comments. As soon as I shared the photo, the comment section exploded. Holy shit, there's actually a scroll? Don't scare me, it's dark out. You two planned this, right? Why the hell is it human-shaped? Creepy as fuck. This has to be fake for views, right? Please be fake. Girl, you need to get out of there now. Something feels very wrong about this. The comments grew more and more frantic. I typed out, what is this thing? They replied immediately. A human skin thanka. What's a human skin thanka? Someone asked before I could. Simply put, it's a religious scroll painting made from human skin. As soon as I read that explanation, my legs nearly gave out. Looking at the scroll, I felt nauseous and terrified. The room was eerily silent. There was only one small window facing the scroll. The light was quickly fading. The incense scent seemed to grow stronger, as if it would swallow me up in the darkness. I wanted to run, but my legs felt like lead. I could only stare blankly at my phone. Human skin. Surely it's not what I think it is. Be careful, girl. I've heard of these. Apparently only the skin of enlightened monks or unmarried virgins can be used. No wonder her boyfriend took her for that medical exam. I'm Tibetan, and this practice was banned after 1949. They're all made with fake skin now. Don't scare the poor girl. But this is way too much of a coincidence. You really need to be careful. I couldn't stop shaking. My breathing grew rapid as panic set in. Just then, that person sent another message. Don't eat anything they give you. Don't bathe in the snow water. I nearly forgot how to breathe. My jaw trembled. Everything that had happened since last night matched exactly what they said. Either they had somehow planted hidden cameras to watch me, or they weren't lying. They were telling the truth. With trembling hands I typed, "What if I already ate and bathed?" I had barely hit send when, knock knock knock. A knocking sound broke the long silence, jolting my frayed nerves. Knock knock knock. Lily, are you in there? My fiancé Liam shared a bubble bath with his assistant while I was busy decorating the townhouse, and I found an unfamiliar stain on the sheets while setting up the wedding bed. I sank to the floor, overwhelmed by a mix of fury and heartbreak. All my strength drained from me, and I don't know how long I sat there before I laughed bitterly, tossing the stained sheet into the dumpster. Tomorrow was supposed to be my wedding day. Sienna had aimed to ruin my wedding, and she succeeded. I texted Liam, "We're done, the wedding is off. A soiled bed I can replace, a filthy man, never." I sent a mass message to all the guests canceling the wedding, powered down my phone, and returned to my parents' home. That night, I drowned the memories of the past years in cheap whiskey, and passed out in a haze. The following day, loud frantic knocking woke me up. Standing at the door were Liam and his groomsmen, dressed to the nines in tailored suits, looking all smug and polished. Liam clutched a bouquet of roses, now crushed and falling apart. His expression was furious as he took in my unkempt half-asleep state. "Delilah, are you out of your mind?" His twisted, contorted face was so grotesque it almost made me laugh. That laugh pushed him over the edge. He threw the mangled bouquet to the ground, yelling, "Do you even realize what day it is? It's our wedding day." Rubbing my temples, still groggy from my hangover, I snapped, "I told you I'm not marrying you. We're done. Didn't you understand the text?" Liam's bloodshot eyes flared with suppressed rage. Finally, he shut his eyes tightly, gritting his teeth. "Change your clothes and come with me. I'll forget this ever happened, and I'll forgive you, just this once." Forgive me? Did this man think I was desperate for him, that I couldn't live without him? I glanced past him at the groomsmen, whose faces ranged from uncomfortable to entertained. "Liam Prescott, you're the one who messed up. Are you here to talk about your relationship with Sienna Vaughn? Leave. We're over. Understand?" Liam froze for a second before his expression crumbled. The arrogance evaporated, replaced with a nervous, almost pleading tone. "You've got it wrong. This is my fault. I didn't explain it to you properly. Do whatever you want to punish me later. Yell, scream, whatever. But today's our wedding. It's the most important day of our lives. The guests are waiting for us. Let's just go, please?" His fake sincerity was laughable. The way he suddenly switched tones, one second arrogant, the next groveling, was almost impressive. One of his friends, clearly feeling sorry for him, stepped forward. "Sis, today's not the time for this. Get through the wedding, and then you can settle everything however you want." Oh, Liam was trying to force my hand now. Fine, let's see who ends up regretting it. I nodded. "All right, wait here." I washed up, wore a simple dress, and left the house. I waved him off when Liam asked about my hair, makeup, and gown. His frustration was visible, but he couldn't stop me. Only William's family and guests were present at the hotel. My friends and relatives had already received the cancellation message. The guests' expressions turned from confusion to amusement when they saw me in casual attire. A few older women couldn't resist commenting, "A wedding isn't a time for tantrums, sweetie. Only Liam would tolerate this. Anyone else would have called it off ages ago." That's right. With so many guests here, why didn't she call it off sooner if she didn't want to marry him? All right. She's here now. Let's not make a scene. Mrs. Prescott pulled me to the main table, her demeanor warm and welcoming. "We were so worried when we couldn't reach you, Delilah. Did Liam upset you? Tell us, and we'll sort him out." Mr. Prescott chimed in, his voice kind and steady. "Yes, we're all on your side here. Liam's parents were genuinely wonderful people. Marrying into their family would have been a dream, if only their son hadn't been a cheating coward." I stayed silent, unsure of how to break it to them. Mrs. Prescott mistook my hesitation for a lingering grudge. She patted my hand gently. "Delilah, listen to me. Get dressed and made up first. I'll make sure Liam apologizes properly later." "Yes, let's not ruin such a joyous day." Mr. Prescott nodded. I sighed heavily, ready to explain the truth, when the heels clacking interrupted me. Sienna Vaughn strutted in, wearing a striking red gown that hugged her figure. Her makeup was flawless, a stark contrast to my bare face. "Am I late?" she asked sweetly, eyes locking onto mine with a pointed provocative gleam. "Congratulations, Miss Reese. Happy wedding day." I smiled back, though it didn't reach my eyes. Sienna Vaughn looked stunning in that red dress, almost like the bride. She waltzed over to the main table and casually sat in the seat meant for Liam Prescott. As she leaned down, a glint around her neck caught my eye. My chest tightened, and I stared. It was a diamond ring. Not just any ring. My ring. The one I had designed myself. It's the only one like it in the world. Now, it hung around Sienna, the mistress's neck. I couldn't imagine what ring Liam would have handed me if my wedding had gone ahead. A cheap stand-in? Or had he planned to pluck this one right off her neck? Either way, the thought turned my stomach. Despite my efforts to stay composed, my nails dug into my palms as I fought the anger boiling inside. At that moment, Liam entered the room with the officiant. "Where's the bride? Not wearing her gown? A red dress would work too." "Very pretty," the officiant remarked approvingly, clearly mistaking Sienna for the bride. Sienna glanced at me, feigning surprise, and quickly waved her hands. "Oh no, I'm not the bride. Miss Reese, don't be upset." Liam stormed over, his expression thunderous. Why aren't you dressed yet? Do you even care about our wedding? He reached out to grab my arm, but Mrs. Prescott intervened, pulling him back. Liam, speak to her properly. Don't be so harsh. Sienna jumped in, her voice syrupy sweet. Miss Reese is just a little emotional. Liam, you should calm her down. We can't let this ruin the wedding. But Liam's frustration only deepened. He turned to me and barked in front of the whole room. Delilah, enough of this. Get changed now. Stop embarrassing yourself. Sienna placed a soothing hand on his arm, murmuring, Don't worry, I'll help you apologize to the guests. Everything will be fine. I let out a bitter laugh. Why don't you just finish the wedding with him while you're at it? I was done pretending, and the time for quiet dignity had passed. Raising my voice so everyone could hear, I announced, Sorry to make this such a spectacle. Everyone, please enjoy the food and drinks. But as of today, Liam Prescott and I are officially over. Consider yourselves witnesses. Liam's eyes burned with fury. When are you going to stop this nonsense? Sienna's face contorted in mock alarm, her high heels clicking as she stomped in frustration. Miss Reese, you've misunderstood. I was just trying to help manage the guests. Her act was as transparent as a window pane, and I crossed my arms, watching her smugly. You weren't just managing guests, were you? Didn't you also manage the wedding bed? Her smug grin faltered for a split second before she quickly recovered, tears welling in her eyes. Miss Reese, I think you're mistaken. Slap! The little snake was a master of putting on an act, but I had no interest in arguing with her. Delilah, have you lost your mind? Liam panicked, pulling Sienna into his arms as if to shield her. Sienna hadn't expected me to slap her and froze, her large teary eyes trembling like she'd just suffered the greatest injustice. Slowly, she leaned into Liam's chest, her tears soaking his shirt. Liam glared at me as if he wanted to tear me apart. Delilah, you're nothing but a crazy shrew. What about you even compares to— Shut up, Liam! Mr. Prescott yanked him back, cutting him off mid-sentence. Beside him, Mrs. Prescott stepped forward to pull Sienna away from Liam's arms. Miss Vaughn, this is a family matter. I'm afraid we'll have to ask you to leave. Sienna hesitated, glanced at Liam, and then turned to me with a slight, triumphant smirk, before strolling out of the room in her heels. Liam wasn't finished. Are you happy now? You've turned our wedding into a circus. No man in his right mind would ever marry someone like you. Liam Prescott, shut your mouth. Mrs. Prescott tried to intervene, grabbing his arm, but he shoved her away. Mom, stay out of this. If this wedding is ruined, I'll ensure she regrets it for the rest of her life. Well, wasn't that convenient? Because I was planning to teach him a lesson. I slammed my hand on the table, standing up. You're right, there won't be a wedding, but the lesson, that's coming from me. Ignoring everyone's shocked expressions, I strode toward the officiant standing awkwardly near the screen at the front of the room. Miss Reese, what do you need? He stammered, inching aside as I walked past him to the computer. I plugged in my phone and transferred a video to the big screen. It played immediately. Sienna's face filled the screen, smiling wickedly. Her voice echoed through the silent hall. The groom's not bad either. I tested him too. Where's Liam? Mr. Prescott? Oh, he's working late. So busy. Sienna, come help me scrub my back. You just want me in there with you. You're such a tease. The video ended, leaving the room so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Slap. Bastard. Mr. Prescott's hand came down hard on Liam's face. He slumped back, his shoulders caving under the weight of disappointment. My chest ached as I watched. I had truly respected his parents, and ending things with Liam meant cutting ties with them too. I faced the stunned crowd, my voice steady despite the storm in my chest. Liam Prescott, who betrayed this wedding, wasn't me. It was you, the man who defiled our wedding bed with his mistress. And that mess you left behind? Do I need to spell out what it was? Sword World, the game that had taken the world by storm, was shutting down in 24 hours. Everyone else was scrambling to sell their accounts, but there I was, staying up all night, saying my goodbyes to the NPCs. People joked that I'd lost it, treating NPCs like actual people. Then the day came. The game's dungeons merged with the real world, and those so-called NPCs became the ultimate bosses in reality. While everyone else was running for their lives, I was sitting in my yard, fishing and enjoying a hot pot. Bosses? What bosses? Those are my buddies. The news hit like a bombshell. Sword World, the game that had taken the world by storm, was shutting down in 24 hours. The moment the announcement dropped, players everywhere rushed to sell their accounts. My roommate Sarah was no different. When Sarah suggested we sell our accounts together as a bundle, I politely turned her down and logged into the game by myself. If this was the end, I wanted to say goodbye properly. After all, this game had been with me for 5 long, difficult years. One by one, I visited them all, bringing gifts and watching as they broke into their familiar smiles. Thank you, hero, they said, cheerful as always. I couldn't help but smile back. Goodbye, I whispered to the screen. I don't think we'll meet again, but I hope you'll be okay. Take care of yourselves. The clock quietly struck midnight. I glanced at my phone, and my heart sank. The game had logged me out. The servers were officially shut down. No more Sword World, no more NPCs. And worst of all, I hadn't made it to Michael. Michael, the sensitive one, the one who'd probably take it the hardest if I disappeared without saying goodbye. I stared at the blank screen, guilt gnawing at me, but it didn't matter now. Sword World was gone, and there was nothing I could do. The day Sword World shut down, the wind outside was ferocious. I watched from the dorm window as a convenience store's patio umbrella, base and all, was ripped off the ground and sent flying several meters down the street. The store clerk ran out, trying to grab it, but the wind shoved him back like a toy. Every news channel was looping coverage of the global storm. Experts took turns sharing their theories, but no one could explain it. Some people online were even saying it was the end of the world. I got up, heading toward the bathroom to wash up when something strange happened. A cold robotic voice echoed through the room. Sword World dungeon successfully initialized. First mission, find Coco's favorite item near the village entrance. Time limit, 24 hours. Failure will result in erasure. I froze. Coco. I whispered. Sarah, on the other hand, rolled her eyes. What the hell? A mission? Who's pulling this dumb prank? I wasn't sure what to say. Coco was a name I knew. She was an NPC in Sword World. Before I could think further, there was a loud, frantic knock at the door. Sarah sighed dramatically and stomped over to open it. Who is it? Standing there was a little girl. Big sister, she said sweetly, tilting her head. Did you find my favorite thing yet? Sarah jumped back in shock. What the? Where did this creepy kid come from? Hey, where are your parents? I couldn't move. I couldn't even speak. The girl's face, her outfit, her voice. It was exactly like Coco, the Sword World NPC, down to the last detail. My stomach twisted into knots. This couldn't be real. There was no way someone could look exactly like an NPC from a video game. Just then, the TV, my phone, Sarah's laptop, every screen in the room suddenly flickered and changed to the same broadcast. After thorough investigation, experts have confirmed that the recent global anomalies are linked to a martial arts game called Sword World. If you encounter anyone resembling NPCs from the game, do not engage with them, avoid contact at all costs, do not speak to them, and leave the area immediately. If you must interact with them, answer their questions carefully. Incorrect answers may result in... The broadcast repeated the warning, hammering it into viewers' heads. Do not engage with NPCs, do not make eye contact, answer questions with extreme caution. Then, the screen cut to a slideshow of game NPCs. No way, this has to be some kind of joke. There's no way the game's NPCs are actually real. Sarah stared in disbelief, her eyes darting back and forth between the computer screen and the little girl standing in front of us. Meanwhile, Coco stood there smiling sweetly, looking for all the world like a perfectly normal kid. Big sister, she said, tilting her head innocently. Did you find Coco's favorite thing yet? It's getting late, and Coco needs to go home. Hurry and tell me, okay? My hands started to tremble, not from fear, but from excitement. I thought I'd never see them again. The friends who had been with me through the hardest 5 years of my life. But now they were back. Sure, the situation was strange, terrifying even, but I couldn't help feeling a spark of joy. Sarah's voice snapped me out of my thoughts. Who the hell knows what she likes? She said, glaring at Coco. She's just some random NPC from the beginner's village. She barely even has a role in the game. Then Sarah's expression shifted. Her eyes lit up with an idea, and before I could react, she grabbed my arm and shoved me forward. She knows, Sarah blurted out, pointing at me. Ask her, she can tell you. And then, without a second's hesitation, Sarah slammed the dorm door shut behind me. Through the small glass window in the door, I could see her smirking at me. I'm not perishing for this, she said with a cruel grin. If anyone's meeting their end because of this eerie little creature, it's you. She gave me a mocking wave. Besides, isn't this your thing? You're always obsessing over NPCs and their stories. Time to put all that research to good use. Go on, Betty, this is your big moment. Her voice was dripping with malice, the same condescending tone she'd used so many times before. It was just like the way she'd told everyone I was crazy for treating NPCs like real people, the way she'd turned the entire class against me. I ignored her. Leaning down, I whispered into Coco's ear, my voice low enough that only she could hear. Coco loves the butcher's big cleaver, doesn't she? For a moment, Coco's eyes gleamed with something sharp and unnatural. Then, she let out a soft giggle. Wow, big sister, you really know a lot, she said, clapping her hands together. But you got it wrong. What? I froze. For a moment, everything was silent. A sudden chill shot up from the ground, snapping me out of my thoughts. Startled, I looked down to see an icy column snaking its way up my legs, frost spreading fast. Within seconds, my legs were frozen solid below the knees, sharp crystals glinting in the light. This skill, I knew it. There was no mistake. It had to be her, the mischievous Coco from the beginner village in Sword World. Coco! I shouted, panic slipping into my voice. Are you acting up again? Her head tilted slightly, her big round eyes blinking at me in confusion. Didn't I just tell you last night to behave and listen to your grandpa? What? You forgot already. If you keep this up, I'm not bringing you any more pork floss buns. Her expression froze. She stared at me, wide-eyed, as if trying to process what I'd just said. Who are you? She asked, her voice soft and hesitant. I crossed my arms, lifting my chin. What? You don't recognize me anymore? Oh, Coco, you're in big trouble now. I'm never helping you steal the butcher's cleaver again. Her eyes widened and then sparkled with sudden recognition. In an instant, she canceled the skill and ran toward me, throwing herself into my arms. It's you, Mr. Handsome. Coco finally found you. But, Mr. Handsome, why are you a girl now? Did you turn into a girl? Did you get a sex change? I froze, completely thrown off by her question. Her wide, curious eyes stared at me, waiting for an answer. I opened my mouth, and then closed it again, unsure of what to say. God, why did I ever think it was a good idea to create a male character? Letting out an awkward laugh, I quickly changed the subject. Let's not focus on that right now. What I do want to know is why you lied earlier. I didn't get your question wrong, did I? Coco's smile faltered, her eyes darkened slightly, and she lowered her head, her voice muffled as she spoke. I didn't lie, she said softly. You were right, that used to be my favorite thing, but it's not anymore. Before I could process what she meant, she suddenly looked up at me, her eyes blazing with anger. Miss Handsome, she shouted, pointing angrily toward the door where Sarah had locked herself in. It was her, wasn't it? She hurt you, she was mean to you, wasn't she? Her small hands clenched into fists. Don't worry, Coco will protect you, Coco will get rid of her for you. Wait, Coco. But before I could stop her, dozens of thin, glimmering ice threads shot out from her hands, slicing through the air like needles. Sarah barely had time to react. She let out a choked scream, scrambling to run, but it was too late. The ice threads pierced through her body in an instant, blood splattering the walls as she collapsed to the floor. She didn't even have time to cry out. Her lifeless eyes stared blankly at the ceiling. Her body crumpled in a pool of red. Coco turned back to me, her face lighting up with pride. See, sister? Aren't you happy now? I stared at Sarah's body, my chest tightening painfully, my breath caught in my throat. Coco, I said carefully, forcing myself to stay calm. You can't just go around harming people like that. You're still a kid. You don't understand. This world isn't like the one you came from. I crouched down to her level, trying to meet her gaze. When people gone here, they don't come back. They're gone forever. Do you understand? Coco pouted, clearly unconcerned. But when she saw the seriousness in my expression, she hesitated and then reluctantly nodded. Okay, I'll listen to you, big sister. Before I could say anything else, the school's PA system cracked to life. This is an urgent broadcast. Attention, all students. Sword World NPC. Michael is currently searching for a specific individual, a man in a black bathrobe, with multicolored hair, a passion for gardening, and a large red flower on his head. Anyone with information is requested to report to the nearest TV tower immediately. This is a priority alert. A significant reward will be given for any leads. I froze, staring at the speaker in disbelief. Seriously, Michael, did you really have to describe my character in excruciating detail? I sighed heavily, grabbing Coco's hand. Come on, Coco, Michael's looking for me. Let's go find him. But before I could take a step, Coco tugged on my hand, refusing to move. Do we have to go? She asked, her voice small and hesitant. Can't we just stay here? Just you and me? I crouched down, frowning slightly. Why, Coco, don't you want to see Michael? Don't you miss him? She squirmed, her eyes darting to the side. Miss Handsome. You don't understand. Michael's different now. Her voice dropped to a whisper. He's scary, really scary. Coco doesn't want to see him. Please, can we not go? I couldn't help but laugh softly. Typical kid behavior. Michael? Scary? The guy was the definition of calm and polite, probably the least threatening person I'd ever met. I ruffled her hair, smiling reassuringly. Don't worry, Coco, I'll protect you. Let's go. Reluctantly, she nodded and followed me out of the dorm, though her steps were heavy with hesitation. We'd barely made it down the hall when we ran straight into John and his group. A long time ago, when our neighbor's son couldn't find a job after graduating, my father didn't hesitate to give away my mother's job. At that time, my mother had just given birth to my sister Lynn and was resting at home. Without saying a word, my father handed over her job. When my mother found out, she went crazy, demanding that he get it back. But my father was reluctant, mumbling, "We're neighbors. What's wrong with helping each other out? It's already done. How can I ask for it back? What kind of man would I be? And besides, I have a job. You can stay home and take care of the kids." My mother glanced at my baby sister, crying in her arms, then at me, bent over at the table doing my homework, and said nothing. However, after that, my father didn't take his work seriously anymore. He started showing up late, leaving early, and kept making mistakes in his work. Eventually, the company lost a major contract because of him. His boss had had enough and fired him. That year, my sister fell ill and needed to be hospitalized. My mother, holding the bank card, stared at it in disbelief. She was told that there wasn't a penny left. It turned out that my father had loaned it all out to help others. He had given away all our savings. My mother had to go door to door, begging them to return the money. However, by the time she got the money back, it was too late. She had to watch helplessly as my sister died in her arms. When we got home, my father raged at my mother, blaming her for asking others for money. He said she had embarrassed him. After I bought the house, I took my mother's advice and didn't even post about it on Twitter, so when my father called my company and asked me to go home, I had no idea how my father found out about it. It seemed like Terry was afraid I wouldn't give it to them, and he smiled. "I know you just bought the house, and it's not renovated yet. Don't worry about that. We'll handle the renovations ourselves. When Percy gets married, he'll thank you properly." I was stunned, thinking, what kind of nonsense was that? I opened my mouth, wanting to say something. I couldn't figure out how someone could be so shameless. He was the one who wanted someone else's house, and yet he made it sound like I was taking advantage of him. He wanted to take my house, which was worth $1.6 million, and he thought that all he had to do was say thank you. I looked at the two of them sitting on the sofa, and suddenly I laughed. "Fine, you can have the house. It is worth $1,600,000. Do you want to pay it by card or in cash?" My father's face immediately darkened, and he slammed his hand on the table. "Rosina, how dare you say that? Is giving the house to Percy so hard for you? Don't you know you should support your family? Do you really think it's appropriate to ask your uncle for that much money? How heartless can you be? I'm not dead yet. This family is still under my control. Now go give your house to Percy." I thought, it's easy for you, huh? I had already seen the pattern. I knew that my father would give anything that wasn't his to others without hesitation. My house was like the job he gave away from my mother, and the money he loaned out from our savings. He'd give away whatever others wanted. Other people's problems always came first. If the neighbor's water pipe broke, he would get out of bed in the middle of the night to fix it. If the street light outside someone's house went out, he would change it promptly, even in the dead of night. Everyone thought my mom had married a family-oriented man, and they called my father the local good guy. When my mom married him, it seemed like she was in for a life of comfort. Unfortunately, things didn't develop that way. At our own house, my dad just gave us the runaround. When my mom asked him to do something, he always said, "I'll take care of it soon," but he never actually did. Later, my mom broke her leg going upstairs in the dark, and he didn't bother to replace the light bulb. When I finally made it to college, just before tuition was due, my father gave my tuition money to a friend's kid instead. That man was hardly his friend, it was just someone he knew from the bar. When it was time for me to pay my tuition, he couldn't come up with the money. After he couldn't hide it any longer, he finally admitted he'd lent it to a person who was almost a stranger. It was a sunny September day, but after hearing his words, my mother and I were drenched in cold sweat. At that time, we were outside, surrounded by many people. My mother grabbed my father by the collar and glared at him. Did you give the money away again? That is Rosina's tuition. My father looked everywhere but at us, too guilty to speak. My mother and I cried helplessly at the gate of the university, and it was only with the help of a senior that I managed to apply for a student loan and finally got into university. I never understood why people always called my father a good man. They said it with smiles, but there was always a mocking undertone. It was as I grew up that I understood why my mother became more and more silent when she heard someone else say that, and why everyone's face always had that same sarcastic expression when they talked about my father. Now, he was attempting to win favor by pretending to be generous with my house. Hearing my father's words, Terry sighed and patted him on the shoulder. It's okay. I understand if Rosina doesn't want to give it to us. Everyone knows you're the kindest person around, a real friend. That's why I came to you for help. Since it isn't your call, we'll let it go. Percy's wedding can be delayed for a few years. The more he said, the lower my father's head dropped and the angrier he looked at me. I couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Uncle Terry, you should know better. As Percy's father, you are responsible for getting him the house. I have never heard anyone come to their knees for a house. If I give you my house, people would think Percy is my son. No sooner had I finished speaking than my father slapped me across the face. How dare you talk like that to your uncle? How dare you call Percy your son? It's just a house. How dare you disobey your father? Rosina, as long as I'm alive, I'm the one in charge of this house. You're going to give that house to Percy whether you like it or not. Looking at my father, all righteous and indignant, I trembled with anger. If he wants the house, let him buy it himself. I'm not giving it. No wonder my mom had warned me so many times not to let my dad know about the house. She had already predicted someone would come asking for it. It had always been like this. Whenever anyone had a problem, they'd come to my father, and he wouldn't turn anyone down. He was known as Mr. Nice Guy, but in reality, people saw him as a pushover. After I left home, I stood on the street and called my mom to tell her what had happened. She sighed on the other end of the line. Your dad won't give up. He hates being called a hypocrite. Don't go back home for now. Why don't you come to stay with me for a few days instead? I thought for a moment, and said no. Maybe it was because my mom had put up with my father so much for so long. By the time I went to college, my mom finally exploded. After I was settled in, she and my dad had a huge argument. That same day, they went to file for divorce. By the time I was in my third year of college, my mom had remarried. Now it didn't feel quite right to visit her. I hesitated for a long while, and in the end, I rented a small apartment near my company. I knew I couldn't go back to live at home. When my parents divorced, my dad's sole stipulation was that I should live with him, ensuring that I would take care of him when he was old. He wanted me to live with him solely for his own benefit. I thought that if I just kept my distance, it would be fine. But I had seriously underestimated how far my dad was willing to go to maintain his image of the good guy in front of others. One day, while I was at work, I received a call from the property management of my house. I hadn't been back home for a long time because of the house situation. They had been quiet these past few days. After I scolded them once, they didn't bother me again. I really thought they had given up on trying to take my house. But when I heard what the person on the phone said, I realized just how naive I had been. Ms. Davidson, a gentleman who claims to be your father, is here with a group of people and is demanding that we open your door. Do you know about this? My head was spinning. After days of work, I felt dizzy at this news. I didn't expect they would be so crazy. Don't open the door. Stop them. I'll be there soon. I took the rest of the day off and rushed back to my house. When I arrived, the scene at the door was chaos. I was always the one being pampered by my parents, while Ethan was more like someone they picked up out of a dumpster. Take this instance as an example. I got accepted into Stanford University, which is about a 30-minute drive from home. Even though it's not far, my parents went all out and bought me a small house near campus so I could have my own private space without worrying about noisy roommates. As it happens, Ethan also got accepted into Stanford. But for him, my parents said, boys are fine in dorms, no need for private space, no fuss. Ethan practically begged me with tears in his eyes, and since I have a soft spot for him, I agreed to let him have a room in the house. Although they bought me the house, I still preferred living in the dorms with my friends, so I stayed on campus. My parents would only stay in the house for a few nights when they visited me and Ethan. Today, I got a delivery call saying my package had arrived and been left at the front door. That's when I realized I had mistakenly put the house address instead of my dorm address. Since I didn't have any afternoon classes, I decided to walk over and grab it. The house wasn't far, just a 10-minute walk. Standing outside the front door, I figured since I was already there, I might as well stay the night and head back to campus tomorrow. I confidently punched in the entry code, but it was wrong. Not thinking much of it, I tried again. After 3 failed attempts, all showing incorrect, I knew something was off. I snapped a picture of the error message and sent it to the Sterling family group chat. Before I could even type a message, Ethan called. Is the lock broken or something? Why does it keep showing the wrong password? I asked, frustrated. Ethan hesitated on the other end, sounding nervous. Sis, Mom and Dad aren't visiting. Why are you home all of a sudden? It was blazing hot outside, and I was getting cranky. What's with all the questions? What's wrong with the lock? Did you change the password? Sis, don't get upset. We're just about to finish class. We'll be there in a few minutes. Just wait a bit. Clearly terrified of me losing my temper, Ethan hung up in a hurry. What's the big deal? Couldn't he have just told me the new password? Annoyed, I stood in the shade waiting for Ethan. 15 minutes later, Ethan came rushing over, and I noticed a girl following behind him, walking at a leisurely pace. So that's why he said he's dating someone. The girl, Madison Maddie Cole, had flawless fair skin and perfectly applied makeup, but as she walked over, she shot me an unfriendly look, as if I had interrupted her date and offended her. Sensing that I was on the verge of exploding, Ethan quickly handed me an ice-cold Coke. Sis, this is Maddie. Maddie, my girlfriend. She's been staying here for a few days. I took the coke, and it cooled me down a bit, but the second I realized my brother had his girlfriend staying at the house without even telling me, my anger reignited. Ethan, knowing my temper all too well, immediately added, Maddie, this is my sister Harper. She's in the finance department at school. Maddie clearly didn't want to talk. It wasn't until Ethan nudged her that she gave me a half-hearted nod as a greeting. The atmosphere was incredibly awkward. Ethan broke the tension by punching in the new password and opening the door. The new code was clearly a birth date. It wasn't mine, Ethan's or our parents'. It had to be Maddie's. The previous code had been set by me, but Maddie had apparently found it too complicated and had Ethan change it to her birthday. When Ethan explained this, I couldn't help myself and punched him in the shoulder. This idiot gave the house code to someone outside the family, and not only that, he changed it to something she could remember. Ethan, sensing my irritation, resorted to his usual tactic, playing the pitiful little brother. Fine, I'll let it go this time since Ethan seems to like her. After all, it was our first time meeting. Who knows if we'll even see each other again. No need to make things too hostile. But as soon as I stepped into the living room, I was in complete shock. Can someone explain why everything was pink? I had hired an interior designer to create a sleek minimalist look. Now the walls were covered with tacky country-style paintings and posters. Cheap, mismatched decorations hung everywhere, like something out of a bargain bin at a discount store. I swallowed my anger and walked inside. Ethan followed behind me but kept quiet. I glanced at the staircase and saw my books scattered all over the steps. The table had an empty cup of instant noodles on it, with one of my expensive hardcover books underneath it, being used as a coaster. What enraged me the most was that the upstairs suite, my room, had become their bedroom. The second floor had a shared bathroom and a master suite with a walk-in closet and private bathroom, which was originally mine. Now it was a complete mess, and they had replaced the bedding with a hideous bright red set. Surveying the scene, I saw that my vanity, which had been lined with my collection of skincare products and makeup, was now nearly empty. Where's all my stuff? I asked, pointing to the now bare wall where my perfumes and lipsticks had once been neatly displayed. What? Did you eat my lipstick? Use my perfume for a bubble bath? I stared at Ethan calmly, which only made him more scared. When I'm truly furious, I go quiet. When I was little, I had a pet rabbit. A clueless relative killed it and tricked me into eating it. I calmly ate a bite of the rabbit, then picked up a baseball bat and went to their house, smashing everything I could. For the next 3 months, I visited every month to smash something new until they finally moved away. Maddie, however, seemed completely unfazed by my fury, casually sitting in a rocking chair by the window, enjoying an avocado smoothie bowl. Ethan, terrified that I was about to explode, hurriedly promised he'd replace everything that had been lost or broken. That cooled me down slightly. I grabbed a bottle of water from the fridge and strolled over to Maddie, flashing her a forced smile. Maddie, I'm a bit of a neat freak. I don't like people touching my stuff. Maddie wasn't pleased by my words and shot back sarcastically. Well, Harper, this is my boyfriend's house. I can use whatever I want. The owner doesn't mind, so why should you, the guest, care? My coworker Mia loves to take advantage of others. From small things like pens to big items like headphones and phones, she would always sneak them away when no one's looking. We're all colleagues. What's wrong with borrowing your stuff? She would say. Besides, that cheap brand you use ruined my hands. I should be asking you for medical expenses. Rumor has it that her family owns the company, so everyone is angry but afraid to speak up. Until I joined and invited everyone to my birthday party, she stole an iPad from the yacht and then faked a heart attack. Hilarious. I'm a professional rescue worker, and CPR is my specialty. Mia, why did you take my phone again? I need to call a client. Sarah cried with a dejected look on her face. What are you whining about? Your phone was just sitting on your desk not being used. I'm helping you make use of it. You should be thanking me, Mia said as she scrolled through her phone with a face mask on, giggling every now and then in an irritating way. Sarah was fuming inside but didn't dare to speak up. She could only complain quietly. Just remember to return it when you're done. How am I supposed to work without it? Mia pretended not to hear her. Another coworker who couldn't stand it anymore spoke up. Mia, Sarah needs her phone. Why don't you give it back to her? What are you yelling about? I don't have her phone, Mia retorted. Sarah panicked. Then where did my phone go? The repair shop, of course. Your phone was broken, so I took it there for you. Remember to pay me the $100 delivery fee, Mia said, holding out her phone with a QR code for payment. Sarah's eyes welled up with tears. Mia, this is my new phone. How could it be broken when it was working fine? People can die suddenly even when they're perfectly healthy. Why can't a phone break unexpectedly? Mia sneered. You're not refusing to pay the delivery fee, are you? Sarah, think carefully. My family owns this company. If you want to ruin your own career, be my guest. Mia's threats scared Sarah into silence. She scanned the QR code and paid $100 while holding back sobs. I had just finished my onboarding when I witnessed this scene. Curious, I asked a nearby coworker what was going on. The coworker rolled their eyes dramatically and lowered their voice to explain. You're new here, so you don't know. Mia loves to take advantage of others. From small things like pens to big items like headphones and phones, she'll sneak them away to use when people aren't looking. Things go missing after she uses them. This time she took Sarah's phone. Sarah returned to her desk, her eyes swollen from crying. Mia was happily watching videos when she heard the sniffling. She suddenly got angry. What are you crying about? Cry again and I'll tell the manager to fire you. Sarah immediately went quiet. I frowned. Is the company culture really this bad? I was about to say something when my dad called. I stepped out to take the call. When I came back, Sarah had already left. During afternoon tea time, the company had a special treat for employees. On birthdays, they would prepare a special gift for the birthday employee. Even the afternoon tea would include an extra small cake. Suddenly Mia poked her head over unexpectedly. We always just have fruit tea for afternoon tea. It's so boring, she complained. Oh, Lucas, you have cake. Let me have a bite. She immediately reached out her hand. Lucas quickly moved the cake away. Mia's grab came up empty and the smile froze on her face. Stingy, it's just a bite of cake. You can't even share? Someone teased. Mia, it's because you always eat Lucas cake. He's scared of you now and doesn't want to share anymore. The manager happened to call Lucas over to submit some documents. He got up and left his desk. Mia looked around furtively. Seeing no one paying attention, she quickly snatched Lucas' cake and all his birthday gifts. She took everything back to her own desk and wolfed down the cake with her fruit tea in no time, letting out a satisfied burp. Then she slowly unwrapped the other birthday gifts and started trying them out one by one. When Lucas returned, he found his desk completely empty. Without a word, he stormed over to Mia. What's your problem? Why did you steal my things again? Watch your language. What do you mean steal? I just borrowed them to use, Mia said. Then give them back to me now, Lucas demanded angrily. Mia defiantly took out the tea leaves from one of the gifts, dumped them in a cup, and took a big sip before holding it out to Lucas with a smirk. Here, take it back. Lucas was rendered speechless by her shamelessness. He angrily knocked the cup out of her hand. Mia, have you no shame? Will you die if you don't take advantage of others? Lucas, can't you be more generous? We're all colleagues. What's wrong with me drinking some of your tea? Mia shot back. This limited edition dress I'm wearing costs $10,000. Remember to pay me back for ruining it. You? Lucas was so angry he was at a loss for words. Just as he was about to explode, Mia pulled out her trump card again. Don't forget, my family owns this company. If I want you gone, it only takes one word from me. I couldn't stand by and watch anymore. There had to be limits to bullying with power. My eyes swept over Mia's dress as I said pointedly, your dress is fake. How dare you say my dress is fake? I bought it from a legitimate overseas shopping site. Mia's voice immediately rose. I pointed out the flaws in her dress. The fabric is wrong, the stitching is sloppy, and there are so many loose threads. Would a $10,000 dress leave the factory with threads not even trimmed? What do you know? Designer brands sell an image. Having handmade touches proves it's authentic, Mia insisted. She was getting flustered and came right up to me, tugging at her dress. I took a step back. Oh, I see. Then this dress must also be stolen from another coworker. Are you crazy? How can you steal a dress? Did you expect me to strip it off someone? Mia sputtered. You can swipe phones from people's pockets. Stripping clothes is nothing in comparison, I retorted. Mia's face turned red. Unable to argue back, she resorted to her trump card again. Who do you think you are? This company belongs to my family. If I want you gone, no one can stop me. Stay away from me, I said, ignoring her threats. Seeing her confused look, I pinched my nose and said, I have allergies. I can't stand the stench of people who love to take advantage of others. Ha ha ha. The office erupted in laughter. Everyone was bent over laughing. Mia skulked back to her desk, seemingly truly angered this time. As she sat down, she knocked over the teacup on her desk. All the tea spilled onto her dress. Mia immediately let out a shrill scream. She grabbed her dress and ran straight for the dry cleaners downstairs. Lucas was grinning from ear to ear. He specially opened his drawer to take out some small gifts to thank me. Sarah came over with a worried look and asked me, Mia is so high profile. What if the company really is owned by her family? Aren't you afraid she'll get her dad to fire you for offending her like this? I dangled my sports car keys. It doesn't matter. My family isn't lacking either. Sarah immediately cheered. Awesome. It was the weekend, which also happened to be my birthday. I wanted to get to know my coworkers better, so I invited them to my birthday party. I have a friend whose family is in the yacht business. They're letting us use one for free. I'd like to treat everyone to a day out on the water. That's too generous. Why don't we split the cost? My coworkers offered. I smiled. It's my birthday. It only comes once a year. Let's just have fun. Having everyone here is enough. Then we'll definitely prepare a great gift for you, they said excitedly. As everyone was chatting happily, I called the yacht company to request their most luxurious vessel. Mia had somehow snuck over and chimed in with a sly look. I've never been on a yacht before. Fiona, can I join too? I didn't even look at her as I replied bluntly. I'm inviting my friends. Freeloaders who take advantage of others aren't welcome. Mia's expression immediately froze. Come on, I'll definitely prepare a big gift for you too. Don't worry, it won't be cheap, she insisted. I agreed, and Mia happily left. Glancing at Mia, who was stuffing several plastic bags into her purse just to go on the yacht and swipe things, my smile deepened. Not only that, I'll make her return everything she's taken from all of you. You like taking advantage of others, huh? I'll show her what it means to lose big by trying to gain small advantages. The yacht was huge. I told everyone to play in the pool first before trying other activities. After we got out of the pool, a staff member brought over an iPad to ask what services we wanted. The iPad was passed around, but by the end it had mysteriously disappeared. The staff member was panicking. Everyone immediately pointed fingers at Mia. It must be her. She hid the iPad. No one else here loves to take advantage of others like she does. She insisted on bringing her bag to the pool. I bet the iPad is in her bag. People clamored to search Mia's bag. Mia clutched her bag tightly. Don't accuse me falsely. I brought my bag because it's very valuable, and I was afraid the contents would get stolen. Besides, it's just an iPad. I wouldn't bother with something so cheap. Seeing the situation escalating, I stepped in as peacemaker again. Let it go. There's only so many of us here. The iPad will turn up eventually. If not, I can pay for it, okay? Fiona is so generous. Mia immediately beamed. She started stuffing the food everyone had ordered into her mouth and even secretly poured some into the plastic bags she had prepared. Someone called her shameless. Mia immediately snapped back. Isn't the point of treating people to a meal to let them eat? Besides, this is Fiona's birthday party. If she's not complaining, what are you yelling about? Mia kept eating and taking things, not even sparing the game controllers in the arcade. She stuffed 2 large bags full of various items. Afterwards, she claimed to have a headache and said she needed to rest in the yacht's cabin. Someone grabbed her bag to stop her from leaving. Mia, you promised not to take advantage today. How is this taking advantage? Fiona spent so much money. I'm just helping her get her money's worth, Mia retorted. Besides, this is a yacht. It's not like I can run away. Fine, I'll leave one bag with you. This other one has my toiletries. I'm going to take a nap. Mia left clutching her head. Lucas opened the bag she left behind and found it only contained some used tissues. He immediately flared up in anger. I knew that woman would run off. She stole so many things. Fiona, you can't let her get away with this. I'm going to drag her back here. I twirled the pool cue in my hand and sank a ball with a smile. Don't worry, she won't be able to escape. I started an online relationship with my boss. Meeting up in person? Yeah, that's never gonna happen. She has no idea that the person she's been flirting with online is one of her employees. Lately my boss has been in a terrible mood. Everyone in the office has noticed, and the tension is palpable. Even the usual slackers have been on their best behavior, barely daring to check their phones. She's been working overtime like a machine, and of course, no one dares to leave before her. So, we've all been stuck at the office until 11 or 12 at night. I've got dark circles under my eyes, and my skin is starting to break out. But here's the kicker. I'm probably the only one in the company who knows why she's so irritable. It's because my boss just got dumped. And, well, the person who dumped her is me. She just doesn't know it yet. It all started with my 2-year online relationship. We met on a forum. She had posted a thread titled, "Why Can't I Find a Partner?" Curious, I clicked in. Her post read, female, 5 feet 9, 99 pounds, 25 years old, Ivy League graduate in management science and engineering. Currently a VP at a Fortune 500 company, earning a 7-figure salary. I own a house, a car, and I'm gorgeous. Still single. What am I doing wrong? The comments were ruthless. Obvious bait post. Move along. Seriously? A 25-year-old VP? Either it's daddy's company, or it's daddy's company. Come on, at least make your lies believable. Amused, I left a comment. Maybe it's your looks. Why not post a picture? I didn't think much of it and logged off. A few hours later, she sent me a private message. Hi, can I send you the photo privately? I was confused but intrigued. Sure, I replied, figuring this could be entertaining. A moment later, a photo popped up. I nearly spat my coffee all over my desk. 5 feet 9? Yeah, maybe in her dreams. She looked closer to 5 feet 2. The photo was a poorly angled mirror selfie. She had her face partially covered, wore thick black framed glasses, and looked like a walking advertisement for outdated fashion choices. But her features were undeniably stunning. The lips, the nose, the eyes, they all screamed hidden beauty. She just didn't know how to present herself. And for some reason, she looked oddly familiar. Thinking, who knew there were gorgeous women out there so oblivious to their own potential? I decided to help, out of the goodness of my heart, of course. I zoomed in and out of the photo a few times before typing out a long response. You need to work on your style. Change the glasses. Go for rimless or contacts. Don't take photos from that angle. Tilt your phone slightly so the charging port faces you. Swap the skirt for something shorter, maybe black, and for the love of God, invest in better lighting. She replied with a simple, "Thank you so much." I didn't think much of it and moved on. The next day, she sent me an updated homework submission, following all my advice. Then she did it again the day after that, and the day after that. By the 5th day, I was starting to get annoyed. That's when she asked if she could pay me for my consultation services and requested my personal messaging info. I thought, why not, money's money, and gave her my private account. A moment later, a familiar profile picture popped up with a friend request. It was my boss. I froze. My finger slipped, and before I could stop myself, I hit accept. Panic set in immediately. I switched my settings to chat only, and prayed she wouldn't figure out who I was. A message popped up. Thank you so much for all your advice. Here's a small token of my appreciation. Then she sent me $5,000 with the note, gift, no strings attached. I stared at the screen in silence. I double-checked her profile picture and the online photos she'd sent me. Yep, no doubt about it. My gorgeous online crush was, in fact, my boss. Well damn, I thought, accepting the money. At least she doesn't know it's me. From that point on, I kept helping her improve her style. She caught on fast, and soon, she was radiating confidence. But just as I was preparing to quietly fade out of her life, she threw me a curveball. She confessed her feelings. It started with a long emotional message. A love letter, if you will. I skimmed past all the fluff until I got to the last line. I've been wanting to tell you this for a long time. I like you. I froze. Thanks, I replied after a long pause. What? She asked. I appreciate it, I typed back. No, I'm serious. I really like you. And I really appreciate it. Thanks. She was silent for a moment before messaging again. Can I at least have a chance to pursue you? I didn't reply. That night, I couldn't sleep. The next morning, she started sending me good morning messages, then good afternoon messages, then good night messages. She kept me updated on her day like we were already dating. I'm heading to work. I just got to the office. I'm about to start a meeting. Her persistence was unique, to say the least. I half-heartedly responded here and there, and somehow, that only encouraged her more. A month later, things took an unexpected turn. I was scrolling through social media, admiring photos of models, when I accidentally shared one with her instead of my buddy. God, she's gorgeous. I'd totally lick the screen, I wrote, followed by, here's the video. She replied almost instantly. By the time I saw the message, it was already too late to unsend it. Sure, appreciating beauty is human nature, but for some reason, I felt a pang of guilt. Then, she suddenly sent a message. Is this your type? Attached was a video. It looked freshly recorded at a gym, not the overly sculpted type of body, but smooth pale skin, with a beautifully defined V-line disappearing just below her workout shorts. As for up top, let's just say, it was pink. The person in the video seemed a little shy. By the end of the clip, her face was flushed bright red. I was hooked. Got more? Send me another, I replied instantly. She hesitated, but eventually sent a few more videos, each one more dazzling than the last. I admit, I was completely seduced by her beauty. Who would have thought that my boss, who always carried herself with such restraint and composure, could be, so, well, like this in private? How do I describe it? It was strangely thrilling. Just as I was thoroughly enjoying myself, another message popped up. If you agree to be my boyfriend, I'll send you videos like this every day, as many as you want. People spend their lives chasing 4 things: money, power, fame, and beauty. The first 3 don't mean much to me, but the last one, that's my kryptonite. Well, I guess I could consider it, I replied. After all, it was just an online relationship, right? Of course I set some ground rules: no public announcements, no changing profile pictures, no video calls, and absolutely no meeting in real life. She wasn't thrilled about the conditions, but eventually agreed. And that's how it started. We dated online for 2 years. As she got better at styling herself and presenting her beauty, I was more than happy to reap the benefits. Her photos and videos became increasingly breathtaking, with her pulling off every look I suggested. I thought this arrangement could last forever, until one day, she asked to meet in person. Didn't we agree from the start that there'd be no meeting up? This is strictly an online thing, I reminded her. She sounded hurt. I know, I'm sorry, but I really want to see you. I knew exactly why she was pushing this. A couple of days earlier, I'd gone to a college reunion. Afterward, one of my old classmates confessed her feelings for me. I turned her down politely, but she didn't take it well and started sending me a bunch of gross, cringy messages. Fed up, I screenshotted everything, posted it on my social media, and dragged her through the mud before blocking her. Since I was in a relationship, well, online, my boss must have seen the post. I figured she wanted to meet up to stake her claim publicly. But I had my reasons for not meeting her. There was no way I was going to agree. After dodging her attempts for a week, I finally got fed up and broke up with her. She freaked out, completely deflated, like a balloon with the air punched out of it. My phone lit up with her calls for the nth time. I sighed, flipped it face down on the table, and ignored it. That's when Kenneth, my direct supervisor, called me over. Mason, take this proposal to Aurora. Kenneth's crush on Aurora was the worst kept secret in the entire office. Normally, he'd jump at any excuse to see her, but lately, she'd been in a terrible mood. The last time he tried comforting her, she snapped at him so hard he practically fled the room. I winced. Kenneth, isn't this a bit above my pay grade? Shouldn't you be the one to? Just do it, man. Don't make me repeat myself. Fine. Even though I'd basically seen all of Aurora online, meeting her in person was still nerve-wracking. Especially at work, where she was known for being strict, sharp-tongued, and downright intimidating. I hesitated, and then picked up my phone. Since breaking up with her, she'd been bombarding me with apologies. I hadn't responded, not because I didn't care, but because I needed to cool things down. I quickly typed out a message. We don't have to break up, but can you please just behave? I really don't like it when people break promises. Her reply came instantly. Baby, you're finally talking to me. I'm so sorry. I'll never do it again, I promise. She even added a crying puppy emoji. I sighed, steeling myself before knocking on her office door. There was a moment of silence before I heard her clear her throat and say, "Come in." Her red nose caught my attention the moment I stepped in. Had she been crying? She noticed my gaze and awkwardly tapped her desk. Dropping off the proposal? Leave it here and head back. Her tone was noticeably softer than usual. If this were any other day, she'd have snapped at me for going over Kenneth's head. Still, the proposal wasn't up to her standards and got sent back for revisions. Naturally, Kenneth dumped it back on me. That Friday, everyone else left early, excited for the weekend. Aurora had left on time for once, and the office quickly emptied, leaving just me and the receptionist. I stayed behind to work on the proposal, promising the receptionist I'd lock up when I was done. It was well past 10 p.m. when I heard the sound of the door unlocking. My heart jumped. Who could it be at this hour? Images from horror movies flashed through my mind. I gulped, telling myself ghosts didn't exist, but I still froze, holding my breath. Then, a familiar figure stepped into view. It was Aurora. "Why are you still here? Don't you have a home to go to?" she asked, clearly surprised. I bit back a retort. "Whose fault do you think this is? The proposal's due soon, and I didn't want to risk it being incomplete tomorrow. Figured I'd stay late and finish it." Her expression softened. "Oh, that one. Let me help you out. It'll go faster if I explain what I want directly." I froze. My computer was logged into my personal account, the one I used to message her. She walked over. "Pull it up for me. I'll take a look." Panic set in. My mind raced as I stalled for time. "Wait a second," I blurted.